Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed. I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed. I'll be right next to you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Worlds 2022 in beautiful Mexico City. Now 4 teams have already departed from the competition, but for 4 more, today's must-win series mean a final shot at glory and their next step towards the group stage. We're going to kick things off straight away here as we only got 15 minutes before our first 2 teams in Saigon, Buffalo and Mad step on to the stage. I'm joined by Jat and Lyric here to break things down on the countdown. Gents, we've already made it to best of 5s. That's the beautiful thing about play-ins. We get to take this little, break between the best of 1s in this group stage and the next one to see teams, go at each other in series play.
Yeah, I mean, just great to see. And again, it feels like it went by so fast, already being at best of 5s. and, you know, a lot of unexpected shenanigans and teams making it here.
All right, well, so let's do a quick recap on the group stage and how things broke down. Key takeaways. Lyric, I'll start on the side of you. From what you've seen of the teams that have performed so far at Worlds, the 12.
An unexpected team, Loud, actually performing super well here in playing so far. I mean, tragically for Brazil, it doesn't always seem to go their way. I mean, heck, I coached the Brazilian team in 2019 Flamingo. We didn't make it this far, but luckily Loud, Robo absolutely popping off, Brant's flexing those muscles as we've all seen. And yeah, I feel like overall just a really exciting team. They're incredibly aggressive. And most of all, they're super confident, and I love that.
They are very confident. There's a ton of momentum behind that squad, but a team that should be equally confident, Jat, would be DRX.
Yeah, DRX 5-0'd, and that was not my crystal ball prediction. It was actually for RNG, and when I had been talking about DRX or hearing about DRX from others, it was deft. But this team is more than just deft. It's deft and Zeka, because Zeka has actually played so unbelievably well, having a 25-stack Medjai's game, really pulling the team towards victory in their very close game against Mad Lions yesterday. And look at these stats so far at Worlds. First or second in 2 pages worth of categories. KDA, gold a minute, CS a minute, kills plus assists at 14, gold at 14. Let's get to the next page because it keeps going. Second place is the next page. The first page was all first places, but still 40% of his team's kills, 769 damage per minute, and 15 CSD at 14. All of those stats are absolutely insane.
Ridiculous.
He has outperformed Deft. He has been the best player on this team in the playing stage so far.
He's been damn good so far in the group stages, doubling the roster size from 1 to 2 for DRX.
They actually technically have 6 players.
The best two-man team I've ever seen in my life. All right, well, as we kicked off the group stage, it's time for us now to recap our 90, 50, 10 predictions. Cue the music. We got to make the long walk to the telestrator, gents.
Space.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, ho, ho.
Here we go.
This gives me Jazz Chats flashbacks where we just play unnecessarily long music.
Wow, we did it.
And
we made
music
it.
too?
And they gave us music and lights, everything for this transition. One of you can grab the pen, I think, from the other side. We're going to go through our day 1 predictions, starting with my own.
There we go.
I got it.
Okay, so my 90% prediction was no silver scrapes and plans. We can't make a declaration on this. It is still good, still alive. We can't make a declaration on that. I said Singe would have the highest win rate in play-ins. He has not yet been played.
Definitely not.
Well, it's not true, but it's still possible. We're still in the play-in stage. So you gave me an X like it's false.
This could also not be true. We're doing so far.
If it's played every game for the rest of the series,
but if someone screenshots this, it's going to look confusing. Okay, and then finally, DRX misses groups. This we know is incorrect. So I've failed in this
one's
one.
Hard to hit. Okay,
yeah, but now I look like I'm 0-2 or something like that. Okay.
Who else do we have?
Those are mine. We're going to move on to the next. Lyric is up next. Let's see here. RNG undefeated playing Surf.
That was your 90?
That was dead on day 1, my friend.
That was dead after 1 game.
Saigon Buffaloes beats DRX, also dead on day 1. Loud makes groups.
You know?
Still alive.
Still possible. Most exciting team for me so far.
I believe in you, Jad. You can't.
No,
wow, just a dot is not possible.
No.
Do a little tiny circle. There we go. There you go. Perfect. Nailed it.
There we go.
Okay, so Lyric, the best you can do is 1 out of 3.
Yes.
That's a possibility still.
Same as you.
Okay. No,
well, no, I
can go 2 out of 3. Stop trying.
Switch places.
See, the X's did screw people up. I told you the X's would screw people up, but they already screwed up Lyric. Okay, Jets, day 1 predictions. Loud fans, for me. How's that happened?
I pretty much. Like, a few of them did. Yeah, I got a few tweets. When I said, like, in theory, like, if I were to say they were overrated, people would give me bad tweets.
And then you did. Okay, Evil Geniuses wins Group A. Not the truth.
You know, my problem here is I thought, I made these predictions way in advance. I'm like, oh, they're going to have Hilly, therefore they lose. I didn't realize Rux was going to come in and be the damn MVP.
Gotcha. That's, I hear that. Yeah, Deathless Rux. And then Royal Never Give Up wins Worlds.
Yeah, I think that's still on track.
It's still alive. It's still a possibility.
I'm giving that a check.
Also, I like how that jumps to a whole tournament prediction from a play-in prediction. You just went for it in the end. So, all right, So Jat has 2 options available. So both Jat and I could technically land on 2 out of 3 correct. Lyric only has the opportunity to get 1.
Okay,
but Jat will have to wait till the end of Worlds.
It's a check-in.
We'll see. That was a good check-in. Next, though, let's take a look at our bracket Exactly. Get a sense of what our playoffs looks like here in the play-in stage. So important to note, the first 2 matches that will take place today are these elimination round matches. Mad Lions versus Saigon Buffalo to kick things off. Winner of that will move on to face EG. Loud versus Dead FM. Winner of that moves on to face Royal Never Give Up. And so I kind of want to work through.
Okay.
Obviously, this is going to tip our hat to predictions. But
which,
I do kind of want to talk about
difference of opinion on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing about, let's start on the bottom side of the bracket, even though it's our second series of the day, because I think this is the one that most people feel like, almost regardless of who makes it, it's hard to vote against RNG, right?
Yeah. He says they're winning worlds, so.
True. You know? We know what camp Dad's in. So it does feel like it's almost irrelevant who gets here. I think there it is.
Okay, no, that's not it. My prediction
you just
is
got
this.
more Loud fans to boo you.
My prediction is this.
Re-fulfilling the prophecy.
And then probably this.
Okay. Are you aligned there?
Exact same check marks.
Okay, exact same check marks. So the lower side of the bracket we're all aligned on. I think it's the top side where there's a little bit more. Actually, in both series, some more question marks probably.
Is this correct?
This is 100% correct.
Oh my
Buffaloes.
goodness. Okay, so we got a split desk here to kick off. So here's the thing. Now I need to know, Jat, if Mad Lions makes it to this best of 5 against EG, since you were the one who predict Mad, who wins between EG and Mad?
Yeah, so this is tough.
I'm aware. That's why I'm making you answer the question.
Yeah.
I have a lot of confidence in mine.
Yeah, well, wait, you're up next.
I do have a memory somewhere.
Yeah?
Of Mad Lions playing a best of 5 at play-in.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 2020, actually.
Right. I think that was, 2020.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Boom!
Oh, no! So you're saying
they lost to Supermassive in 2020. It's going to be close. I'm not full faith in Evil Geniuses or Mad, honestly. Okay. But, I just have to.
They'll take it here. They'll drop it to EG. That's his call. You were the one who said Saigon Buffalo takes it here. So in the event that they do and they're up against EG Lyric, what's your call?
Look, I was wrong with the Buffalo DRX prediction, but in my mind, I might as well just go with the Buffaloes all the way.
You're a madman.
They're exciting. They're crazy. I love them. EG lost to DFM. This is possible. It just needs to happen against Saigon Buffalo 3 times.
Yeah, this is legible.
Okay.
I promise.
I love it.
It's gone now, so you can't check.
What that tells me, though, at the end of the day, is that this top side of the bracket really is up in the air. Because between the two of you, you've predicted opposite here, and then even here, 2 different results. It sounds like there's not a ton of faith in EG, even though they managed to squeak their way into that.
I mean, best of 5s are a different beast. EG did have 2 really strong games in tiebreakers yesterday, but best of 5 against EU, it would actually be the first best of 5 we've had between NA and EU since 2018 Worlds, when Fnatic played Cloud9 in semifinals.
Well, at Worlds.
At Worlds.
Yeah. Okay, because MSI, we played a best of 5, obviously, against G2 in 2019.
Yeah, gone from my memory, actually. I don't even remember that one happening. But I imagine the last 6 games have all been European victories.
Probably.
So not the best.
Probably.
Not the best.
I don't even need to check, but I could probably confirm that stat. All right. All 4 of these best of 5s take place over the next 2 days, so a lot of League of Legends coming your way. Next up is a face-off that will test the strength of Shogun and determine the fate of a region. Our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is the Saigon Buffaloes versus the Mad Lions. As we enter the knockout stage, everything is on the line in this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. For the Mad Lions, a win is crucial in order to redeem themselves for their showing in play-ins in 2020, having been the first major region ever to drop out here.
I think flashes down for like 20 seconds longer, gets stunned up, kites away, the fear lands, and Elyoya is here! Finds another.
On the other side of the rift, coming fresh off of a strong MSI showing, is the Achilles heel of Europe, the Saigon Buffaloes. Being known for their relentless aggression, they want to show that the VCS region is not to be trifled with.
And immediately there's no jungler. Immediately there's going to be no mid laner. Chunk low, not quite dead. 5-man sleep. 5-man. Is it good enough? Riposte in. Huge time block, but they're diving. They've already got 5. How about the rest, though? Can they kill Fiora? Yes, they can. The front line holds up.
The Lion has drawn first blood in this clash, but this will only serve to fuel the rage of the Buffalo. Who will be the predator and who will be the prey? Here we are. Mercedes-Benz featured matchup. Mad Lions stepping onto the stage here. Up against, that's not correct. They're not going up against Mega Bank Beyond Gaming.
Not yet.
not quite, not quite. But let's refresh on the last time rather, that these teams met. Saigon Buffalo up against the Mad Lions, Lyric.
Yeah, sadly for the Buffalo, wasn't able to work out the last time. I feel like Mad Lions came with a really good plan. I mean, they just have this unkillable composition, right? We went over it the other day when I threw the poro at you. It felt like all the damage just bounced right off Mad Lions' composition when you have a Seraphine, a Swain in the mid lane, and with the Hecarim as well. There was a good try, right? We saw them trying to find those flank attempts, especially with the Camille. They just couldn't have any of that damage stick.
Yeah, and I think this type of composition, they've played twice. The actual Gnar, Hecarim, Seraphine, if we're speaking about Mad Lions, they won both of those games. It'll be curious to see how much Saigon Buffalo stops them from having that again, basically.
Yeah. We talk about how important that kind of trio of champions can be for Mad Lions' success in general. That makes me want to dive deeper into, team composition discussions. What these teams look like or can gain or get that makes them look successful. Let's start on the side of Mad Lions, Lyric.
Yeah, I feel like Mad Lions has been like a really interesting team when we think about the compositions they played, because coming in, we really thought about Niski as this player who likes to push and move, who wasn't going to be this like huge damage dealer for the team. But actually, so far in play-ins, Niski has been someone, again, we've seen things like the Swain coming out. We've seen him being a huge teamfight carry. And, yeah, playing many different compositions, right? Things like the Seraphine comps where they're kind of out-healing everything the enemy throws at them. And then we have things like the Talia, more of the push and move, him playing towards sides. So I think they have been pretty diverse in playing so far. Well,
I think when we talk Champ Select, we're always considering what the prep and the strategies that the coaches will bring to the table will be. Lucky for us, we got a coach interview with Mad Lions, Mac, just earlier. Let's take a look.
And we're back in Mexico ahead of today's series between the Mad Lions and the Saigon Buffaloes. And Mac, thank you for joining me ahead of this game. Tell me about the matchup. Tell me about the Saigon Buffalo. Talking to Impact last night, we were expecting a bloody series, of course, given how aggressive they can be. What do you think it's going to come down to today?
I think it's going to be a lot about team fighting for sure. I mean, usually a lot of series are, but especially against Saigon, I think it's going to be, really, really coming down to the team fights.
It's starting to be a meme, the fact that Mad Lions in best of 1 versus Mad Lions in best of 5 series is really not the same beast. What's your take on that, and how do you expect things to go today? And is it something you try to correct, let's say, approaching today's series?
No, not really. I think we played 2 BO5s this year, and one of them was a close 2-3. Like, it's not that bad, guys. But no, yeah. I mean, obviously we have a lot to prove still. So that's the aim today, but our philosophy on how to run a BO5 hasn't changed, that's for sure.
All right. Looking forward to seeing what you guys have in store for us. Last question. Someone on Twitter said that the last time we saw the Mad Lions in the playing stage was versus TCL. It was a complicated series. What is hard about playing the minor regions team, and how do you expect this one to go?
I think it's always weird to come up against different metas, right? I mean, Saigon plays like the Zac mid and the Lilia top and stuff like this, which obviously we don't really have any experience playing against. So there's always a surprise factor there. They tend to be very specialized, so it's about like adapting to the series meta is going to be really important, because there will be a really strong series meta, I think.
You also brought up some new picks. Anything special we can expect today? Just a teaser. Don't give out anything.
Ooh, is there? Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, I think there might be.
All right, let's keep an eye out. Mac, thank you so much. Good luck today. Dash, back to you in LA.
Keeping a couple things close to the chest there when it comes to the strategies and the approach to today's best of 5. Yeah, exactly. That is probably the smart decision for a coach to be making. Either way, it's Saigon Buffalo on one side, Mad Lions on the other. We're diving into 2 best of 5s today. Let's get out to Quick Shot and Goldberg to get this day underway.
The Mad Lions roar to life!
I think we can expect for sure a bloodbath. It's gonna be a lot of fighting for sure. We're a better team and we also have better players, but we should never underestimate them.
Mình rất là tự tin khi đối đầu với Mad Lions. Trận đấu của Chúa Tể Sơn Lâm và Châu Điên sẽ...
Saigon Buffalo know how to fight.
if I play against BJ to my standards, yeah, I'm gonna come out ahead in this matchup.
Người chơi rừng của Madeleine Eloya, anh ta cũng đánh khá là hay và cũng mắc ít lỗi. Nhưng ở trong trận đấu này mình sẽ cẩn thận hơn về chừng của anh ta. Châu Điên sẽ hút chúa tể Sơn Lâm thế nào là biết mùi của Châu Điên.
지금 LJL에서 최고로 성적 낸 게 그룹 스테이지까지인데 거기서 좀 더 나아가서 좀 LJL에서 가장 높은 성적을 한번 이뤄서 좀.
Bom, se a gente fosse para Nova York, eu levaria não só o nome da Loud para o mundo inteiro, mas para o Brasil. Esse era o nosso objetivo, estando aqui.
Underneath the Nexus turrets, underneath the Nexus, Loud, take down DFM.
정말 저희 그 LJL에서 팬분들이 DFM이 LJL의 그 고점, 그 가장 높은 곳을 한번 찍어보는 그걸 기대하고 이렇게 봐주시는 게 정말 몸으로 느껴지는데 그 기대에 정말 보답하고 싶고 기대 많이 해주십시오.
Então, DFM, já derrotamos vocês uma vez. Estão prontos para a próxima?
Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Welcome back to Worlds 2022. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Quickshot, and I'm joined by the lovely Gulborg to bring you the Mad Lions.
Okay, we're starting out funny in the production today. I see it. The bird's not even around.
If you do not quite understand why the two of us are in jail, it is because Gulborg defaced a national treasure.
No, those
the hairless bird. I don't know what's it. The hairless bird. Something.
Hairless hamster.
Eagle. The bald eagle. That's what. Oh my word!
It's there.
I love this. Production is trolling the EU boys already.
For the record, this bird is still here. My plan is that while I'm not going to New York, I hope the bird will, and we can keep score of EU-NA throughout the entire tournament. And then, by the end of the tournament, when we get to the finals, the World Trophy gets introduced. Jojo, the bald eagle.
The thing that I love is that I can't wait to see how Moxie's going to travel with that particular item. Let's turn our attention to the game, because in order to see Jojo the bird have meaningful graffiti drawn on his forehead once again, we need to see Mad Lions pick up this win against the Saigon Buffalo. They will then advance to face Evil Geniuses. Obviously, if the Buffaloes win, they will be facing Evil Geniuses. Just before we dive into picks and bans, remind me what happened the last time these two teams played. I know Mad Lions won. I have mixed feelings about how they won.
I mean, I tell you what, it was messy. And when you watch these two teams play against each other, you are expecting a lot of team fights. It was death ball compositions that came out from both of them. But in terms of how the game was actually played, it was a little slower every now and then. It was like 6 minutes, then we fight. 5 minutes, wait for the objective, then we fight. Yeah. So it's not the constant fighting, but it was like the quiet before the storm, and then everything just kicked off.
Now, of course, if you are watching at home, I believe, stand to be corrected, so if I'm wrong on this, I apologize, but I believe that Pick'ems is still open, I believe, until 11:15. So if you have not submitted your picks for this matchup, log in right now. You're running out of time. The prediction window will close just before each game begins.
Or don't, because then the coin will pick for you.
Wait. Why are you leaning on the coin? There's a flip a coin option.
Yes. Choice is an illusion, Trevor. All right? Let the coin decide everything for you instead.
No, I'm going to do picks. If you do coin, we'll see who comes out on top at the end of the event. Picks and bans for game 1 in this best of 5. So Mad Lions, the Saigon Buffalo is about to begin. BJ said it best. The kings of the jungle versus the Buffaloes, the Lions versus the Beasts. Picks and bans, what are you expecting here? Mad Lions have side selection. They picked blue side. If I remember correctly, the last time they played, it was a Hecarim first pick.
It was indeed, and a lot of the bans was heavily plagued by the carry ban. So Draven, not been allowed to be played against Unforgiven, but from the side of Mad Lions, they banned away the Aphelios, they banned away the Kalista, they banned away the Caitlyn. And since Mad Lions also won the game, maybe they don't need to change too much, but maybe there's a benefit as well from Saigon because they got overwhelmed by the Seraphine and Swain. They got overwhelmed by a lot of the healing coming through. Mad Lions, though, they make the first adaptation. You might think it's weird that Pantheon gets banned, but that's just straight up a respect ban against Saigon Buffalo. Pretty much every other team has done this as well.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I mean, when we look at how Saigon Buffalo have played, the thing I'm most intrigued to see is where they take their drafts. The analyst was talking about it, that team compositions that they've run throughout the course of playing 2 games of Zach mid, that Lilia top, Gwen top, Irelia, Camille, and Aatrox are the champions that Hazmat has played. Poppy will be the 3rd and final ban for Mad Lions. So Hecarim still open and available. Are we going to see Enchanter supports? Are we going to see Engage supports? So a couple more Enchanters coming through yesterday, and there's that Seraphine ban you're talking about.
I wonder with Kalista now being open and Drake, if that's something Unforgiven feels like he has to need to default to. Be 2 very different styles that came through, but obviously as well with the Seraphine ban, that does leave open this Silas instead for Niski, something he wasn't allowed to play the first time the 2 team went at it.
Now, when I take a look at stats on this one, Silas is Niski's 2nd most played champion this year with 6 games, and he has won 4 of them. That Kalista, only 3 games played for Unforgiven if it comes through. On the side of Saigon Buffalo, now they have the opportunity to lock in Kalista 8 games for Shogun. Going to decide against it instead. Lock down the tree on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, so last time around they locked it in with the rotation of Misfortune and Maokai, but of course when Maokai is open, you pretty much want to grab it. Does still leave open the Misfortune. You can still go for support that can contest the push, like a Karma as well for Unforgiven, or Kaiser rather, if that's what you're looking for. But the jungle pool will also start to get trimmed if Elyoya doesn't get a champion he feels comfortable on here. And with Hecarim being up and available, that's pretty much just what you go for in that instance. Now, from the side of Namut or Amut, we have seen Nabi up and something they've prioritized before. And yeah, sorry, there you have it. Does come through. I mean, you just have to.
It was like subtle. I actually confused myself for a brief moment, but really well played. Not too surprising.
I wasn't trying to.
Not at all. It worked really well. I will say, by the way, on that Hecarim pick in particular, both game played, both of them victories, both games of Gnar for Amut, both of them were victories as well.
And this is something you have to anticipate because Saigon Buffalo has been the team that wanted to bring out the Sag mid. Just hovering it there as Mad Lions, you are probably thinking, is that something we need to ban going into the second ban phase? And then interestingly as well, they have decided to opt in for the Morgana rather than the locks that we've seen so often. Now, Morgana, of course, enables you with a black shield. That means you have to ban the Karma because not only does Karma contest the push on a Caitlyn, she also takes away the black shield with a Mantra Q. So Enchantress actually does fairly well into Morgana because you mess with that black shield.
Oh, man, nicely done. Let's see, where do you Kaiser and Unforgiven want to take this bottom lane? That is what we're waiting to see in phase 2. Taking their time on this next ban, and I think for the likes of Saigon Buffalo, once again seeing something different. This is a first-time Caitlyn, first-time Morgana at Worlds play-ins for Shogun and Taki. But when I take a look throughout the course of the year, I actually cannot see any Caitlyn games either here for Shogun, only 1 game for Morgana, so even different to what we've seen from their regional play.
Most certainly, but I really rate the Morgana pick. Something that Kaiser has been showing up with exceptionally is the fact that he's been playing the engaged champions. All of a sudden, you throw Morgana into that, and then majority of Kaiser's champion pool is just straight up countered. And you can even see it from the side of Saigon. They're not really looking to ban away the engaged champions. They're taking away the facilitators in terms of enchanters that could be annoying to deal with. And then in the mid lane for Froggy, it's going to be the Vex. We saw Niski on it yesterday. He looked amazing. This time around, he's going to deal with it on the opposite side.
What does this do for the rest of the composition? As we see, Taki needs to lock in our top laner for Hazmed, leaving it, despite the fact Gnar was first rotations.
Are we looking for, like, with that time? I'm so curious to see what actually going to be the one that's going to contest the lane here, because I don't think there is anything that can contest the lane of a Caitlyn and Morgana that's currently up and available. I think that's why you see them go for the Tamkenshia. Could still look for a Senna if you want to. Very easy to lock down though, but of course the Tamkench would be there to gobble you up. But AD carry options, Felius out of the way, Draven out of the way. You don't have too many long range options at least. Saya could be a pivot, but that would be something we haven't seen in a while.
Let's find out in just a moment. Where do you think this Maokai is going as well? That could be top lane, that could be jungle. We'll find out in just a moment. It'll be the Jinx locked in for Unforgiven. So, for a little bit more scaling, get that reset. Movement speed, movement speed. Hecarim and Jinx run at you. and Saigon Buffalo one last pick.
Yeah, actually Siva could have been a good pivot there as well, but Jinx as well with long range, some hyper carry to play for in the late game. So far, you don't have too much lockdown outside of the Maokai, but of course Tahm Kench is there to be that cleansing effect. If you lock in the Gwen, that's great for side lane pressure. That's still, of course, good in a team fight, but it doesn't really help with locking down the Jinx. So lack of engage, most of it has to come through from the all-in that we'll currently see with Saigon Buffalo. From the side of Mad Lions, you have all-in potential, but also disengage, of course, with the Tahm Kench. But one thing is for certain, it's going to be very bot-heavy focus from the side of Saigon in the early game.
Well, that's not a surprise. If there were a statement that you were to say, that would not catch me off guard. Saigon Buffalo playing around Shogun and Taki? No way. These are two players that this entire year have stolen the hearts and the laughter of everyone around the world. They did it at MSI and they've done it here at Worlds. They get down, they want to fight, and they want to scrap.
This is the broadcast where we make the bold statement.
That's it.
As you can tell.
That's what I like
here as
to
well.
see and hear.
I'll give you another one. Mad Lions. Usually it's about that mid jungle. I know, bold to assume, but
statement.
I know. Will have to come through.
Now the question is, how do Mad Lions handle their early game? I think throughout the course of the play-ins group stage, it is very fair to criticize and look at how Mad Lions approach their respective games. Definitely had some moments of weakness, definitely had some struggles. And I will say that when I locked in my Mad Lions pick on Pick'ems, 95% of you were along for the ride. 5% went for Saigon Buffalo. I don't know if that's a good omen or a bad one.
I'm part of those 5%.
The coin is.
The
Church of the
has
coin.
spoken. But either way, Mad Lions, it's been interesting to watch them play because at times it's like, okay, this is looking super solid. You're just definitely going to close this one out cleanly. And then slowly but surely, mistake starts to happen. And it's like uncharacteristic. It's like overstaying. And when you play against a team like Saigon Buffalo, he'll try and contest you at pretty much every given moment. If you get overconfident and take a team fight that you think you win, but you don't, well, that's the game flipped on its head.
Well, it's exactly how Mad Lions lost to DRX yesterday. Had significant advantage, went for that Baron play. Did not work out for them.
And some dumbass cat in the bot lane.
That too, that too. Now let's talk a little bit about this early game. Obviously, Alyoya's on that Hecarim, and when we take a look at BJ playing the Maokai, I think, obviously, a lot of contests to be anticipated. Shogun and Taki, we know they like to play aggro. They've got a 2v2 that will have some advantages in the early stages. Where else should we be focusing, Gulborg?
Well, we're so close, at least in the rune sets here in the beginning, to have full precision, the perfect coming through from Mad Lions. But in general, I think it's just going to be about these objectives that you don't necessarily have to focus on the roles too much from the get-go. If you take a look at the top lane, Gwen, of course, will be pushed in a little bit, but then after that, something to play for later when she picks up the first item. Mid lane as well, with Niski, if he's enabled on the map, same can be said for Froggy. They both have a facilitating playstyle, and the bot lane of Unforgiven and Kaiser are playing way more on the back foot, where Shogun and Taki, well, they're looking to be aggressive. And then after that, that's really just how they rotate the pressure around for the objectives.
Okay, well, let's see who gets that early advantage. And just before any action breaks out, Taki and Shogun standing inside the bush. Dark Binding, somewhat anticipated, easily sidestep by Unforgiven. I want to just talk about Unforgiven and Shogun for a brief moment, because in terms of the damage share for their respective teams, when I look at Mad, it's pretty split between the carries. 24.4% for Amos, 27.7% for Niski. Maybe higher than expected, but still looking good. And Unforgiven's at 25%. Now I want to contrast that very quickly. Froggy with a couple Galio games, 23% of his team's damage. Shogun, 33%. So just like you talked about, Gulborg, all throughout the play-in stage, Shogun has been the tip of the spear as far as damage is concerned. Let's not forget that Froggy is playing a supportive role. Taki and Shogun, this time round, they've been bullied backwards. Level 2 for Unforgiven and Kaiser. They take advantage of it immediately.
Yeah, great stuff from Unforgiven on Kaiser. Kaiser specifically, because as soon as the Dark Binding was down, he knew he could get aggressive despite being melee. Now, forced the flash though.
That was almost a straight line. That flash, I was about to yell at. Kaiser gets out by the skin of his teeth. Summon spells traded 2 for 1 on the side of Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, so now lane goes back to the way it kind of was supposed to go. Mad Lions, they had a window where they almost got a kill on Taki, together with the CC chained up with the Flame Chompers. But after that, it is still Caitlyn Morgana. You get hit by one binding, you pretty much die, and even more so now that Kaiser doesn't have the heal available. Elioya has Path down here as well, so has BJ. potentially to secure his bot lane to get the crash in. Then you can get aggressive, see if you want to get a ward on enemy Raptors, get the intel. Elyoya, though, has to be careful if they overcommit. It's a big wave they might be fighting into, and now seeing the Scryers bloom, they should have the intel.
Remember, there's no flash available for Taki's Morgana. Elyoya steps forward, gets pinned out, immediately backs away. Top lane playing out exactly as expected. Gulborg, Armwood pushes in early. Hazmed, snip, 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 ghosts up, chases forward. Hyper proc for Armwood, 150 HP, continuing to get away. Underneath the tower, Hazmed stays just out of range, takes one shot, correction, and backs out. Armored, bold, holding on to that flash.
Oh, most certainly. I would have seen most people flash out of that situation. Armored, though, apparently knows the limit. Ice filled, or rather veins filled with ice. Here comes that Raptor invade I talked about with the bot lane probably also have, but BJ...
Ooh, takes a tongue lick, slashing, but Niski and Elyoya not going to chase. I like the idea of ice filled with veins. That's a much more gruesome visualization.
Yeah, well, we are getting close to October if you want to have some Halloween inspiration for that one.
That's it. Dress yourself up as an ice cube with some veins in it. I will say, I want to have a little bit of fun with this bottom lane duo because there's so many traps. Once Shogun starts putting a couple of points into that Yordle Snap Trap, I want to look at Flame Chompers versus Snap Trap. I think there's a little mini game that can be played by both of these bot lanes to try and gain control. Before that, though, we're going to rock out on some Guitar Hero Hecarim, looking for a devastating charge into the back of Froggy.
Yeah, so it could potentially be forced to... Ooh! Flash. And BJ as well making his way down towards the bot lane. He can straight up just walk into the lane and force Unforgiven away, especially when he sees Elyoya up here.
Devastating charges available. Froggy flashes over the wall. Elyoya's going to be happy with that one. So, Hazmed able to push back Armor in the top lane. In the middle lane, Elyoya replies. And in the bottom lane, there's a 10 CS difference already. A plate has been secured already. And I think the Caitlyn Morgana taking a lead in the early stages of the game, that's not going to surprise anybody.
No, I mean, the game plan, as always, with the Caitlyn Morgana is choke out your lane opponents, pick up plates for yourself, get the plates, move on to a different lane, move up to Herald, and then you keep rotating this Caitlyn around the board, and wherever she goes, you kind of just pick up the plating. That's the ideal situation with it.
Let's find out how well they move their players around the map. Taking a quick look throughout some of the early stats. I mean, for Saigon Buffalo, 60% of the games, they get first blood. When I look at Mad Lions, it's the same, actually. So, out of the respective 5 games. Right now, no kills secured. 600 gold advantage for Saigon Buffalo. Junglers level 4 apiece. Mid lane is getting close to level 6. So we've had a lot of trading. No kills secured. One thing I remember from Cooldown yesterday, Mad Lions had nearly 3 times the amount of kills per game that we've seen from Saigon Buffalo. They've shown a little bit more temperament this time around as Elyoya's making his way top.
Now, there's, of course, a few points of attack you can still go for here. Top lane, Hazmed had, now it's pushing in, had a slow push before earlier, and he did not have the Ghost, which of course could be a point of attack for Elyoya. The second one is in the mid lane where Froggy no longer have the flash, so for Elyoya, getting that level 6 would be crucial. Jumps in here though.
Alright, devastating charges unavailable, knocked back onto Hazmed. Remember, no Ghost, no flash, locked inside the minion wave. First blood, Mad Lions. Not done yet though, as a target in the bottom lane for Kaiser. So many kills available to him, and BJ won't be able to do more, but that first kill claws it back, and it is secured by Elyoya.
Yeah, and that's a big wave that Hazmed is going to be missing out on there. Armwood got the push, he got level 6 beforehand, and that allowed him to get in.
Oh, Niski jumping forward, he's hijacked away that Shadow Surge, waiting to see if he pulls the trigger. Froggy's down below 50%, but under the tower. And immediately, Niski again hits that level, goes aggressive.
It's also just the fact that they don't have the intel right now where the BJ could be on the map. The vision's just not there to facilitate it. They're going to scout around now, see whatever vision they can, but look at the map right here. Like, good credit to Saigon Buffaloes. 2 pink wards here, and Mad Lions haven't even spotted them yet.
And very important as well, Elyoya as well as Niski mid-jungle. I know it's come to be expected from this team, but the first gank that successfully got the flash from Elyoya was in the mid lane. We saw there a little bit of pressure. The Scuttle Crab was secured by Elyoya. I believe that pink in the river's just been cleared out, and on the minimap, Elyoya is doing the same thing now in the jungle. So both of those wards now cleared. Elyoya are going to be very happy with that. Top side of the map going in favor of Mad, bottom side of the map going in favor of the Buffaloes.
Yeah, and I wonder how Mad Lions are going to be playing around with their timings now, because for the side of Saigon, they're just going to keep the pressure going on the bot side, but Mad Lions have kind of displayed they're not really looking to bail them out. They're looking to attack elsewhere. So I imagine as soon as Elyoya get that level 6, they want to try and abuse the fact that Froggy's flash is still down. And if you can get a mid lane kill, then afterwards you can bridge the priority down towards bot side. BJ still looking. Elyoya, level 6, advantage.
Ooh, Onslaught of Shadows available. No Nature's Grasp. Fight for those rocks. collect the rocks. BJ takes a couple rockets to the face. Unforgiven was low. There's no engage just yet. Froggy now getting jumped on, smacked by the chains. Here comes Alyoya. No 6 for BJ, remember. Devastating charge into the wall. Onslaught of Shadows causes the fear. Froggy's below 200. He's about to go down. The shield keeps him alive for a few seconds longer. Not enough to save his life. Dragon has been enlisted to help out the Saigon Buffalo. And it's called the snap trap. Holds Kaiser in place. Second kill, Mad Lions.
Yeah, really good pickup there, noting that Froggy is down in position where he can get pincered up. Too aggressive from Niski afterwards, walking over, or rather flashing over the wall. Unforgiven was not in a position to follow up, so man advantage was in favor of Saigon. But either way, you take those kills and you get out.
Very nicely done. Armut once again under some threat. Flashes available to him. Needlework and snip, snip, snip from Hazmed. He's dropped the ghost, flashed away from Armut, now below 200. Underneath the tower, and Hazmed will once again fail to complete the kill. Armut's up 15 CS and stepping back into the well.
Yeah, but definitely not clean from Armut either. Missing the boomerang in that exchange, trying to get up the Naba just so he can survive a potential dive. But once again, bot lane still under attack. Cleanse forced to come out from Unforgiven too.
Oh, look at the Flame Chompers up in the top lane. Hazmed now trying to trade back and forth. The boulder toss, the auto! Armut, he turned that around, adding Pink Gnar to his champion pool. In the bottom lane, nobody able to secure that kill. That was an impressive turnaround from Armut.
Yeah, and it's good tempo in the communications as well, especially when you consider the bot lane must be like, we need help, guys, we need help. But then Armut out of nowhere gets the solo kill through, boots the kind of mood and morale as well on the top side, knowing that you still have other things to play for. And now with Herald having spawned up on the map, with a mid lane with an advantage, with a top lane with an advantage, with a jungler that's suddenly 2-0, you should be looking to push the bot lane in, move your support up, and look for a Herald play.
It's going to be up to Shogun to really make use of this advantage. He's up 20 CS, he's secured 3 plates already. And that's why Saigon Buffalo are only down 500 gold, despite being down 3 kills. Rift Herald is secured here by Mad Lions again. And this, sorry, the Scuttle Crab, correction, has been secured there by Mad Lions. So they can use that vision, use that play. Rift Herald now starting up. No contest, so this should be secured as well.
Yeah, but the cross map on the side of Saigon Buffalo should just be like, well, they're using so many members on the top side. We can take the first turret for free on the bot side instead. So Mad Lions, they need to acknowledge that this is probably what's going to happen. And then they have a counter response, which can be, well, we'll use the Rift Hell on the top side on the mid lane afterwards. But you can already see it on the map. Like vultures, Saigon Buffalo are just scavenging towards the bot side.
Oh man, whenever there's prey left in the fields of the savannah from Lions, the vultures do come to pick at it. But I will say, the fact that Mad Lions were able to secure the Herald, I don't want to like defend the fact that this tower's under pressure. Of course it is. BJ spent a lot of time. Shogun is now under threat. Nature's Grasp comes up. Flame Chompers locks down the tree. Alyoya's got the Shadows of Onslaught available. Niski's also hijacked himself. That Nature's Grasp. Do they pull the trigger? The trees are rolling. Nyan trees flying forward. 1, 2 players rooted. The Mad Lions will not chase further. They've defended the tower. They secured the Herald. There's a possibility they could even look for Dragon if those recalls complete. Not going to go for it right now.
No, but they can look to extend the tempo as well. They know that they're going to be on reset time, as they know Froggy's still towards the bot side. So if you wanted to use the Rift Herald, there was potential for it to get free platings.
Well, that gold lead still only 300. Very important to note that Shogun's Caitlyn has picked up the Kraken Slayer. He is still plus 20 odd CS over his opposite number. And you can look at the gold. Armut and Alyoya leading the charge, then Niski, somewhat to expectation. And this is where, if you are a fan of the Buffaloes, you got to keep an eye on Shogun's positioning. Na's going to be jumping from, Hecarim's going to be flying for him. If Niski's able to get past that front line, he'll do the same. Right now, he's roaming top.
Niski barely any mana. BJ still towards the bottom side. So when they show all these members on the top side, the rest of the members on Saigon Buffalo, they're just going to handshake it and they're going to move immediately down to bot side.
I mean, Gulborg, this is huge for Mad Lions. They defended that bottom tower push from Buffalo. They got the Herald. They've used it to secure tower. They've accelerated Armut even further ahead. He's 2,000 gold ahead of Quinn. Look at your screens. 2,000 gold is crazy at this stage of the game.
I'll be honest with you, he was definitely not the member I expected to show up today in the first game, and it was close as well. It was on a knife edge on some of the kills he picked up. But the fact of the matter is that he did, and he's actually been looking really good on that Gnar on the top side.
Armut may not be getting Gnar for many more games this series. That was what one would assume. He still has that Aatrox available to him. Seeing that played out. Hazmed's Gwen so far been unable to press the advantage. But let's not forget how difficult that Gwen can be in the late stage of the game. And yes, there's a gigantic gap in the top half of the map for Mad Lions, but it is somewhat mirrored on the bottom half.
Yeah.
So that means Saigon, they have to utilize Shogun and Taki, the advantage they've accrued to some degree, to try and slow things down. But you cannot be out of position, otherwise that Hecarim Gnar will jump on you.
Yeah, and I mean, 1k gold lead barely matters. Like, you are ahead, but it's still not far enough ahead to the point where you can make mistakes in a team fight and the enemies can't capitalize. So, from the side of Saigon, once again, they break open the bot lane with this Caitlyn. Now they're going to move her around the map to see what else they can get, because she is the spear in this composition.
And BJ is now looking to shut down Pink Phenomena. His flash is on cooldown, if I'm reading that correctly. Starting to back out, got that hyper proc. On the mini-map, multiple members of Saigon are pushing through the middle lane.
Ahmed's alone here, but he's bluffing. He's saying, I'm going to pretend like I have someone in the back end of my pocket here, because walking up there should have been straight up just a kill for them.
He's got the Trinity Force completed, the Merc Trades as well. It's thrift store shopping for Hazmed and BJ, and he was about to ping on Mega Gnar here. Level 10 to level 10. Froggy's making his way up. Actually, so many Buffaloes are. The herd is arriving, and the Predator has become the prey. Ahmed gets needled work down. He's chucked out the boulders, walloping and crunching, and the first kill for Buffalo secured onto Ahmed.
Yeah, and Ahmed finally gets punished. Way too overextended there. Believes he's going to get out of the situation a bit more scot-free. That was not the case. Could have procced the last hyper as well with the W to get some more movement speed, but decided to use the ultimate. In turn, though, he is pretty much on a solo mission. They're going to be losing some damage on the bot side turret, but turret damage will be traded on the top side as well. So once again, don't really see the idea of being so overextended.
Yeah, right now the pressure in the mid lane was captured by Mad Lions. They pushed it back out. You can see Shogun currently defending. Tower traded, maybe. There's no one here to defend, so if Nisqy sticks around, he can secure it. And in contrast to the first game that we saw between these two teams, this has been a little bit cleaner from both respective teams. But because of the power differential between the top and the bottom half of the map, this gold difference, again, stays steady at 1,000 as we crest the 15-minute mark. 2 towers apiece, second dragon spawning in 2 minutes. So, Goldberg, let's keep our eyes on vision setup, and if either of these teams is going to make a play to secure that.
And I actually really like for Mad Lions that the game is so slow for them, because I think one of the weaknesses that Mad has, well, it's clearly also a strength. This is a team that really wants to be proactive. They want to be the team that makes the play. They want to be the team that dictate the pace of the early game. The problem for them is when they meet a team that want to dictate the pace just as much as they do, they try to one-up them. They try to play faster. And when they try to play faster, it gets messy. So just stylistically speaking, I always thought that the VCS would be difficult for Mad because they play a very kill-heavy game. But this time around, it's been very slow, and it's allowed Mad Lions to just play that game.
Shogun and Taki have been putting the tower pressure on. BJ hasn't been able to set up the kills just yet, and Hazmed's tried. He's tried to kill Ahmed, but didn't work out. I do want to draw everyone's attention again briefly to your itemization. Shogun's got that rapid-fire cannon completed. Just a moment ago, Unforgiven finished his Kraken Slayer, and this could be a 4v4. As 2 members of Mad Lions flanking each side of the Buffalo. Alyoya's coming in from behind. Gulbo, do you reckon he goes for the engage?
Oh, you can certainly look for it right here. They're going to get Pinsent. Ahmed almost Mega.
Mega Gnar. The trap is available. Mad Lions, do they pull the trigger? Holding onto it for now. Nature's Grasp was hijacked away. Both of these teams showing a level of restraint that is frankly shocking to me at this point in time.
Yeah, but they also just still have the setup. You can see here Riftail has been started out. Ahmed is still on the back end of that if he wants to flank. No flash available, but Psycho and Buffalo, what are you committing to a place here?
We're going to find out. Riftail's just about to get secured. The hijacked Nature's Grasp is thrown down. BJ's locked in place. He fires out one of his own and everybody lines up. Mega Gnar will whiff, and the unstoppable onslaught will at least slow people down. Rocket after rocket. Unforgiven's looking to get excited. Zap won't find its target. The Boomerang does, and Mad Lions, they get the Herald, they get a kill, and they get out.
Yeah, and Drake spawns up in 20 seconds as well. You can go for reset timers here and be ready to contest the next objective. Is that what you're looking for? Sylas ultimate has a really low cooldown. You can't take the Maokai ultimate, but you can still look for the Morgana instead. And Saigon, they just become so split. 2 members are trying to deal with Ahmed on the back end. Only 1 member can get the Black Shield. So as BJ's just kind of stand there to get a taste of his own medicine, well, that Sap Magic doesn't really taste as good as he thought it was going to do as he just gets taken down.
Man, for Mad Lions, such a controlled passage of play the last few minutes. Very, very happy faces.
Mediocrely happy. I've seen happier.
I mean, Mac is quietly confident. When you look at his face long enough, that little smile is controlled. It's also game 1 in the best of 5. But the way it feels to me right now, Goborg, do you have an older brother? No?
I am the older brother.
Fantastic. So, when you look at your younger siblings, you put your hand on their forehead and say, why? Try to reach me. Their arms are too short. They can't swing. That's what it feels like Mad Lions have done. They fended off the aggression of Shogun and Taki. They're still 0-0-0.
I'm going to stop you there. My little brother is taller than me.
But you get the idea.
I understand the idea. Yeah,
That's
sorry.
what I wanted to hear.
There you have it.
And right now, Mad Lions, they pick up the second dragon of the game. We're playing for an Ocean Salt on the Ocean Rift. And that's now updated. That gold lead still very close, 2,000. But I think it's crucial where the difference is in who has the advantage. It's the engage options for Mad, which in theory, in my head, makes their team fighting just a little bit easier to kick off to start. They've got that small advantage.
It's also just the longer the game goes in terms of if Unforgiven gets a reset, he's going to have way more value as an AD carry that Shogun's actually going to have. Shogun likes to play around rotations as a Caitlyn. In terms of your cooldown, in terms of fighting the headshot. It's the reason why you also buy rapid fire cannon so often on the Caitlyn. You want to outrange, you want to get some damage through, and then you wait it up again and find the poke. She's really good in siege situations where she's the one that gets to set up the objective first. Problem is for Saigon, they've not been in a situation where they actually were the one to set up for the objective themselves.
And I think the Flame Chompers as an answer to that Caitlyn setup as well, both sides having a fair amount of zone control. The fact that Nature's Grass can be hijacked as well, steal that away when Meganar's up, definitely has an influence. So, like, positioning around these fights that are to come will be so important. Second item we just saw picked up a moment ago for Armut. He's got himself that Wit's End, so definitely wanting to stand toe-to-toe. He's got that advantage over Gwen. Keep Gwen down for as long as you can. Deny one of those keys to victory here for Saigon in terms of activating Hazmid on us.
Oh yeah, and I think as Saigon, you don't have to be too nervous. This is the point in the game where Mad Lions usually start to show cracks in their gameplay. Really have not been as clean as they wanted to in terms of closing out games. So you can already see they still have decent good vision control from Saigon. You also have the saplings to play around with. You don't have to overreach anything. It's not like you're on timer with the Soul. Even then, the Drake, individual Drakes, are going to be Ocean. They don't matter very much in the mid game as an individual Drake. More like really good for laning phase if you get the first one.
Now, of course, for the Mad Lions, and a little bit of hopium on my side.
Oh, yeah?
This is a little bit more of what I think we saw yesterday against DRX in terms of the level of control.
And how did that go?
In comparison to the previous 4 games. So, for the first 20 minutes, if you look at the 6 games that Mad Lions have now played, this is on the back end of their group stage. Starting strong, starting clean. A 5-man stack here from the Mad Lions, plus the Rift Herald. Teleport is being channeled, and Hazmid's making his way. He's held on to that cooldown. Once again, that hijack Maokai ult is thrown down. Niski needs to be careful of the snap trap. Sidesteps at Alyoya's devastating charge is lined up. And just the threat alone, the zone control, allows Mad to pick up that tower with the use of the return.
I mean, the Maokai ultimate is so broken.
Yes.
The problem that Saigon is facing right now is that it's more broken on Niski than it is on BJ. Black Shield can only get utilized on one person. This time around, it was BJ who got the Black Shield. Who did that leave anyone out to dry? Shogun, forced to cleanse away. BJ, then again, getting picked apart by the rest of the CC following up. Mad Lions barely have to do anything. And you just wait till that Maokai ultimate is available for you.
And Gulborg, if everybody lines up, one in a line straight behind a target so they don't get rooted, well, then you're a fantastic target for a Nara or Hecarim. So there's a lot of great synergies in the engage tool.
But also just the way that it's actually sent out here by Niski, because exactly as to what you say right here, if they all stand against the wall there, they're going to get absolutely demolished afterwards. It's such a good angle to just zone people down away from the turret.
Very elegantly done. This will extend Mad Lions' gold lead to something that's, I think, more meaningful. 3,000 gold at the 21-minute mark. They've got 3 towers to 2. More importantly, the flow of the game has been dictated by Mad Lions. It's Alyoya's ganks and movement around the map, plus Armut's ability to fend off Hazmed in the early game that truly has allowed them to get to this point. And that Jinx, despite still being down 30 CS, has got the second item completed, is now moving into the phase of the game where you start to prefer Jinx in these next 10-15 minutes than you do a Caitlyn.
Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, I mean, I already prefer it now. Even with an item behind, I'm not going to lie to you, just because of what's built around it. The fact that even if they get the great pickup from Saigon Buffalo, if they get on towards Unforgiven, well, Kaiser's just going to be there to gobble him up immediately.
Okay, so Gulborg, let's turn our perspective to that of the Saigon Buffalo. They have been pushed around, but they have managed to pick up cross maps. They have managed to pick up a kill of their own. How do they claw back control from Mad Lions?
Well, it's once again about finding these pickup and vision pockets. You can even see it now. Mad Lions, they're playing a 1-3-1. Usually we don't see teams try to go for this too much because there is the risk that you'll get picked apart. And that risk is, of course, in the mid lane as well here, where you can see 4 members against the 3. Niski now, after having pushed in bot lane, would then move into the mid lane. But as Armut is pushing up the top side, they'll have to respond to the pressure at some point from Saigon Buffalo. And you have to wait as Mad Lion. You cannot go forward in the mid lane before someone stops Armut. And if they don't, that's great. You just get a turret for yourself.
I mean, where Buffalo's hunting there, it looked to me like they're trying to set up a death bush. No response top, so Armut keeps pushing. Exposed inhibitor, there's nobody back there, so the tower's dropping before this dragon will even drop. Mad Lions will steal the red buff away, and now that is an open inhibitor for Mad Lions.
And just like I said with Mad Lions, that, you know, Saigon Buffalo don't have to be worried about them picking up the Drakes because it's not going to do too much. Well, it's the exact same thing. This Ocean Drake isolated in terms of playing against the composition of Mad Lions right now, it's useless. It doesn't do anything. So Mad Lions, they'll happily get 2 turrets for themselves, open up a pathway to the topside inhibitor, and get control around the Baron area. Starting up the Baron here might be a little over-aggressive, but so far it's working out for them, and Saigon, they're not actually checking.
There's no movement yet. Taki finally stepping forward. Stepping will reveal 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. Dark Binding's not going to be enough, and Mad Lions just sneak away the Baron. They managed to expose the inhibitor top. They extend the gold lead to 6,000, and this is a Mad Lions performance we have not yet seen. Crucially, though, we are still in that phase of the game where some bold calls have been made that have been punished by Mad, so they still have to play at this level of control to close out game 1.
Yeah, but let's be real. This game has been so clean for Mad Lions. Like, unbelievably clean to the point where it just looks like at them demolishing Saigon right now. Going forward, they shouldn't have to worry here. Like, just don't overextend anything. Armut's going to go back to what he did just before. He's going to push in the bot side. If Saigon want to continue to see if anyone ever bites in the mid lane, well, Mad Lions are just not going to bite. They're not going to walk forward, and they get objectives to 3. This is just like, there's no point of attack for Saigon. All they're left to do is just watch everything around them crumble at the moment.
Especially with that Baron-empowered minions. Is going to jump forward, hit the Beam J Maokai into the wall. Alyoya, Onslaught of Shadows, 3 targets available. He's holding on to it. Again, tempered aggression just as I start ramping up the hype. Mad Lions, they're playing the map. Look in the middle lane. Niski is escorting those minions forward. Focus Saigon Buffalo down, chunk them out, take the objectives. You win the game through killing the Nexus. You don't need to over-chase for fights, and this is what's happening. 2 more towers, Goldborg.
Yeah, and even then, Froggy forced to use the flash with Armut just jumping forward. He's really feeling himself in this series, and they're going to continue. Bot lane wave will collapse, mid lane wave coming up through. Yoya's going to back up Niski as well at the same time, and once again, Saigon, they're just watching everything around them crumble.
Armut's about to go Meganot once more, gets the knockback. There's the chase in from Shadow Surge, but there's simply not enough follow-up, not enough damage. Tower is secured in the middle lane, 7-3. And I think right at the beginning of this game, Goldborg, you talked about how Mad Lions have shown a tendency to initiate, to go forward, to try to accelerate the pace. This is calm and controlled aggression. Maybe aware and realizing, don't get down into the level of Saigon Buffalo, don't fight them at their game, because they might just be better at it.
This is a team that really wants to add a 1 best of 5 to their resume, at least coming out from this first game that we see. They're not taking any chances, as you're saying. And you're laughing, but I mean, it's true no, from the way that they're playing.
True. It is 100% true. It's just, I love the fact that Law spoke to Mac about it just before the interview. You heard Mac say, yeah, we had like a 2-3 BO5. It's not that bad. Those words tell you a lot between the lines of how he's feeling. But this is a statement opening game. Mad Lions still need to pick up 3 to advance to face down Evil Geniuses tomorrow. That final spot in the group stage. As it stands, they also need to knock over the Nexus. But it's minute 50 until Dragon. 10 seconds before the Red Bull Baron power play times out, plus 2,500 gold. But more important is just the way that they are moving around the map, the way that Armut and Alyoya, I think, are combining on the initiation, but backed up by Niski has been great. Kaiser will use that Devour, will just get rooted up. Shadow Surge forward. Kaiser's going low. The Abyssal Dive, not enough. Takes him out. Onslaught Shadows has been used. Teleport forward. Niski has stolen the grass. 2 members stunned by Niski once. More armor, rather, against the wall. Now Alyoya's taken out. Hasmed's got himself a kill. They've done forgiven damage, and the resets get excited, but it's simply not enough. Shogun stays alive until he's facing down Armut, and Niski, 1 member remaining. And the the Saigon Buffaloes are about to get aced. Mad Lions win the fight, but that looked close.
That looked so close. I just thought the Mad Lions were about to turn it around, but Niski shows off huge, comes in with a teleport, finds himself a triple kill. Still a wave to push on the bot side if he wants to open up that inhibitor turret. So despite this looking so good for Saigon Buffalo, they still don't manage to close out the deal. Fortunately for them though, this is probably not going to be the end of the game, and they pick up some crucial gold in terms of getting that Caitlyn to the 4-item power spike.
Right now the inhibitor's just about to fall, rooting BJ down in place, stepping forward to the Kingslayer and chucking those chains out. Taki's socks shackles has been hijacked away, rooted up under the tower. Niski continues to push forward. That is heals! Keep him alive! But not long enough. It's a 2-for-1 as Armored will look for the second inhibitor as well. And not going to find it just yet. The minions will be feared up. A couple more autos. Armored's thinking about it, looking for it, and will back away.
Yeah, and just before that, Niski was 0-0-3 on the Silas. This time around, though, after just that 2-minute skirmish, he's 4-1-4, suddenly feeling himself, wanting some action in this game.
All right, there we go. With some backup from Kaizen Alyoya. Second inhibitor, third inhibitor correction will fall. Top lane was taken down. Double supers will start pouring into Saigon Buffalo's base. Now, in my head, if you're in the Buffalo camp, you start thinking a little bit about this next game. It is going to be so incredibly difficult to come back. Saigon Buffalo will have side selection, and it is a long BO5.
I will give you one win condition, and that is when Caitlyn reached those 4 items. Like, you got the Lord Dominic's Regard. You will pick up an Infinity Edge. You will have crits and some armor damage to actually shred through these carries and front lines that you have from the side of Mad Lions. The big problem that Shogun is facing is that his front line gets blown up before he gets to play the game all the time. But if they can find a fight like they did before, where one member will extend and they get the tempo first to make it a 4 versus 5, that could be what they're looking for.
You need that a couple times though, because that gold lead is now 7,000. They've got so many supers to deal with. So if Mad Lions use the mini-map to their advantage, they can look to set up another Baron. Baron-empowered double supers could be all they need to finish the game, but Baron could also be what Saigon Buffalo need to stall this out and claw back the deficit. That spawns in 10 seconds. Mad Lions just picked up their second dragon. And I think I want to give some credit again to just how the map has been played, how Mad have moved around their resources.
Yeah, I'll give you one point where they can actually find a way to win this game, and that if Mad Lions Alyoya get too over-aggressive. Because Alyoya currently does not have any armor whatsoever. So this Caitlyn is actually going to hurt like a truck against him if he overextends.
I mean, right now, Saigon Buffalo, they were looking for their engage. Pop down the movement speed from Taki. Weren't able to find the target. Bottom lane has got supers inside the base. So does the top. And as soon as they cross the steps, Mad Lions back away. There is no way for the Buffaloes to contest or challenge this. They will be far too late. So it'll be second Baron for Mad Lions at 30 minutes. Now they just got to play it slow and steady. If they get caught out in those choke points, maybe there's a way there for Saigon, but they're looking for a small misstep, looking for that numbers advantage, just like what I was talking about.
Yeah, but this is where it's
so
you won't find it now, because the map is not going to be open for you. The 2 double super minions coming through from every single lane, Baroned up super minions at the same time. You have to look for a miracle. BJ has to find some sort of flash engage on a target that's going to be available to him. But once again, the thorn in the side there will be the Tam Kench, which is a really intelligent pickup against this team composition.
Let's follow Niski, see what he will steal away from Saigon Buffalo. If BJ steps all the way forward, I mean, that's Soul Shackles. Nature's Grasp has been used exquisitely. Once again, available. Niski looking to set up the angle as Armwood is just using all of his kit in Mininar to take down Hazmed. He's forced away. Nature's Grasp goes out. Nexus turret, number 1 will drop. They're traded back and forth. Niski's cooldown on his ultimate, 50%. Will be able to hijack yet another. Boulder Toss tags out Buffalo, and Buffalo are trying to defend, but they are being overwhelmed.
Yeah, they most certainly are. You can even see your ultimate's getting thrown up, but nothing's connected from the side of Mad Lions, though. They're getting the play in now. Desperation.
Hazmed is going all the way forward with their Hallowed Mist. Kaiser forced to flash to safety. That's a 1-for-2 trade. No Gwen, no Vex, no Maokai. Saigon Buffaloes are being eaten alive inside their base, and the Mad Lions will strike first in this best of 5.
It was a slow game this time around, but my God, was it clean for Mad Lions? And a new look to them, I'd say, in terms of how it was actually played out. Only they did look messy in the mid lane, where the teleports came through from both teams, and one member got caught off guard. But even then, they still won the team fight. So looking good in the first game.
I think the level of control demonstrated both from the advantage early and I think crucially the fact that Armut was able to fend off Hazmet, I think are two of the big things for me.
Oh, yeah.
Had Armut gone down, had that Gwen had the side pressure in addition to the CS advantage of Caitlyn, this game would have looked completely different.
Yeah, because then you're losing on the bot side and you're losing on the top side, and it's so difficult to find any leverage back into it. So, yeah, I guess huge credit to Armut from laning phase.
Does he get Gnar again? Does he get what?
I think he will. I think he will. Like, I genuinely don't think Gnar is that scary of a champion that you throw it in the first 3 ban phase. And the fact was, it was so close to go either way. Like, if I'm Hazmet here, I'm saying I almost had him. I almost had him.
Almost had him. Can Hazmet do it in game 2? We'll find out. Mad Lions taking game 1 and the lead in the series. We're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much. Quick shot. Our first game in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz goes the way of the Mad Lions. I heard Goldberg say it. Kind of a slow-paced game.
Yeah.
Didn't really feel like there was any, I hesitate to say this, but no major climactic moment. It almost felt a little bit like a walk in the park for Mad Lions from start to finish.
This was it. This was the climactic moment.
I mean, you're not wrong, right? Okay, let's start with this, because one of the things we had talked about in compositions when it came to these two teams was how Mad had looked so good with the trio of Gnar, Hecarim, Seraphine. Saigon Buffaloes, I know that says DFM. Saigon Buffaloes, though, they identified at least the Seraphine aspect of that trio as the thing that they wanted to remove.
Yes, that was fine, but I take huge issue with the rest of the draft. So, the last time that I broke down a Caitlyn draft, it was where there was like a triple melee topside, like a Sejuani Fiora thing.
Right.
And then they had a Caitlyn, and I said that was like a peanut butter and bacon sandwich.
Right. And remind me which part's the peanut butter and which part's the bacon?
Peanut butter's bot lane. Caitlyn's peanut butter.
Got it. Okay.
It'll go with most things. Like it's a good sandwich ingredient. But those two things were a little incongruent. Now, Caitlyn Morgana's fine. Still peanut butter. The top side of Gwen, Vex, Maokai, that's expired sardines. It goes with nothing.
Oh, we yeeted the bacon out of the sandwich.
Yes, those 3 cannot go on anything.
We wanted a salt substitute.
You have 3 AP champions on your entire top side and a Caitlyn who needs to get individual farm. So everyone on the top side of Mad can build Verdant Barrier, Hex Drinker, Mercury Treads, Force of Nature, Wit's End. They just go to town and they make the game actually unplayable. So those triple AP is equivalent of expired sardines on a sandwich. You cannot do this in a professional game.
Yeah, I feel like if they just change their solo lane picks, maybe Camille on top side, any kind of control mage in mid, and I feel like this composition works out because, I mean, heck, the casters were saying perfectly, like, maybe it could have gone differently had, like, the Gwen found an advantage, but the Gwen started to get so far behind. Sure, the Caitlyn is ahead, but once we get into these skirmishes, if the Caitlyn can't really just set up to be that artillery piece around the map, I mean, there's no way they're going to ever be able to take 5v5s.
Yeah, and I do want to just take a moment to highlight the fact that, like, we saw leads built on opposite sides of the map for these teams, as you talk about, Jad. Like, that Caitlyn Morgana duo in the bot lane is very strong, can be oppressive by taking turret plates and building CS advantages. But on the top side, a little bit of attention paid to Armut's lane by Elyoya in the Gnar versus Gwen matchup. They get a couple of those early kills, and it sets the front line off here on the side of Mad to a pace that just can't be out-damaged in terms of their defensive items.
Yeah, it really did, and I don't think Mad was ever stressed during this game. I liked some of the shots of the coach cam, even when the gold was like 1,000 away. Mac was just very confidently sitting in his chair like, yeah, I know what's going to happen. When the other team only has 1 physical damage dealer and everyone else is magic damage. So really clean game by Mad, and I don't expect to have the other games be this subdued. I think part of it was just because of the way the team comps matched up to make it a slower game, and I think we'll see a much different look for the rest of the season.
And Lyric, that's interesting because we heard Goldberg talking about it a little bit about how these teams stylistically match up, and that he actually believed that it's not a great stylistic matchup for Mad if Saigon plays to kind of their normal pace and really pushes it. But they did have a slow start here and let Mad control it.
We heard Goldberg saying in draft 2, expecting things like the Callista to come out, and that's why I actually don't feel like Saigon Buffalo need things like the Caitlyn to dominate in the bot lane. They could, they could do that with numerous champions. Those guys have just been insane. So I kind of expect them to maybe lean away from these types of champions that, again, Caitlyn does kind of warp the game around her. Just believe in the 2v2 prowess that you already have.
And so, Jad, this is perfect because I'd love to bring back something that we didn't actually have a chance to get to in the pregame in talking about this series. The bot lane matchup of the AD carries in Shogun versus Unforgiven. Both of these teams would be happy to funnel gold into either of these players with their carry potential. But this time around, it was clearly Saigon that wanted more of an advantage in the bot lane.
And these stats you're seeing right now are strictly from the play-in group stage. It's not including the game we just saw, but Shogun is clearly the top performer for Saigon Buffalo, being first or second in most stats, and then Unforgiven being 7th to 6th in a lot of his stats. This was obviously the game we just saw, where still a large portion of the lifting was done by Shogun. 38% of the damage, 1/3 of the team's kills. The game just didn't go that well, but I still expect that this matchup is where Saigon should look to get the majority of their advantages.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you like to see those numbers then on the side of Shogun if this is the way that we want to continue to see them play. There could maybe be some arguments, though, about, you know, the fact that, yeah, with an entirely AP side of the map, you're forcing him into a situation where he has to put up 40%, you know, damage share, and if he doesn't, then it's unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they've been comfortable, maybe not with the 4 AP, but, I mean, we've had Zach mid twice, right? They are clearly very confident in putting everything onto Shogun's plate and knowing he'll deliver.
Whoa, what do you make of this? Saigon Buffalo electing to stay on red side. Now, just given, I mean, historically League of Legends, blue side favored. At least in the LCS, blue side incredibly favored throughout the year this year. I couldn't speak to all of the regions. But even within the group stage, it felt like the majority of teams in those best of ones who had the coin flip and side select would jump to blue. So this is kind of an interesting pick from my perspective.
Maybe the thought process is, you know, wanting to get the counter picks for soul lanes, right? Because when we're hyping up their bot lane being completely fine on their own, you're on red side, you could probably get that 1-2 of the Maokai that you like, and then try and get the counter picks for Froggy and Hasmed, who we saw are kind of the ones that either with draft or with laning, they kind of need to band-aid to get through this matchup.
I mean, given the fact that we just played out a draft with both teams on these respective sides, what would be the thing? Let's pretend Mad tries to recreate the same draft. Where would the departure be for Saigon? In which pick or which role would you make that swap? Would it be top? Would it be mid?
If we still have it, I'd love to have the pick order pulled up again because I don't have the bands memorized.
Gotcha.
But I know that Silas was first picked. And then I believe the 1-2 by Saigon Buffalo was Caitlyn and Maokai. But would there be a tweak in the bans? If anything, I wonder if Saigon is going to leave Aatrox up and then dare Mad to first pick it, because that could leave over a Silas. It could also mean they're maybe fine matching Gnar with Aatrox. Then they can still run like a Maokai jungle, an AP mid with another Caitlyn lane if they want to. I think if anything,
Neil as well. Still,
if anything, I think the Aatrox would stay up and they'd dare Mad to first pick it. That would be the one tweak I'd make if I was Saigon Buffalo.
All right, some thoughts for us on the side of Saigon Buffalo. After their games yesterday, we got a chance to catch up with Elyoya about his experience at Worlds so far and his perspective on the series versus Saigon Buffalo. Check it out.
I think even though we were ahead, they still had many win conditions because their combo in late was much better. They did well playing with the vision. I think they at any point did give us like a free Nashor or a free objective. So yeah, I think they just did a good job of not giving us free vision for the Nashor. So I think with Velvet, you wanna look also for early action. This champion is really strong in early game, and you wanna snowball the game as fast as you can. I think if you can get ahead with this champion, it's really annoying to deal against.
20 seconds longer, gets stunned up, kites away, the fear lands, and Elyoya is here!
I'm pretty confident coming into this matchup. I mean, I just hope it's a bloodbath. I just hope there is much fun for everyone watching. I really want to say thank you because so far this experience has been amazing. And a big part of it has been knowing the people that support me and just being supported by so many people. So thank you so much for everything.
He said he hopes it's a bloodbath. I'm kind of hoping Game 2 is a little bit more of a bloodbath than Game 1 was.
It will be.
I mean, again, you're a Mad Lions fan. You're very happy with the way that Game 1 played out because they didn't do anything more than necessary, right? They kind of just played exactly to the way they needed to in order to get a clean win.
They didn't need to show any picks. They didn't need to do any crazy shenanigans in regards to like crazy jungle paths or anything along those lines. So I feel like Mad Lions are feeling incredibly happy about how this one went. And I just also love that Elyoya wants the bloodbath. And that's what these VCS teams are known for.
I guarantee you this, if you were to pick the Belveth, there would probably be a little bit more of a bloodbath than, let's say, the Hecarim this time around.
He was over 100 CS up on the Belvath, and then lost the game. So it's going to be a tricky one to come back for, because it's like, I did everything I possibly could. Maybe a better teamfight champion.
Definitely. Well, we have a lot of questions about how Saigon Buffalo is going to change their strategy, sticking to the red side, which indicates to me they feel like they have the answer. Now, check out Saigon Buffalo's pick, Take Over, featuring Jeremy McKinnon, Henry, and Max, as the song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen, and we'll see you back here for game number 2 right after the break.
We the top again, I would help you lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoiler out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming on, name you ought to know by now. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. 在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you coming, my name you ought to know by now. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Welcome back to the 5th day of epicness from Worlds 2022. Mad Lions are up 1-0 in the series. Saigon Buffalo had side selection. They elected to stay on red side. So I'm going to come to you, Goborg, and say, let's start this game focusing on what, first of all, Saigon Buffalo do to adapt to the draft. And secondly, how they adapt in game, because there were moments that looked good at the beginning, but frankly, they weren't able to get a foothold against Mad Lions.
Yeah, and I actually think one of the things that really messed them up was going by the Gwen as well. I think they needed more solid engage as well to move that Caitlyn around and have any answer in team fights. You can easily see it that it was only the Maokai who could really start something, but Mad Lions had the same thing to play around with. So it wouldn't actually surprise me that because the Sylas was able to take away so many tools, that was going to help Saigon, but ended up helping Mad Lions, that I see the Sylas just be banned this time around again.
Now, for Saigon Buffalo, just a reminder, if you have missed some of the games already, this is the youngest roster at Worlds 2022. The average age is 19. Many viewers will remember Saigon Buffalo from MSI, and they are in a do-or-die best of series. If they lose today, they are eliminated. Their Worlds run ends at knockouts, and they're down 1-0. So I really want to see where the draft comes. The analyst desk was talking extensively about the AP top side of the map. You've also talked about the lack of engage. Despite the fact Shogun generated an advantage, I also think some credit to Unforgiven and Kaiser. They did play weak side. They did concede a lot. They lost their tower, don't get me wrong, but they didn't concede more. And I know that's a kind of a weird thing to say, but it is important in the context of the game.
But I also think that gives you something to play for Saigon Buffalo. You know that you still have Shogun to play for down in that bot side, despite the team completely falling apart. Because all of them did fall apart. They had nothing to play for. He was still standing there trying to do his best at firing some damage to come through. And now you can build a key team composition around that better. You can go for more of the team fighting style, the early game prowess that we've seen Saigon Buffalo be so good at, both regionally as well, but also glimpses of it at plans. Because I think, once again, this is a team that can actually do really well into Mad Lions.
Yeah.
But if they just sit around and watch everything get cross-mapped, because that's what happened. They would send 5 members into the mid lane, and then their side lane turrets would just get taken.
Let's start from the perspective of Saigon Buffalo. Look into your crystal ball for me, Goldborg.
That puts Saigon Buffalo in
there. Let me think. What do you think about the draft now? How do you think will change? The last time they were red side, they banned Draven, Aatrox, and Seraphine. Jack mentioned that maybe you remove Aatrox from that ban pool, see whether or not Armut will actually lock that one in. What else do you anticipate could be a possibility?
I mean, I would actually swap at least one of the bans with the Sylas instead. You can even let the Draven be open if you want to. I think Matt has actually displayed that they feel a little uncomfortable playing around the bot lane as a point of attack. It's more, let's have a reliable AD carry in the backline, but let's not have someone we play through and like directly. So I think that's a ban you can throw out there. I only think that Draven ban makes sense if you're looking for Kalista.
Okay, let's find out if that's the case. No change for ban number 1. Aphelios removed from the pool here from Mad Lions. Draven is left inside the ban, so no changes as of yet. Mad Lions next up, Goldborg.
Yeah, okay, but I think Mad Lions is just going to continue with what they've had so far as well. And Poppy, of course, was one of the champions, Pantheon against Bean J, as we already talked about. Those were the 3 bans with Aphelios that came out from Mad Lions. So far, it's mirrored from Saigon. They haven't changed up anything, and I think Mad Lions are quite happy about that. So on 3, on the blue side ban here, it's actually going to be the Caitlyn instead, so Mad Lions have opted in for the rotations, and I wonder if that means they're looking for any Poppies themselves. Bans just get changed as well from the side of Saigon. You can see they've let open the Seraphine, banned the Sylas.
Sylas removed, exactly like you mentioned. That Seraphine and Swain were instrumental in Mad Lions' first win. They're going to pivot that first pick as well. Last game was the Sylas banned away, so now they've swapped to the Hecarim, and Shogun's got the misfortune already.
Yeah, but now you're getting a mimic of the first time this team played around. If Mad Lions want to go for the same thing that happened back then you're going to lock in Seraphine, and you're going to lock in the Gnar, because that's what happened the first time they played against each other. And what's that? That's the Seraphine. What's the third one? Oh, well, I'll have you know, that's a Gnar once again.
Oh, great job, Goldborg. Fantastic. And will we see the full Salty run back?
We won't.
Sandra is a pivot this time around, and Froggy's going to lock that in. But again, it fits the style of play we've seen from them all tournaments.
But that's interesting, because Lissandra is usually not one of the champions that you pick up just blind. It's quite often either a counter into a mid laner like the LeBlanc, or it's because you have a jungler you want to play for. But this time around, they just slam it in immediately. And while you can get the push and move down to a bot side, Niski now has that luxury where he can try and get something that gets push against the Lissandra, like an Azir as well, if that's something Niski wants to try his luck on.
What is the ban's going to be here from Saigon Buffalo? One would assume something targeting that bottom lane. Get rid of them if you can. Amumu's gone. Alistair's gone. Will Leona go out? What was the support that was run with that Seraphine last time round? I think it was the Alistair, if I recall correctly.
It was indeed.
And now Saigon are going to ban away the Swain. So at least pieces of what cost them a win earlier are now off the table.
Yeah, but you also have to realize at the same time that banning away and Alistar that there's so many champions that still function the same way. If Mad Lions decide to ban the Leona there, Nautilus will still be up available. I think that's actually really clever from them. They decide to leave both things open, because if they go for the Nautilus, you can still go for the Leona then. You won't leave one engager up and available. You'll have both sides of the coin there.
Well, that's the case so far. Misfortune Nautilus in the bottom lane for Shogun and Taki. Hazmed waiting to see what he's going to run up in that top lane. Is that tiny possibility?
Ooh, that's good too.
Could flex there, and Set could fit that initiation option that you've talked about. Managed to get that dunk, going to pivot away at the last second. So what are we looking for now? A Niski option into the Lissandra.
So Niski option into Lissandra. I mean, you can go for control mages that fit the team fight composition if that's what you're looking for. You can even go an AD if that's really what you want to get ahead at. But I think the best thing to go for will still be that AP. Talia wouldn't honestly be too bad either if that's something Niski wants to default to.
2 games played, 100% win rate, 50% win rate, correction, it is locked in now. When I look throughout the entire season and year, this will be the 10th time that Niski has played Talia, and we have a Vayne top? That's a Vayne top! Yes, Guborg, look up, Vayne top. What does this mean?
That means he's getting reported, and I hate range top laners. Who locks in Vayne in the top lane? Now, this is a champion that, of course, can battle it up with Armwood in the top side. You win the trains. Gnar has really low range in the beginning. So does Vayne, but it's actually longer than the Gnar, so you can actually contest on the top side. So now Armwood is going to be struggling just a little bit. There's actually kill pressure both in the bot side and in the top lane. But at the same time, if you leave this Vayne out to dry and she doesn't get resources, it's a really easy pick to come around and gang once you hit that level 6.
Oh, we have to watch. How does Saigon Buffalo enable Vayne top? We've had Teemo top, Garen top, and now we've added Vayne to the collection as one of the potential answers into this Gnar. Don't forget as well, some abilities to deal with Hecarim a little bit, but you need to get Vayne in an advantageous position. Vayne or bust. That seems to be how I'm reading this game.
I mean, this is so curious, right? You just got solo killed in lane, and the response is just like, there is no way I'm going to be losing top lane, at least from a laning state, when you lock in this Vayne. A lot of it's going to come down to junglers. Once again, if you overextend, it's a long lane, and yes, you have the condemn, but as soon as the level 6 comes through, that Hecarim will be on top of you, Gnar will be on top of you, you can only condemn one of them, and that most likely will be the Gnar too, since Hecarim's unstoppable.
Well, let's find out whether or not Hazmed can actually stay safe. I want to pay very close attention to the early stage of this game. BJ on that Maokai in game number 1 wasn't able to have some influence on the Rift in the map. Yoya's Hecarim did very well, and we have a lane swap. We have a lane swap as well. Will it stick this way?
No, it will not. That's the Vayne top, and that's just Nautilus around to see if anyone's going to come around here. Albeit, I do see the point of view that could come through. So Ghost has been opted in for Hazmed as well, so looking to just completely auto-space their opponent, get the resets in with the Ghost. It fares up really well with your ultimate resets as well, of course. So, problem is, if you die and you have Ghost, you lose a lot. Like, we're talking 1 or 2 deaths in lane, then you have completely extended your power spike.
Because of the fact that you lose the CS, you lose the experience, you can't TP back, right? Whereas Armwood can. Everybody at home, link your league account with Prime Gaming to receive your free digital goods. I actually haven't claimed my October chest yet. I'll need to do that a little bit later. But I will say that 2 games in a row now, Saigon Buffalo have made it clear that kind of the split pushing or that top lane power angle is one of the ways that they're trying to pick it up. The Gwen in the previous game didn't get rolling, didn't get activated. Vayne this time around, I think you can make a defendable argument even harder to get a Vayne rolling and going, but if he does, then that's a champion that can take over an entire Rift.
But you can also see it from the 2 junglers where they're starting, right?
Yeah.
They're on the bot side of the map. They know where this is going to be going in terms of the pressure. They're going to move it up towards the top side. It wouldn't even surprise me to see BJ skip camps, just have that W and Q available to him, and come around if there's a stacked wave from Hazmed up towards the top side.
Right now, Hazmed seems to be pushing, if you look at the mini-map, a number of pings there from Mad Lions. Taki as well as Shogun pushing forward. And this is what you talked about in draft. Goldberg, that slightly extra range enabling or allowing Hazmed to push forward and step forward.
Oh, it's not a fun lane to play as now. You're just kind of there to hit the boomerangs every now and then, and you're going to get sewn away, as you can see that's happening right now. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. All 3 lanes in favor of Saigon Buffalo. Hazmed stepping for level 2 as well. Going to tumble forward, use those silver bolts. to get a couple shots. No condemn as of yet, so Armor can still stick around that wall. I will say that Niski's been able to at least push that wave a little bit back with Unraveled Earth, that threaded volley. And again, lots of trading, but Hazmed playing this great in the opening. Look at the mini-map. BNJ is going to be first in the river.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Even from the bot lane, because Saigon gets to push every time, that can enable Taki if he wants to get out on the map and roam. And that would be a great advantage in terms of playing the map and keeping the tempo active. Now, Elyoya up towards the top side. Make sure Namut can collect this wave because he's still level 1.
15 CS to 2. Hazmed's Vayne using the early power over Gnar to perfect advantage. Armor's trying to pick up some CS under the towers. Lost 1, 2 already. Picked up 1. He's missing a lot of these, but under a huge amount of pressure. Now, in comparison to game 1, it's Armut that's on the back foot, playing defensively. You can see down in the bottom lane, Unforgiven and Kaiser. After that wave is bounced, it's slowly starting to move back in the middle. And Saigon, for the first couple of minutes, already off to a good start.
I wouldn't want that for my biggest enemy either, having to play that matchup. No. Now, in the bot side, Saigon Buffalo crashed a wave. Now it's slow pushing into them. That can create a point of attack for them if they want to get a little aggressive, but it's probably not going to amount to much.
Zenith Blade underneath the tower, locked against the wall. 2 tower shots for Kaiser. Shogun down below 100 HP. Not going to be able to find the kill, and he escapes with his life.
That's a big mistake. Elyoya is also around the wall. The fact that there's a stacked wave and you're pushing into it, trading with it, that's really bad. Now Taki caught on the turret.
Well, Elyoya's going to step forward. Devastating charge. Teleport being channeled. Forced to flash defensively. Below 100 hit points. First blood secured by Kaiser. 2 kills. Bounce back for Saigon.
That's the Mad Lions I know and love. Over-aggressive down towards that bot side, giving 2 kills over to Saigon Buffalo. Shogun now, it looked bad in the beginning, but a great teleport came through from Froggy to bail out his teammate.
Both kills secured by the carries. Froggy 1-0 and Shogun 1-0-1. While the tower dive did net a kill for Kaiser, you have to highlight that it's the advantageous position for Saigon, and this is what you expected and wanted to see. BNJ not only backing up Hazmed, if you push Armored away from the wave, he's already down 18 CS. Stepping forward, he's down a level already. So this Vayne, for the first 5 minutes, has been set up very well. Hazmed singly at the beginning, and now back up from BNJ.
Yeah, and it's just so great from BNJ too. He knows he has camps on the bot side, but even picking up kills now, he's most likely not going to lose them. Taki, though.
Tags Taki, gets stunned in place by that Shield of Daybreak. But his flash gets him to safety. Billboard 400 gold advantage for Buffalo.
Yeah, so Buffalo in a great position this time around. We're kind of looking at a win lane, win game kind of philosophy here in this instance. And remember, there's so much space for Taki to move around with as well.
Oof. So much damage back forward. Not going to find it just yet. Silver Bolt proc, as well as that tumble, not enough. But Hazmed loses the flash for that one. Okay. Win lane, win game. How much of an advantage do you want to see Buffalo build up to buy into that and feel like it can't be overcome by this team fighting?
We're going to hold out for just a second, as this is probably going to be a stacked up wave, and they can look here if they want to. Unforgiven does have teleport, but no mana.
No, he's got the flash available to him, though. Bramble Smash comes out. The high note will land. Zenith Blade throws Kaiser all the way forward, but that's not a kingly move. Flashes over the wall. Twisted advance chased forward. Blast Cone backwards, and Kaiser will be taken out by Froggy. The 3rd kill of the game, 1,000 gold up.
Here's the cracks in the Castle of Glass already showing now from Mad Lions. All of a sudden, there's a miscommunication here. Unforgiven wants out. Elyoya wants out. But the Zenith Blade connects, and all of a sudden, Kaiser is just caught by himself. This is looking so good for Saigon Buffalo. They keep finding the leads. BNJ, it's through him as well. Moves up to the top side. Facilitate Hazmed's even further. Moves down towards the bot side. Is ready for a stacked up wave. The game right now and the game state for Saigon Buffaloes, it's so fluid.
Now the question is, I want to go back. At what point, either itemization or gold, do you believe the win lane, win game philosophy is going to be enough? Does Vayne and Shogun need to be an item ahead of their opponents? Like, put it into a picture that I can understand.
I used to say that it's usually between the 4.5 and 5k gold lead at around the 20-minute mark where the game becomes really difficult. The thing is, like, the larger your gold lead is early in the game, of course, the more it's going to matter, because the item advantage is just going to be even further. I think that Saigon Buffalo is leaving themselves up on good discourse to get over there, just due to the fact that Rift Owl is going to be spawning in 1 second. How does the top lane currently look like?
Yeah.
Top lane prior, right?
Exactly.
Mid lane as well, well, while it's not being pushed in right now by Mad Lions, well, as soon as Froggy comes back, he's going to be shoving that in. Taki has the movement all the time, so there's just not a lot that Mad Lions can get on the top side. Saigon Buffaloes are dictating this, or have the opportunity to at least.
Now, of course, Mad Lions did have a small answer back. There's push in that mid wave is unlocked. Another push. Bottom lane has just been a game of ping pong. They've traded wave pressure underneath each tower, and this time around Shogun with no flash is respecting it. He backed away. I also want to highlight that just a moment ago, the observers showed Armored. He hit level 6 prior to Hazmed and has closed that CS difference quite significantly. But look at the minimap. BNJ making his way forward, spotted on the ward. Not enough support from Mad Lions. Armored's going to use that knock backwards, trying to trade. BNJ's in, second kill in the top lane. This time it goes to Hazmed.
Yeah, and Armored gets desperation there, or desperate there. He knows that Hazmed does not have the flash, so he kind of looks for a kill, see if he can get anything done. Nothing connects to the wall. BNJ is around, great positioning for him once again.
Seismic shove. Zenith play. Froggy gets out with that Claw of Doom. Really nicely set up. And for the time being, Saigon Buffalo maintain that 1,000 gold advantage. There's a lot of movement here from Mad Lions, mid to jungle, bottom to mid. Rift Herald's been started off just off the spawn, but Saigon want to fight.
I'm not sure that they want this fight from Mad Lions. Saigon, they have the ultimate. You can see the level 6 from BNJ. And I think they just have to disengage this one, even with Unforgiven moving up. I just don't think they have the resources for it.
Look at the minimap from Eagleborg. Have Mad Lions got any answer? No teleport for Armored. He's in the bottom lane. Hazmed in the top lane. No TP of himself. Mad Lions, they step forward. They're taunting. They're taunting the Buffalo. Waiting. Well, then engage. High Note comes out. Taki can step forward to that dredge line. And as it stands, Mad Lions will not be able to contest. They elect not to. Armored has been left alone in the bottom lane while Hazmed's pushing top.
I think that's why it's really good, actually, that they tear up the patience a little bit on the Rift Herald there, because it gives you more time to actually shove waves in. But make no mistake, in the big picture, this is still a huge win for Saigon Buffalo, and this is something you want to just accelerate your lanes. If you lose this, or use this rather, on a side lane where the Vayne picks up two tier 2 turrets, all of a sudden that might as well be game over.
I mean, it's plus 300 gold for now. BNJ and Taki stepping forward. There is some defense from Unforgiven. Kaiser continues to roam, so lots of movement. Fantastic prediction from Taki. Flash, dredge line into Nature's Grasp, and you will not be forgiven. The 5th kill to Saigon Buffalo. Turret plates available as well. And despite the damage in the middle lane, Saigon accelerate that lead, 2,000 golds.
And that right there, that was the pace we missed in game 1. This is where you want to challenge Mad Lions, and Saigon Buffalo, they continue with it. They pick up a kill, they get the turret for themselves. Gold for Hazmed, the first turret too. This is so dire to deal with. Hazmed is going to be huge in this game.
Oh, I'm taking a quick look here. Let's see, are there any professional Vayne games? How many? 8 games played for Hazmed in the top lane. He's won 5 of those. This will be the 9th. Right now, 1-0-1. Tower secured, unlocked, and Armored is now the next focus. Taki, no depth charge available to him, but instead, Hazmed is the target. He gets away from those threaded volleys. Aljoya's devastating charge backwards, and in a 2-on-1, he almost takes down Niski.
Yeah, and what's the cost of that? Because you get 1 kill. Now mid lane is being pushed in by Froggy. BNJ's on the bot side. He can make his way to the Infernal Drake for himself, so they get another objective for themselves. Now, good job for Mad Lions. At least they pick up a kill. At least they get something in the game. But it's still Saigon. They're going to get more. And that's how the course is going to continue to go.
Nearly 3,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. I just asked you a couple moments ago, what advantage do you want to see? You mentioned maybe 4K, 5K by 20. They're on track. Dragon will also be secured. So another win condition in terms of looking for that soul. Mid lane was pushed forward. Dragon still not yet secured. Taki is level 6 and not. Armored is coming up from behind. Dredge line catches onto Kaiser, waiting for Na to step forward. Gets the hyper, about to go mega. Flash is available to him. Nature's Grasp will slow things down. A stun against the walls. The bullet time will just about take down Armored. Here comes Hazmed. He gets a kill onto Kaiser, and Buffalo are running away with this game.
And just beautiful positioning coming through from Shogun on the Misfortune there. He gets away from all the danger by himself, lines himself up perfectly for the bullet time. So Mad Lions, they want to see a team fight. They want to overdo Saigon Buffalo, but they just play right into their hands.
Man, the power of that combination, Nature's Grasp plus bullet time, completely thwarted everything Armored set up. I don't think he found a stun either on that Mega Gnar. But all it is another team fight. Keep a close eye. Look at your minimap, not coming up from the bottom.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? You can see that Mad Lions, they want to look for a team fight. If they can get 3 lined up against the wall here, that would be perfect. But what Shogun is doing instead, he's gonna give himself an opening. If they overextend, he's gonna be in a perfect spot. Armored had a position to try and stop the bullet time if he wanted to. He's gonna look for the big team fight, but the problem is that big team fight is in the middle of a lot of pain with the bullet time. So as the fight continues, they just straight up lose out.
2-1-1 for the Vayne. 1-0-4 for Shogun's Misfortune. Kraken Slayer completed, as well as the Shield Bow. The Saigon Buffalo are in a great position. They are utilizing the composition fantastically, and I want to keep track on Hazmed's positioning. His lane assignment rather. Where do Buffalo put him? How does he play on those side lanes? Because now Saigon also want to be a little cautious. If that Vayne is unlocked, they don't want to overextend themselves.
Oh yeah, but we're not even that long into the game.
No, we're
Waiting
not.
is still up, so like playing those side lanes,
minutes.
Playing these side lanes is not really going to be the thing just yet. We're waiting for the second Rift Herald.
Man,
he's out. Don't worry about it.
Path was so good. You know what? Thank you for the time update. I definitely thought it was like 5, 6 minutes later
I do understand
than
it,
actually
but
was.
this is why I initially said that I think Saigon Buffalo is a really good team into Mad Lions, because when they play a high tempo game, Mad Lions will want to do the same. But when you try to one-up a team that plays just on the edge of what's possible, you are the one overextending all of a sudden. And that's why when Saigon Buffalo plays at this tempo, Mad Lions, they just continue to go for bad exchanges. So I really love what Saigon Buffalo is doing in this game. They just keep the pressure up. And then to answer your question in terms of where might we see side lane attack? Well, when you get the Rift Herald in 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that's really where you want to move the Vayne around.
It's 12 minutes in the game. I'm genuinely so enthralled at the pacing. I also really want to commend just how Froggy's played this Lissandra. Unforgiven's going to get taken out here. Hazmed tumbles his way to safety. The dredge line was beautiful. Double kill for top lane Vayne. Hazmed is popping off.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now is that if we get to the 20-minute mark, they're 5k ahead. I'm pretty much ready to call it a game over. Goal currently very much in the favor of Saigon. They just busted open the mid lane tier 1 turret. Rift Herald is still spawning in 50 seconds. And Mad Lions, they're just getting picked apart. Saigon Buffalo, that makes it look easy.
How do Mad Lions play team fights? Because that little moment where Hazmed tumbles forward with that ultimate available, the final hour correction, goes out of visibility, sidesteps the CC. If you can't lock him down, you're going to be in so much trouble.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many people you need to lock down. One has to focus on Shogun, so when bullet time come out, you pretty much have to use the solo flare to stop him immediately. So that's one engage tool away.
Yeah.
Now you have Misfortune CC'd great. Maybe Talia can continue Hecarim on top.
Yep.
Who deals with the Vayne?
Yep.
Who deals with the Fed Vayne then? And that's the problem. Nature's Grass come out.
Oh, Glacial Path. That's going to be Kaiser locked into place. Armut's trying to stack up the Meganar. Hazmed will be late to the party. No teleport available to him. The high note is flashed away from. Taki gets a great dredge line, and the encore will not do enough. The re-engage is great. Froggy, with the help of Shogun, get themselves yet another kill. The Unraveled Earth will dissuade the chase, and at 15 minutes, Saigon are 10 kills to 2, and they are up 5,500 gold.
Welcome to the Vietnamese slaughterhouse. Tonight, we're having Lions, and it's looking pretty good for the Vietnamese representatives right now, coming back in the best of 5. And especially when you take into context the game they just cave out in the best of 1.
Yes.
That was a complete demolish by Mad Lions. There is no way for Saigon to get back into the game. Now you take this game instead, where they have so many tools to start up the engages. You have a Nautilus, you have the Maokai, you have the Lissandra, and this time around, they're the team who's patient with it. They're the one who's waiting for the correct moment before they throw everything in there. They still have the Nautilus all available, they still have the Lissandra all available, and they wait until this moment to bust it all out, where Mad Lions just can't do anything. Niski's E even puts them away, not even back into the walls, so yeah, not looking good.
Man, look at that expression from Alyoya, super frustrated and in a very difficult scenario. I can only apologize to solo queue all around the world. Top Vaynes are coming, and Hazmed is inspiring so many people.
It's so effective. I just want to say I really love it in this scenario, but it's just, playing against it. You're feeling it.
Kudos to Hazmed, because he generated that lead himself for the first 4 or 5 levels, and then as a team, Saigon Buffalo sent the resources necessary, dropped the Herald in that top lane, and they've managed to move around. In comparison to game 1, I feel like there's been a lot more lane reassignments, as once again BJ is looking to set up Froggy and the rest of Buffalo's on the minimap in the southern quadrant of the Rift. Kaiser's got that solar flare, the Herald is dropped, and Niski's pushing the top lane. So cross map, is at play, as well as the objective bounty.
They did have a little ward on Yoya was recalling, so they knew to go both for a great hook.
Very nicely done, Megan. I mean, he's been chunked with everything, and will go down. Throw everything in the kitchen sink at Armwood for the third time this game. He is dropped. BJ's Nature's Grasp will force Mad Lions away at 17 minutes. The Rift Herald is taken down. Win lane, win game is the approach, and Buffaloes are smashing lane.
On 100% here. I mean, there's always going to be the argument that might have been a little early of an inhibitor to take, but if you're actually able to use the pressure that's going to come through the super minions, you can look for it. Hazmat?
Wall, Weaver's Wall. Hazmat's still got flash available. Condemns Yoya and will force the flash out. At least he escapes with his life.
Yeah, not much being used from Matt Lions there in terms of the ultimate, so I think it's just great stuff from the top laner there to be using the flash to get out of this situation. Pretty much just want to get the resets, but what a great hook from Taki. He's been absolutely amazing on the Nautilus. I'm a little sad because I have Nautilus to end all the games on my pick'ems, but Taki, you know, he's really setting his team up in this situation.
1, 2, 3 ultimates thrown down, but they secure the kill. The next ultimate from Maokai is enough to secure the tower and the inhib. And that then allows the Saigon Buffalo to pick up their second dragon of the game. They add a mountain to that Infernal, and now we're playing for Hex. And as it stands, Saigon Buffalo have got all the tools they need. I'm intrigued to see if they want to even make a move for Baron. 2 Kraken Slayers and a Vayne. Correction, Kraken Slayer and a Vayne is what I wanted to say. That can get melted as Taki now almost jumped on, but he backs away just in time.
And you just don't want to overextend anything here, right? You take a look at bot lane, super minions are going to be pushing in. Minions coming in through mid lane, super easy. We play that up. We're going to play on 2 lanes. We'll pressure in the mid lane. When you respond to that pressure, as we see right now with Unforgiven, we'll move into the top side. We'll get vision control. And now we just keep going back and forth and never have to worry about bot lane because super minions are down there. Shogun used to force the cleanse out of him there. Great stuff by Niski. It's probably not going to be enough, though.
No, a lot of damage secured. And once again, Nature's Grasp used to dissuade so many members together. Where is the engage?
Oh, that's a good
Solar Flare comes down. Onslaught of Shadows with a devastating charge. 2 kills for Unforgiven. Now they're looking for Taki, trying to run him down. Noel pulls him backwards. Hazmat versus the pack of Lions. He gets 1 before going down. And Mad Lions with 20 seconds to Baron. Do they fancy it? This is not a fast Baron team. Do they look for the objective bounties on the towers?
Big blunder from Sycon there, but absolutely huge ultimate by Kaiser, setting everything up. And that's the team composition, the death ball composition that we saw Mad Lions have success with the first time these 2 teams played against each other. But look at this all of that. They're begging for it. They're just saying, hit us. We dare you. Encore comes out, Onslaught of Shadows. You don't get to play the game. Armwood still has his Meganar, and it goes down. Topside though, BJ finds Niski.
Threaded volley, looking for that work ground, looking for that work ground. 1 is timed out, Niski's low. He's going to weave his wall over. That's
amazing!
That is one of the coolest things I have ever seen.
And now with the mid laner dead, with all the pressure around the Baron being stolen up by Saigon Buffaloes, they can just start this up themselves. I'm not sure what happened with Niski's position since he was in a replay or how he ended up there. But Saigon, they punish immediately, and now they're the one on Baron. 4 versus 5 situation, no mid laner for Mad Lions.
No ultimate for Yoya either. Unforgiven's got that encore available to him. Solar Flare into the Zenith. There's at least stopped the Baron for now. Omid's trying to stack up the Meganar. Saigon Buffalo fire out the bullet time. Onslaught Shadows coming up. Niski has no Weaver's Wall, no teleport. Baron secured by Buffaloes. And they extend that gold lead once again. 6,700 gold. Baron on 5 members. They're in a great position.
They most certainly are. But this is also where the point, like, these inhibitors that was left open, it haven't really amounted to much. Like, that's experience and gold that Mad Lions are picking up for themselves. It's not going to make or break the game, but in terms of min-maxing, that's the conversation you always have. Now, with the Baron buff, though, with an open inhibitor on the bot side, with 2 lanes to play on the top side, Shogun should be in a position where, now that they all have the flashes, Glenn's almost up for Shogun, they would not get engaged on like they were before. This is where you want to see them, you know, just clean out the game in nice, clean fashion.
Now, if you were to give Mad Lions a percentage chance to come back, what odds do you give them the current state? 5, 2, and 1 on this event. Baron, for the next 2 minutes in the Red Bull Baron power play, how likely is it Mad Lions to win those fights and come back? 5%?
If this is my solo queue game, The FF vote has already been deployed.
Wow, that's the answer that I was looking for. Mad Lions, can they get another Miracle teamfight? And they might need more than one. That inner turret top lane fight is what gave them a chance in the game, and we're heading back there potentially for round 2.
We most certainly are. 1 minute still on the Drake as well, which means that you can employ a lot of pressure on the top side here. Get this in, have a mid lane wave that's being escorted by Hazmat, play on that too. The only thing that's difficult for Saigon right now is the sieging part. They don't really have anyone that can just go up and knock on the turret, which is where it becomes difficult. This is where they have to play through the pressure that they gain on the map.
Right now, pressure's being diverted in that bottom lane. Unforgiven, push that wave out, literally so that the minion wave from Mad into the last couple supers will crash into the tower. It did cost a teleport with a minute left on Baron. I think Saigon Buffalo didn't have the lane set up pushing to go for the inhibitors, but they did get that outer turret in the top lane. It's 7-1, and I think crucially, Goldborg, they've recalled, and now they're going to be able to catch bottom wave and set up for Dragon number 3.
They most certainly are. Now, always remember, you should never FF any games, of course, too in that regard. So Mad Lions, of course, there's always a chance. But in terms of finding a chance to fight the next Drake, I don't see it. You can already see it. They want to cross-map. They want to see what they can get on the top side. So intelligently done by Mad Lions, at least. They're just handshaking the fact, see what they can get. But still, they're going to lose so much more on the other side of the map.
Unforgiven starting to back away. 3-4 members of Buffalo in the mid lane. Dropping the high notes to try clear out those mini waves. Still 20 seconds on this Red Bull Baron power play in the bottom lane. Shogun's now ushered the minions forward. Baron times out in 15. Inhibitor in the middle lane. Secured. Dredge line. Sidestepped. Saigon, get 1. Get 2. I'm waiting for the engage, I'm waiting for the engage. Dredge line, Solar Flare, cleanse from there instantly from Shogun. That's already armored down. The Encore does little to stop the Buffaloes. The Pride is pushing forward, and Alyoya will be the 4th to fall. He escapes with the Onslaught of Shadows, and despite Niski's best efforts, the Nexus turrets are now being focused down. Saigon Buffalo continue to siege and push back. Niski and Alyoya, the last turret is now falling. The Nexus is exposed. Saigon Buffalo will not go down. Saigon Buffalo bounce back in a Vayne top helps them win game 2.
24 minutes. That's all it took. The bloodiness, the aggression, the high pace coming out from Saigon, completely shutting down Mad Lions and just whispering away the first game of the series.
Fantastic performance. That Vayne last pick comes in, and from minute 1 took control of the game. More impressive to me was how Saigon Buffalo moved around the map. A 24-minute win. The team fights that despite one blunder in the top lane, that's about as good as that game's going to get.
I mean, if you're going to get credit to someone, BJ for the first pathing, he was there at the right moment at the right time every single time. And Shogun with his positioning on the MF. Like, this is what you dream of when you see the misfortune in the backline. Safe, not able to be hit on at all whatsoever.
Go
What's up?
Ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, we've got a series on our hands. Oh. Remember, you can check out Saigon Buffalo's pick Takeover as a song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. While you take a listen, we're joining back up with the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's a classic, come on.
I don't like it.
He said it, not me, but he's correct nonetheless. We do have a series on our hands, now tied at 1-1. A 24-minute win out of the Saigon Buffaloes, a decisive reversal here in the second game. They stick to their guns on the red side. They say, hey, we heard the analyst desk talking about how, you know, that trio of champions is really good for Mad Lions. Let's go ahead and toss that Seraphine back into the pool for them, and let's beat them anyway.
Yeah, well, they didn't give him Swain at least.
Okay.
Yeah, but we just saw Vayne top win.
Yeah, we did.
Just kind of letting that sink in.
That's just win, kind of smash.
And like how confidently he played as well, right? We were all watching him try to go for those dives, had things like the boomerang blade hit from the Gnar. We're like, oh my God, Hazmed.
Yeah.
But that confidence, that's what you need if you're going to pick a Vayne into an R.
I thought this game was doomed, but doomed for Saigon Buffaloes when I saw these champions locked in. Again, the comfort that we've seen Mad Lions on a number of these picks, I was thinking they were going to kind of run away with it. But you heard Goldberg mention the intelligent pathing out of BJ to be in the right place, right time to support those lanes. That definitely can get a lot done if they get that lead, right? Your concern would be a Vayne who can't get off the ground. And yet, with that early path up to the top lane, getting Vayne through those first 4 levels very easily, and then she's off to the races.
Yeah, we saw, right, he got Vayne going. They were doing a nice job playing around him. And I also like that Hazmed also continuously joining up the team fights. But also, Mad Lions, honestly, they might fit right in BCS or LPL because despite having the scaling, they loved going for these fights.
How did you feel about this play, Jad? Like, did they even need to go for that?
Bad.
Okay.
Bad play.
Yeah, fair enough.
Bad play.
He was pretty overzealous, and I'm not certain that at 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the game they needed to go for it. Kaiser as well.
This play good.
Uncharacteristically caught out many times, I think, and Taki was just nailing the hook.
Yeah, they were just hitting spot on every time, especially onto Unforgiven. Like, he hit numerous hooks onto the Seraphine at max range, allowing for these picks to be able to come through. And again, the most surprising thing to me about this game, apart from the confidence in the draft we saw from Saigon Buffalo, was the fact that Mad just kept opting into the fights. Like, Mad wanted to tussle. I guess we did hear Elyoya say it in his interview, but yeah, again, I feel like had Mad Lions chilled out a little bit.
You're right, they said bloody. So yeah, they gave us bloody.
They did. They did.
It was a crazy fast game. First inhib going down pre-18 minutes. Here's another big hook landed. Again, Kaiser has been the target of a lot of these. And again, I think for me, there's not a ton to say about this game other than it was very expertly piloted by Saigon Buffaloes. And I think in the end, I'm just happy to have seen the adjustments they made in draft to give themselves a better day. This was a hilarious play, by the way.
Got
oh my
him.
goodness, the W
Any minute now.
on it. Yeah,
He's going to get him.
Too good. Too good.
The strength of Maokai coming out. Again, BJ absolutely everywhere on the map. Hazmed popping off. And Shogun, I mean, great positioning in fights. Not like anything too insane, right? Just honestly, Saigon Buffaloes just ran them down. The Buffalo was stronger than the Lion in this one.
Yeah, last game, Armut, Meganar. This game, very mini.
Very mini.
Yeah, the damage difference here, I believe he was highest damage of all 10 players in the game in game 1. And here, he only has 400 more damage than the enemy support.
Yeah, barely beat his own support and his own jungler in terms of damage. You can see there, Niski trying to pump it out, but just not quite enough to get it done when you've got that much damage coming across from the other side. You know, 3 real carries there in the Lissandra, the Vayne, and the MF. So let's talk mostly about what we want to see next, because there's not a ton to discuss when it comes to that game. It was just a great showing by Saigon Buffaloes, momentum squarely in their camp. It will be Mad Lions who get side selection. We're still awaiting the official word on whether or not they'll stick to their guns on blue or hop on over to red. But what are your thoughts on that? Like, how do you even adjust from that game? It's almost such a dominant, loss that I would say forget about it,
I kind of think maybe they'll try and clear their heads a little bit too, because watching through that highlight reel, a really ill-advised dive in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Right? Then that took away a lot of their playmaking since they didn't have Prio in the top lane. And it sounds maybe oversimplistic, but just be more patient if you're Mad Lions. I really just don't like people turret diving bot lane before 4 minutes. It just almost never works in my experience watching League this year. So
okay, there you go.
They select red side.
We will have our first swap of sides in the series coming here, game 3, red side for Mad.
I'm actually kind of curious about this because the one takeaway I kind of have from that game is, again, Armut on the Gnar. Now, Saigon Buffalo are in their heads of, what kind of wacky counter picks can they pick when Mad Lions went for pure comfort. That was something that we're like, hey, if they get this sort of composition, this should just be, a solid Mad Lions favored win.
But is the composition even the problem? I guess that's my difficulty with this game too. Is I feel like there's some risk of them reacting to the fact that I was down 20 CS top lane, and you saw Elyoya feeling like he needed to protect against that early dive as opposed to continuing his farming.
Too,
exactly.
Right? Just getting in their own heads when it's like you said, a lot of it was coming down to the gameplay, not really anything coming out from draft.
Yeah, Flash on Hecarim was also peculiar.
Yes, we called that out kind of midway through as a random realization,
Yeah.
and it was an intentional change because he had Ghost in the prior game, so it's something he elected to do.
He's done it more often than I realize.
I just don't see where the value of a Flash comes in against this team.
I also
either.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that last game was about draft. And so in terms of picking red side, I can understand it because it's something that Saigon Buffalo clearly signaled that they want to do.
Yeah.
And also, I got a tweet that, especially in the playoffs for Saigon Buffalo, red side was heavily prioritized by that region. So they chose it a lot more than other regions did, especially in playoffs. So a lot of value in counter picks if you're going to be playing earlier game because it's more decided in the laning phase.
I was going to say, even in a world where they pick, let's pretend they ended up with the exact same composition, just by virtue of being on red side, I would imagine they protect themselves against one of those counter picks, right? Like you save the Gnar till the end. Even if you still go to the Gnar, you're like, cool, they don't have a Vayne this time, right? And you kind of just wait to see what you're up against.
Exactly. So it definitely does feel like it changes a lot more about putting Saigon Buffaloes behind. And we also did talk about Matt earlier in the day, right? That these sort of like Seraphine sustained compositions weren't the only things they were playing in play-ins or like throughout the split. They definitely have other looks and other things that they're able to go to.
All tied up currently in the series at 1-1. Yesterday, we caught up with Saigon Buffalo's Bean J on their goals for this tournament and how they feel heading into game against the LEC's Mad Lions. Take a look.
Sau trận đấu này, bọn mình đã làm tốt hơn, nhưng thiếu một phần quyết định và chưa chắc chắn lắm. Mình nghĩ là team mình cần có những chủ động và kêu gọi tất cả đồng đội để làm cùng mục tiêu. Như vậy sẽ giúp team mình sẽ có cơ hội thắng LNG. Thì động lực của em là để chiến thắng cặp trận bo năm ở play-in để vào vòng bảng. Thì người chơi rừng của Madland Eloya, anh ta cũng đánh khá là hay và cũng mắc ít lỗi. Nhưng ở trong trận đấu này mình sẽ cẩn thận hơn về chừng của anh ta. Bọn mình rất là tự tin khi đối đầu với Madland. Thì bọn mình sẽ rất là tự tin khi đối đầu ở cặp trận BO5 vì bọn mình có rất nhiều cơ hội. Bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để chiến thắng Madland.
They've already got by. How about the rest, though? Can they kill Fiora? Yes, they can. The front line holds up. A stopwatch buys time. A beautiful bait by RNG, but turned around stronger by Saigon Buffalo.
Cảm ơn tất cả các fan Việt Nam đã luôn ủng hộ cho tụi mình và sẵn sàng chửi khi bọn mình ngu và bọn mình đã nhận được và bọn mình đã cố gắng cải thiện. Và xin cảm ơn fan Mexico đã luôn giúp tụi mình đến được đây. Xin cảm ơn.
A very humble Bean J. And a couple.
Where did these photos come from?
I don't know where we got the Buffalo and the Lion, but we did get them. I would have questioned some of that confidence in their matchup against Mad following game one. But after that game two, I can absolutely see where they're getting it from. And Bean J is such a massive piece of it, specifically when you consider how integral Elyoya is to the success of Mad Lions. And so I think in this matchup, particularly, a lot of the onus of Saigon Buffalo's success is going to be on Bean J and putting up performances like he did here in game two.
I have a different point.
Oh, great.
I'm so distracted by this. So I know something to be true. I'm curious if it is also true for this.
Okay.
So moose kill more people each year than bears.
I believe it.
Yeah, weird, right? But it's mainly because people are cautious of bears.
Right.
And they're just like, yeah, this moose is friendly, but it's 2,000 pounds and it's just going to charge you.
Yes.
I wonder if buffalo kill more than lions.
Probably.
Yeah, I actually...
Yeah, probably. Because have you ever been to Yosemite or one of those, like... Yellowstone.
There's no lions there.
Like that. No, but there are plenty of moose and plenty of buffalo.
Yeah.
And they'll let you know, man. They'll bully cars off the road. Just saying. So I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. All right, with our series all tied up, both teams still have a shot at tomorrow's match versus Evil Geniuses. And for EG's top winner, Impact, the latest installment of OnePlus Cam shows us that he's right at home here at Worlds. Check it out.
Hello guys, my name is Impact and I'm a top laner in Evil Genius in Mexico. Alright, I think I like it food, kinda. I mean Asian food kind of bad in here, but actually really good like Mexican food, so I'm enjoyed it. Tournament, pretty fun. That was interesting. The stage in the mall, right? That's cool. Fence is nice and I'm really enjoyed it here. I like it.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome back to World's Play-Ins Knockouts. We're 1-1 between Mad Lions and Saigon Buffalo. And I have a quick stat question for you, Gulborg.
Oh, yeah?
How many days ago did Mad Lions lose to Supermassive from the TCL and not advance to the elimination round at Play-Ins? Take a guess.
365 days?
400 days exactly. And they just lost now Saigon Buffalo. They had side selection. They picked red side. Mad Lions are now the ones under pressure that have to adapt to the Buffaloes.
Oh, they most certainly does. And I think it makes sense. Usually, red side is not what has been preferred throughout the entire year. I mean, you just go back to MSI with T1 as well in that last game. But in this game, it's very much about stabilizing the solo lane. As red side gives you the power of not having a counter pick, red 5, Vayne come into the picture.
Yeah.
So if I'm Mad Lions here, I don't mind blind picking for Niski. I know that Froggy's not going to be the one who's punishing you in lane, but I want to save that last pick for Ahmed and make sure he's in a comfortable position to make sure that top lane is stable and not something that's going to be a weakness on the team.
I saw a couple of comments online talking about a 0 damage comp from Mad Lions into Vayne. It was 10th pick. It was the last option. It was a surprise. Now, this is the team you expect surprises from. So that's why I like red side in particular. How will the drafting now flip? Saigon on the blue side, do you anticipate any changes? They've gone Draven and Aatrox both previous games. Now with the possibility of, first picking it, maybe drop the Aatrox, make that a Mad Lions ban?
I mean, I would really wish Mad Lions didn't have so much heavy priority on the AD carries.
Yeah.
The fact that Maokai gets let through, you don't prioritize it as well. You had Hecarim over Maokai. I think that was a big weakness when Sylas was banned. And now that Sylas is banned again, even if they first pick it over from the side of Saigon Buffalo, you're not going to have a good answer. There's just like barely any counters to it. The Aatrox is a good shout as well. They might say, you know what, Aatrox, he's broken, but we'll try our best. Maybe Ahmed has some kind of sort of counter pick that he wants to go at it. We've seen teams let it through multiple times. But from Saigon's side, they're going to stick to the bans they had before.
3 for 3 as far as Draven is concerned. Seraphine and Aatrox are the only other bans we've seen from them. Caitlyn once again removed from the pool. So let's think about what is up and available. Aatrox there, Maokai there. Seraphine is something that's been banned as well. The Poppy has been banned several times too.
I don't think you need to ban the Poppy. The Poppy is old right now. So Aatrox will actually get banned by Sycon, and I anticipated a little bit. They didn't strike mess the team that was going to first pick this. They strike mess the team that would have the priority on the Maokai. Then on the AD carry department, they could default to the Misfortune. Maybe they want to play the Kalista knowing that Draven is banned as well. But I would also expect that Mad Lions, that if they see the Maokai, okay, there it is. This is the adaptation I wanted. Throw away one of the AD carry bans at least, and then go for the Maokai ban instead.
What does this mean for Saigon Buffalo? Where do they prioritize their picks here? A lot slower of a draft as we're into game 3. Anticipating and interpreting now the meta of this best of 5. It will be a first pick Hecarim here for BJ.
Yeah, and that's what they did when they were playing against Wildcats in the first game of the entire tournament as well. So it's not like they don't have priority on the other. I think Sycon actually has a good read on it. Now, this doesn't make sense to me in the essence of picking red side, because you're blind picking the Nah anyway. But maybe there's some stabilization that's going to come through with the counter picks in the mid lane, because Elyoya has brought out the Belwith. And by the way, he had close to the most perfect game you could have on this champion when he was playing against DRX.
Do you think this will be something that Saigon Buffalo have anticipated and have some sort of answer for? That is what we'll need to keep track of as this draft continues to play out. I'm not sure how I feel just yet about Armut on Gnar. Is something he's obviously very proficient on, but didn't have the impact was hoping for in the previous game, and we're going to see that Lissandra once again, this time flanked by Kai'Sa.
Yeah, hard CC makes it very difficult to play, and I guess Saigon Buffalo, they're going to keep it low accurate, with Kai'Sa being picked into Belvet at least. Be familiar with it?
I am indeed, yeah.
Okay, well there you go, I don't have to explain it then. Now, in the mid lane instead, this is where I won. Last time, when they had this Belvet, Niski brought out the Vex as well. He was really good at stabilizing the picks as well. You can stop the Hecarim at least. You can't stop the ultimate, but you can look for backline dives as well. Now, once again, locked out, really difficult to play into. In the Lissandra as well, there's definitely champions that can be picked apart by the Lissandra, by Froggy. So yeah, just coming out as a blind pick. I think Froggy already realizes now, I'm never going to get punished by Niski here.
No, going to be very difficult to do so. I'm intrigued to see the tempo of this game. Belveth, one of those champions that can thrive in prolonged team fights, that wants to bail up those stacks, ideally stay in that ultimate form. But the question is, will you stay alive long enough to do so? There's a lot of hard engaging CC already on the side. Saigon Buffalo, they're going to ban away the Camille, ban away the Seraphine. How do Mad Lions close this composition out now?
You know, the curveball I want to see from them is the fact that you'll have to counter pick on support instead. If you really want to take charge in a lane when you can't really do it on the other sides, lock in the Tristana. Play on the long range against the Kai'Sa. Smack her head level 2 and just jump on her, get a beneficial counter matchup. Or you go for the Misfortune as well. You give yourself what you tools to fight with in the team fights. Even Sivir as well with extra speed up to fight against the Hecarim, but also give Belvet's more sticking power. I think they have decently good tools to play around with.
What will they elect to go for? A couple seconds left here. Nautilus as well, the Kalista with the last 2 bans, biding their time to round out this composition. And I don't know how Mad Lions want to approach this. The thing I like about Game 1 and Game 2, Game 1, Saigon Buffalo were all about that bottom lane. Caitlyn Morgana, they got an advantage it wasn't in. Now, this time around,
that's a surprise.
There's a pivot. Going to be that Varus, Chain of Corruption, get that CC, lock people in place. Can combo well, but quite difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and also difficult to play up against backline dive. You're very immobile AD carry. It might even be to the point where they have to go Tahm Kench to stabilize it, or Braum as well, depending on what actually comes out here. Obviously, you can play aggressive with it. If they lock in Rakan, Leona is a really good matchup into that. You can lock him down, and it's not going to be a problem. This could be a really good adaptation, though, because if this Shen goes support, then you can't go for that aggressive option that I just mentioned.
You have to assume that is support, though, right? Combination. I mean, think about this combination now. When you consider, if Belveth jumps into any target, if somebody in the backline gets surprised and shut down, that's fantastic. And then the combination, the Nautilus plus, Hecarim plus Shen engages are so powerful. What is the final answer here?
So in my head, I was like, okay, Mad Lions, they're most certainly looking for Leona, and I think that's the read Saigon had as well. That's why they locked in Shen, because the Shen W makes it so that Leona can't stop with a Q.
Yes.
Then on the other side, Nautilus has been banned as well by Mad Lions, so we go back to my initial point. Now they have to pivot to a Tahm Kench.
Okay, I can understand entirely the look of the Saigon Buffalo composition. They've got a lot of tools to go forward. They've got a lot of tools for burst. How on earth is this Mad Lions composition going to work and play together?
I mean, it's just about getting lane priority. If you can move around Velyoya, make sure he gets set up for success, that's really what you're looking for. If you're ahead of the curve, it's going to look good. And I think what's good for Mad Lions in this game that they didn't have last game is the fact that the laners of Saigon Buffaloes are not looking to take charge in the kind of win lane, win game fashion we saw in the earlier game.
Yes.
And that definitely gives you more tools to play around with it. But then again, on the other side of Saigon, if they get ahead of the curve and they start invading Elyoya, his game is over.
I have this feeling that if Saigon Buffalo make this composition work, if they do not fall prey to Belveth, I don't know if Mad Lions have any other shots left in the revolver. Have Saigon Buffaloes downloaded? Have they figured out the Mad Lions? We're going to find out now as we load up onto Game 3. Both teams need to pick up 2 more wins to win the series and to advance to face Evil Geniuses for that final shot at groups. And as we so often feel and say and watch, it's going to be Elyoya as well as Niski having a huge impact on how this game plays out.
Now, Elyoya is one of the best, if not the best jungler in Europe. So having him on a champion like Belveth is definitely a side that you can feel more comfortable with. But then you see the bigger picture, and then that confidence kind of decreases a little bit. I think going into this game, Saigon Buffalo, they're feeling good. I'd feel good if I was them.
I'm going to absolutely love this composition. Let's hit Summoner's Rift for Game 3 between Saigon Buffalo and the Mad Lions. And in Game 3, our featured matchup is presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The fans love that.
That's it. Take a look at this now, as we'll need to keep track of, well, frankly, I'm just so much more excited when I see the Saigon Buffalo composition and how it can play out. And I am very intrigued to see both Almond and Niski making this Gnaw and Vex work as we keep an eye on the early stages of the game. BJ and Elyoya, I think, going to be very important to track, especially with Belveth in the jungle.
Yeah, so also worth noting is that with the lethal tempo on Unforgiven, we're not really looking for any of the AP shenanigans that you would usually see with Halo Blades. So he's definitely going down the AD route here, maybe on hit. Blade of the Ruin King could be a shout as well with the way that our team has been so prevalent in newer patches. And now actually Mad Lions, they're going to go back to a classic for them. They're going to go for a late invade with a sweep as well. And this is good for setting up Elyoya in the beginning, starting him up ahead of the enemy jungler at least.
Gonna need that. You really want to accelerate, pick up that pace. Rift Herald's gonna be very crucial to track as well. But we'll need to watch and how and where respective players move around the map. Asmid this time round, 3rd champion in 3 games against Armut. Running into the Gnaw. Game 1 wasn't able to get advantage with that Gwen. Game 2, he really ran away with it on the Vayne. And this time round, we'll now be sitting on the Lily as Elyoya already starting to move into the mid lane. Froggy is going to use that Glacial Path to safety, and it's good.
Yeah, but I like the timing though. So what Elyoya is going to do is he's saying, I split the map, so I'm going to move up to my top side so you can't fight for the red buff. Kaiser getting aggressive, might find a stun here on Taki.
Can he find it? Can he find it? The auto attack is blocked by Shogun. Tongue Lash does connect. All of a sudden the Hail Varus forces out the flash, and Ignite is starting to burn down. Taki survives, but loses the flash.
That's the 2nd time in a row on the Tam Kench that Kaiser has been really good at finding an advantage in the laning phase.
At level 1, as soon as he stacks up the ability to find that CC. Now on the bottom lane, BNJ's making his way down. Elyoya is trying to float there too. Devastating Charge is primed. Kaiser's going to flash away, take some damage. The Void Seeker will slow at least and put some damage down. Unforgiven continues to step forward. Here comes Elyoya, surging forward, landing those autos below 100 first blood with the Abyssal Dive. Kaiser's outside the range of the tower, but he gets chunked down by the Rampage. BJ fancies himself a shot, steps forward. Another Q into the face of Unforgiven. Up in the top lane, Husband flashes for it. Gets the flash alarm and no kill just yet. Down in the bottom lane, there's a kill secured on the Shogun. Elyoya and Unforgiven close it out. 3 for 1 at 3 minutes.
Such a skirmish, could have gone either way, but that's the nature of our 2 teams. They're not willing to back down. They want to one-up each other. This time around, though, it just goes so that it favors Mad Lions.
What a start to the game. 1-0-2 for Unforgiven. And that invade from Elyoya started on the red buff. of BJ. Then he moved up, made it all the way down to the bottom lane. Look at your minimap. Elyoya's going to be just in time.
And that's the path thing I actually want to talk about, because Elyoya kind of tricked the enemy. He walked through mid lane up towards the red side and then immediately beeline down towards the bot side. Because BJ saw him move up towards the top side at first, he was just like, I can go bot lane for free, but this is where the ingenuity of Elyoya comes to play.
Very nicely done. You mentioned it. One of, arguably to some, the best jungler in Europe. That creative fault. We saw him walk across mid lane, and he doubles back, loops back.
That's a good flash.
Playing into the hands of Saigon Buffalo. Flashes were fantastic, and now Elyoya, backed up by Kaiser, will slash and lick their way to killing Taki for the second time. Belveth has 100% kill participation at 2-0-2 at 4 minutes.
He's just so good at this champion, but it's also such a credit to the team. You have junglers that are used to just play for the lanes, and then you have junglers where the lanes are used to play for them. Graves comes to mind. Belveth, also one of the champions. So the fact that Taki gets caught off guard there, I mean, it must have been great tracking from the side of Mad Lions. And Saigon Buffalo, they need to stabilize a bit, because they can't allow Elyoya to get ahead here. They have the tools to shut him down, but if he's too ahead of the curve, they're not going to have it at the right time. No flash on Hasmet, remember.
No flash for Armut, and BJ is going to be far too late. Elyoya is looking for that Void Surge, and will easily secure another kill. 3-0-2. This Belveth is ahead of the curve, Goldborg.
They make it look so simple. He just walks around. It's not like anything crazy is happening. It's just, well, no flash on top lane. I'm just walking up here.
I think for that kill, I definitely think we shouldn't underplay that invade into double back, right?
Yes.
I would need to watch that back.
The first play is genius.
Just Giga Brain.
Afterwards that, he's just pathing up towards top lane and finding kills.
Does Giga Brain work? Can I say that? Does that make sense?
I mean, go for it. Giga Chat, Giga Brain, whatever it is, he'll own up to it.
Well, Mad Lions right now, plus 1,500 gold. 5 kills to 1. And we've seen the game played on both the bottom and the top lane. Froggy and Niski continue to just trade back and forth. Froggy's got a plus 10 CS advantage over Niski's Vex. And the Mad Lions stepping forward. That piercing arrow gets channeled up and will tag down Shogun. And once again, firing out that hail of arrows, just stepping forward as much as he can. Shogun and Taki under a lot of pressure because they've conceded those decks.
Now, I'm a bot lane connoisseur, but I haven't seen Varus in a while. But the more I look at this matchup with Varus into Kaiser, the fact that you're able to abuse the fact you have longer auto attack range, you stack up your passive, and then you use your abilities to force her away from the minion wave, you can clearly see what the intention was for Unforgiven with picking this lane. And I think even stabilizing with the time catch, it's worked out wonders for them.
Something else to consider is the relatively short range of the rest of the Saigon Buffaloes. You know, Lilia, Hecarim, Lissandra, Shen. If they all group up for the engages, that chain of corruption can be hugely influential. Assuming we get to those team fights, it does mean it's at the cost or the risk of that low mobility. Kaiser did look to try and push in that minion wave just a little, takes a turret shot for his troubles as Shogun returns to the lane with that Blight equivalent.
Now, how quickly do you want to start up with the neutral objectives? You want to stack up that Deadly Lavender.
Oh, Onslaught of Shadows forward. Void Surge 1 and 2 locked in place by that Glacial Tomb. First Blood for the mid lane there. Correction, Froggy picking it up. And now all of a sudden, they're chasing. 4 members of the Buffaloes now chasing out. Flashing Cleanse is still available for Unforgiven. He's holding on to it and will get over the wall. As Taki is unable to land the taunt. Now in the top lane, Armut fancies himself a shot, fighting into the minion wave. Hazmed will find the sleep. The minions aren't going to do it just yet. The Otto and the Boomerang is sidestepped. One more Otto is all it needs. No flash available. Swirl Sleeve will apply the slow. And Hazmed escapes.
Hazmed with the movement, dodges out on the Boomerang. Armut could have picked up a kill there, but Hazmed had his book there and gets away with it. But to go back to the play just before, this is the lockdown that the Saigon Buffalo composition have against Elyoya.
There's Elyoya. How far does he chase? He gets caught up by that Swirl Seed. And Hazmed's going to be able to just prance away to safety. Armut and Hazmed trading blow for blow. Game 1, Armut's way. Game 2, Hazmed's way. This one, no one yet able to stamp authority. And that Endless Banquet has now become unlocked. Taki's here to back up Elyoya. The minion wave is crashing in. Good ball.
They don't have the intel that Taki is there. They'll now spot at least the fact that Elyoya is around the corner, but I'm not sure he's anticipating the Shen.
Well, the engages come out. Elyoya forced to dash to safety.
That's a big knock-up.
To that flash. Massive knock-up from Kaiser. Niski's jumping forward. No ultimate available to him as here comes Armut. He can flash if he needs to. Another kill secured, this time in Niski's hand.
Yeah, and even better, that's going to be a free Rift Herald. Remember, when Belveth picks up the Eye of the Herald, or at least picks up the passive from it, she starts spawning a Voidling army in the minion waves. It's so easy to accelerate games with a Belveth, which is why picking up the first Herald and the second Herald is so crucial to make this pick work.
100% kill participation the timing of that 1v1 between Armut and Hazmed could not have been better. We didn't watch the setup, but the fact that Armut was able to push Hazmed back as the Rift Herald spawned at 8 minutes to unlock the roam for Niski, the game plan was very clear, and it has netted yet another advantage as Alyoya stepping forward in the ultimate form. Nah into the wall, knock up from above and beyond, and another easy kill, 4th one of the game. BJ's now stepping forward and will try to rampage his way to safety. Do they fancy another fight? Not just yet, not under the tower, not with Taki coming.
No, he's coming around there. That's the onslaught of shadows. Picks up the first one.
So much more burst than I was expecting. Alyoya's running away for his life.
He most certainly is. TP's coming in through Niski as well. He does have the ultimate available, but he's looking for a snipe. But now he's going to back off.
Did not expect that damage from the devastating charge onslaught rampage, and they managed to pick up the kill. So Alyoya still 4-1-3.
Yeah, but it's good movement as well from Taki. But what can they get on the bot side now instead, seeing as his AD carry have left alone? For now, Shogun is just going to back away, and that would be the right call to do. But I so love the math movement coming out from Saigon Buffalo. They are ahead of making the moves every time.
And now on the flip side, with this Varus into Kai'Sa that you talked about, using those skills to push, the fact that Taki's not in lane either, it is currently a 12 CS advantage. A second plate here is about to be secured. Mad Lions extend that gold lead by 4,000. And we're at a kill a minute, and it's Mad Lions taking over the early game. Both teams just trading control of who's in charge of the game, and Niski with Alyoya making their way down bottom.
Good movement. Remember, no Hecarim ultimate available, so they see the engage.
Shadow Surge comes out. BJ's running low. Alyoya's trying to use those surges back and forth. The Killer Instinct will reposition Shogun, and Niski has bitten off more than he can chew. Alyoya still has that flash available. The Chain of Corruption's already been used. Blooming Blows into Blooming Blows. The Abyssal Dive will get Kai'Sa out to safety for now, and in a 4v3, Armut still got that teleport available. Unforgiven's got no more mana. The Piercing Arrow didn't find the kill, and those Blooming Blows are doing so much work. That is a dead Unforgiven, and the kill is donated to Shogun.
Great TP counter response came through from Hazmed as soon as saw the player come down, and with good vision control as well, that gave Saigon the intel to move around with. They can now pick up the kills, pick up the dragon. They're losing out on a few plates on the top side, but all in all, you shut down Mad Lions, who was in a huge gold lead.
I mean, it's going to be still a deficit. It is still significant, 3,000, but more importantly, I think to zoom out and Global talk about the fact that Mad Lions as a team, I think Lyric on the disc said that they wouldn't be able to place in the VCS with the LPL. They like to go all in, they like to fight. They started that invade, they started that fight, they got punished, but Alyoya's going to pick up a lot of plates in the tower.
That's a guy right now saying that I don't care about my laners, I'm going to be the one 1v9ing this game, picks up solo first gold by himself.
1,400 gold in the lead, Armut's looking for Hazmed.
Definitely is still. No CC connecting, and Hazmed, he keeps going with the movement speed.
Yep, picking it up. Lilia is doing very well. Mini Nas available, waiting for that hop. Couple seconds left to go. The Hyper's up. 300 hit points. Hazmed, Blooming Blow, Bonk, Swirl Seed. One more Blooming Blow, maybe all be needed. And Hazmed gets the solo kill.
And there you have it. Hazmed, in these two games, has really had Armut's number in terms of finding the kills. First on the Vayne, now on the Lilia. And the Narmut not working out.
No, it's not. It's going to be Lilia and the team play of Saigon to try and slow down and shut down Alyoya. Now, let's not forget the fact it's still a 4,000 gold lead. Is the same statement true for this composition as the previous? That win lane, win game for Mad? Is this enough of an advantage?
I wouldn't say so, because that in this game it's so different in terms of how they function. Because of how the CC is applied as well on the guy with the biggest gold lead. Like, majority of your gold lead is on Alyoya. He's very easy to shut down with the CC that you have applicable. But also just, and I ask you just, when we're watching this game, does it really feel like Mad Lions in a 4K gold lead?
No, it doesn't feel that way. Primarily because of that 4K. Nearly 2,000 is in the jungle. So when the laners are trading back and forth, they're about even. We saw the gold on screen just a minute ago.
It's a really good pickup there.
As it stands, Gorborg, Mythic picked up here for both Binjay and Shogun, as well as Niski. So waiting for the rest of the players to start picking up that itemization. And we have to just track, how does Alyoya position, how well does he get set up? Because there is a fair amount of CC, but it's, I think, a lot more difficult to land. The Gnaw, the Fear coming out of Vex, you know, Chain of Corruption, the Knockup, they can work. But in contrast to Onslaught of Shadows, plus the Swirl Seed and the Sleep, I think it's a lot easier to apply that crowd control. The point and click Lissandra in the middle lane from Saigon Buffalo.
You know what? I'd agree with that statement.
I'm so glad. That's next level, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. But I also think a lot of it goes down to how Saigon has been able to use these tools so far. Because despite that they're losing out, you can even see now they're trading halves of the map. Not in terms of their own blue side and red side, but in terms of just like riding it down the mid lane with that line. I take the top side, you take the bot side. This is how we're going to play the game now.
Let's also find out how Taki Stand United begins to influence this game. If Elyoya is trying to set up a play, the combination of that Stand United while backed up by the Shadow Dash, and then you go, you know, Hecarim or even Kai'Sa re-engaging, there's a lot of tools and ways in which they can get to Niski, get to Unforgiven. If you deal with one of those options, well, then you can just focus Elyoya in a numbers advantage. And right now, Binjay's there. I am tracking to see what happens in the middle lane. It looks like Elyoya is catching that wave as Mad Lions are on a recall.
And while most people will obviously look at Shen and think to, well, it's going to be Stand United to really make sure we can save teammates. The best one to really have is the offensive one, where you can set it up. You can be in the bot lane, help out your AD carry, and then all of a sudden be on the top side to just assist with a tempo play.
Well, listen, look at the minimap here. 15 minutes in, Mad Lions recalled back, picked up a couple more items. With Rift Herald on its way soon, starting to make their way into the river. And you can see top lane was pushed in, so Armwood's catching their wave. Thank you, observers. Highlighting the minimap. Binjay, does he come in from behind? Does he want this fight? I think he does. I think he does. But will it be too late? Elyoya is using that Void Surge to move around the middle lane. Here comes Binjay, lining up the onslaught of shadows and holds onto the trigger.
Yeah, they do. Mad Lions still only 4 members in the mid lane. Armwood was on the top side, clearing up the waves. Now he's coming through with a teleport, and they can go on Hasman here.
This is in the river. This is in the river. Hasmed's going forward, looking for the blooming. Is going to put everyone to sleep with that lilting lullaby. At least 2 members. That's locking in place onto Elyoya. Glacial Tomb won't be enough to kill him just yet. Elyoya gets the kill onto Binjay. Saigon were disrupted in dealing damage.
And that's the second time in a row this happens right before you want to go for the second Rift Herald. They can open up the mid lane. They can beeline up towards that top side where they can pick up the Herald for themselves and further extend the lead with the Rift Herald coming through from Elyoya and the passive he gets from it.
Mad Lions 5,000 gold up. It is still 100% kill participation. That Balvet that was in the first rotation of picks, Mad Lions is absolutely in control. And I know we've talked so much about the crowd control and the team. So if we get a replay of this, break down for me why or how Saigon was pushed away to prevent them actually killing Elyoya, because like it looked to me like they could have.
You know, I was really looking for it as well, yeah. And I'm glad you want to highlight it too, because I do as well. Initially, it's a good disengage lead coming out from Hasman, right? Flash is in, kind of reminds you of a speaker. This time around, though, Cleanse is available for Unforgiven. This is the big one. Elyoya gets knocked in twice through CC from Froggy, but the follow-up is only there once the CC has been applied, and they're not able to layer it. Because they're not able to layer it, well, they're just sending Binjay into his own death afterwards.
Well, that allows Elyoya to pick up yet more kills. Managed to get that chem tank as well, so another tool to enable him moving forward.
Look at the bot lane wave currently being pushed in here, so they get mid lane priority. They can move down towards the bot side. Niski is escorting in a wave. They still have the Rift Herald available, and they can pick up more gold with the Voidlings coming through as well.
I'd like you to keep an eye on the minimap for me, Goldborg. Let's look at how Saigon Buffalo fend off this pressure. I have felt as though Mad Lions' warding for the last 5 or so minutes has been pretty solid. They've had deep wards. You can see the observers highlighting it inside the jungle of Saigon Buffalo. Led by Mad Lions.
Dramatic.
Will just get caught out. And I mean, that is obliteration on hit points. Face checking into a jungle that's not yours. The bottom lane was just being pushed by Mad Lions. The route from the chain of corruption. Froggy's going to self-cast the ult. The damage is going to come out.
And it's certainly not going to be enough. Froggy gets out of there. Shogun gets in!
Oh, the Acanthian Rain! Shogun making the play, but at what cost? All of the surges being used. A flash forward from Unforgiven. Armage pulling Hasmed and Froggy away. Elyoya is now looking for more. That banquet is endless, and he is hungry. Froggy goes down. It's Unforgiven that picks up the kill. The Rift Herald is going to do so much work. This is the second Herald, and it's going to be able to get another charge off.
In Game 2, bot lane inhibitor was broken open at 17 minutes into the game. In Game 3, 18 minutes of standing, but Rift Herald goes down, and Mad Lions, they're going to keep the inhibitor up as well at the same time. I think that's the correct choice, but overextension starts out by Cyclone Buffalo. Afterwards, it becomes a turret defense, and while it's a great pickup from Shogun initially, once the rest of the teamfight plays out, Mad Lions still has the lead.
And I mean, don't forget that, what's it, Binjay that face checked, you know, into that red buff, into the darkness. We just saw the bottom lane being pushed by Nisqy, and it was a decision that was punished. And now BJ and Taki stepping forward once more. No ways. Do they fancy another engage? Kaiser will just spot them out, and we're playing for Hextech Rift.
Hextech Drake up and available. Now, I think you want to look for the resets, but this is the big one you're talking about. Like, look at the pink wards as well. You're not allowed to walk in here. You can't get this vision. At best, you have the Raptor ward, and you have the ward next to the Cisco bush. Outside of that, it's not really available. Sorry, I don't know what to call it. There was a flag there. It's the Cisco bush.
That's awesome.
Give me a raise for the marketing as well at the same time.
Awesome. There we go. We'll let the producers know. 21 days of epicness, and it is followed on day 5 right now. I mean, this team fight, I got to give some credit here to Shogun.
Shogun's amazing.
He saw the opportunity and took it. Ultimately, Mad Lions had more tools. Also so far ahead that he gets punished again, because it is still an over-aggressive move, right? Because the rest of the team stuck with it.
This is what I found so funny, because Elyoya didn't want to go into combat and potentially lose out on the Rift Herald. He used it before going into the fight. Armored goes down to taking a tower shot too much, but outside of that, they're still super happy about the situation. And gold lead now, 8k in the lead of Mad Lions.
Still
Saigon looking to play defense in their own jungle, but they can't really do it.
It's still 100% kill participation. That single champion is taking over, especially when you look 1-3-3, 1-1-3, 2-1-3, 1-2. If it's not Elyoya, it is not happening. He truly is the Mufasa of this pride.
You know what? It's really curious to me. This is the first time I actually see the Chemtech coming through for the Velvet. Usually we see a Frozen Fist be the one just to stick on your targets. This time around, though, I think he realizes that he needs something to bridge the gap between the champions that have so much movement speed, like the Lilia, like the Kaiser. Baron has been started off. Mad Lions have lost it before with a Velvet.
They are not sticking to it now. They have peeled. In terms of initiation, Armored is in Mega Gnar. Great vision. You see the boulder toss. Tagging on to Taki.
Curious to see that Change of Corruption still up and available. If Unforgiven wants to look.
Glacial Path wasn't followed. Chain of Corruption starts to spread. 1, 2 members locked in place. 2 members dead. Unforgiven deletes the pony and the horse. And now Froggy is going to fall. Popped. Triple kill for Unforgiven. That should be the Baron.
It's just as simple as that. Saigon walks 5 members into the Valley of Death in the mid lane. Only 2 makes it out. And now Baron on the cards for Mad Lions. Unforgiven makes it look easy with 1 Chains of Corruption.
Oh, really nicely done. Saigon, I think the right idea, push that mid-wave, try to pull Mad Lions towards you, threaten that tower. Saigon Buffaloes have not taken a single tower as of yet, by the way, and now Mad Lions will pick up the Baron. They have absolute control of this game, and it is their 3rd to lose.
Yeah, I was surprised the Chains of Corruption didn't come out earlier, because Taki was really overextending himself as well, but it's the CC chain. It's coming through. You get the fear as well from Nisqy. You have the knock-up from Elyoya. There's the same kind of CC that can be applied that Saigon has, but when you're ahead, it's so much easier for Mad Lions to apply it.
That's the second time in about 4 minutes that I think the Buffaloes have been overconfident or ignored the darkness. You know, they got caught in the red buff stepping forward. They're in the river. They knew Mad One Baron, and I understand you have to check. But they've got to be a little bit more careful, figure out a different answer of stepping into the dark.
And let's be real, we're 22 minutes into the game in just a bit. We have an 11k gold lead for Mad Lions. It's hard to keep a focus on Saigon here because they're playing so much on the back foot at this point in time. They have the tools, where they have the CC we've been talking about the entire time, and this is really all they can do. But if they take a full-on 5 versus 5, they will just lose to Mad Lions.
Yeah, and that's why you have to be so careful of that darkness. So even if you stand toe-to-toe, even if you step into the darkness, like, the night is dark and full of shadows. Saigon Buffalo rooted up in place. That's the engage. It's not 5v5, it's 4v4. Kaiser escapes with his life. Teleport's coming in from behind, but will the fight be over already? Mad Lions going forward. Nisqy surges with the shadows. Froggy is running for his life, and he will not be able to escape just yet. Armor's looking to run him down. Hasmed's trying to run interference. Swirlseed comes out. The boulder toss is sidestepped. The rest of Mad Lions are inside the base.
They most certainly are, but they're still looking for a fight here for some reason. They're looking for it.
Armor escapes for now. Kaiser goes golden. Killer instinct from Shogun. He finds himself just 1, and Hasmed's the last man standing. The Pride of Lions are inside the base and looking for the Nexus.
Void Queen shuts down the Kaiser. They're ramping in towards the Nexus turret, and Mad Lions, they strike back in the 3rd game.
Elyoya takes down Saigon with Mad Lions at his back. With the Nexus falling, Mad Lions go 2-1 up over the Saigon Buffaloes. It is over just yet. Will it happen? Yes, it does. 2-1, Mad Lions.
And it's a good way to come out with a victory here, because after that 2nd game, it felt like Mad Lions had gotten their comfort. and they had just straight up lost to Saigon. It looked like Saigon had figured them out, but they bring in that curveball. They bring in what is about to be a signature pick for LLL at this World Championship with the Belver.
Picks and bans becomes very interesting. Saigon will get side selection for this next game. I'm interested to see what will be prioritized. That Hecarim has been influential, but even more so, if there is an answer to this approach, have Saigon figured it out? I posed the question at the beginning of game 3. Did Saigon figure Mad Lions out? And this one is just, I think, a pop-off Belveth performance.
I mean, I think Saigon could have gone into this and still had a good time. I think the problem really arose when LLL just picked everything up in the early game.
Yeah.
Remember that 2v2 skirmish where everyone was just fighting? That could have gone both ways.
That is so important, actually. I forgot about that 4 minutes 2v2 for 1 in the bottom lane. While our teams are readying up for match point, we're heading over to State Farm Analyst. State Farm Analyst there to break that one down.
I don't know what just happened up there on the caster desk. Yeah. Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Belveth sound effects?
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah. That's Belveth spawning all our little void monsters that nobody understands how they work.
Also, this is a tiger.
Oh, good. I'm glad you. I like that. I like this. Jat wanted to make sure that the audience knows that we're not stupid.
Yeah.
We know that that's a tiger and not a lion, but it was the closest thing we had in this studio to a lion. Yeah. So we grabbed it. Because why not? Let's dress the setup. Okay, so for as dominant a game 2 as Saigon Buffaloes put up, Mad kind of just stepped up and showed them they can do the same.
Yeah, Mad got pissed off after game 2. He knew that the second the Belveth came in, first rotation of red side, and I mean, hell, LLL had an amazing game on it. Pretty much single-handedly took over the game.
Single-handedly did it. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say even the last 2 games, though, explosive bottom lane fights that seemingly decide the game. It was so one-sided for the side of Mad Tigers this game that it didn't seem like there was much coming back. The Shen support was already a bit of a reach for a pick. If it does get ahead, it's very effective, but if you fall behind on that support pick, it's very difficult to come back. And just this whole extended engagement went so heavily in the favor of Mad.
Yeah, and you know, it comes right off of Jat sending us down the rabbit hole where we did find out Cape Buffaloes do actually kill more lions than vice versa. But yeah, this game did not go that way. I do want to say,
statistically, is it two lions killed per Buffalo?
I feel like if BJ lands that one Hecarim Q that hit no one, he probably gets the double kill.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it feels like had that gone differently, I feel like this could have been a different game for Saigon Buffalo. Then maybe you're the ones being the aggressor, the Hecarim's going in, he's bringing the Shen, the Kai'Sa's able to jump in and follow up, kind of what their composition hinged on. But once Mad found that early lead, we just saw LLL at Mad Lions consistently invading Saigon Buffalo's jungle and really never gave them a lease of life, because when you look at Buffalo's comp, it's definitely one that needs to be the one starting the fights, wants to be on the front foot.
I think it's important that Mad Lions have showcased here in the 3rd game that they don't need to have LLL on that Hecarim. It can be taken away. He can jump to something like the Belveth. They can still be successful. If I'm to point at something that actually concerns me, even in a victory for Mad Lions, it is this reliance on Gnar. And seeing the Lilia come out in response and how it can be played and navigate some of these team fights, it concerns me for a more even game state where we get that same top lane matchup. Like, yes, the Gnar wasn't necessarily pressed in this game because he didn't have to be, or didn't have to be the catalyst for a victory, but we saw it in those couple scenarios in a 1v1 in the side lane. Lilia's winning out, and that's a matchup that I could see starting to warp
as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we even see the damage numbers, right? Not really a huge part in terms of taking the game over. The other members really stepping up, especially, again, kind of surprisingly, Niski, big damage dealer, just overarchingly coming into planes where we sold him is, again, the facilitator, the one who pushes the moves, where he's been the highest damage share for the side of Mad Lions.
I like this. 2 lions.
Now there's 2 lions.
To 1 Buffalo. That's the updated series score.
Well, and now they have a better shot, because as we've learned, it takes generally more than 1 lion to take down a Buffalo, but it only takes 1 Buffalo to take down a lion.
A pride of Lions can beat a Cape Buffalo.
Right.
But, you know, in a 1v1.
We did an unnecessary amount of Googling during the last game in this this segment here, just to get up on our Buffalo v Lion knowledge. Now, when it comes to the top performer in this most recent game, the 1+ OP player of the game is, of course, LLL on that Belveth. While he may not have eclipsed Niski in damage, I believe he did in kills and got so much done in the early game, really accelerating the pace of the game.
Yeah, 8-1 and 10, constantly invading the enemy jungle. I feel like this is his second insanely good Belvath game in a row, if you count the one yesterday against DRX where they couldn't quite finish it. 95% kill participation.
Belvath was your crystal ball pick
Yeah.
for highest win rate?
Five games played needs to have the win rate. If
Highest win rate. It's lost one and won two, correct?
I think it's 1-1. I think Elio's only played it twice, right?
He's played it twice. Didn't he win both games?
No, he lost.
Or no, he lost it. Oh, so that was the loss I'm attributing. Okay,
But with
so
how
it's
well
50-50.
he plays it, just keep it going.
Yeah.
This makes me also want Mad Lions to stay in the tournament as long as possible. So I am conflicted. But
let's talk about game number 4. If we want to see this go all the way to 5, it's on Saigon Buffaloes to make it happen. They will have side select again. They are going to go to blue side this time around, if what I'm reading in the prompter is correct, and it looks to be so.
Yeah.
So what do you make of that move, Lyric, given the fact that they only when they found is on red and just took a hard loss from the blue side?
I'm just convinced now that Saigon Buffalo are just hyping themselves up and egoing themselves like, wait, we lost on this side? We don't lose on this side and have to run it back. And it kind of goes to the same thing, I feel like, as last game, where I don't actually hate Saigon Buffalo's composition. Like, it has a clear identity of what it wants to do. It's kind of like the reverse of what happened for Mad last time around, right? Where
would you run it back? Same exact 10 champions.
I don't know if I'd run it back.
Okay, what do you change?
I feel like things like the Shen are still kind of like niche enough to where you want to pull it out once, see if you get that win. But
okay, what's that? What's a better support pick?
I feel like maybe you go away from the Hecarim.
Ooh.
I would probably keep first pick Hecarim. I need to check their bans again, switch something else for the Belvath ban because that wouldn't have been.
I love BJ on the Maokai.
I actually don't mind what Saigon Buffalo has done with side select this series. So we can see there it was Silas.
Right. So I suspect Mad won't let that Maokai go through being on the red side. And so to your point, yeah, maybe a first pick Hecarim, but then ban the Belvath so that he's forced further down.
Well, I definitely know that it's easier to know what you want to change in draft after a loss than after a win.
Okay.
So the strategy of if we lose a game, let's just stay on the same side. Because normally you say like, oh, you lost, you better switch something up. But it's worked for them once before in this series where they lost red side, then picked red side to win on red side. So I actually don't mind them sticking, like even though they're flip-flopping the side that they actually want to play, staying on blue side because they clearly have something in mind that they want to tweak.
Trying to figure out what other bans they could drop on the side of Saigon Buffalo. Like, I'm wondering about that Aatrox. I know it's got 100% presence throughout the tournament, but I'm almost wondering if you should be either forcing Mad to consider banning it or just picking it up for yourself.
I kind of wonder as well, right? You would assume that Mad Lions would have to go for it if it's up instead of the Gnar, but at the same time,
there's a lot of Gnar skins left.
Exactly, it's still Armut, so maybe you just get Aatrox for yourself.
That's a good point. We didn't consider how much deeper Armut's champion
pool is.
Yeah, it's something like 24 champions deep.
Yeah.
In this series, he's played 2 different versions of Gnar.
He hasn't even.
He's apparently got 2 games on like Dino Gnar. So unfortunately, he's doubled up once. But I'm wondering where else he could go. What do you think? Does Gentleman Gnar stand more of a chance against a Buffalo than a Dinosaur Gnar? I would actually imagine Dino Gnar beats Buffalo.
It should. And last game he was on Galaxy Gnar.
Yes.
Which is just more technologically advanced.
Oh, true.
So I think he should stick with that.
Yeah, ain't no Buffaloes reaching the
draft
Galaxy.
meetings must be so easy with Armut. Be like, okay, what do you want here?
Well, okay, you say it's easy, but is it easy or is it actually something that we should start considering as a limiter? Like, does he seem reliant on it? Are we worried that they're always reaching for it? Is that indicative that they feel like that's the only pick they have in the top lane? Like, there's a serious question about Gnar moving away from the skins themselves.
I don't know how concerned they obviously don't seem too concerned in this series. I mean, definitely if they were playing like an RNG or a DRX.
You need more options.
Exactly. Like, I mean, you're just going to get steamrolled. And, I mean, heck, if Hasmed, again, has things like the Vayne, I think it can be a consideration of like, hey, guys, we actually need more.
All right. Well, we'll find out soon enough whether or not it'll be a 4th Gnar game for Armut, and we'll see if the Buffalo have what it takes to tie up the series and keep their world's hopes alive. Game number 4, right after this.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, yeah, yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spin the stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it. Yeah, run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 play-ins knockouts. Mad Lions are 2-1 up over the Saigon Buffaloes. We're a couple minutes away from what could be Buffalo's last game at the World Championship. And to summarize how the game has played out so far, the team that has had side selection has won their respective games. And it's been decided within the, first 5 to 8 minutes, I think.
I definitely think that's the case of this game so far, because it just feels like whoever got ahead with the early game lead just never really fell behind. Like, you take a look, game 1, Mad Lions was running away with it. Game 2, the Vayne top win lane win game kind of thematic. Game 3, that bot lane fight, that let Yoya get a few leads as well, went into the mid lane, went up towards the top side, picked up a kill. Like, they just don't slow down when they get a lead. And I think it goes down to how these two teams actually function as teams, right? They're teams that like to be ahead. They're teams that like to drive the tempo of the game. And if suddenly you don't have that ability, it seems like it's hurting them a lot.
The thing that I love about that point you just made, Gulborg, is that the team that gets the lead, the team that accelerates the pace of the game, proactive, they play on the front foot, all three of the games we've seen have been pretty clean wins once the team got that advantage, right? I think it is fair to say, in contrast to the play-ins games, both of these teams have stepped up a gear. Now, the question is, with the pressure on Saigon Buffalo, again, the youngest team here at the World Championship, facing down Mad Lions, facing down Match Point, what do you think they want to prioritize or change for the draft? They banned Aatrox on blue side. Do they leave that open? Is that something Hazmat even wants to play? You know, if you know or you assume No is going to be the option here.
The fun thing about that is that you don't need Aatrox to beat Armored. At this point, that may
very
sound,
valid point.
That might sound very harsh right now, but that's just what's happened so far, right? Second is, I think the Kai'Sa pickup blind was really random because you couldn't really play the game through bot lane, through Shogun. He had his moments in the mid to late game and some of the team fights while behind, but I think, for example, you slammed that Misfortune, which he already performed super well in game 2.
Yeah.
You just have a bot lane that works for you.
What I will say as well, both times the teams have picked red side, so Saigon in game 2, Mad Lions in game 3. The last rotation picks, the Vayne on 10 for Saigon Buffalo, and then the Varus on 7. It ended up being very influential. Multiple times, those Chain of Corruptions had enough crowd control to allow the Belveth to pick up the win. So that like death ball that had put together from the side of Saigon Buffalo got punished.
Yeah, I mean, you can only give credit to the adaptability there was. That was a lot of question marks when we saw that Varus, me included, because I didn't know how it's going to function, but it turned out to function really well. And that's why I'll go back to the point where I said that Misfortune, that may rise in the priority. Mad Lions might even know this themselves and pick Misfortune on 1-2 instead of picking them now on 1-2.
Now, is Mad Lions going to have another option available to them? We saw the Hecarim, successful in game 1, not successful in game 2. We saw the Belveth successful here. It worked pretty well against DRX until the Baron throw. Is there any other blueprints? Is there anything else that we can do here?
Yeah, surely. Like, I mean, you can always just go for blind Sejuani. That's like never really going to be an issue. Maokai is away from the cards.
Maokai's huge as well.
Yeah, I mean, Maokai will just have to be banned on red side. You don't give that over. I think Mad Lions have realized this for themselves. And that's what you can allow yourself to do in a best of 5. You can experiment a little bit. They did that, and I think they realized that if Silas is banned, we cannot play into Maokai.
We'll find out now what the teams have decided. Will Silas, Maokai, Aatrox, Draven, will they find themselves on the ban pool? We have not changed those first bans once again. Aphelios as well as Draven removed from the pool.
Yeah, so it's just going to be Caitlyn as well as the follow-up here from Mad Lions like they had in the game of before. And then Maokai on 3 like we saw. Are they feeling a need to adapt again out of nowhere? But no, they're just going to stick with the formula that worked for them just before. And they're going to ban the Caitlyn.
Yeah, there's the Silas banned away once again. As well as the Gnaw. Removing that. That is an interesting choice. So does that mean, are they forcing the Aatrox ban and maybe want to prioritize that for first pick? Is that how you read that?
I think you still ban away the Maokai. I mean, I'm actually not sure.
Yeah.
It's like 2 options that you really don't like. And now they're going to say, damn it, we have to ban the Aatrox.
Did not expect that, and finally the Kalista is now locked in. It's going to be Shogun running this one in the bottom lane. 8 games played this year.
Now this is what we expected from the get-go because the Draven kept being banned. Now, Mad Lions, throughout the course of the tournament, have not played a single game of Maokai. And I think this is where Sycon Buffalo is saying, match parent, we don't care. We'll call your bluff. You won't play Maokai. We'll still have it available. So they pick up the Kalista for themselves. That can allow them to play aggressive in the bot side. And now the question is, from the side of Mad Lions, are you grabbing a Misfortune into it? Is that what you want to do to stabilize it? Make it rain can make her life a little miserable. You have good damage percentage into the Kalista as well at the same time. But no, Unforgiven is going to stick with what worked the last game, and he's going to go on that Varus.
I wonder as well if that is... Wow. Oh, Pantheon, not banned. It's locked in now. So that is secured for B&J. That will be the first time that he's played it at the World Championship. He's got 5 games played, 4 of them are wins from the VCS. And I think when I look at the Varus, one of the signals they said to me was, be aware, if you're thinking about that kind of Hecarim option, you will have that Chain of Corruption to lock you in place.
And so many times, Pantheon has been banned out against B&J. This time around, he finally gets it. Paired up with a Taliyah in the mid lane, where the combo just goes. Pantheon walks into lane, he stuns you, and Taliyah doesn't combo. That's how simple it is. Now, the adaptation coming through from Armut is going to be that on off towards the top side. I think that's beneficial for Mad Lions. I think having Armut on with long range engage is super good for them. Now you can ban away some of the things you don't want to play against. Gwen is one of them, Camille can be another one, and then you're just going to default into, well, here's my mid laner into the Taliyah. We save counter pick for support on 5.
What do you want to run into these globals? Because when you start thinking about the range, the semi-globals with the range of engage that Pantheon and Taliyah can offer, and the fact that you still don't know what Taki's going to run in this bottom lane when comboed up with that Fate's Call from Kalista, that is a lot of engaged tools already on the side of Sycon Buffalo. Not to be dissuaded, Call of the Forge God plus Chain of Corruption is great primary and secondary. So, just like we've seen from all the other games, these teams like to play forward, like to play aggro, and like to make their first move.
I don't think Niski would do this, but I think champions like Azir functions really well into this. You're longer range than pretty much all of them. You have Disengage in your kit. You can go for Crown of the Shattered Queen, so you won't have to be worried about the fact that you get comboed up. Yumi left available. And Renata banned away from the Kalista.
If that gets locked in, the Lost Chapter is so powerful. And again, think about the crowd control. Think about the options available to Mad Lions.
Oh, wow.
Instead, they're going to go for the Vex, which did work very well in Game 3 when comboed with the Bel'Veth and managing to, again, follow up secondary engage after the Yawn can work
So the
well.
thing with, at least, the Vex is that she can knock down the Pantheon whenever he comes around for the stun, right? That's a thing you can look for. The problem that you have is that you're also fairly short range, so even if you knock down the Pantheon, any slows coming through from any Mumble members could be dangerous. But Hasmid again, trying to remain aggressive on the top side. The only worry I have right now from Sycon is, do you have too many things to play for? You have a Pantheon and Taliyah. You can get mid lane pressure, you can move that around the map. But if you move it towards one side of the map, how's the other side gonna look? Because you have 2 carries to play for. The Fiora, the Kalista, the pick coming through from the bot lane of Taki. It is gonna be that set.
My word! So there's only 2 games of Fiora played by Hasmet all year long. He didn't win a single one of them. It is another game in a row, Gulborg. There's a champion locked in the side lane that can take over that side lane. They can push. I think the Lilia obviously wants to team fight just a little bit more, but the final lock-in here will be Kaiser in on Alistar. So zoom out. How do these compositions want to win the game?
There is definitely team fighting tools available to Mad Lions. That's how you win the game. You can already see the picture that you have. Chains of Corruption, Alistar that goes in, Ornn that goes in. But, not Velvet, but the Vex on top of it. But on the side of Saigon Buffalo, you have a few more tools. You have an early game through bot lane you can play for. You have a combo in the mid lane to try and shut down Niski. And you have a side lane win condition. It's very fluid in terms of what it can do, but I think if they are even and they straight up decide to teamfight Mad Lions, they'll probably lose. So they have to play around some of the finicky win conditions they have in their team comp.
I also think the level of risk when engaging for Saigon Buffalo is significantly higher. Long range Ornn, long range Chain of Corruption. Wait to see if Vex can have something to follow up on. That means you're not throwing your body at a fight, which is what Pantheon, Fiora, and Set want to do.
Cross mapping and movement coming through is going to be really crucial to have a look at, because if Mad Lions is overforcing bot side, Saigon's going to be overforcing on top side, where you do these semi-globals just to rain down on Armored immediately.
And I think both teams have had pretty good wave management, side lane control. They've played the map relatively in the games that they've won. When you think about the vision and the fights, even in game 1 when Mad Lions picked it up, the one big team fight Saigon had won was because they'd set up a chain of events to force that fight to the mid lane.
And what about the storyline we just had before, where it's like this game, it was all the games we've had so far in the series have been decided in the early game in terms of who actually take it. No team has come back yet. It has just been stomp after stomp after stomp. This might be a little different.
Well, let's find out, because both teams have the tools to continue stomping if they get ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! Shogun will just spot them out and throw up the Teemo thumbs up. Taking a look down the keystones, nothing jumping out for me as of yet.
1 Buffalo, 2 Buffalo, 3 Buffalo on the top side, just gaining some vision control. Keep that tracking going on Elyoya, very important when you're playing into a champion like the Bel'Veth.
In the previous game, Bel'Veth was able to pick up a kill in the topside jungle just before the first Rift Herald spawned. It was set up because Hazmed committed to a fight with Armored, kind of got chunked out, forced away, and then was down low. That first Rift Herald for a champion like Bel'Veth is so important.
They might be anticipating an early invade. At least that's why they put so many members up here, should someone actually come in and face check. You can even see it with Kai'Sa and Unforgiven up there. But Saigon, they're just going to carry back here. They're not going to show any intel whatsoever. BJ is solo starting the blue buff, while the bot lane of Saigon Buffalo is actually trying to get aggressive down the bot side to potentially get a level 1 all-in.
So let's talk about the fact that Saigon Buffalo have a number of lanes that they can or they want to play for. What would you prefer to see from them? As you can see, Fiora top, Talia mid, and the Kalista separate.
You can 2v2 in the bot lane if you know the jungler isn't around. And watch out for Taki just flashing out of nowhere. He's got Hex Flash, and he's going to look to go all-in whenever he gets the chance.
Okay, stepping forward already, challenging the first wave. We'll get that pull back into Kai'Sa and instantly get headbutt to safety, but Shogun will be able to pick up the first couple of minions.
Yeah, so the other thing, of course, is that mid lane, right? You have the Talia with the Pantheon combo. You come in and get the stun, Niski just gets CC's up. Afterwards, you can use that priority to move it elsewhere on the map. You don't want to just slam everything into mid lane. You want to gain priority, and you want to put that priority elsewhere.
I think when you consider that both Pantheon and Talia can have such a fast reaction once they get the ultimates, I love that idea. Get Froggy ahead, then work with Froggy to get Hazmed or Shogun ahead, and then they can close the game out for you. Let's see whether or not that plays out. Niski is eating a lot of those mines for now. Drop down to below half. He got a great poke down earlier, but all 3 lanes pushing into Mad Lions for now.
Yeah, and that's not the best when you have a Bel'Veth that wants to stabilize in the jungle. I think you see it now. BJ, he's actually going to utilize this. He's going to get aggressive. Who can back up Elyoya? Who can facilitate BJ here? Now Froggy already on the move.
Holding on to that shield vault. That will be some very important crowd control. Stepping in, no camps to clear, but look at that. Look at the movement from Buffalo. That is exactly what you talked about in terms of the draft.
Yeah, but good pathing as well for Elyoya. So he knew he was spotted on the red buff. He just did red buff, and then ignored his Raptors, ignored his Crocs, and went straight down to fully clear his blue side, and then off towards the top lane. That actually managed, or made him manage to not get invaded like we just saw with BJ. That was the extra momentum. Had he done Raptors, he would have probably died with the members coming in.
Right now, Elyoya is looking to pick up a kill, looking to make Hazmed die, but there is a very good ward. And a great spot, Goldborg. You called it in the previous game as well. Elyoya's double back. He picked up enemy red, crossed mid, and then looped all the way around his own blue. That is what allowed Elyoya to be in position at the right time to pick up those 4-minute kills. Unforgiven, respecting the pullback. He flashes away to safety. Shogun will use that cleanse and look at the river. Pantheon is making his way down.
And just like that, again, like Vultures, but Unforgiven has done a great job at trading damage back on Shogun to kind of disrupt that potential dive. They don't have a fully stacked wave to crash in here as well. So great disengage coming through from Mad Lions, but that was that flash in I talked about with Taki. Out of nowhere, explosive.
A little bit of chess game between Alistair and Set, looking to see when someone gets pulled back, when someone gets pulverized or pushed away. We're seeing it play out. Ultimately, both bot laners take big chunks of damage. The wave is now being held in place just for a little. This has allowed Shogun to pick up those double longswords. I think a lot of consumables for Unforgiven cannot be disregarded. 2 cookies and that potion still.
And they also have the lane in a great spot. You can see right now, Cannon goes down. They are starving Shogun, who went back for early cheat. And now Shogun, when he's back in the lane, he will have the item advantage. But in terms of the experience that Unforgiven currently have, it's actually more worth it for him. So if they can have him crash down this wave and allow him to go for a reset, then this whole sequence will actually have benefited him.
Well, we'll find out if he can get that advantage. Level 3 down a level to Unforgiven for now. That wave will move towards him. Goldborg, you can feel the tension of this early game. By 4 minutes in every single one of our previous games, people had died. And this time around, the tension, the fact that it is the elimination game for Saigon, it is the victory advancement game for Mad. And the first move, this is what we wanted to see. Mid and jungle supporting a side lane.
Yeah, and Niski does not have teleports, so no one can actually help Armored. He just has to get out of here. He has to forfeit the wave.
Running, running, running. And tagged by the threaded volley. Beautiful Bellows Breath. Nicely done. Obviously predictable seismic shot.
So what's the counter response from Mad Lions? Well, jungler, mid laner up on the top side. While Drakes have been buffed with their early resistance and HP, that's not going to disrupt you from starting the objective when you spot half the enemy team on the top side.
Yeah, that's again one of the keys to victory for this particular matchup. We saw the Pantheon into the combo. We haven't seen any ganks just yet. I do want to highlight that with that move, as well as early trading, Niski is up 11 CS in that middle lane. It's a +6 in the top lane, but that should be balanced out because it looks like Armwood's got a wave in front of him and actually will be able to be pulled ahead as Husband's Fiora is doing pretty well. 6 minutes on the clock. I am confident that is the earliest dragon that we've seen at play-ins. While I validate that, you let me know.
Yeah, sure thing. So, well, I don't know. You let me know when you validate.
It's 20 seconds late. RNG DRX had a 5-minute 40. That was the one of 2022, and that was about 6 minutes. Just 20 seconds later, the second fastest.
Now, Ahmed is in a position where up in the top lane, his wave is slow pushing into a Fiora. He does have that flash, but it's not a very fun lane to have. So at some point, he'll have to be bailed out, or he's just going to be a point of attack, or he's going to lose a lot of CS by just staring at it.
One thing I also just looked at, when you look at the damage profile of Saigon, a lot of physical damage, there's that chess game, or checkers as it were. I move my piece, you move your piece. And they're instantly disengaged. I think Unforgiven and Kaiser come off worse for wear. It's a 3-for-4. Teleport not available for Armored as the Weaver's Wall locks the Mad Lions in place underneath their tower. Taki stepping forward, a 2-man knockup. Balvet comes in, first blood Mad Lions, followed up by Niski as he arrives for the backup. A dive over the wall, the Void Rush manages to put BJ in trouble. Another! It's Mad Lions with 3. They're looking for 4, but Froggy is going to flash over the wall! The Shadow Surge, as well as the blast code. Niski's gonna flash away from the thread. Volley continues to chase forward. Fear, Ghost, Scare, Otto's all that's needed. 1 more to go. Niski is going to get the kill.
And that's beautiful. That is as good as she could have played that as a Vex in that instance. Held on to it so many times with the ultimate. Waited for the summoner spells came out. First with BJ, then with Focky. Brilliantly played.
Exceptional, and that was a tower dive that the Saigon Buffalo started. Look at the minimap. Niski's on his way. He's going to be late.
It's just such a good read, though. Like, even Aloria's movement here, if he gets CC'd up, he just dies instantly. But the fact he outplays it with the movement and the rest of the team manages to come together just means they win out on this play. And once again, waiting for the things to come through. Blast Cone, no longer available, but he's had the ultimate on him. So he's still going to get over the wall. And then in this instance, he's waiting for Kaiser to come around with a combo, but then he has the ultimate still applicable.
So nicely done. Flashing away that threaded void. Don't put you in risk. Anticipate the tower dive.
Now, picture in picture, Rift has been started up, and the rest of Mad Lions is coming in. Oh, well, here's the Mad Lions, the coaching staff. We're out on the Rift now.
That was a happier looking Mac. Rift Herald is stolen! Elyoya! steps up. 1,700 gold lead. Saigon Buffalo gift wrapped it.
But the problem is, since he can't get the deadly Lavender, he's actually not being able to pick up the Void Links. Yes, he does get the Rift Herald, and of course that's really great. But he doesn't have that thing that makes Belveth really suppressing once you get the Rift Herald.
At this point in the game, I think the aversion to risk is maybe the right call. You cannot disregard the power. Level 8 Fiora, 6 Pantheon, 7 Talia, and electing to get the Herald, drop it for the gold advantage is the safer play, the less risky one, and that is right where we find ourselves this game. Oh yeah, it's just going to get spotted out by the ward there. But the tempo of this game and the tempo of this series has been defined by whoever gets those first big skirmishes. Mad Lions in Game 4, in the match point, get a significant lead.
And they need to be careful here. They can't commit to a dive. You can see Saigon's response as well is that Froggy went for reset. He's pathing down towards bot side. Let's see how this goes again. So Rend haven't really been stacked up on the Rift Herald, so that's also a tool that they don't have available to them from Saigon. And I think it's just one auto attack that comes in with the smite immediately, and they're able to pick it up. And then it's as you say, they don't want to just sacrifice Elyoya and lose out on it.
Yeah, I feel like that's maybe what the decision-making was. And I also feel like Saigon Buffalo need to be careful. There's a lot of feelings in an elimination series when Saigon might have their season ending right here, might have their World Championship run ending right here. They do have a lot of tools, they do have a lot of skirmish power, but they need the next few attempts to be successful.
Here they go, this is the tools we're talking about though.
There's the stun from the shield vault into the seismic shove, the Aegis Assault comes out, and that's at least the first on the board for Buffalo, exactly the way you want to see it.
Exactly, that's what you still have available in your toolkit from Saigon Buffaloes, and they use it immediately in the mid lane. They know Nisqy did not have the flash, so he's an easy target, and this is the thing you want to continue to see them use.
600 gold is the difference between the teams. The exact combo that Gulborg talked about in Picks and Bans was land the Pantheon combo, then followed up with Talia, and that threaded volley will do the rest of the work, and it did. Armut, does he call the Forge Guard forward? Yes, that's number 1. That's number 2. It will be riposted as Elyoya surges twice, 3 times. The knockup from the breath, but the damage isn't there just yet.
No, that's
Armut
brutal.
needs one more.
He's not gonna get it.
One more, and he escapes for now. There's no further follow-up
Talia
either.
does have an ultimate as well. You can see Froggy's making his way up on the minimap right now on the top side. Does he just go straight into the Fog of War? Or is he going back to the mid lane? He's going into the Fog of War.
Weaver's Wall, the threaded volley! Froggy takes down Armut!
Yeah, but watch the cost for it at the same time as well, because while Froggy is getting down on the top side, they get the kill. Nisqy is in the mid lane, dapping on the minions, trying to shove it in to pick up some platings.
And again, just like the previous ones, Armut and Hazmed going toe-to-toe, surviving by the absolute skin of their teeth. This time, a jungler was involved for that exchange. Previously, it was 1v1.
Yeah, but look at the movement as well. Once again from Saigon, they're responding so well to where they just saw Mad Lions. This is what happened with the first Drake. Mad Lions saw members of Saigon on the top side, they got the Drake. Now Saigon Buffalo sees members on the top side, they take the Drake themselves.
It's 1-for-1, 12 minutes on the clock, and we'll be playing for a Cloud Rift. That's going to adapt in just a moment. Elyoya's got that Blade of the Rune King already, 3 assists to his name. And Nisqy this time around, 3-1-1. Involved in the team's 4 kills. He's got himself the Luden. So itemization advantage at the bottom half of the map, as of course, that is where the kills have been secured. And vice versa, this Fiora continues to farm up, plus 20 CS. Divine Sundra completed, and there is a point where Fiora can take over the game, despite the fact Hazmed hasn't had a huge amount of support as of yet.
Oh, they did this early as well. Are they just going to give Elyoya the solo goal for the turret here with the Rift Herald? This is what they did when they just won with the Belveth before. This time around, though, Nisqy's going to oink it.
Yeah, I think Elyoya as well with that drop, and take a look at the numbers difference. Plus 1,600 gold in that mid lane. Armut finds himself down 700 or 800, but the first tower secured. Armut gets jumped on. As that lunge is followed up and number of plates secured. So for Mad Lions, in a good position as the game has started. The Hex Flash will come over, pull backwards, flashed away from. But here comes the Grand Starfall. And there's no target to jump on, there's no one to vault onto with that shield.
Oh yeah, Mad Lions getting way too over-aggressive, and justifiably so. Saigon, they punish immediately, throwing everything in there now. You can be a bit careful. Chains of Corruption goes wide.
Oh, the pathing on that one. Shogun knew that the Fate's Call was available. Unforgiven, Cleanse, and Flash. Nisqy's making his way forward. BJ's here too, so is Froggy. Weaver's Wall's on cooldown.
It definitely is. But the big thing as well for Saigon is that with this Divine Sunder purchase coming through from Hasmet, he's going to continue to have priority in top lane. And for the rest of the game, that's going to be the case. Armored is only going to be relevant whenever there's a team fight around. And Saigon, they realize this. Froggy from the mid lane can move up towards the top side.
Holding on to that trigger for now. And with the fact that Saigon are in the deficit, and with the fact we've already established that in a straight-up 5v5, Mad Lion's composition may be more effective, may have more tools, assuming obviously they land their skills. How does Saigon claw back control? They're only marginally behind, but they're not that far down.
They're definitely not. And this time around, it's so easy for them to find the pickups as well. They have that late-game win condition in their side lane. That's why I also said going into this game, I think this game is going to be closer than the games we've had so far. With the other series, 10 minutes into the game over. This time around, way closer. And with second Rift Herald spawning in 5 seconds, both teams might actually fancy their chances.
We've also seen multiple times this event, multiple times this series, Mad Lions do concede some team fights. They do sometimes overextend. And with the Belveth, where it's so obvious Rift Herald's the target, if you look at the minimap, 5 members of Mad Lions are grouped up. Hasmet's got the teleport available. Mad starting it.
Yeah, but this is also where the Fiora is maybe not going to do as much as Dion is. Armored buying items, though.
Teleport's coming in from behind. The Blast Cone's actually setting up multiple Mad Lions members. The Weaver's Wall slows down the follow-up, and Froggy's firing rocks over the wall. A second and third kill of the fight, and Hasmet's left for dead. In and amongst 4 Lions. All of a sudden, Froggy and Shogun are now dashing out the Shadow Surge once again from Niski. Froggy goes golden, and that's the fight for Mad.
And remember, Saigon had loads of win conditions, but the only one that wasn't their win condition was the team fighting. They opted into a team fight against Mad Lion. Shogun doing his best to kite it out.
And pow, 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 from that Royal Mainstrail. Elyoya will get the flash from Shogun. More importantly, they'll get the Herald and the Lavender.
Unbreakable Diamond. You need to be challenger to compete here, though, so Mad Lions move up towards the Rift Herald, but they're not going to take it just yet. They're going to go for the recalls.
Ooh, obviously low hit points. Again, though, Gulborg, measured aggression. It's similar to that first Rift Herald. They got the kill, they left the Lavender behind. They had the eye and they used that. This time around, leave it. Hey, maybe you get another fight. Maybe for Mad Lions, SGB will flip a coin back into the pit.
Yeah, and it's such an unfortunate position as well, because Taki's ultimate just throws himself over to a Blast Cone. That puts himself into 4 members of Mad Lions. When Hasmet joins the fight, yes, he does get a nice parry, but you're all standing in Elyoya, who's picking up his passive, doing so much damage. Froggy is caught on one side of the wall, forced to flash over. Now he doesn't have flash to get away, and he just gets run down by the Mad Lions.
Something that we haven't necessarily said out loud, but you see demonstrated in that fight. The amount of combat mobility on this composition is shocking. All of the surges from Belveth, Headbutt, Pulverize. You've got Vex with the ability to Shadow Surge again and again. You've even got the Bellows Breath, for goodness sake, and the Charge from Ornn. Outside of Varus just standing there like, hey, what's up? The rest of the team can chase.
Look at the map movement. There's 3 members currently of Saigon Buffaloes on the bot side. No one's actually in a position to respond to this Rift Herald. They're going to get the first turret. They're going to move Kaiser in from the mid lane, and they're going to continue just threatening this. They're sacrificing the Drake to get so much gold for themselves here.
Oh, man, look at those little Manta Rays flying forward. Following up from Elyoya, who's dropped the Herald, gonna get the charge, gonna get another tower secured. Mad Lions, 4,000 gold up. It is at the cost of the Cloud Drake, and Mad Lions are putting themselves in control of the game, putting themselves in control of the series, and now we'll be looking as we're approaching 20 minutes towards the potential Baron.
Yeah, but in a grand scheme of things, who cares about that Whimsy Drake? The fact that you pick up the gold with that second Rift Herald, that's really the big thing. But Saigon Buffalo, they have actually a luxury knowing that team fight objectives are not up at the moment. The fact that there's no neutral objective that all of them is going to be standing at means that you can try and get your pressure on the map. Now you can try and play for the Fiora. You can try and play for the Fog of War where you get a pick with the Talia and Pantheon. But you cannot go in 5 versus 5 and expect to win.
Now I want to see Saigon Buffalo adapt from how they played the previous game when behind. They stepped into the Fog of War simply too often. They got punished for it. They need to find some way to claw back this gold deficit, and that means you have to stem the bleeding. So with one more tower falling, it becomes riskier for the Mad Lions to push into Saigon Buffalo. They can look for punishes, but they need defensive wards.
Yeah, they are opening the map. They are trying to get whatever they can right now. I would have loved if this was the Fiora then, because that meant Taliyah could be shadowing the Fiora and have the Weaver's Wall ready if you needed it, but it's still going to be fine. You're still going to be picking up the turrets for yourself. You're going to have Wave pushed into you on the bot side, but you're not going to have a response into Armut. So when Armut has the lane assignment that they put Ornn into Taliyah, he's perfectly fine. Whereas if you had Taliyah, or rather the Fiora into the Ornn, you would suffer a bit more.
I get what you mean. Now, in terms of Saigon Buffalo, they've got to lean on all of their experience from the course of this year. Still the youngest roster at Worlds, and a team that is the second seed from the VCS. They stepped up at MSI. This is the moment that they have to show that their adaptation from the series, and remember, they picked this blue side. They went for this Kalista option as the first pick, and it hasn't had a chance to shine as of yet. Mad Lions have been able to suffocate, but Saigon are aware of this. I like this. They have a little bit better vision. That ward in the river, so crucial for them.
Yeah, so Sweeper is on cooldown, so Kai'Sa has just used it. So you can finally get rid of it, but now the response has come through. Really, right now, they're just buying time. Here's a pickup, though, they can look for.
That's an instant flash into the cleanse, as well as getting away from the seismic shove. Armut's not going to find the knock-up, and Saigon Buffalo find themselves a pick. That vision we talked about gave them the information to dive forward. But this is a 4 versus 5. Call the Forge Guard's been used. Alyoya steps forward above and beyond, won't find the target. He's looking to fire out that Maelstrom, continues to auto-attack Taki. In a 4 versus 5, Alyoya's that far ahead, it pushes Saigon away.
Yeah, but that's also just the stylistic between the two compositions. Great stuff from Saigon Buffalo. They see an isolated member, they commit immediately. Then it becomes a team fight scenario, you disengage. You picked up a gold, you've got some more breathing room, that's it.
And of course, in terms of the compositions, that replay is going to be exactly how the compositions want to play. You want the skirmishes, you want the kills that give you the time to play the lane. That is what...
So he stops him, and he's having none of that. You stop a AD, you're getting it. And that just comes in immediately. So despite good sidesteps, it's just not enough when they have everything to throw at an isolated AD carry.
If you want Game 5 to happen, spam Mark Ruffalo to help Saigon Buffalo. And again, once Alyoya steps forward, Husman and Shogun be so careful. The flash away from Husband gets him to safety. Alyoya, he needs that CC to land in order to fire out those autos from the wingtips.
Yeah, and why, if you're wondering why Niski didn't take that ultimate on Shogun, Shogun had his shield bow still available. It would just have been a bait throwing himself in there and Niski would have died. But now, once again, opening up the map. That's what Saigon Buffalo does. Find picks when members are rotating isolated like you just saw before.
How afraid are you for Saigon at this point? It's 3,500 gold, but they have the dragon advantage, and they have champions that really don't mind going to the late game. They just have to avoid the straight-up head-to-head 5v5.
So they also have a Varus that's unhit, and they have a Bel'Veth. That Baron, that's shredded. So you can never really keep it unwarded. You have to worry about this exact thing.
It's the darkness, it's the darkness, it's the darkness! It's full of fears, but the showstopper and the blast cone! That gets Taki out to safety for now. Taki stays alive for the Weaver's Wall to arrive. Niski will be backed up with the call of the Forge God, but nobody from Saigon dies just yet, until just a moment ago. 2 members are down, but so far this fight is exactly what Saigon want. Multiple skirmishes, multiple fronts. Unfortunately for them, they're too far down.
Oh, they're not done.
All of a sudden, the Grand Starfall comes out. They're jumping on to Ornn. Kaiser's looking for the hop over the wall. Unforgiven needs to get into range. Armut is staying alive just long enough for Unforgiven to arrive, but the seismic shove and the shield vault will force the flash out. Now Kaiser's the next to fall. Saigon ace match.
BJ, you absolute giga-chat! What a play to come through with! And it's through the mid and jungle combo that they picked up from the drafting phase. This Taliyah and Pantheon is really paying its dividends.
Multiple skirmishes, multiple 2v2s. That is how this composition shines.
Exactly, and it looks so good for Mad Lions in the beginning, but they also overextend their welcome. As soon as they take the fight under the enemy turret, that's where it becomes really difficult to fight. You can see they want Shogun, but they don't get the damage on him immediately. That forces Alyoya to get on the turret. It forces him to get picked up by BJ, and they use so much time on the top side of the fight here to try and pick out Taki. Then they get isolated, and that's the big one. Once again, they see a lone little Ornn and BJ punishes immediately, but we're not done. Out of the replay we go.
Fight, fight, fight! Alyoya above and beyond onto Taki, gets pulled backwards. He's the sacrificial lamb. Look at the minimap, look at the minimap. The rest of Saigon Buffalo are pushing the mid-outer turret. This will be the third of the game. If they can secure it, minion wave is being cleared out, so the tower will stand to live another day.
Look at the ultimates. Nothing has been used to pick up Taki. You just go straight over to Baron. If the enemy comes around, that's where you turn the fight. This should be so good for Mad Lions, and I'm wondering, how does Saigon Buffalo get out of this one?
3 dragons in Saigon's belt. Baron has been started, and we've already seen this go badly for Mad Lions at play-ins groups. Secondary charge from Armut is just for the disengage. And frankly, that goal difference is irrelevant at this time.
So crucial by the Talia. Kaiser could not get his combo through because he was stunned up immediately. So you just get pushed away with Froggy there. They get out all of them scot-free. Ultimates get used. Nothing connects. And Saigon Buffalo, they disrupt the danger.
I got a feeling, Goodborg. You don't know what my feeling is? Because I've had
many. You have a lot of
feelings. This is going to be a 10-game day. I got a feeling that we're going to have the maximum amount, because immediately following this will be Loud versus DFM. And look at this game.
Oh, here they go again.
The scale of 4,000. Unforgiven gets jumped on. The cleanse is popped. Alyoya will find the knock-up. Chain of Corruption is not going to be able to hold them in place. Alyoya's looking for it onto BJ. Gets the summoning heal. The heal right, rather. Stays alive. There's a smite rather.
Niski,
now Niski jumps forward. Not going to be able to find a kill just yet. Nobody's died. Nobody's died.
But here comes the re-engage with the ultimate.
Taki pulls them backwards. BJ once again knocked up into the air. Nobody's died. Finally, Hasmed gets one at the cost of his own life. The seismic shove takes down Armored. Saigon Buffaloes win the fight.
Everything says that Saigon Buffalo shouldn't win this team fight, but I don't give a damn. They're doing it anyway, and so much credit has to go to Bean that just instantly see a play, goes for it. The rest of the members comes around, and then Taki on the re-engage on the set with Hasmed giving his life to find the fight.
Like I said, I got a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night. And Saigon Buffalo feeling it too. Look at that engage. I cannot believe BJ stays alive for as long as he does.
I genuinely thought he was just going to die here, Mad Lions. We're going to pick up the Baron afterwards. But BJ stays alive. The Gold Ring are paying its dividends in that fight. Nessie comes through. Had this connect on BJ, he would have gotten the reset. That would have been the fight. That would have been probably the game over. Does not happen. Cannot one-shot Froggy. And now it becomes such an extended fight. With Hasmed finally coming through. He's not used a single thing. And because of that, they're able to get at least one, making it 2 afterwards, with Armut dashing in.
That is one of the hardest team fights I have ever cast in my career, with the amount of everything thrown in at the middle lane. So many players going at 10% HP, and now the gold is bang on even.
What's so beautiful about this ad is Vietnam is showing up with their own style, right? You never see anyone go for this kind of style right now, but this is what has been so feared against them. It's the reason why BJ has been taking so many Pantheon bans throughout the tournament.
Not only that, they straight up stared Mad Lions at a 5v5 and went, we can win this. Despite being gold down, they managed to outplay it.
But this is the big one. Fiora's on the bot lane, currently pushing in the side lane. She does not have to teleport. So they're going to call the bluff. They're going to say, we start out the Baron. You want to fight? It's going to be a 4 versus 5.
Fake call is available in just a moment. Weaver's wall will lock Mad Lions inside the pit. The Starfall comes in, 3,000 hit point. Burger flip, burger flip. Who gets the smite fight? It's picked up by Alyoya and the Mad Lions. They kill BJ. They kill Froggy. And now they're looking for Shogun and Taki at the pressure. Hasmed is pushing the ball. Maybe it's backed away. He's backed away.
It could have been the play. BJ steals that. That's Fiora just currently in a position to end the game if the rest of them can stop the ports. Unfortunately, that's not the thing we're actually seeing. And Mad Lions, they managed to pick up the Baron and later the team fight.
Alyoya, as well as Unforgiven, pushing the tower in the middle lane. Niski pushing the tower in the top lane. Just as Saigon bring back the deficit, the Baron is secured and Mad Lions once again retake control.
And this is going to be the big one, because this is where you open up the base. This is where you push Saigon Buffalo out of the map. You can start taking the objectives, start picking up the camps. Hasmed looking.
Fate's Call is available. If Taki gets close enough, that can work. Hasmed is chunked down, forced to run. That's Armut flashing forward, won't find the knockup. The breath is bellowing, and Alyoya needs to dash away to safety. That Surge buying time. 4 members of Saigon Buffalo on the steps, and the fight will fizzle there.
And somehow, some way, Saigon Buffalo, they managed to defend their base. Teleports coming through from Niski now in the mid lane to stay on top of the push. But let's have a look at how this Baron actually unfolded. BJ comes in early at 3k. But despite that, there's still a lot of AoE, and the smite comes down at 1500. Anticipates the damage is going to be a little larger from the Q. He does not get it. And after that, it's an easy pickup from Elyoya.
Very nicely done. And learning from the DRX Baron throw just a day ago, Mad Lions in the pit this time, coordinated well, and please don't underestimate, that was a risky call. Had BJ or been able to land that smite, could have worked out. And crucially, for LEC fans, for European viewers, Mad Lions delay the soul. They pick up their second dragon. They have a minute left on this Red Bull Baron, and they're stepping forward, GB.
But they're not playing on 2 lanes right now. They're throwing 5 members down in the bot side, which means that, yes, you'll be able to pick up this turret. What happens afterwards? You're 5 versus 4. Are you looking for anything? Good Walls comes out to disrupt it, but armored as well with the break.
Yeah, too many members in front of the wall as well. That did very little to really slow down this siege. It will be a trade of a couple of towers, but advantageous for Mad Lions. Grand Starfall's available. Kaiser will not be able to find the engage as he will get the flash from Froggy. A lot of autos, threaded volleys being fired out.
Yeah, ultimate use as well from Unforgiven, so they don't have to change their corruption, and they're going to continue to chase them. Hasmet in the top side, seeing how much he can get. Is Baron empowered recall, so they will get back to the base. But Psycho and Bubbalo, they managed to make it competitive.
They are not giving up. They are not conceding this game, and they are using the side lane pressure to demonstrative value. Hasmet has managed to push that bottom lane all the way to inhibitor turret. Top inhibitor is exposed. But again, let's not disregard the fact it's Mad that have the 2.5k gold lead. They have supers in the bottom lane. Baron is just timed out since 3,000 on the Baron buff. Power play, Red Bull Baron power play rather. But for Saigon, they cannot keep conceding, objectives and buildings in their base.
The problem is that Mad Lions is going to put their attention now on the top side. BJ, you might actually be caught. You do have a flash, maybe forced to use it.
Holding on to it for now. Well, the Forge Guard comes out, knocked up into the air, knocked up once again, Give BJ some frequent flyer miles. He's about to get status. Teleport is coming in from Hasmet. The showstopper delivers Taki to the back line to disrupt, dissuade, to disguise the fight. BJ still alive as Hasmet's now the next focus. He manages to dash forward to the riposte. 2 kills for the Buffaloes. Armored, and Elyoya will at least get 1 in reply. As it stands, 2 members of the Mad Lions backing 4 Saigons live.
How good is BJ on this Pantheon? He's making it look disgusting. Disengages the fight by so much time with the stopwatch. The rest of the team comes in. 1 TP from Hasmet. The combo afterwards with Froggy, ultimate in the backline, Taki.
Oh my word. He's got a flash available to him. Not gonna need it just yet. Look at the minimap, support not going to come in until this moment. Froggy, Weaver's wall forward, but will Elyoya have the damage? That's a flash over, and Taki gets taken down. Now onwards escape with his life. The seismic shove is surged away from Elyoya, gets a donation.
These fights are so tense, it just feels like one mistake is going to be what makes and breaks them. At this point, it just feels like it comes down to execution. And it kind of just has to as well, because despite all of it, Saigon Buffalo is the team who's feeling the pressure. They are the team that's getting pushed in, and they are the team that has to team fight their way out of it. In a situation where they shouldn't be able to have the better team fighting, they do it anyway. BJ with the Morph Mortius, the Gorgeringer keeping himself alive, flashes out, and then look for the re-engage. Instantly has to see how everyone gets split apart by a great disengage by Taki. Has the ultimate to move forward as well. And once again, they find an isolated AD carry. Hasmet is doing so much, 1 versus 3. Has to give up his life for it, but he's already bought so much time.
Is it going to be enough for Saigon Buffaloes to regain control of this game? As it stands, Mad Lions lands the first punch. The counterattack from Saigon pushes them back. But if you look at the minimap, if you look at the supers, it's Mad Lions that are still somewhat in control. It is tentative.
And the problem that they're currently running into right now is that Hasmet don't have the same push as he did before. He's forced to play on the bot side.
Yeah.
Bot side has super minions. That means you're going to be slower with the push. So now top lane opened up. Bot lane still open. Mid lane, next point of attack. And Baron up in 30 seconds.
30 seconds for that buff. At this point in time, 31 total kills between the teams. A dragon spawning in a minute.
Oh, they're using the fuck of ward. Taki, somebody will have to face check. They're just going to be around a good ping ward as well. Using the extended range, but there's other people around.
Taki is in some trouble. Elyoya's waiting for the engage and waiting for the horn. I'm waiting for the horn, holding onto it for now. Here comes Froggy from the side. Alyoya is fighting with Hazmed. Now Alyoya's got that flash. May just need him. Multiple Mad Lions jumping onto Hazmed. He's about to fall, and he does! But Taki jumps forward. Can he save the rest of Saigon Buffalo? Froggy may be the next target. He's buying some time in Golden State, but here comes Alyoya from the flank. Mad Lions may have just done it. Mad Lions are crushing the Buffaloes in the mid lane.
BJ still alive. Gortring available potentially. No, it's not going to be enough. And Alyoya, only one against the Shogun, flashes away. Alyoya chases. It's not going to matter much. The rest of Mad Lions, they're charging towards the enemy base.
Look at the mini-map. 2 inhibitors down. 735 days ago, Mad Lions failed to advance from play-ins. 400 days ago, Mad Lions won a best of 5. And today, they eliminate Saigon Buffalo. And Mad Lions will face the Evil Geniuses for a shot at the group stage. The Nexus is about to fall. And they're taking their time to finish it out. Mad Lions eliminate Saigon Buffalo.
But I have to say it. If there's a way to go out as a minor region coming into this, the way that Saigon Buffalo leaves the tournament today, they can almost hold their head up high. The way they had some of these team fights, the individual skill level, the fact that they almost won this game that should have been done and dusted is impressive. But in the end, the better team is Mad Lions, and they advance to play another best of 5.
The last time that NA and EU faced each other in a BO5 at Worlds was 2018. Cloud9 versus, I think it was Fnatic or G2, producers just told me, but nevertheless, many, many years, it was Fnatic. Thank you, producers. I will give you one more shout out for Saigon Buffalo. They played the game their style.
So entertaining.
With their picks and bans, regardless of the opponents, and they are hella competitive. Mad Lions had to dig deep, Mad Lions had to grow, and the Mad Lions today is stronger than what we saw during the group stage.
The only thing I'm left with is regret. Regret that we're not getting 5 games of what we had.
Yeah.
Especially the last one. While the others were a bit of stomp, but they can bow proud. They've really done their region proud.
Absolutely love seeing Saigon Buffalo interacting with the crowd. Thank you so much, Mexico City. Giving love to the Buffalo. We saw the Mad Lions giving love as well. Such a fantastic word. We'll be getting a word from a member of Mad Lions in a few moments, but now we're taking a break. We're breaking down that series with the State Farm Analyst Desk. Gentlemen, take it away.
Wow, Quick Shot didn't even want to hear what we have to say.
Yeah.
He wanted to go straight to break. His EU team wins their first best of 5 in 400 days. You heard him throw that stat out for Mad Lions. Yeah. That's going to feel incredible. The main point of criticism around this team, right, in their trip to Worlds was the fact that they were just a best of 1 team, quote unquote, I'll say, in their qualification. But they get it done, and they do it in 4 games here. Now, I'll admit, Saigon made them work in this 4th game for what felt like it should have kind of been wrapped up quickly based on the way that it started. But it's good to see Mad get it done when they do have those leads.
Yeah, and I actually liked how this 4th game panned out because, again, we had Saigon Buffaloes going extremely Saigon Buffaloes. They talked a lot about his Pantheon and, like, the aggression that
What a departure from the other drafts.
It was crazy. It was crazy about how much action they wanted to force 3 winning lanes. But Mad played around it so well. Like, Alyoya's pathing early on to dodge the invade. We saw them covering the bot lane dive that came through, dropping waves mid. I feel like even though, like, Saigon Buffaloes came in with, like, a pretty cool strat that is very much VCS and Saigon Buffalo, Mad just did a great job of reading it well.
Yeah, the only thing I've also learned about this is, like, Belveth Vex is a really key combo.
It's crazy.
All 3 times last 3 times they played Belveth, they played it with Vex. And, like, Niski, he doesn't miss.
No.
Like, he is so good on this champion.
He absolutely does, not reliving some of the big impactful moments from this 4th and final game of the series. We'll get to see a bit of that Belveth on display.
Ornn breaks on through that Talia wall. And Shogun just unable to be involved in this fight before it's over. So difficult to dive through Ornn, Alistar, Vex. but really just back and forth kills the whole way.
I was actually surprised that Saigon Buffalo started to find kills coming into the mid game because their kind of mid jungle and the bot side skirmishing kind of looked like, hey, we need to get ahead early and then just kind of steamroll you. And they were able to find, again, constantly find picks, especially sadly onto Unforgiven.
This sequence here, man, BJ and Froggy. I mean, getting the snipe here, he's gonna ult back in onto the Ornn. I have to say, I was super impressed by BJ and Froggy, particularly in this game. BJ across a lot of the series.
I think especially coming from their MSI performances where, again, at MSI for Saigon Buffalo was all about the bot lanes, where now we are kind of looking at the team holistically and being like, hey, you know, these are some interesting guys, youngest team at the event, seeing them grow and seeing them in the future, definitely going to be exciting.
You're right, we've said that, but I forgot that 19 is the average age of this Saigon Buffalo's roster, so to step out onto an international stage and put up a performance like this, they should be proud. While I'm sure it will sting in the moment to have fallen in this best of 5. You know, for the side of Mad, I'll bring back the fact that we actually saw that Gnar banned coming into this game. We didn't talk a ton about the draft, but actually,
you had a great
yeah, given all of the discussion for Armut's reliance, you know, quote unquote, on the Gnar, he's forced off of it, jumps to the Ornn. Ornn, a pick that actually hasn't seen that much priority or presence in this tournament, which, I don't know about you, Lear, goes against my expectation coming in, but that's you know, from a North American.
Exactly, that's what I'm kind of interested to hear your guys' take, because this is a champion we really don't see much in LPL. It is a lot of like fighters and bruisers and things like this, so when you guys expect a lot of Ornn, I was like, oh, this is what happens in other regions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of time it becomes a big pick in play-in, and then towards the end of Worlds, or even in NA, I see it come in more in playoffs, like when people are really trying to win and the games are going to be a little more cautious, but a lot of these games have been too fast, and I think it also just depends on if you know the Ornn counters. Gangplank extremely good against it, if you're able to play it well. Aatrox has been so popular, I imagine people have probably scrimmed it. Aatrox just goes 100 CS up, so...
It's actually funny. I didn't even really think about just like average game time.
Yeah.
And its effect on the playability of Ornn, right?
Yeah.
If you're not getting past level 14, 15, 16, then actually his value does drop just by virtue of that part of his kit.
Ornn scales off experience more than pretty much anything else.
Not being utilized. Very interesting idea. I'm hearing that the interview is ready, so we're going to hop on over to there. Laura's standing by for the Verizon postgame interview. We'll come back and talk a little bit right after.
And welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. Joining me right now is the victorious Elioya from Mad Lions. Congrats on taking down the Buffaloes today. Tell me about the pressure of going into this matchup, knowing that if you lost, it was off-season for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I personally didn't have much pressure because I thought we were just a better team. So I tried to play with the less pressure possible, but there was obviously some pressure because it's a BO5. We are not that, like, we don't talk about BO5s, so it's been a roughie. But I mean, I didn't have much pressure. I think maybe some others on my team were feeling a bit more pressured. I think I just have some experience internationally, and it was, for me, it was easier, I would say.
So with this experience and what you said, I take that maybe Unforgiven was feeling some pressure. Could you elaborate on that and how you helped them maybe overcome this pressure?
I think in some games he was a bit scared, but it's normal. I think you're playing your BO5 in an international stage, so I can completely understand that. And to be honest, he just stepped out at that point. He didn't even need any help. He realized himself that some games he was like playing a bit like more scary than he usually plays, and he just stepped out in the last games.
And the whole team stepped up, honestly, and I mean, especially you, Belveth. Tell me about your love for this champion and what makes you so good. You may be the only player right now at Worlds flexing on Belveth.
Yeah, I think I'm the only like weird player I'm playing this champ. I mean, I think the champ is really flexible and it allows you many creative pathings. It's also a really strong champion to snowball given rifts and everything. So I just find it suits like my playstyle really good, and I'm really comfortable with the champ.
Something that other teams should be careful about, I mean, and something good to have. Also, moving on to the next stage. I have one question about the game, though. Leaving Pantheon open, you may be the last team who did that here in Plains. Why did you think it wouldn't be an issue?
I mean, we know the guy was really good on Pantheon, but we don't think that Pantheon right now is a good jungle pick. We went with what we had in our head. I actually think that the guy played really well the Pantheon. Like, he actually made the champion work, which I was not expecting. So maybe we shouldn't have, but I mean, we won. And yeah, I think we just thought that we could
that it wouldn't be much of a problem.
Yeah, it was a nice gamble actually on that champion. But moving on to the next game, Evil Geniuses. I want to talk about the tweet from Kaori, who said that last time Mad Lions was in play, they got owned by Turkey. I'm the best Turkish player. Answer him now.
I mean, Kaori, like, I think there is like many better Turkish players than you, and I will gladly show you that we have 2 in our team that are better than you. So yeah, it's just gonna be a quickie.
A quickie. We'll see about this one. Who's the best Turkish player in Mad Lions, though? I'm here for the drama.
Not sure. I think both are pretty bad, so it might just be Armut maybe. Armut and Jinar. Without Jinar, it has to be Niski.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for this interview. Congrats again on taking them down. We'll see you tomorrow against Evil Geniuses.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to take a short break from Mexico, and I'll see you after the second best of 5. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to State Farm Analyst. Thank you very much, Laura. Great to hear from Jat's favorite player in Elyoya, single-handedly raising the win rate of Belveth throughout the tournament. Now 3 total games, 66%. You're almost there, Jat.
This is like kind of really close to what we just saw.
Actually, yeah, it kind of is. Look, Belveth looking Poro right there. Okay. While Elyoya was definitely a top performer throughout the series, in this 4th and final game, it was Niski who made every second count. Thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he absolutely popped off in this early team fight skirmish in the bot lane, finding perfect opportunities to follow with the Belveth while multiple people attempt to make escapes, Lear.
Yeah, I even love how it started out, right? Dropping a wave in mid. Pretty easy to land the first connection of the ulti because they are coming into the dive. But just how far he's able to take this play and the timing windows that he waits for to be able to follow through with the plays, right? Because Flash comes out, they go for the blast plant, instantly follows through to make sure he doesn't have to go through any shenanigans to be able to get through this distance. And then he just keeps on going,
doesn't
through the other
miss.
There he goes. Picks up one.
I think
now
Froggy
he'll find the other.
Should have waited for the ult to wear off, but then, like, watch what he continues to do. He knows.
Is great.
So he's already preempted 1 blast cone, preempts the 2nd blast cone, but then also fears him away from the turret with this
flash and a knockback as well. Like, actually pretty much perfectly mechanically played in the situation to pick up multiple kills. Again, I think it was 3 across that early skirmish. Here's what his stats looked like across all 3 games. And for me, the reason why I wanted to highlight this player and in this series is because he's the person we pointed to before a single game was played here at Worlds, saying that Niski is so often the catalyst for success for this team, but it's about the way that he gets to those side lanes, protects, or even gives advantages to his mid laners. Mad Lions, they get the win in 3-1 fashion. They'll move on to face Evil Geniuses tomorrow for a spot in the World Championship group stage. On the other side of the break, though, we've got Detonation Focus Me looking to run back their historic World success as they battle against CB LoL's Loud. We'll see you here to break that one down in just a bit.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
we're back in Mexico for an interview presented by Verizon. I'm here with Hinons, and thank you for joining me. Hi. Let's talk about the next game. It didn't work against IG, but you still have a chance against DFM today. Can you preview the matchup for me and what we can expect from you and this team?
Against DFM, we will try to impose a more aggressive game. And as we saw, like whenever we do a good and like a strong start in the game, like we can actually play our best game. We can like just flow with it. But of course, we have to like keep cautious and like be like careful about like what kind of trades we're gonna be doing and everything. But always looking for opportunities and trades during the fights.
And that's very interesting. And I see a lot of progress when I think about Loud throughout the playing stage so far. How much better do you feel compared to a few days ago when you started Worlds?
So at the beginning, like we ended up not being in our comfort zone with the like comfort picks that we had, but like towards the progress of like the championship and our like advancement, we started to get more towards like the meta with Maokai, Aatrox. So that was mostly the difference because they got into like a comfort zone, getting the picks that they did, and they were pretty used to the like the crowd sound and everything. So that was pretty much it.
We've been used to seeing Brazil shine over the years, so no doubt you will do it this time again. Tinos, thank you so much for the interview. Obrigada. Arthur, thank you also for the translation, and back to you guys in LA.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Welcome back to Worlds of Play-Ins 2022 as we gear up for our second best of 5, which will sport Loud Tinons, the mid laner for that squad, up against DFM. Starting on the Loud side, I'll just say this has been one of the most exciting organizations for me to watch so far in the play-ins. The way that they've entered the tournament, the style of play that they've had, it kind of all lives up to the organization and the identity that so many people attribute to not only, you know, Loud, but to the region as a whole. Speaking of fan support, I want to know who our fans are supporting when it comes to our series here today. MasterCard fan prediction, a reminder, you guys are still 100% in your predictions, and today they are putting it well in favor of Detonation Focus Me. Now, by a standings perspective, I think that's a fairly reasonable thing to jump towards, but how do you guys assess it?
I mean, Loud, they both went 3-2.
That's my
Loud
point.
had faster win time.
Exactly.
But damn, so just so people know, there's one MasterCard fan prediction each day.
Correct.
So 100% is still, I go against this one actually. I was predicting Loud in this series 3-1, and I think they alluded to some of the things in the interview. When they find the right comfort champions to have a decent early game, they can play with a lot of confidence, and I think their player skill can carry them through. I agree with them as well. I feel like Louder, the team I expect to come out ahead. I mean, heck, they won the last time around when they both played against each other. They're more aggressive. They're so fun to watch in skirmishes, and they've just looked so good so far. Yeah, it's a fun little note that this is the first time these two regions will play a best of 5 against one another, which is kind of fun to see who will strike first blood when it comes to the series. But of course, one of these teams have already struck first blood in the tournament. Yeah, and heck, when they played last time, Tin Owens was the standout for the side of Loud. Got on the Zoe, was popping off in skirmishes. I mean, heck, I think it was the first Zoe we saw in play-ins, and showing that these types of like aggressive, skirmish-heavy mid laners can get a lot done. So, you know, despite the fact they're not the traditional carries coming into the tournament, I'm really looking at the mid lane matchup today. All right, Jack, you said that you're putting your faith in Loud. You think it's going to be a dominant series, or you think it's going to go the distance? I mean, I think it's going to be somewhat similar to the last series, where it's probably a 3-1, so I definitely don't think Loud's a super reliable team. Gotcha. They have already thrown, I think, what is the second largest gold lead of play-in in their game against EG, but I do think that they have a slight edge in the series. And just to get you on record, your prediction? 3-1 Loud. 3-1 Loud as well. We'll see if they can get it done. We had a 3-1 to kick off today. We'll see if we can get 3 or more here in this one as we head over to Pastry Time and Mark Z for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash and the gang. I'm Pastry, that's Mark. We're back at it again. What I have posited as the closest best of 5 so far at Worlds 2022.
Maybe the entire tournament. We don't know.
That's true.
Maybe it's all 3-0s when we get to the main group stage and the knockout stage there. This could be the closest match we're going to see. It does feel very, very close. The fans were heavily in favor of DFM. I think that's the power of anime speaking. Yeah. I think everyone just defaults to wanting DFM to win. But I do think it's been very close. Loud to me has been a little bit more up and down.
There's games where they look incredible. There's games where they struggle and make some mistakes. DFM has been slowly ramping up over the course of the tournament, so I understand why they feel like DFM's the favorite. But remember, it was that first win that CBLOL got over DFM, crushing them at the time, which was the fastest win of the tournament.
Yeah, and obviously, can't speculate on it now, but Loud's games have had plenty of opportunities where the scoreline certainly could have been different. So both teams have shown pretty high peaks. I do agree, though, that DFM started not good to kick off the tournament and has slowly scaled since then. We'll see if Loud can find consistency in the best of 5, which can be tough.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Sounds like we got the champs like music coming in. Should be loading in here in a second. So let me give you some history.
I'm ready.
We can skip talking about bans.
I agree.
We respect standard bans. We'll see if anything interesting happens. But
it won't.
Some history about the regions and even the play-ins and the wildcard regions, the minor regions, whatever you want to call them. I've always found it interesting how there have been these changes and fluctuations in the kind of power rankings of these teams. Even if they're not qualifying all the way to the main stage of Worlds or something, there has been this kind of rise and fall of different regions. Brazil, back in the day, was like the premier wildcard region, it felt like. They were, along with, you know, kind of like the LCL area, which was, you know, just, I think they were just called Russia back then. I can't remember. They had a different, the names have changed a bunch, but those are kind of the orgs that everyone looked at as like, okay, these are the people who you have to be careful. They're going to kaboom you. You know, that's where that came from. But then there was this dip that came in right around 2017. That was the last time that they won at best of 5 in the play-in / international wildcard qualifier. The name has changed a couple times, but that was the last time they had won. And that was right around the time that DFM started rising to prominence. And that's when Japan really put themselves on the map. Before it was Rampage, I think, who was the kind of Japanese representative for a lot of the times. They never made any noise. They went 0-4. They tended to just get busted out of the tournament very quickly. And then right around 2018, they started making it out of the group stages into the play-ins of the wildcard qualifiers. And then they actually started to get very far as last Worlds in 2021, making it to the main stage, getting the tiebreaker over Cloud9 to qualify, forcing Cloud9 to play best of 5. So this has been an insane rise. During that time, Brazil dipped very hard, like I said, but it's cool to see them coming back now and playing that matchup here. Two of the best minor region teams going at it.
And that's the fun thing, because we heard from the desk. These two teams have never played in a best of 5 before on the international stage.
Never.
So now we have them.
Never in a best of 5. They did play some groups together, and they've traded back and forth. INTZ back in the day was able to take down Rampage, put them in their place a couple times. I don't remember if it was DFM who clawed over INTZ, but they have played in different qualifying events many times, and so I'm really excited to see if they can do it. I want to see if CBLOL is back on the map officially with this new org coming in. Loud has been so exciting for the region. I know the CBLOL fans have not always been in love with the representatives that they send. There's been a lot of really close best of 5 finals where, like, should Red have gone, should Pain have gone, like these kinds of questions, and it feels like Loud has the entire community behind them. People feel like they're a really good representative, and you've seen them here making it to this knockout stage now.
Nice mix of veterans and newer players, kind of on both sides in some ways. We'll catch up with draft real quick because, as predicted, not all that interesting. Silas, Aatrox, Callista on the red side for Detonation Focus Me. Trondo Kaisugumi with the tree. Maokai making his first appearance of the day.
I'm glad they gave us a very standard draft for me to do my kind of narrative historical stake setting, because Maokai, Azir, Gnar, MF is like copy-paste draft from the presence list. You know, these are all strong, I think. No surprise to see a Boo-Boo. Curse of the Sad Bullet Time coming in. Veg, you know, it's a very strong combination, and the team fights are actually really fun to watch with this combo. It does make the team fighting for Loud so far actually very strong with the Maokai in as well. I know it mostly goes jungle, but I do think top is always an option. Into Gnar, it's a little rough, but you can have good gank setup should you end up going up there. But most likely going to be Sejuani jungle into Maokai, 2 tanks. Just trying to be big team fighters.
And it's interesting to think about how these teams have played so far, because again, like last best of 5, I feel like they slowly trended more and more towards the early game. We knew Saigon Buffalo were going to play aggressive, and I feel like Mad Lions kind of matched that as they went throughout the series. This time I was expecting a bit more scaling, certainly on the Detonation Focus Me side, but lots of Loud's wins, even with their aggression, has come through strong team fighting comps.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I think Loud has the ability to go a little bit more, I don't know what you call it. They go hamburgers more often.
Yeah.
They're willing to scrap it out a lot harder. So to that point, I can see them going more team fight oriented here. We'll see what Robo ends up taking. He's kind of been a bit of the X factor for me in their drafts. When they do have something interesting, it usually comes from him. He's positive in CSD in top lane, which is kind of hard to do given the other opponents in the group. So Robo's been very impressive. I have written him off a couple times because he's been to a couple international events. There's been times where I've not been particularly impressed. He's been great this event. So we'll see if they try to find a carry in the top side or if they just fully commit to this team fighting. Check DFM, who are that kind of more late game oriented team fighting team. And if you can beat them in their own game, well then great. You don't need to take the risk of heavy counter picks and whatnot.
All right, well, Lissandra and Zoe. T9's going to lose that one that he played last time. These two Zoe battled.
Yeah.
Ezreal also banned away. Yudapon going to lose a couple more champs. Kai'Sa already banned, by the way. Leona going to join it there for Harp. So taking out some of the bottom lane options there for Detonation. Focus me. Caitlyn open, though.
That does leave the Caitlyn plus Enchanter support bot lane open. They already see the entire enemy bot lane. This is a very mismatched draft. Usually it's a little closer to this, but it was jungle and then the solo lanes. And the other team was jungle and bot lane. So double counter pick for Loud here to see what they want for their solo lanes. On the flip side, Harp already knows the bot lane is playing into, but they, I guess, believe Caitlyn was easier to take, less maybe shown for the solo lanes to know what they have to deal with. I would actually probably have preferred the support, but, you know, we'll have to see.
Looks like Akali, yep, already locked in there for Tinone. So a bit of a different look, certainly from the Zoe, but should be fun. We've seen a lot of Akalis popping off so far.
Well, it also blows up my plan of, yeah, they're going late game, yada, yada, yada. No, maybe they're just finding a stable weak side bot lane. MF is very good about that, so they can actually go really crazy with their solo lanes here. If that's an Olaf top, that is a Robo special.
It is an Olaf top.
This is one of his signature unique champions. He has played it 4 times in summer, which is not a ton, but, you know, for a champion that most people aren't playing at all, quite a bit. Will give him the ability to all in that top side. All right, they did exactly what I said they weren't going to do. They end up taking 2 volatile soul laners. That does play to their strengths, though, so I'm happy to see Loud go for that. DFM, no surprise, like I said, grabbing either Lux or the Morgana, one of the sisters. I believe they're sisters in lore. I could be wrong. I'm making stuff up. No, wait, it's her and Kale. What am I?
Yeah, there we go.
My bad.
I get what you're saying, because one has Dark Bind, the other one has Light Bind.
Yeah,
so
I guess I mixed them in my head, yeah. And they often pair with the same champions in a lot of ways, but nope. Morgana goes with it. Makes sense. Try and protect the Caitlyn. So 2 very different game plans here. Bot side for Loud. Want to play safe. Want to scale up. Maybe have the Amumu roam around the map. Seosh has been very good about that. Might be able to make some plays happen here. Comboing with Croc. Whereas DFM want to scale on the top side and make everything about the bot lane. They want to make that a black hole where you're taking turret plates. If there's no attention going down there, then you're going to take over the entire game. Start moving around the map. And that's very annoying for counter picks. If the Caitlyn gets far enough ahead that now you're getting sat on 2v1 by a Caitlyn Morgana, Olaf's not going to have a good time.
No. Very bad time, in fact. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Also, pretty stable tank junglers for both sides. Sejuani and Makai have been extremely popular so far throughout the tournament. So not too surprising as far as that matchup goes. So feels like relatively comfy draft for both teams to kick things off. I think a lot of what we expected. Obviously, back to Amumu MF there for Loud. Back to comfort for Evie there in top lane with Nah. Some things spicing up, right? I think this is the first Caitlyn of the tournament for Yudapon, definitely not of his career. And obviously, I don't think Tinone just played Akali this tournament either.
No, I think it was a call out by Loud to say, hey, this isn't what you're playing mostly. He feels a little bit more of a caster-oriented AD carry, so saying, hey, here's one of the most auto-attack reliant ones, also more early game oriented. So Loud's putting the pressure on Yudapon, saying, hey, go ahead and try and carry your team, but he has been able to do that. We'll see if he can do it here in game 1, Loud versus DFM.
See if we can keep on playing tomorrow. One of these teams is unfortunately going home at the end of this best of 5. Will it be Brazil's Loud or Japan's Detonation? Focus me. We probably have quite a while to find out, but this game should certainly set the tone for the rest of this series.
Well, the other one has the fortune of playing RNG.
Hey!
It is a dubious honor.
Bad roll.
Very, very dangerous. Probably arguably the best team we've ever had in play-ins. To be fair, though, could be contested by 2018 Cloud9. Made semis from there.
True.
A couple teams have made quarters before as well.
Also true. Happens, though, sometimes. Bad RNG, you could say.
Hanwha Life last year, making it all the way through. So we'll have to see. Very tough. Got some nice, positive chat. Evie is the nicest. Some people, top laners especially, when they go into all chat, it's flame. It's disrespect. It's trying to bait the other guy into a war of words. Evie, thumbs up, positivity, says, good luck, Robo. And Robo says, good luck, Evie. Let's make it a show.
That's very wholesome. Now watch them kill each other at level 1.
Now I'm going to go invade your red buff and mess with Steel.
And Steel's like, wait a second. I didn't agree to this. Robo, oh, he's just playing jungler for a second here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the power of Olaf level 1. He's pretty much unstoppable if you're able to get in on melee range or if you start chaining axes. Does force him out of the topside jungle. Robo will lose some experience and CS for that, but might be worth it.
Hey, they're fighting in bottom lane. Brand's under half doing a good amount of damage. Ignite already down. Morgana will hold on to hers, but as predicted, Loud are getting aggressive in the 2v2. They've killed quite a few people in the 2v2 this tournament.
Yeah, they're always down to scrap it out, but it is very difficult into Caitlyn's range advantage. It was a nice initial trade, but even using the Ignite, they end up behind trying to disengage from that situation. But if they can just get the kill!
Back in we go. Hop is low. One more needed. Bandage Tot gets it done. Seos with first blood.
Alrighty, Loud already throwing down the gauntlet. We'll see if Brance is written on his biceps again today or not. Maybe some more bot gap coming in. This is huge, though, because if you... Whoa!
Unipon, not the direction you wanted to go. Now they're going to flash in for it. One more order needed. Not going to be in range, but Unipon out of sums now.
All right, Unipon baiting the flash by Brance with the backwards, and that making him think he has to go that way. That was clearly not a good play out of that Unipon there. Maybe showing some inexperience on the Caitlyn, having his mouse facing the wrong way as he's panicking, trying to get out of that situation. But wow. Loud's bot lane already throwing a massive wrench in the game plan of DFM. You want to control that lane from level 1 till the end of the game. That's how Caitlyn plays. And if you can already get this 2v2 kill in your favor, absolutely massive. Harp just stepping up too far here.
Remember, there's always another bandage, and Seos is very accurate.
Yeah, so even though you flash away, second bandage comes in, finds that kill. Unipon kiting this one out. They're going to go for the re-engage here. They get level 2, land this, and just backwards net.
Yeah, just a mistake. You have to think the Unipon lucky to get away. Brance does burn his flash and trade, but still forcing him away feels worth it there as top side also fighting, but looks like it'll dissipate.
Yeah, as you saw in the, for example, EG Caitlyn game, if you're ever able to burn the sums of the enemy, great, start ganking them. Just disrupt that game plan. You can leave your soul laners kind of unattended right now from the side of Loud. Just let them get their 6s, let them get to the power spikes where they're able to start threatening these all-ins. And then Croc can go up there. If he wants to go bot lane early on, start comboing together with Seos and actually keep killing this Caitlyn Morgana lane, why not? You can see him already moving into the river. There's a pink ward.
Yep, has some coverage. There is another one for detonation. Focusing, Croc gonna walk past it, but again, no flash.
No sum.
Back in we go. Harp the target.
Shield.
Croc moving in. Shield is broken. Harp the target now. No sums again. As we mentioned, now Brand should have another one right-handed to him on a silver platter. Make it an extra for the Loud bottom lane.
Oh boy, this is going south fast for DFM. Loud looking good. Brance and Seos are definitely acting out that bot gap right now, and like we said, just keep attacking this bot lane, set the Caitlyn behind. She becomes very useless. The power trough that people talk about for Caitlyn only, I think, really exists if you're not able to actually get ahead of the pace of the game and then stay ahead. And then when you're on 2 items and they're on 1.5 or something, then you don't really feel that power trough. But here, definitely going to feel it.
Still has roamed up in here, trying to hide in the alcove, see if we can bait Robo in. Robo, though, only with a ghost. He's going to pop it, knows what's up. Steel coming on in. He's going to see the enemy jungler and back away slowly.
Evie's trying to get a cute boomerang pullback on top of him. I don't think it actually ended up landing, but that was a very interesting angle he attempted to set that gank up. Does get the ghost, does relieve some pressure for Evie. It is the concern that when you go Mininar form, he pops the ghost at 6, runs at you, the slows don't affect him, he can just chase you down.
Ooh, a little late on the black shield there, I think. Unipon gets stunned for a brief amount of time, and they're still going for it again. Bandage Charge keeps on going through. Damage is there, the Amumu's gonna do it himself!
Double up!
Needs a little bit more, the double up, not quite there it looks like, but still forcing them back once more.
It was on cooldown, I believe. Brance had already used the double up, and Harp had the good mind to separate from Unipon. You don't want to line that up for the bounce to go through, but still, again, forcing them out of lane. Already 10 CS up for the MF. Absolutely not what you would have expected, given the double counter pick for DFM's bot lane as well. They definitely saved those picks for their team, said, like, let's get you a good matchup into Brance. We don't want him running over this game, but it's already happening.
Yeah, kind of knew it was coming, but maybe just can't stop it at the end of the day. Looks for a shuriken flip in mid, does Tinones, has ulti, so can maybe threaten here. Again, Azir, not that much mobility, some but not much. Akali can exploit you, she can stay on top of you, but yeah, I'm going to keep Akali at arm's length, and Tinones going to go back to base, likely spend that TP off this first recall.
Looking good for them. Loud having the bot lane in their favor. We'll see if Croc starts trying to target the top side of the map a little bit more from here. You can see him getting the Scuttle Crab. We talked about the lack of Ghost available for Robo, but you can always go mid here. He doesn't have his flash. Use that in the bot lane gank, but oh, Evie.
Naganar does throw him in, tries to get him towards the tower. Ragnarok coming in as well. But just a trade of ultis here at the end of the day. Croc is here, so is Steel. Croc actually going in for it.
Tinones
flashing over with a Hex Flash, I believe. Here's Tinones, like you say. Not much of a dive angle, but they might think about it. Looks like Tinones going to go back home to mid lane.
Yeah, going to take a little bit too long to set this dive up. And the fact that Robo has to shove this entire wave means Evie has plenty of time to recall, come back, full health. You know, if he's half HP as Mininar under the turret and there's a wave crashing, absolutely great angle, but I think Loud identified it's going to be too slow of a play to develop. Instead, actually let the wave push into Robo. So now he might have this dive threat, and that's forcing Steel after that camp. after Krug to go defend it. We got another fight in the bot lane.
This time, not able to get there, but still, you know, kind of like Leona, you still get on top of them, even if you don't get the stun through. Seos once again lining it up, Harp to target, does have flash this time, but damage is there, and again, they're just completely owning the 2v2. They're gonna hit 6 pretty quickly at this point, and then you know the all-in's really coming.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult situation for Harp to play this one out because Seos can just Q in freely. If you Black Shield beforehand, great, the Amumu's still flying at you. He's probably gonna break that with just a QE combo, and then he can drop the ult at 6 after. Even if you shield after the Q, the EW, you just have to hold it, and because they're not getting low health, Seos can actually kind of run at you for a period of time, break the shield off, and then ult, or use the second Q charge to break it off, then ult. It does feel very difficult for Harp to actually play Morgana into this matchup now. When you already are so far behind, you don't have the pressure in the lane, there's nothing to stop the Amumu from going in over and over again.
No Ragnarok here, so Robo gonna struggle to get out of there. Oh, the W does get sidestepped barely, but Steel goes in, flashes for the auto, finds the stun, Ragnarok back up, but it's not gonna be enough, and Steel finds himself with a kill.
All right, a bit of life here for DFM. Gold lead not out of control yet. It's mostly game state that feels bad, but here, if you can get your soul lanes going, you can get rolling. Capitalizing on Robo's ult being down, forced out earlier by Evie underneath that turret. And here with Rift Hold started, we got Strut coming up the river.
Kinon's here as well. Again, Yaharong doing well in the lane. You can see on the gold ghost, he's doing very well just under Brance. As 6 does get hit for Seos. That's a big power spike for this Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, I like what DFM's doing here. They start the Rift Herald, Loud comes up to contest, and they just say, okay, great, and they leave Caitlyn down the bot lane. Bait this kind of response from Loud to get some breathing room onto the Caitlyn. If she can get this shove, Morgana, you can see in the river dropping some wards to get some turret plates. Here, just a nice bait. Steel has, again, snuck into the top side. These lane ganks for Steel have been a big focus for him, and this one works out as Robo felt safe stepping forward while Evie was on ward clearing duty. No Ragnarok, no Ghost, easy kill.
Certainly so. Rift Herald, though, is secured there by Croc. We'll see where Loud want to direct their attention. Up a couple hundred gold right now. Mid lane's going to be the target. They flash in, gets pushed back, though, and Yaharong very effortlessly getting out of that one.
Yeah, Yaharong's ult forcing Croc back, so when the smash came through, it actually popped him to his own turret. It was hard to get that off. You have to get the Q almost instantly before the Azir ult shoves you back. So not able to get it, just cost his own flash, though. A bit of a oopsie there for Loud, and some breathing room again for DFM, knowing that there's no flash Maokai W for any of these laners.
Yeah, looking at bot lane quickly, we saw it. Brand still up pretty significantly, despite the CS being quite a bit closer. Udapon sticking down there on bottom side, generally being able to farm safely when nothing wild is happening. So he's going to catch up, but like you said, you pick this lane to get ahead and stay ahead, not to fall behind and get even.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much I'm making it sound doomed for DFM, but it's not quite yet. We'll see if I can make this point before any dragon shenanigans happen. Steel is in the area, so they might contest this.
I'm more worried about Amumu flying at your face at this point. Seos is locked and loaded with the ulti.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fight DFM want to take.
Oh,
so
no.
Where I was going to go with this is the bot lane game plan has obviously not gone well. The gold lead is not that bad. It's even. Basically, you have a Dragon for Loud. You have this Rift Herald. It's going to expand. It's going to get a little bit worse for a little bit here, but this scaling and team fighting, arguably for DFM, is better. Loud is playing a very short-range, engage composition, if you can kind of kite that out. Obviously, with Caitlyn late game, Gnar, Azir, whatnot, you do have the ability to team fight still. So, you know, I'm wondering if I've overstated how bad this is going just because the bot lane hasn't exceeded on its win con.
Nice bait there. Brand's going to have to flash out of this. Steel once again in the lane.
Dude, this guy in his lane ganks, someone put a damn deep ward on him and see where he is on the map. I mean, they had to have known. I think he was in that area given the blue timing. I think he had blue himself and didn't actually hand it off to Yaharong. So maybe that was why Loud did not know that there was the blue buff being taken right then. I'm going to check that actually right now. Yeah, he does have blue buff, so maybe a bit of a trick to make them think that, oh yeah, well, we would have seen Yaharong pick up the blue buff if Steel was in the bot side of the map. I don't know, but right now Steel is slowly getting DFM back in control of this game.
Harp trying to cancel once again. Seos going in. Croc's here this time though. Ready with the Makai ult, but lots of damage being eaten by the Amumu. Udapon this time with a good defense. Ace in the hole, getting it blocked, but it burns the stopwatch as well. Here's Makai though coming on in. Goes to the sad mummy, finds a stun. Bullet time is ripped and Harp is going to go down, but Brand's target does fall in response as Steel. Maybe not looking for a second, but it's 1-for-1 in bot lane.
1-for-1, but Brant dies. Good trade for DFM with Harp being the one taken down. Udapon barely able to kite that one out. Steel's still in the area to come down and give defense there, working out for them. And critically, Harp has been putting points into his E. He's E max right now with 3 points into it because of the problem that I was talking about, where his shield gets broken too easily. And I think you could see there, Seosh was a little surprised at how quickly or how hard it was to break the shield, couldn't drop his ultimate, and that's when you have time for Caitlyn to kind of start pelting him down. Nice adaptation out of the bot lane there. Normally you see things like Q-Max if you're trying to actually fish for kills and really punish them with the trap combos that Caitlyn can do. I think them recognizing they're on the back foot, go E here, makes some sense.
Certainly does, as Tinones was looking for a roam towards the top half of the map, but was warded out, so got halfway up the river and walked back down, with Yaharong continuing to push in the wave. And Tinones has left lane a few times. That's the primary reason, actually, that Yaharong is so far ahead in CS. In fact, with nothing else happening for Yaharong, he's already got Leandry's finished. So pretty powerful right now. Actually finished it very quickly, the first mythic stun of the game, as you can see there from my little graphic.
You know what's funny? I realize we don't get the boop, 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 boop in our ear from the MasterCard completion, but it's there for the audience. So thank you, MasterCard.
Oh.
I don't get to hear it, so I'm a little sad I don't get that. What is now a kind of well-known, it's like a staple, of Worlds. The MasterCard first mythic item completed.
Nicely done there. Tinones tagging Harp, but definitely not going to go for a trip there. On the other side of the Shuriken Clip would likely be a one-way ticket. No Dragon up for 2 minutes either, so just vibes mostly here on the bottom side of the Rift as Seos joins Brant's back in the bottom lane. Gale Force stun as well, by the way, for Yutapon, so has certainly evened things up just by continuing to stay calm, and honestly, Steel really patching up the early game where things were going well for Loud.
Yeah, I mean, I would say neither team's win con in the early game happened.
Right.
Nothing good in the solo lanes for Loud, and the bot lane for DFM kind of got exploded. They have recovered it with that counter gank a little bit. You can see the CS slightly in his favor, but no turret plates taken, which is obviously what Caitlyn is expecting to do in the early game. So in that sense, neither team have gotten what they've wanted. Now you have these short-range melee solo laners who are not ahead of the pace of the game. They're not completing their mythic items first. They can't just brainlessly dive you with this Maokai and kill you. So I do think this actually puts Loud in an awkward position where they have to be very careful how they take these team fights. But again, they also don't have the Caitlyn win con. So this is not at all how I thought this game was going to be going.
No, certainly not. Almost 15 minutes through. Basically even as far as gold goes. In fact, a few hundred up for Detonation Focus Me, but not much at all. Certainly looking for the next possible fight around this dragon in 50 seconds if the teams want to go for it. We know Loud are very keen to pull the trigger on their players. Seos is extremely proactive on this Amumu and continues to be so as they invade the topside jungle.
Yeah, moving their bot lane to mid to set up this 1-3-1 now, but that does put Akali alone under the turret here. This is going to go down for that red buff steal. Not the end of the world, given the fact that the turret plates have already dropped, so it's just some local gold they're going to be giving up. But I'm not quite sure it's worth it for a red buff in Rift Herald, because again, Rift Herald will just be used to take a turret anyways. Might make them able to get the mid turret against the Azir in the end, so maybe Loud might be able to get it back, but for now, short-term gain for DFM, grabbing the first turret of the game here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it pays off. A bit of bonus gold never hurt Yutapon. Happily take it there. As Detonation Focus Me jump up to about 1,000 gold ahead at the end of that play. Dragon also is spawning, and DFM are first to the area with Loud starting a Herald. So we're going to split the Drakes as well, which typically signals that the game is going to be a bit more deliberate as far as pacing goes.
It's going to be a longer game for sure, and there's been some conversation about if DFM is a fast-paced or slow-paced team. As we see that Rift Herald is in fact used mid to try and drop this turret. Should be able to grab this one here, like we were saying. Maokai ult going down the river to stop them from rotating from the dragon to defend this. Not anticipating a team fight with both neutral dragon objectives just taken, excuse me. So Maokai just using that one for zone control. But where I was going with that was DFM wins games very quickly, but I think their perfected playstyle, what they ideally want to be playing, is a more slow-paced scaling team fight game.
We're just trying to kill Harp today, huh?
Okay.
Guess it's going to work out. Level 11 rampaging Olaf. Robo gets a solo kill.
Silly Harp, that's not your jungle. You have Loud had so much vision control from that red buff contest that just happened. Harp wanted to get some of that back, but just face checks a Robo who finally gets on the board, gets that kill.
4-2, the kills right now.
Gold even.
All of those deaths are Harp. He is getting picked on by Loud. I mean,
you do this to the man.
It happens. It happens. It's okay. He'll bring it back. It's not surprising that the underlevel support is getting killed a lot, okay? It happens.
Yeah, he's, baiting all the resources to go to him. While in the meantime, that means that Yaharong has almost hit 200 CS at 17 minutes.
Wow, that's actually wild.
That is pretty gross for an Azir to be that far ahead. Everyone else is at least 50 CS behind on the enemy team. There's one thing going well for DFM right now is their farm has still kept up and been quite good. One of the reasons the gold lead is close, despite the extra kills going Loud's favor.
Yeah, Yaharong actually worth a little bit of bonus money as well if you can pick him off, thanks to his superior farming. Seos looks like he's looking around between top and mid, seeing if someone won't walk into a bandage. Again, Loud have plenty of tools to go in and try and find a pick or even a full-on fight if they can line up the angles, but Detonation Focus Me not going to give them those angles if they can help it as they roam into mid and see if Yutapon can't continue playing Siege.
Yeah, moving Yutapon into the mid lane to match the 1-3-1 plays a little bit more to Loud's team comp strengths. The fact that they get these long side lanes now for their solo laners.
Force the flash, we're going for it. Ragnarok's pop, Ghost is there, Emperor's Divide, pops Robo back again, not CC immune anymore, Ace in the hole, gonna line it up. He's okay.
Is he?
For how much longer? Here's Steel. Again, you don't have Ragnarok, you don't have Flash, you don't have Ghost. You're just gonna die. Donation given. Steel takes it.
Oh boy. Hold on, we got another fight going down the mid lane. Loud trying to punish. Not gonna make it too far away. Oh, Robo. The Olaf player ults. What's it time out? Because I think he ulted after his axe so you don't get the damage to extend the duration there. I'll have to take a look exactly how he played that one, but his ult ran out almost instantly in Yaharong. The concern is, oh no, I can't actually shove him off me, but then that misplay by Robo allowed an easy ult under turret.
Grant with a necessary cleanse. Still there, pretty good aim with the ulti. Here's Croc, by the way, roaming on in, but looks like there's no counterplay yet for Loud.
I mean, this is favoring DFM still in this map state because you're able to get the cleanse out from mid, keep drawing the jungler there. Yaharong just keeps farming, took the minions all the way to the turret, then grabbed a couple Krugs as well. Tinon's trying to make something happen in the isolated top side of the map, but Evie is too good, playing safe. Did lose his flash for it, though. Tinon should be able to grab this turret now, given that they've been in a bit of a map split situation.
Yeah, Minina definitely vulnerable to an assassin like Akali. Evie playing respectfully, though actually going to walk back in. Has enough Narba to maybe feel like this is okay. Clears out the way, buys a lot more time. Tinon's going back in. No ulti, though. Could make things tricky for Akali, and Evie transforms and forces Tinon's back.
Yeah, Tinon's having to go away, not a big deal. There is no wards in the top side for DFM, so it's a little risky. They're trying to shadow him here. You know, they have Steel finally up in the top side, starting to clear some of these out. But during that time, Robo continuing to try and play aggressive in the bot side.
Yaharong just playing at arm's length, using the tower and his soldiers to keep Robo as far away as possible. Ragnarok is back up and available. But again, no mobility summoner for either DFM's mid laner or Loud's top laner. Means that without some assistance, I don't think Yaharong's in too much peril. Seos, though, trying to threaten and at least create enough space where Robo can take down this tower. Loud are looking for a bit more gold, and we'll find some here as Robo finally finishes off this outer turret.
Robo able to grab this one. I went back and rewatched it. He actually did ult at the right time. Got a Stridebreaker proc, but he just shorted his second axe. And then once that missed, continuing forward, of course, it's going to time out. So Robo still in a fine position to keep trying to threaten these all-ins. He is not that far behind gold-wise from Yaharong, as you can see there. And if he can get some roams from the mid lane, you saw Seos moving down there to kind of cover him a little bit. There's been pretty good vision control from Loud whenever they pick a side of the map they want to overload. You saw the top side having a ton of wards here with Dragon spawning in just a couple 10 seconds about. They're already moving down, got pinks in the river, making it so DFM are going to have to face check them.
Number of rank 2 ultis available for this upcoming fight if the teams want to pick one. Looks like they do. Brand's currently trying to reverse the wave here in mid, but Detonation Focus Me going to roam into the river and try and take away vision. Seos looking for a banish toss angle. Teleport coming in as well. Loud looking to set up here and take this dragon away.
Yeah, Robo TP's in. Both Evie and Tinon still on the top side of the map. Both have teleport to match here. DFM look happy to give this dragon up. Again, we talked about the lack of pressure, but Loud want to fight.
Yeah, want to fight in mid instead. Going to force Steel away. Teleport also forced out of there. In goes Robo, running into half. They'll take him out, but can they get more? Yaharong now the next target, but Bullet Time is going to split the rest of the fight, and Yaharong is completely isolated. Does manage to take down Robo, but it cost him his life to Tinons.
Nice collapse there by Loud, pincering them. Fight might not be done yet. Evie is healthy enough with Yutapon and Steel that they can kind of threaten Loud here after Robo dropped.
2 ultis left for Detonation Focus Me, both Mega Gnar and Yutapon's ulti. It's all out for Loud, so I don't think they can re-engage, but again, have the numbers advantage, might want to walk in here and force them off the dragon that they might be trying to sneak away here.
Yeah, Croc, oh, I think he wanted that red buff to start, you know, gets a... Oh, he already has a red buff. He already has... Oh, no, he doesn't. That's just the Bramble.
Yeah. You'll get baited.
Yeah, I got baited. The little red circle underneath. He wants the red buff to heal up. That's why I was trying to finish that one off there, and then they can contest this, but taking him too long to get the red buff healing on him. So it looks like DFM are going to get this one for free.
Yep. Second dragon for them. Again, definitely signaling a slower game, but Detonation Focus me happy to have the Soul trending in their direction. Now slightly closer than their opponents, but...
Ooh, Loud. Maybe doing a Baron sneak in response. It was a pretty slow tempo play for DFM to get that. The people who were in that fight never got a reset off, and you can see them breaking apart. They have members in the air to contest, though.
Also makes sense with how they've, what side of the map they've played on as far as vision goes for Loud, but Detonation Focus me will do their homework, make sure to check the objective. Could stay on it here. It's a little under 5,000 health left, and we might just be going for it here. Steel's actually pretty far away, so they can finish the Baron. Marco once again trying to zone them away. They get the Baron. Tidons dives in. Now tries to get out, but perfect execution is just going to be that for the enemy team as Udapon takes him out.
Yeah, Tidons trying to find a kill there, but does buy space for the rest of Loud to get the recall off. A really nice Baron. Such a slow dragon take by DFM. And the fact that they did not have Steel trying to go immediately towards the top side of the map. He was actually doing some jungle clearing. They didn't have any vision of him, but I think Loud were just, flipping it a little bit, saying, if he's not in the area, there's no smite contest. And the zoning tools that Maokai has with his ultimate meant that it was free. And now Loud up 2,000 gold, almost 1.5k. We'll see if they can get some more turrets off the map, get this gold lead even bigger.
Yeah, game has been kind of in touching distance for a lot of it here with the gold lead trading back and forth, but see how much damage Loud can get done with the Red Bull Baron in just a moment. Is this the call that got them there?
Yeah, he lands the E by Tidons. Very tempting, especially with the ult coming in. Breaks the shield. Did not break it in time for the Maokai ultimate. I think he was trying to get there in time so that the Maokai root would land on the Udapon. And then afterwards, he was just doing what he could to try and kill someone. Didn't work out, but at the end of the day, you still got that Baron. It was not the end of the world to lose that on yourself. Would be nice for the 1-3-1 if all three of your lanes could have Baron on it, but still Loud. Huge play. Great call by them to force that Baron.
Yeah, sneaky sapling actually by Croc. At least got Hop's flash out of the deal at the end of that replay. So, not too bad, but Tidons having to trade his life away there. We'll see how it works out. As we continue on, Loud should be building up a pretty hefty gold lead if they can play the map state right. Seos once again onto Yarong, baiting out the ulti. Very nice there as the Maokai ulti comes in as well. Typically see that being used to kind of set up a dive and threaten them off the turret, but Croc just kind of letting it rip there in the top half of the Rift.
Yeah, I was a little worried for a second there of exactly what was going to happen when Seos went in by himself. I think if Yaharon could have got that shove back, it would have been a very easy kill on the Mumu. But luckily, able to get out of there. Now setting up this push between mid and top lane. Should be able to grab some of these turrets.
So Tidons is rejoining the squad as well here in mid. Udapon though firing away. 2 items done for the Caitlyn. Evie looking for the angle, forcing Brance to flash away.
Very respectable by Brance there. Does not want to get stunned up while Robo is not there. Now Yaharong wanting to go in.
No ulti though, but again, Robo just got no health. Yaharong is so strong on this Azir. Getting another solo kill.
Gets the solo kill. Robo having no MR is completely itemized for the Gnar matchup, really. Getting punished for that.
Croc is in trouble, does have to flash. Steel doesn't have his ulti, otherwise it would have been an easy follow-up. Instead, we'll go in once again. Croc trying to bait him in, but Seos missing that bandage shot critically. Now getting low, taking too much damage. Pops goes to the side. Mummy, the ball time in response is good, but Seos still low. Evie trying to find the kill. Wants Brance over Tidons. He appeals back to defense. Damage is there, but Brance eats the Dark Binding. Udapon shuts it down, and Yaharong is going to finish off the play. It's Seos that throws his life away to try and protect his mid laner, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Steel once again trying to pursue here, no ulti, but flashes in for the Q, chilling smite, autos aren't there, but Yaharong zooms on in, scoops on down, and takes another kill.
All right, this game's getting a little scrappy. DFM finding these angles onto Loud, who were being a little lax with their setups. Robo dying in the top side to Yaharong 1v1. Gives DFM an angle, an odd man play to just really brute force down mid lane. Able to get those kills. Robo does clear out the way to protect the mid turret. Don't think he'll be able to get this kill. Ragnarok coming up right now.
Tiebreaker pop, TP coming in. He's going for a 1v1. It's just too easy. He's immune to everything. Hop, the next one could be the target. Steals here. So can anyone stop this rampaging Viking? Robo gets himself the double kill. Now trying to run his way out of there. The blast going kept there. Evie now going to pop over and take it, but Robo's still going. Ghost runs out, but Robo's still chugging it down towards the bottom side of the Rift. It's a lot of legwork today for Olaf, but Steel's going to put him frozen in the bottom lane as Evie will scoop up the kill and shut down the top laner.
Yeah, DFM making sure they want to kill him quickly. The rest of Loud was coming to defend Robo potentially. Oh boy, all right. At the end of all of that, the Baron sneak, the crazy fighting, somehow, the gold lead is basically equal.
We're back as Dragons up in 12 seconds. You can see the little theme park we've been attending for these last 27 minutes. Back and forth as far as the gold goes. Very fun game so far. And if the series goes like this, we're in for a long one, Mr. Mark Zimmerman.
The old heart rate monitor gold graph. You know you're in for a good series when you see one of these.
And even up the Dragons here as well. Again, we warned you it was going to be a longer game, and certainly seems to be the trend right now, but that next should focus me feeling a bit more confident. Yutapon has found item number 3, quite powerful now on the Caitlyn as they will try and line up a 5v5, but Tino's on the flank, is spotted by Control. Ward TP looking for the pincer. Croc there with the ult, they're going to try and get him from all 4 sides. Caught in the cube, can they get it done? It's Seos that moves in, ball time channeled there by Brands, but Seos still trying to fight it as Yutapon gets his way out of there and takes out the enemy support. Tino's now looking for the assassination, but Yutapon's going to outplay it. Dragon still loose, Steel still low, but he lives somehow in the end of it all as Robo's getting low. Brands on the front line gets whipped out by Heavy and Yaharong. And they'll somehow make that work and take the Dragon to boots.
What a crazy fight by DFM. There was split. There was like 3 different 1v1s happening. Evie was a Mininar at the start of it. I thought that was going to be a good fight for Loud, but they just could not actually find a kill. They were all hitting different targets. And at the end of the day, DFM are able to kite out. Like I said, if you let the team fight go long enough, it should absolutely go in their favor here. Proc with the ult over the wall. The TP coming in behind with Robo, I thought would set it up well. Here, Evie almost killed right out the gate. But then it's only Brant really hitting him while everyone else starts focusing down. Yutapon, Tinones is kind of in no man's land, trying to find a target, but by the time he gets on top of Yutapon, he's low enough to get finished off there, just blown up. And then Robo's trying to find a kill onto Steel. No one's finished off Evie. Now Yutapon's untouched, and Brant is trying to find one kill if he can do it. Not able to do so, and there you go. 3rd Dragon over the DFM. 2 Mountain Dragons critically. Very, very powerful in general. Also very powerful into a comp that's kind of all in.
And you said it. If the fight goes long enough, the damage will be done. Almost 8,000 damage between Yaharong and Yutapon there. Definitely the carries making it work in the 5v5.
Overall damage, relatively close in that fight.
Yes.
But it does speak to, 1, DFM's comp having a lot of frontline and tankiness, as well as just better target selection, able to kill the multiple members of Loud.
Yep, they spot Croc, decide that that's not the fight they're looking for. Baron, though, is the target here. Robo's going to spot them, but Evie almost transformed once again. Ragnarok forced out. Good aim once more by Steel Sejuani. Evie continuing to zone them away. Here's the Maokai ulti, though, to try and do the same. DFM are off the Baron.
They're off the Baron, but they're now getting more control for it. The ult's traded. A little surprised to see Croc commit that one to make sure that they could get out. Doesn't mean it's very hard to contest. They have a Caitlyn trap line through 1 choke point. Will force them to have to come in through mid-river as well as blue buff ramp.
Forcing Tino's to TP, and he does. Baron pretty low, though, again, as Caitlyn damage pretty significant at this stage of the game. It's Croc maybe with an angle, but he's trying to go to the front door. Are we just going to try and flip? He gets it! Croc flashes in, steals the Baron. Tino's got Evie. My goodness, Croc alive for a little bit longer, but the fight's still going in favor of Loud. They have to get out of the Baron pit. Yutapon, can you escape? Curse of the Sand Mummy tags 2. Robo finds a shutdown on Loud and flip the game right back around.
DFM thought they had control, but they did not have anyone marking Croc. He just walks up, flash, smite, steals, and then during that time, Evie was Mininar, I believe, gets focused down by the side on the top. Look at this, just no one actually trying to stop Croc. They just have those 2 traps, and that's it. Meanwhile, they're in the pit. There's this massive bullet time. There's no one to stop that from channeling. Doesn't end up actually hitting that many targets, but Evie was split. He died. Harp trying to run into the entire team, and now they're just pinned up in this pit.
And again, Seos here holds the ulti. Didn't even need it for the front of the fight. Make sure they scoop up at least 1 more kill, and Brant makes it another with the flash. Crowd seems to like that one, as this game has been very topsy-turvy.
We found the 1 Loud fan in the crowd. There's a ton online. There's that guy in the crowd. He's excited. He's feeling it.
Loud enough, certainly. Very hypey crowd so far. It's been lovely to hear them all worlds long in Mexico City. And we're kind of in the spot we were the last time the Baron got taken, weirdly, where Loud have a gold lead and a Baron once again. In the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat.
Close out game 1.
Have a gold lead again after getting a Baron. That's how it was before, but then they lost that gold lead. It went close to even. I think for DFM, they're not out of this game at all yet. Still all inhibitor turrets up. If they can find a way to hold on to these, that's great. If you lose 1, not the end of the world. Just try and survive this and be in a position to contest this next dragon. But if you can't do it, you can still sack this. And I think preserving your base is more important than flipping for the 4th dragon soul point. Just give it over the Loud if you don't have a good angle. and do everything you can to preserve your base so you're not under pressure of a split push later on. Here's the zoning ultimate.
Makai ulti, everyone's just gonna tank it. Bullet time, they're gonna be ripped as a result. Still moving in. Bransto's just gonna bait in. Is forced to pop the cleanse, but Evie eats a stun in mini-nut form. Curse to the Sad Mummy finds one stun, but only one, and not enough to get the job done as Robo was looking for the wraparound in top side. They're gonna give it up.
Very nice defense by DFM. They're absorbing multiple ultimates from the enemy team, forcing out some from themselves as well. Like I said, base defense is the name of the game right now, and if you ever get a neutral fight against a Baroned up team defending your turret, that's a huge win. The fact that this monstrous Baron power play is not getting any bigger. It's already up to 5,000 just from the fights and the kills, but keeping your turrets alive is absolutely critical for DFM here. So that's a big win. Only 30 seconds left on the Baron means that they're probably not going to be able to get anything else with it. They might get this Dragon, but it's going to time out around the exact same time. So DFM with that defense might be able to move in. Most of their ults will be back available. Steals is very short cooldown compared to people like Seosh. So this might actually be an angle for DFM to get Soul Point.
I mean, to your point, even though the gold is currently in favor of Loud, I would never sleep on a team with an Azir this big. 6-1-5 for Yaharong. 4 items already done. Robo going to be the target of mid lane, but Seosh trying to find the counter engage. Not that tanky. Yeah, that's why Udapon is going to blow him up there. Steel's got the CC to keep him locked in place. 5v4 now for Detonation Focus Me with Soul Point still on the table.
Yeah, trying to force out Croc. He's the man. If you can get this smite off, it's not even contestable.
Good one if they can get it, but they can't grab it just yet. Still, the Dragon is going to be their target. Will they bait the fight or will they start the objective? Objective now going to be hit.
Udapon doesn't have enough traps to set up a proper trap line quite yet, it looks like, but does get a couple down.
Croc, no flash, does have Hex Flash. It is worth noting.
Yeah, he can get into the pit.
They've got vision as well, by the way. There's that ward right on the left that they can't see. They're over control ward down there as they're going to try and pop Robo to at least get the Ragnarok there. Tinon's also looking for the flank. They know Maokai's here. He's going in again! Are you kidding me? Crocky steals the Dragon, keeps the soul at bay, but the teamfight win going firmly in the favor of Detonation Focus Me, but Robo gonna run away safely. Brad's gonna get shot down. He's GA popped as well. Oh boy!
Not the same level of heroics this time by Croc. Not able to win the fight afterwards, but does delay what could have been a game-ending objective. Getting 3 Mountain Dragons and the Mountain Soul would make team fighting so hard for Loud, and the fact that they get that away, able to kite this out, might lose a mid inhibitor on the tail end of this play. Multiple death timers still up, and chasing Tinones to the far corners of the earth there. All the way up into top lane brush to get this recall off.
Yaharong can take the Krogs because he was trying to chase that. Tinones here back up.
Robo was up there. Might be.
Gets tagged, but now comes back in. 3v3, could maybe look for a fight. Ulti baited out there of Steel, but no real way to get back in. Especially as the Dark Blinding hits Akali. So Loud gonna lose their inhib. That was the cost of Croc stealing yet another massive objective.
Obviously worth it from the position that they were in with Seosh dead without his ultimate. Croc getting in there, man. Just despite the name Steel, it's not looking like it this game. Not able to secure these, handing them away. Tinones had a potential angle here. If you land that E, it would be a very difficult 2v1 into the Morgana with her ult up. Understandable that he did not end up taking that. Just kites it out, realizes, hey, let's sack our losses, give up a couple deaths. Worth it to deny that massive soul point. Baron up in 40 seconds will be the next objective. And it looks like Loud might have the general map control right now. We do have auto-pushing mid lane for Loud, but obviously you're just going to keep Brance in the mid lane to wave clear. We'll see if DFM can shove them out.
All right, well, seen it twice already. Could see it for a third time in 20 seconds as Yaharong tries to make the play onto Tinones. Burns the ulti. Tinones does not get caught by Azir.
Doesn't get caught. Does get the ult out. Means that for a little bit, DFM will probably be playing defensively until it comes back up. Not a very long cooldown. You can already see a quarter of the way back up for Yaharong. Interestingly, does not have room for a decap in his build. Went for Shadow Flame. Banshees still have plenty of damage. Very important to survive. Tinones diving onto you in the backline, so it makes some sense.
Look at that top lane. That attack is still there. I didn't even realize. Maybe a bit of gold there for Yaharong. Not that he's going to have a chance to spend it because we got a Baron to contend ourselves with here, folks.
Yeah, we have the kind of map split where DFM are finally going to break this turret, but Robo is down in the bot side. Evie does not have teleport to contest quite yet. It will give a window where if Loud want to flip a Baron and just start a fight or something, as we see, whoa, Steel down the mid lane. Did get the cleanse from Brance.
Perhaps worth it there. Ultimate cooldowns aren't that long at this stage of the game, although it's only rank 2, not rank 3 ultimate for Steel as Evie
He's going to chase Robo away. Pretty protracted dance here, but Loud wanting to lean on their teleport advantage for a little while longer. Evi's cooldown is about to come up though as Croc finds a fight there on the top side. It's Yaharong the target they want. Azir is a very juicy target to get. He is going to get hit up there, but they can't follow through the Emperor's Eye, but Sales flashes in, Tinon shuts it down, and Loud find themselves in a critical position as Robo straight up diving the enemy top laner, forcing Evi away. Evi was able to kite away from the axe and make sure that it was either between getting damage or picking it up. Ends up surviving there critically, but with Yaharong down, Loud want to force onto the Baron.
So 4v4 right now. Tinon's TP'd in. Robo, oh, he's going to stay. I think he realized Evi's going, so he's going to try and apply the pressure. Sheos does have ulti. Gets spotted in the brush there, but Loud just want to buy time for Robo.
I do like the slower play by Loud here. The fact that there's still 30 seconds on Yaharong. Just keep pressure on the Baron. Stop DFM from being allowed to go back. Evi is running up there now, but you're guaranteed to at least get this bottom turret. Maybe more. If Evi shows here, you might be able to get Robo to TP back down into the Baron.
And we saw it already. Robo decent in the 1v1, especially against Minino. Though Evi's about to transform as I say that. Robo here, Pop Stride Breaker runs away. He's got the Ghost ticking away. Unicorn's down here as well, so they're just on the Baron for Loud. Robo with the perfect Vapid Steal here, trying to repay the favor.
It's his turn. No, it's not.
No, the Maokai ulti's too strong, and Loud, a very clean bit of map play, gets him another Baron, the third of the game.
Loud showing they're not all hands, they got brains too. That map play right there was absolutely incredible. Robo staying on the bot side, forcing Evi to TP after getting the pick onto Yaharong. They have to pick something to defend, and surprisingly, DFM chooses the bot inhibitor over trying to defend the Baron. I think the correct call is just let Robo take that bot lane. Evi holds your TP probably after he lost it. I don't know. It's tough because then you'd have super creeps pushing automatically, and Yaharong would be the one who would have to hold Robo because he would be the one with TP up. It would be a very difficult situation. Now, though, the enemy has Baron.
The extended play, though, Detonation Focus Me do have vision around the possible soul. It is 2 dragons to 3. Detonation Focus Me can still get themselves the Mountain Soul. Seos gonna get himself stunned up by Sejuani, but a lot tankier now. Oh, he finds the backline instead. Stuns up Steel if they can kill the jungle. That makes getting the dragon a whole host easier. Massive amount of damage done already. Tino's gonna try and make the big play. Into stasis we go. Robo's going absolutely ballistic in the backline. Takes out Steel. Every low, they're going off. It's a shutdown. Robo pulling this game out from maybe the brink of defeat, going absolutely off in the late game on Olaf. And Detonation Focus Me are routed in this mid lane.
Robo is taking over. He's the one who sets up that macro play with his pressure, and then there goes ham on the back line while the rest of the team was dealing with DFM's tanky front line, able to survive through that. Will give them their third dragon of the game, as well as picking up a number of kills here. Nice snipe by Steel, but realistically, no one can follow up there. Yaharong and Utapon, you can see, are just busy dealing with Robo during that entire time. Tinones lands this ult, sees the combo with Robo to go in there and start trying to get members low. Steel had a nice interrupt to stop him from getting in here, and it's just Robo 1v4 basically. Yeah. You can see him get one kill, get the second. They can't peel him off, just life-stealing through everything while the rest of Loud was busy with the front line of DFM. That was the Robo 1v4. What a beast.
Yeah, when Olaf's ahead, it's real rough for Yaharong's Azir, because your buttons just don't do anything.
And I have you credit, he's not that far ahead. Robo, this game, did not have an incredible early lane phase, did not have this insane kill score until just recently. He had more deaths than kills until just literally that fight. So he was not significantly far ahead the pace of the game, which is when most Olafs look the best. He did not have a great early game. We talked about the bot dive where the ultimate timed out before, but showing that he has this champion on lock in the late game, can still play these fights out in the midst of the enemy team.
Still have Baron, and did get the dragon, so now it's soul point apiece. Don't see that too often, but that's the situation we're currently in. 1, maybe 2 waves left for Loud to try and push down more turrets. Bottom lane inhib still open for them to take as well, but not going to get that much done here. Going to have to do it fairly.
Yeah, no teleports, but still I think the lane assignment's a little questionable here by Loud. I think you would want to get that free open inhibitor if you could, instead of getting this push up in the top side. Maybe a misallocation of resources as Baron times out right now. Still, with 2 Barons, Loud has not cracked an inhibitor.
Once again, Croc lets the ulti go. Going to try and buy some space here. Maybe a fight on. Oh, the ulti splits the uprights there for Steel. And tower is low, but it will be defended just barely. Detonation Focus Me holding on to what structures they have left.
Pretty even trade of ultimates. Croc's at around 47 seconds. Steel's at around 53, so if Croc ever wants to throw his out for zoning, Steel is more than happy to yeet his out there as well. Stop people from being able to grab that turret. And again, defending their inhibitors by DFM. Oh boy. We are going to get a split situation in 2.5 minutes. I feel like the Baron, it spawns 30 seconds earlier. If it doesn't die in that 30 seconds, you're going to see someone opt for the trade. How that's going to go, though, is going to be the entire game. One team's going to get Mountain Soul. The other team's probably going to get Baron. I feel like Mountain Soul is the more important one, so I would expect a contest, actually. But you never know. This could be one of those weird games where you sack the Soul, you get the Baron buff, you try and end the game off that. This has been a crazy game 1 in a 5-game series.
Yeah, I can't remember what the longest game of Worlds 2022 has been yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if this one was at least in the running. We'll have to get an update perhaps later on, as someone can inform me. But Loud lining up for these next objectives. 130 to that Baron, as you said, 30 seconds before the Dragon, up in just over 2 minutes.
Confirmation, just past the longest.
Let's go!
You have a thick Spidey sense, Pastry.
And again, we did say after the first Dragons were split that we were going to get a long one. Didn't necessarily expect the longest one of the tournament.
Do you know who was playing in the old one?
Ted should focus me in another team.
Wrong.
No!
DRX RNG. Very good game.
Oh, of course. Oh, that was day 1. That's so long ago now. That was such a good game, though.
All right, we'll have to see if Loud can get this Mountain Dragon. I expect that to be, like I said, the higher priority one. Barons have not been too impactful thus far in this game. Obviously a very powerful objective itself, but the teams have not been able to exploit it, and I think you would much rather the permanent shield, the extra resist. Both teams have very tanky front lines that you have to punch through.
Everyone has items. Everyone should have all their sums up by the time these objectives spawn. We've got, you know, a couple bits on the flash for Evie and Brance, but I don't think it's going to be too far away. Robo's going to try and pressure this open inhib, but again, can't... When the game gets this late, can't get too wild. Cannot afford to make a mistake.
No. Any fight at this point that is a wipe will obviously end the game pretty much outright. For DFM, they can charge down mid lane. That's open. For Loud, probably running through bot lane. Both of them have routes to the enemy's base if they can just kill the people in the way. We're also at the point in the game where some people stop getting stronger. Azir did swap over to the death cap, like I said, dropping the Shadow Flame, absolutely the right call when you have that much gold, but here we go.
Rank 3, ulti gets it going! Cuts to the set, Mommy finds 3, Harper's gonna mount up Robo, he's just gonna do it again! He's going on a rampage, he's berserk! Yara gets himself killed again! And Robo saves the day in game 1 for Loud! That should be it!
Objectives be damned, they're going for the fight right down the mid lane. Loud popping off, Seos finally getting that good engage, setting Robo up to do what he does best, charge down the backline, obliterate them. The 3-men of Loud are now just stopping recalls while Brance and Robo end the game.
A 2v0 easy PvE for Loud there as Robo and Brance, the veteran and the rookie, are going to put the finishing touches on game number 1.
Absolutely insane game by Loud. So many members stepping up to make that one happen. In the early game, the bot lane of Brance and Seos denying the Caitlyn power. In the mid game, Rock with the steals on the Barons to keep them alive. And then Robo in the late game, those monstrous team fights. A complete team win in a very scrappy game 1.
A long one, the longest one, in fact, of the tournament so far, and it is Loud that takes it. I was with you. I thought after the Olaf counter pick, I was like, oh, this is great. Finally, something a bit heftier to punish Evie's now. And Evie's like, do you know who I am? And kind of takes it in his stride. I was like, well, it's doomed. What is Olaf possibly going to do in the late game?
I mean, everything I said about this game was wrong. I was like, the Caitlyn's going to control early. No. The solo lanes for Loud are going to pop off early. No. Late game goes in favor of DFM. No. I'm wrong. Don't listen to me.
Okay. It's going to be a tough best of 5. Perhaps we'll go to swap round, but after that back and forth match, we're heading back over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. Definitely don't listen to Mark, but honestly, after that game, I'm not sure if you should listen to any of us because that was so back and forth. And at so many different moments, either team was leading. I'm not sure any of our preconceptions of these teams necessarily hold true.
Loud did win, though.
Loud did win, which I guess you both had predicted in 3-1 fashion. And I'll tell you this much, like we did with the first series, unfortunately, one of the things we weren't able to get to in the pregame became one of the major factors in Loud's win, and that's Robo, the top laner. We'll get to some of his big plays in a moment, but coming into the series, we were already quite impressed with the way that this guy's been playing up there in the top lane.
Yeah, he's been absolutely popping off. Look at this. First place in 4 of these categories, second place in gold percentage and jungle proximity. So yes, he does get a little bit of assistance in laning phase, but he definitely pays it off. He didn't even have the best early game here, but you saw he just decided to end the game once he had max items on Olaf.
Late game Olaf, I guess. Like, it really didn't make a lot of sense. And it's great to see from Robo, because Robo's someone who's been on the international stage numerous times now, never really had, you know, a standout performance.
Right.
But now coming back after years and now being the huge carry for the team, it's just great to see. And again, doing it on a pocket pick, something we brought up coming into play-ins, that this guy can play absolutely anything.
Yeah, that 5th pick response to the Gnar that we've so commonly seen on the other side of top lane matchups. And as you mentioned, it wasn't the prettiest of lane phases, but that doesn't really matter if you find your one singular opening where you can hit that ult button, charge through a bunch of your opponents, and like triple kill to end it all. Let's relive some of the highlights from this game as it broke down, because it was so back and forth. And while each team did have gold leads throughout the game, it comes down to a couple decisions in the late to make or break.
Yeah, Utapon had an incredible play there, managing to land Gale Force and an auto attack basically through the Shroud. We're gonna see a Baron steal at one point.
We're gonna see a Dragon steal.
A Mountain Soul denial.
Yeah.
So either of these things don't happen. I do think DFM takes the game because their team composition is very cohesive. It's a very good front-to-back team fighting team with good laning phase.
A cohesive Caitlyn comp, Chad?
Peanut butter and jelly.
Oh my goodness. Peanut butter, bacon, and jelly, maybe. Who knows? Actually, that's a good point, too. It's not something we discussed over the pick ban graphic itself, but much like game 1 of the previous series, we have a Caitlyn Morgana comp on the red side. Unfortunately, doesn't get the win in either of those cases. But to your point, Jet, this felt like a much more reasonable Caitlyn Morgana composition, because at least with that Gnar up there in the top lane, you didn't have the Quadra, you know, AP kind of setup.
Yeah, we could be in for a long series. I mean, just thinking about the way this fight played out is like...
This would be the second steal here. First one was the Baron.
Hex flashes in, and then also, I do think this is more than just like a random steal. The Misfortune channeling the ultimate to make it so that no one on DFM can just wait to kill the Maokai. Like, it has to be a flip. It's not one of those things they can wait out. That kind of allows them to get the kill. Because I actually imagine the mindset of DFM before then was, oh, just like, don't hit the dragon, kill the Maokai, rather than thinking about bursting the dragon.
Croc's got the fast fingers for that, and then here comes the winning moment. And Olaf, who's got nobody standing between him and 4 members of Dead FM, just absolutely mows them all down.
Honestly, just great pick into their comp as well. Like they can't stop him, right? He can always make sure he gets in their faces. So many squishy members.
More damage than MF.
Is he highest damage on the team? What? That is wild.
Does Rob's day ever end?
It's Rob's week now. And if they make it to New York, we're extending it to a month, baby.
Rob's here. If he knocks RNG out of Worlds, I know we're looking too far.
Yeah, we are looking quite far.
Worlds.
How do you evaluate this game, though, for a team like Detonation Focus Me? Because I would actually argue with the way the early game went, that they should have never really been alive in this game. It was Loud who got out to a little bit of an early lead, and if they had just played it perfectly, they probably should have just carried that all the way to a win. So there was quite a bit of resilience out of Dead FM to extend it into our longest game time yet. But by the same token, when you're the team with the Azir, the Sejuani, and what feels like maybe a slightly better late game setup, they weren't able to convert.
Yeah, I think the mind is just going to remember the last thing that happened.
Ah, crap. Yeah.
So rather than DFM thinking like, oh yeah, we lost that one early, let's reboot. They're thinking, what the hell happened late? And they're going to feel like they completely blew it because they had the chance to secure the game with Baron. They had the chance to secure the game with Mountain Soul. And now they're thinking, man, that was such a good chance to start 1-0. Now they still have to win 3 or 4, even though it's going to feel like they should have won that one as well. So it's a tough mental barrier to bounce back from.
Dead FM looking to make a change. They're at least jumping to blue side here, Lyric. What could be the answer in Champion Select?
You know, because Loud are such a scrappy team, like even though we do like DFM's team comp, I think going with something that can be a bit more brawly when you know Loud are just going to constantly throw themselves at you. It's like, again, great performances on things like the Caitlyn and the Morgana, but whether, you know, it is a Kalista or any other type of scrappy AD, I think you have to be ready for Loud to just run at you all game long.
going to be a little bit difficult to, or rather, it's just, I think it's about converting at the end of the day, right? When you talk about this Caitlyn Morgana comp, and they had difficulty converting, and so maybe that's where they'll just say, hey, as well as we may have played it in lane phase, if we can't ultimately convert to the win, then it just behooves us to move on to something else. Evie's another player that I would want to talk about when it comes to DFM and their drafting, right? Played the Gnar, phenomenal Gnar player, so no criticism of the Gnar play, but he is that piece of the DFM puzzle that I think so often they rely on when they feel like they need to make a change. They just immediately look to him and go, okay, what's the unique pick? How can we warp the draft or get a nice counter for Evie in the top lane?
Yeah, and also, before the series I was looking, and the difference between Evie in DFM wins and Evie in DFM losses is pretty vast.
Yeah.
So he's generally kind of a non-factor in their losses. This game would kind of be an exception to that, but in all of their group stage games.
Sure.
And when he wins, he's like kind of hard carrying the team. If you think back to what he was able to do against EG to force that tiebreaker in the first place. So it can be on a pocket pick, or he can just keep playing the Gnar. It's not like the Gnar was ineffective in that game.
No, definitely not.
For the most part, but maybe just needing to rely on him and have him play with confidence is very important.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, this game just came all down to the team fight execution, right? Like any team fight goes one way differently, or like we said earlier, the smite steals. Like, that's why I feel like as DFM, I actually don't expect them to come out of this game and like be like, okay, we need to change this, this, or this.
Yeah.
Like, okay, there was one thing at any moment that could have gone differently, and we would have won this game.
Which I wholly agree with. But when you say it comes down to team fights, I jump back down to the bot lane, and that's where I just go find a different AD carry.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Again, no criticism to the way that you played it in the lane phase, but if we're talking about getting to the late game, the impact of a well-positioned MF ultimate is just that much greater than a Caitlyn. Oh, so yeah, I'm like just pointing randomly off camera. The drafts are behind Jet.
To be able to see these pick spans.
Yeah, well, I injured my neck earlier in the day, so they put it in a convenient place for me.
Yeah.
And they're gonna make Jet work for it.
Good stretch. MF Amumu is another thing that has been very relied on for Loud. So it would also be worth throwing maybe a 1-2-3 ban in there, but there's so many other power picks I can't really hate it.
Also, letting the Maokai go over. Maokai, while understandably it doesn't have the highest win rate here at Worlds, it just always has such massive impact.
Yeah.
And so, again, I got to wonder whether or not they're going to, prioritize similarly that Maokai as they jump to blue side, maybe snag it in that first pick and force Loud to adjust. If we talk about it from the Loud perspective and wanting to go up 2-0 and probably make this one a little cleaner of a win than game one. From Red side, how can they maybe preempt some of what Detonation Focus Me might bring?
I like waiting for Robo to have counterpick.
Yeah.
That's a really big one. And then also I pick jungle 1-2-3, wait until Evie's locked his in, and then try and have Robo do what he does. He's been dominating the tournament.
There you have it. That's our recipe for success for both squads. We'll see who takes it in game number 2 in just a few minutes. Now, as we head to break, listen to Phoenix featuring Kaylin Russo and Chrissy Costanza on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can find that song and plenty like it on Spotify's LoL Music Hub. While you check it out, we're stepping away. Game number 2 is on the other side of this break.
You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your
It's lights out in this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. This combination from Cloud9's Blabber and Fudge left 100 Thieves lost in the dark and created a play that set the pace for the final series.
Good to go. Turns off the lights. The move speed comes in. Here's the dive. Shuffled out. Still hit 3. And Jensen kills Amanaga. Cloud9 in for more. Jensen will not die. Blabber will stopwatch. A trade 2 for 1. Huhi flashing out. Jensen gets a third. A fourth chase down by Berserker. And Closer is the last man standing.
And we are back. Detonation Focus Me versus Loud in our second best of 5 of the day. Not looking too happy.
No thumbs up. We're gonna get a thumbs down. Oh, it still comes in. It feels painful though. That's a pained thumbs up. He's like, yep, I'm definitely not mad about last game, guys. Definitely not tilted. Fresh mental state for sure. That's me after most solo queue games.
Which they're gonna need.
You queue up again, you're like, I'm not tilted. I swear to God, I'm fine.
You're typing in champs like, I'm fine. Had a great time.
Yeah, my
First game of the day.
My jungler just got a smite stolen 4 times or whatever. I'm fine.
Any winners?
To be fair to Steel, no one ever marked him.
Yes.
Every single time Croc could just flash in or hex flash in or something and get it. So it is a team game. I don't want to put it all on Steel. But if it's a coin flip, you lost the coin flip a bunch of times. They're better than coin flips considering your team is also the one throwing in just random damage as well. So obviously, monster performance by Croc. Monster performance by Robo.
Yes.
The bot lane as well early on for Loud. Disrupting the Caitlyn game plan. Have to see where it goes from there because Caitlyn has been borderline permaban. It's one of the highest presence champions currently through Worlds. And so if this is something where you're saying, all right, well, if you can't play it, we're not worried about it. Even late game, the Caitlyn did not become a threat. We talked about the power trough. Usually does spike again. She got to 6 items. Not super impactful, it felt like. Did not really see, even though she got a number of kills, didn't really feel like Yutapon was doing a great job. I mean, Robo was also just a beast. Made it difficult, but
yes.
At no point was the Caitlyn scary, I guess I would say. The trap line did not ever make it impossible to walk up or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the Berserk Bruiser that's immune to all crowd control was pretty good at dealing with the enemy carries, as it turned out. Even the 6 item Azir couldn't get it done.
I mean, to be fair as well, you shouldn't be grouped up next to each other for him to kill one and the other. You know, you have the ults from Yaharong trying to shove back an immune guy. Maybe he could have found an aggressive angle to combo with his front line and try and blow somebody up. You know, I think for DFM, that was a close game, though. I don't think you want to read too far into it. There were a lot of things that you could have done better to try and win that game. Refresh your mental state, head into game 2. Now on blue side for DFM.
Mumu getting a ban away. The first adaptation for Detonation Bogus Me, taking sales off his most played support of the tournament.
Yeah, makes sense. You don't like how well that worked for them in the lane phase, and then even in the mid to late game. Some very good team fights from him.
Kai'Sa ban again. I really like this ban actually from Loud. Had it in game 1. Repeating it here on the red side in game number 2. I think it has been one of Yudapon's best champions, at least that he's shown in the tournament so far. As you said, like Caitlyn's presence has been relatively high, but her win rate hasn't actually been all that good the few times she has gotten through and gotten picked. So perhaps a champion that's not as good as advertised, maybe something where when other teams come in and start playing it, we'll kind of figure it out.
Springbucks champion?
Maybe. As Marco has banned away as well, that's going to leave Azir open once again. This I do like, by the way. Yaharong's Azir looked amazing in game 1.
Yeah, how insanely ahead he was on farm, the fact he got the kills, got the 6 items very quickly, got enough gold to sell and pick up a death cap at 6 items. Obviously, you had a great game if that's the case, but just needs a little bit more teamfight execution around him. Robo grabbing the Aatrox, which I believe was banned in game 1.
Yes, it was.
Nice trade for the side of Loud here. You give up Azir for Aatrox Hecarim. Most teams are going to take that, I think.
Absolutely. So it seems like Loud using their red side well, but DFM are prioritizing their mid laner for their early picks. Sejuani with Maokai banned is going to be the tank jungler of choice for Steel once again. Did look quite good, actually, in the early game especially. He was the one kind of bailing out the few holes in DFM's early game where they were falling behind.
Steel was the kind of bridge to that mid to late game. It's unfortunate that Smite's not go his way, but it's worth noting his lane ganks were absolutely disgusting, always catching Loud out. This time on the Sejuani again, very happy with that. Evi's Gnar, good. it feels like for DFM, they're basically saying, yeah, we lost that last game, but we didn't do anything really wrong beyond the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as well. Seraphine going to get locked in. Could be a Azir for Tinones, could be a Brands champion, could be a Sales champion.
I'll say something controversial.
I'm ready.
I like Seraphine comps.
Same.
I know people don't like Seraphine the champion, and I can understand where that comes from, especially Skarner enjoyers. I know they changed lore. We never forget. But I do like the way her comps play. I enjoy watching Deathball comps, especially enabling. She does have a lot of sustain and like lame healing up of people. Those are the Deathball comps. I don't like poke Deathball comps where it's about zone control. A lot of times though, she does combo best with melee topside. You can bounce your ult through, and actually proactive Deathball comps. So even though she is a little lame, I do like what she enables. We'll have to see if they ban out the Swain, a very common champion to pair with it. Senna was not banned out. Maybe this is just Tinones grabbing it. I do believe he plays it a fair bit. Maybe I'm trolling. Maybe that was somebody else. No, he has 4 games of Seraphine.
There you go.
I'm not trolling.
We did also see this into Azir specifically, which, like, if you cast your mind back to something like Xerath, there is some, like, legacy on matchup understanding where you can see where having a long-range caster might be good against Azir. I don't think it actually lines up to, like, smash the lane or anything, but no. I get the theory.
Your Q and your E are long enough range that you're rarely in Q poke auto range from the Azir. He can, of course, scoop in and try and kill you. There is that option, but for the most part, the lane phase is fairly straightforward, especially through the first 6 levels. But not too much of a surprise if they do end up moving that down to the bot side.
Which they will. Gallery locked. Oh, well. I guess could have Gallery support. We'll hold our horses, but you can see the ball that Loud are trying to put together here.
Yeah, so I was actually wrong. I was not looking close enough at the graphic. It's actually Brance who has the 4 games, but their columns started to blend together because they played so many champions. Brance did have that game that ended up getting away from them where he missed that critical ultimate earlier on in the tournament, but I like him going back to it here, most likely his. We have the Galio locking for Tinones, kind of comboing with that dive identity, and DFM taking a very safe bot laner, knowing that there is a lot of dive coming their way. Tristana has been on the fringe of the meta, but every time I see it, it's taken in good situations where you have the ability to kind of kite out melee comps and then re-engage and jump back in. Very strong lane phase as well with a lot of all-in threat if you're able to make it through kind of any over-aggressive matchups. But even then, I really like the Tristana pick here.
Yeah, Yumi ban, Caitlyn ban, so no options there. Instead, Leona and Tristana. And going to round things out with, we'll see. Assuming it's Brance on Seraphine, likely Galio mid. It is going to be a support, and Seos is going to go ahead and take Alistar here.
Alistar coming in. All right, some more engage options for Seos. Looked very good last game as one of the primary engage tools here. 4 meatballs and a Seraphine.
Correct.
The enemy team, almost the exact same identity. Just a little less early game laning focused in the bot side of the map. You still have that as maybe your most proactive lane. Obviously, Leona set up, comboing with jumping in Tristana, Malphite ults from the Tristana. We'll have to see. Obviously, you have the Sejuani. Still had a very proactive early game as well. Maybe you can change these lanes up again, but otherwise, this looks like just team fighting.
Yep.
You have technically split push options with the Gnar and the Aatrox and whatnot, but realistically, this is mostly team fighting. The Galio does not have an obvious lane that he is setting up like a Camille or anything like that, so most likely more about these neutral objective fights, which matches what we saw in the previous game where it really did just come down to team fight execution.
Yeah, I think not too surprising given what we've seen already. Teams certainly love to scrap. When exactly in the game they choose to fight has been slightly earlier for Loud generally and slightly later for the Detonated Focus Me generally. But again, seems like it's going to be a pretty protracted series, especially given the length of game number 1. So we'll see how things shuffle around. Croc is the other person. I guess we kind of shuffled roles around a little bit here in this game. I think for Detonation Focus Me, their comp is largely the same this time around, with bottom lane just having some like aesthetic changes. It's, you know, Unipon on a late game-ish marksman. Croc, you know, Hecarim versus Maokai and Tinones on Galio versus Akali is very different.
Very, very different for Loud. Yes, the DFM comp largely plays the same way. Loud does still mostly focus on team fighting. You do have a lot of backline dive, which is kind of how their previous comp played, but the champions themselves extremely different, and no bot lane for Brance to just kind of drop an MF ult.
And as a reminder, feel free to link your league account with Prime Gaming. You can receive free in-game content and scoop up them digital goods. Always some good stuff you can pick up for free.
Digital goods? How many digital goods have you gotten? I heard there's been good digital goods so far. Good drops.
I scoop up goods relatively frequently. In fact, actually when I get home, I'll do it because then I'll remember. This is why things like this are important, so I can be reminded.
Everyone tweet at Pastry Time and tell him, don't forget your digital goods.
Yeah, actually, please do that. I will accept your don't forget your digital goods tweets with open arms, as Udapon has quite a stylish emote here, being flashed in front of the enemy duo lane.
Oh, the kaboom from Seosh.
That's good. There's some panache behind that one.
Yeah, obviously giving a shout out to the most infamous game Brazil has probably ever played in League of Legends on the global stage, destroying, I believe it was Alliance's hopes and dreams.
It was. Same mid laner too.
Tinones
was there in 2014. Here again now in 2022. Looking to try and get one step closer with the rest of the squad. We'll have to play one more best of 5 to continue on at Worlds. It is unfortunately against RNG, who are absolutely fearsome, especially in that situation, but we'll talk about that tomorrow because they're not there quite yet, and I don't think we're going to get there for a while.
No, if last game was any indication, excuse me, we have 2 more very close games at worst. At best, a full crazy-ass 5-game series ahead of us. Here we go, the tri-lane look. Somewhat uninteractive lane phases early on. It is hard for DFM's bot lane to find an all-in that will stick. Even if you get on top of the Seraphine, it's very easy for the pull. Yep, just perfectly timed, Harp. Thank you for illustrating that back to me. It is very hard to actually kill Seosh as long as, or excuse me, Brance as long as Seosh is standing on top of him. Mid lane is mostly about Galio trying to shove and roam around. That's where you're going to see more action more than the lane itself. And then top side, obviously there's the Q minigame that Ebby has to play where you don't want to get tippered by Robo. Get knocked off and then maybe get an all-in threat, but early on in the lane phase, that's usually not enough damage quite yet until you get Eclipse or something. Robo might have that option. Until then, usually Gnar is able to control the lane phase.
Yeah, especially in the mini form, you don't want to get caught, but if you can keep him at arm's length, you're generally okay. It's kind of been Gnar's identity since he was released as a champion.
I remember when Gnar came out.
Yes.
Everyone was like, this champ is way too random to see competitive because of the transformation timing. And I feel like every time that is the feedback that you give that, oh, this is too weird to see competitive play, this kind of stuff. Eventually, the OTPs figure it out. People begin to play it enough. He was also just a disgusting stat stick on that transformation that eventually people start picking him up. But yeah, it's been a staple of the top lane meta forever now. And pretty well designed, the fact that you have these different windows. Melee champions love playing into him in the sense that you have this kill threat when he's mini, but a very hard lane phase to get to that point where you have this kill threat on him. Things like Aurelia and Camille are taken in, but you have to survive early on. You know, it's a very cool champion to follow the matchups for.
Good dynamics. Also, give me Yasuo. That's all my feedback on Gnar as far as top lane goes.
You play the Yasuo side of that matchup?
I do.
I'm too bad to do that.
It's a fun time. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to be enjoyable. As Brance and Seos lining up, getting pushed in right now. Not too surprising, I suppose. But again, Brance and Seos, I don't think will be a fixture of early game aggression in the same way they were in the last game here. Although Croc trying to make it happen here in the bottom half of the Rift. At least dipping down, making sure there's no enemy jungler in sight. But we know, and you all know at home, that Steel is pathing towards the top half of the Rift. So he's not going to be anywhere near the bottom lane, and I think the pace of play is going to continue for most of this laning phase, unless there's some oopsies made in individual plays.
Yeah, definitely the case. I think Loud power spikes right at 6 with playmaking a little bit harder. Galio and Hecarim, obviously, if you can get a devastating charge in behind people and onslaught, whatever abilities are called, combo with the Galio ultimate on top. I know QWER, go in there. And actually, you know what? I was watching one of those quizzes that get done about ability names. Hold on, I don't have time to talk about it. We're getting some scrapping.
Seos in trouble. Once again, I say they wouldn't go aggressive, but perhaps I'm a liar. Not intentional, but Udapon could be the target. Does have his flash, doesn't have his cleanse. Turn our attention on to Harp. Good little sidestep there to not get rooted up by the incoming double cast Seraphine E, and we're A-OK on the Detonation Focus Me side.
You can see how difficult it is for Loud to actually make plays happen. That was Seos committing his flash to get on top of Udapon there, but a very easy cleanse, jump back, gets on the other side of Hecarim, and with no ult available, like I was saying, it's actually very difficult to get the knockback on the right side if the enemy's ready for it. Even at 6, of course, there'll be the self-healing for Tristana's ultimate, but at least with this tempo, you can see Croc trying to get some counter jungling in here.
Oh, that's brutal. Steel got it, even though he didn't have smite. Croc smited it just barely the wrong way. And Steel gonna go ahead and take that, which is pretty amusing. Steel there popping back though, gonna take his control ward out. And Tinone's kind of getting things done. We did see this, by the way, from Tinone in the last game on Akali, was trying to push and roam pretty often as Yaharon's farmed up a Storm, which seems to be the story this game. I think the notable difference is that Galio significantly easier and to be successful on your roams than Akali.
Also significantly worse at 1v1 solo kills later on.
Yes.
So I like this clash of styles that we're seeing. Yaharong has been beasting Champions Queue, no longer the #1 player, but for a period of time was, right when it opened up for World, showing that he is a monstrous teamfight threat and will be topping the farm charts this game as well as he just did in the previous game, if this is any indication how it's going to go. Looks like the potential 3v3 in the river here.
Battle Crab, no. Battle in the bottom lane instead. Croc going to start it off onto Steel. Again, no flash for the Alistar. Makes him both a big target and tough to be a big threat. So Loud going to have to leave together and try and get this crab perhaps. Steel's looking to try and yoink it away.
Smite fight living rent-free in his enemy's head. Let's see if he can do it.
Croc this time, the only one with Smite, figures it out.
Yeah, much easier to get the Smite secure when your enemy doesn't have it.
I think that happened with the Raptor, and I do want it to happen again. But Croc, though, riding the ship, Mental back in form. What were you on about with trivia shows? I was very curious. Actually.
Oh, just that most pro players are terrible with ability names.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Like that, you know. A lot of them never even consider it. Same with me, sadly, as a caster. I knew better than they did, and I didn't think I was going to do that well when I was playing for long. The other thing I was looking up recently was the head-to-head between Japan and Brazil.
Ooh.
Despite a fair amount of tournaments, they've only played 10 times overall. CB LoL winning the head-to-head right now 6-4 over Japan, as we see. Let's see if anything happens here. They're trying to get back onto the Utapon, doesn't get the double pull.
Oh, no ulti, no flash, and I don't think much hope left here for Seos. Does get the punt out onto Utapon, but first blood all the same as Brandt. Stunned up and in trouble, but here comes the level 6 Hecarim to try and make the difference. Should be an easy counter kill, and indeed will be.
Already, Croc covering the bot lane play. I liked it from DFM, trying to get aggressive onto the bot side, punish Sales for having no ultimate down there, and they do get the kill, but it took a little bit too long. Gave Croc enough time to get in there, get his first kill. Hecarim completed the movement speed of the lucidity boost right away. Helped him get in range for that.
Means Herald though for Detonation Focus Me should be an easy take and will be. Every plenty of control. Top plenty of control mid for Yaharong. And we'll go ahead and snag that up as Croc continues to get ahead. And honestly, if anyone is going to want gold early on, it is kind of this Hecarim.
He is very happy to get that first blood. We'll see if he goes more carry-oriented. It's been very much, like I said, the topic of conversation online for quite a bit now. We've seen the Zon build. People don't like that full tank Chemtech options. We'll see if they go something else here. Whoa.
Heavy Mega now. This should be a sitter, and indeed will be. It's plenty of people in the mid lane. Make it 4 for Detonation Focus Me, and 0 left for Loud in the jungle.
That was not a very respectful attempt there. You just gave up complete top side of the map over to DFM. When you found that kill in the bot side, they went top. You heard the Rift Herald go down. You have to know that they're probably in the area there. Just been a red buff steal, and Croc did not try and scout it out with the team, didn't wait for any backup to come, and as a result gets dropped. The Rift Herald instantly getting used mid to funnel some more gold into Yaharong right out the gate.
Be where the money goes. Utapon also picking up that kill. Means he has some extra as well. So money going in the right place for Detonation Focus Me. They're up about 1,300 gold in this early game. And as you can see, the 2 carries and the jungler top of the gold charts right there for DFM.
Feeling very good for DFM. Again, Yaharong absolutely monstrous, cresting the 100 CS mark pre-10 minutes. Only one in the game close. The rest hovering around 80. Final thing I was going to say is just this is the first best of 5 between these regions that they've ever played, which is very cool. I always feel like you have these rivalries start cropping up at different points in time. For a while, I forget who it was. It was TCL and someone else had a big rivalry. I believe Oceania had a big rivalry with before. You know, it's just cool to see these kind of developments, and DFM being arguably one of the best, as we see. Hold on, gank coming in here.
Ulti ready for Croc, just coming back
as the angle. Gonna hold it instead. Already the wave crashing in, escorts that one in, moves on to the Dragon now, most likely for Loud. I don't know if DFM are going to want to contest this one. Yaharong is in base, just picked up the Leandries there. Might get there in time to contest this. It is a very slow Dragon take.
On we go. Loud going to try and pick a fight there onto Hop. Hop going to flash away. Leona decently tanky. Onslaught of Shadows committed though. Leona ulti stuns onto 2, but the kill's all the same. Gets given over to Brandt.
Uh-oh, Utapon needs to jump away here to be safe. Overextension by DFM in that situation. I understand that Harp wanted to kind of slow the pace of the Dragon down, give time for Yaharong to collapse with his mythic item completed. Only one in the game with it so far makes him an option, but now they're fighting odd man numbers.
They are started again. Steel cannot be slow, but he can certainly be killed if Loud wants to keep pursuing. They give it up though. Back to the Dragon we go. It's taking a little while. Harp actually going to be back out on the Rift, and again, Yaharong with the mythic completed very early is a threat here.
Yeah, but Robo does have his teleport first. Evies is still coming up. It just came up for Robo. We'll see if that means Loud wants to stick around, thinking that they have an advantage in this fight, but instead they're just going to allow this situation to reset. So while Harp dies, it did buy enough time for DFM to collapse and now get the Dragon control for themselves.
1,000 gold up. And now going to be a Dragon up as well. Harp's going to go ahead, see if he can't scoop some vision out, but looks like unfortunately Loud, even after that kill, with the back and forth on the poke, have to give it up.
I think that without the Hecarim ultimate there is just a little too difficult to actually contest that one. They're very happy to just go back, pick up the Mythic for Seraphine. She was sitting on quite a bit of gold. Croc wants to keep his farming up, doesn't want to hover around a Dragon for a minute and a half, doing nothing, not getting any gold, so very happy to back out of that situation and keep working towards his own Mythic. Looking like he's going for the Triforce. Maybe? Let's see.
Yaharong hurts, by the way. Just poking out both the enemy mid laner and jungler, continuing to apply pressure on these plates. Yaharong even taking out the blast cone as well. So just continuing to deal as much siege damage as he can as Yutapon revisits the bot side. Has his Kraken Slayer done nice and early. As you mentioned, Brent's also with his mythic done. So bot lane carries feeling just fine on both sides, but Damnation Focus Me feels like they're building up a pretty nice mid-game lead here.
Yeah, the fact that they already have 3 turret plates broken mid, Yaharong is pretty fed. 5,000 gold almost. 1,000 up the next closest on the enemy team.
Trying to get him killed. Oh, everyone goes over the top. Seos actually joining over after the Emperor's Divide, but ulti out of Tin Owns is not going to get a knock-up because Yaharong flashes away. Harp now re-engaging. Good little sidestep down there for Seos dodge. Zipper can't dodge the Zenith Blade, and that's going to be a kill for Steel as a result. Follows up with the ulti out of Sedge, but no one getting frozen in place this time long enough to get a second kill.
Smothering gameplay by DFM there. Well played by Yaharong to shove him over the wall and then get the follow after with his own shuffle. Galio tried to collapse, but just not enough peel available. DFM get that kill. They also had shove in bot lane, collapsing first. Much harder for Seraphine to kind of follow these plays.
And kind of to your point in draft, before we started this game, obviously Loud getting picked off a little bit in the side lanes, losing some of these exchanges. Loud do need to play mostly 5v5, or at least 4v4 to get things going with this comp. Have not been doing it in this early game. It's been just kind of some scrappy skirmishes here and there.
Yeah, some ganks, some skirmishes. I feel like based on what we saw the last game, 1 to 2,000 gold leads don't mean that much.
Yeah.
Epi is able to get out of that one, but it does feel like at any moment a team fight could suddenly go their way. Seos finds a big flank. Robo pops off in the side lane again. Here we'll see that kill. Nice idea trying to get the Hex Flash. I think he wanted to have Yaharong face check him and then instantly get the pulled headbutt, but had to commit the headbutt pulled combo instead to actually get on top of him. Yaharong able to flash out of the Galio ultimate, and then here Harp on the first move just a little bit closer. Able to focus him down when that Alistar ultimate times out. Steel as well just saying, hey, get out of here. Pushing him back.
Not afraid to press the ulti button, which you always like to see. Has the Mythic done as well. So 2 minutes till the next Dragon is up. As you can see, it's 4 turret plates to 1. Most of that gold again with the Rift Herald popped mid by Steel earlier. Going to Yaharong is continuing to scale up in this game. But as you mentioned, given the pace, given what we've seen so far, just in the opening game, it doesn't feel like a few thousand gold, which is where Detonation Focus Me find themselves. Is enough of a lead to make a big enough dent in the early game. Croc starting up this Herald here as Robo's going to spot Steel.
Robo forcing Steel out of his own jungle, saying, hey, get away from that Rift Herald. It's our teams. We'll see if they want to contest. It doesn't look like they want to. Very happy to have Yutapon just farming plates on their own down the bot side of the map. So Loud should get this uncontested while they funnel gold into the Tristana, who's already fairly far ahead. I don't know how many of the turret plates Body got, at least 3 of them. And now they're going to grab bot turret.
Pretty nice there as Herald does get taken off. But Detonation Focus Me growing that gold lead closer to 3k now. So just 1,000 after I last mentioned it. As bottom side, Brant's in trouble. Seraphine, not that easy to defend on your own. And Yutapon with a stylish cleanse to finish off the kill, even through Encore. As Robo now going to be the target. Harp going in, but a little too aggressive. Robo going to find the punish.
Here's Croc.
Croc now zooming on in, Onslaught of Shadows popped. Oh, he still followed over the wall. Very nicely done onto Yutapon. And now Seos in there as well. Finds the trample stun. Evie about to transform. But the little Gnar that could is going to try and get away. Even the big Gnar that could may not be able to, as there's the Hecarim charging on in. Tower there is ready for Evie, but the chain is going to find that kill for Croc.
Alrighty, Loud punished the aggression by DFM. It was a first kill onto Brance that worked out quite well, but Robo's TP came in, and they did not have enough resources left to finish off this Aatrox, who has gone Gore Drinker, very tanky in these scraps, able to survive that and then give time for the rest of Croc's teleport with the empowered recall of Rift Herald to get down there in time, also finish off Stridebreaker. I saw the pickaxe, which made me think, okay, probably not going the Triforce, but I feel like we haven't seen it yet. I could be wrong, but I don't think we've seen it. I was hoping to finally see a Triforce Hecarim. Not the case.
Robo instead going to do battle with Steel, but there are friends on the way for Detonation Focus Meet. Yaharong looking for a little bit of extra gold. Doesn't leave his lane often. Will happily leave it for a kill here, and indeed will be gifted one by his teammates.
Robo giveth and Robo taketh. Gave that kill back after a very nice collapse by him in this play right here. Nice commit. I love just the flash EQ ultimate. Finish him off, blown up here. And then when Robo comes in, and you get the buffer W out of here, and their own teleport coming in, it looks good, but ARP has no defensive cooldowns left up. So just blown up there without his W on, and now Croc shows up for this 2v2. Ultimate still available. Seosh as well, collapsing from the side before Yaharon can get there. Means that there's no way for them to actually win out on this play, and it's a long chase down sequence to finish off Evie.
Absolutely savage Hecarim combo there, by the way, finding himself over the wall to follow the flash of Beautiful as Evie did everything he could to live. Unfortunately was not enough, as Brance still talking from the fountain. You love to see it.
I love that mentality. Yeah, I just got killed, but look, my team's here to back me up. Come for me again. See what happens.
And that Detonation Focus Me still almost 3,000 gold ahead, but Tino's going to cut that down to size, taking out Loud's first turret of this game. And we'll call it close once again here. Although the difference certainly, and it is a pretty big one from game 1 to game 2, is that the first two Dragons have not been split between these two teams. It is smooth sailing to the soul for Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, despite that little hiccup in the bot lane, they're still far ahead in gold. 2,000 gold lead. They've had it for almost the gold lead the entire game. Slightly growing, not as quickly as you might want, but again, in theory, I would think the Azir becomes a bigger threat late game. Obviously, there is still strong scaling on the side of Loud, but it is mostly predicated on like a wombo combination of getting a big Fear, a big Galio ult, a large charm from Brance, and less about kiting out the situation in an extended team fight. That should go DFM's way, but I said that last game, and that was not how that game went.
Let's see if Loud can find the wombination necessary.
Wombination.
To take out Detonation Focus Me. Have been very tenacious with their team fighting, as Loud take over the enemy jungle here. Evie is the target. Mega Gnar, tricky to get, but no flash, has the ulti though. The CC's there, 3 into the wall for the stun. But Tino Tira as well. Good flash over the wall, but the stun is very quick out of half, I have to think. And now the damage is there, but Robo actually going to find the first kill. The TP coming on in, but they peel back. Tino gets his way out of there. Yaharon going to force the bait away, but Unibon going absolutely off, and now they're pinted between Detonation Focus Me's two different carries. Yaharon and Unibon looking to feast upon their enemies. The Unicorn finds a double, and Yaharon tidies up the third.
I thought for sure that fight was going to go Loud's way. It was initially such a nice collapse, a monstrous ultimate by Brance, but they never finish off the turret behind them, which gave them a really awkward angle to kite out. Yaharon also teleported there, and then you're sandwiched between this Tristana and Azir, neither one of them being the ones that were dropped by Loud. Answered back by DFM, able to find a number of kills. Their gold lead growing even further now, and 4 kills onto Yutapon, looking much better than the Caitlyn game.
Yeah. Both Yaharong and Yutapon looking good here as we watch this fight again. I thought Evie was not the one you wanted to pick off, but Loud certainly proved me wrong at the start of this.
Yeah, I love the initial 3-man knockback there. Everyone has to commit to kill him, though, and this was a nice stun by Harp, delaying the taunt by the Galio, buying a little bit more time for this team, which is critically what they needed. It wasn't even the teleport, actually, that Yaharon came in on. Came in on that minion. Ballsy teleport to also then shove them all underneath the turret, bait this out even longer. And now, where do you go? You can't run up the lane. We're fighting again.
Yeah, well, kind of looks like the same situation, but Croc gonna have to kite his way out. Sniped out by the Solar Flare, and Unipon's on a killing spree, looking to hop in for more. Robo gonna get stunned up by the Sedge, and it is starting to fall apart for Loud here as Detonation Focus Me want to equalize in the series, and Evie will find a second kill. And there's more of the Encore out onto Seos. Through Seos, I should say. Sorry, onto Yaharong as the target, of course, but Yaharong lives, and that is bad, bad news series for the Brazilians as Yaharong on a rampage. Yutapon zooming in, and it's looking like an ace. Brent's the only one left alive.
DFM bouncing back in game 2. They win the fight in the bot lane, and immediately afterwards pick another skirmish in the top side, breaking the battle lines of Loud, who want that very coordinated attack. When it gets scrappy, you start getting these Yutapon resets. He's now 5-2-2. Yaharong 5-0-3. They're gonna grab the Baron on the back end of that. This looks like a very clean win coming their way.
Spicy little replay here again. Loud is trying to clear vision, and they are not allowed.
A lot of the ults, I don't think we're back up quite yet. The ultimate from Brance here was not available. Crocs came up, but he used it defensively, ended up in the pit, still flanked by the rest of the team. So sticky. The side of DFM is when they start getting resets, they keep chasing you down. Yutapon able to get that kill. Here, they're like, all right, well, we got to get something back, because otherwise this Baron's going to go down. So I do think going here made sense if they could blow up Yaharong, but they just don't have enough damage with Tinones, Brance, and Zeosh there. So he's able to stay alive during that one. That allows this chase down for DFM to collapse from the people on the top side. Those 2 kills also going over to Yaharong. That Banshee's Veil picked up early was coming up big again.
Yeah, Yutapon also got flash at the end of that out of Brent as well. Might have gotten the kill, actually. Explosive Charge and Buster Shot doing a pretty significant chunk of damage, especially to the squishy Seraphine. So Detonation Focus Me. Red Bull Baron power play looking pretty nice already, plus 1,600 and counting, as they're looking to try and end this game a bit earlier than the last one.
It's looking a little cleaner. I was saying I didn't trust the 2,000 gold lead based off game 1, but DFM showing that they have recovered. This is how group stage went for them, to be fair. They got slammed by Loud on day 1, I believe it was. Getting absolutely exploded. Fastest game of the day that was. And now, same thing happens. Loud wins game 1. Much scrappier than that situation, but showing that they can adapt. They have so much experience on this roster for DFM. They have been together forever. And they're showing that they have what it takes in the best of 5.
Right, well, Detonation Focus Me pushing 2 lanes with the Baron up creeps. Still a minute 20 left, so a long protracted siege here as they're trying to find something, but the damage is absolutely disgusting out of Yaharong and Yutapon. Looking to break open some things here. Seos almost burning down even in Alistar ulti to Leandries.
Yeah, Yaharong not able to get the kill. Gives Loud the ability to head back into base and heal up. They will lose an inhibitor for it, but critically no one is dead, meaning that they cannot finish this game off. Ooh, teleport flank coming in.
Ooh, Robo, very ambitious play. Tino's gonna join you, but maybe just gonna feed an extra one over. It's buy one, get one free. Here for Detonation, Focus Me, but the shutdown is found onto Yutapon. How did Croc locate that angle? The Brazilians just keep on doing it. They're so tenacious, they're so chaotic. Are you kidding me?
Just when I'm ramping up for DFM, saying they have this game, Loud are not going to go quietly. They find that TP flank and the Galio combo with Robo, giving them the ability to blow up Yutapon while the rest of the team collapses. Gonna stop this dragon stacking from DFM critically. Get a big influx of gold going back in their pocket. This TP flank by Robo, DFM saw it coming. That's why they backed off that inhibitor. They're saying, all right, let's hunt this guy down. But the collapse available because of the Galio. Hecarim come flying in as well. This big taunt onto Yutapon, easily focused down here while the rest of the team closes in on him. And then the backline is surprisingly tanky for Robo with that Gore Drinker, as well as just Galio inherently. Yaharong does not quite have the damage to 1v3 that situation, and they're able to collapse in time.
All right, I'm going to stop doubting Robo in mid to late game situations. How about that? New rule for this series.
I don't know how far behind he needs to be to not be able to win team fights for his team. That was another monstrous backline access play for him.
I'm not well versed enough in the Brazilian community to know if that's just a thing that Robo is known to do. But if it isn't, I'd love to make it one. That's the Robo moment if I've ever seen one.
There's been a lot of talk about this team where Brance came in, this split, the young rookie in summer, making the run. Oh, Tinones, we didn't
say that, don't worry about it.
It's only Azonia, it's not a broken stopwatch. The crowd loves it. Oh boy. So Brance in the playoff run stepped up massively for this team. I believe they were 4th in the regular season, then made that run in playoffs to represent Brazil at Worlds here. But during that time, Brance got a lot of attention. It was an 80 carry meta, and people were very excited about this young kid popping off. But a lot of people would argue that it was Robo and Tinones, the veterans on the team, who did a lot of the carrying, especially in the regular season, to put them in a position. And you can see it here a little bit today. Yes, Brance is very good. Yes, he can have pop-off moments, but the core of the team is a lot on Robo, especially carrying after multiple Worlds appearances.
All right, well, no Baron, but still the siege starting for Detonation Focus Me. Still up like 5-6K. So did throw away, well, actually, I would say not even throw, did lose some of their lead to Loud's great play and Robo's very ambitious but successful teleport. But we're resetting here, minute 22 Baron. Next Dragon's up in 3 minutes. We've stopped the quick soul. We're trying to look for picks here in our own jungles. Detonation Focus Me continue to sit in there and try and bait Loud in, but Loud not overcommitting here.
This is a game where DFM got enough of a lead through that early and mid game that you can have an oopsie like that. Last game, it was back and forth the whole time. You couldn't really afford a big mistake like that. Here, they have built up enough of a buffer that they're still in pretty good control of this game. It's just delayed what felt like the game being over at 30 minutes. The fact that Loud protected the inhibitor, they stopped the dragon stacking. Yes, it's going to be very difficult for them still. DFM will have priority in mid lane and pretty much every lane to go ahead and fall back to dragons or barons as they come up. We'll see how much DFM wants to base this objective. I would like to see them continue to play aggressive. We talked about them playing slow, not in terms of game time, but in terms of pace of game. I want them to keep it up because, yes, that was a sick flank by Loud, but you do have the tools to get on top of this Baron, force it down, force Croc to be ulting into the pit for, you know, contesting the objective versus going for kills. And that is a huge cooldown to have to spend in that way. Now, I would like to see DFM keep their foot on the gas pedal here when the Baron spawns in 10 seconds.
I will say, though, I think the one thing I would never want to give a team like Loud from what we've seen in their play
is a Baron int?
Momentum. Oh. Definitely don't want to int the Baron away. That one's certainly true. But I feel like as soon as this team's like, wait a second, we can do it, they really start feeling themselves. They're definitely a team that feels like they play to the crowd. Love being on stage as Brant's maybe going to get slow but not stunned, and here's the counter engage, but Loud not going to overcommit. Teleports in, ulti finds Robo, but he dashes out to safety. Tino and Tyr maybe lying in wait. Is there a counter engage as Robo finds a knock? My goodness, Croc's in there because Tino is getting delivered to the back line. Loud have found a team fight. Brant has found Yarong. That is a critical loss as Udapon getting exhausted, but the shots him away. Steal now low, but bouncing around in the back is Evie, who is likely going to be forfeit here as well. Robo has found yet another angle as Loud have found another team fight win, and maybe it's not done, but even if it is, the Baron is on the table.
All right, we're going to have to turn the tables from game one. Steel must live up to his name now and find a way to stop this Baron for going in the favor of Loud. 3v5. Seosh looking for the big flank. Don't know if he was spotted as he was wrapping around there.
It's the Cloud Rift long con wraparound situation. This has to be a turn and burn. I don't think they want to commit to the Baron. They're trying to bait them in a little bit longer. Udapon's the target! Barely missing, gets stunned up by Harp, but still we keep on going. Harp trying to zenith blade out, using the enemies as a springboard to exit the fight, but unfortunately, it's just a quick trip back to the fountain as Brant's on a killing spree.
They're on the wrong side of the map.
Steel is going to stun them, maybe just going to fight straight through the front. Yaharong is back here, he's teleported through. Udapon's still alive, the carries are still alive. But Detonation Focus Me, Seos maybe gonna die here as Robo has dove in once again. Yarong does indeed get that kill, and now Robo is left alone. He's gonna be forced to flash out to safety. A wild exchange back and forth.
DFM survived what could have been an absolutely deadly situation. I believe Harp had a critical stun on Seos right when he went into combo onto Udapon, allowed that chase down sequence, and on the tail end of that,
this teleport?
This is a teleport to hopefully save the game, but no chance. Baron down for DFM, and now Robo's on the wrong side of the map.
I said I wouldn't doubt Robo. Goes into stasis, here comes Brant, so we have an encore, yes we do. Let's it go, Robo's still fighting, but Yaharong takes him out. Yaharong go the target, but Udapon peels back. Croc now gonna die likely as well as Brant cannot support his teammates for long enough. And this time it's a touch too far for Loud as Detonation Focus Me get the Baron +2.
Loud getting a little desperate to try and stop that Baron from going down. I saw the angle that they thought Robo can teleport in, maybe they can stop it. Here's this initial play, they go into Brant, but the problem for me here is that Evie is not really ready to teleport. His Meganar is timing out right when they go in. He's gonna come into this fight exhausted as Mini, which means it's very difficult for DFM to win this like front-to-back team fight when all the ultimates are available. So right away, nice ultimate by Croc there to get the Galio set up, blow up Yaharong, the strongest member on the side of DFM, and then critical buster shot, 3-man ult by Udapon to self-peel himself there to keep him alive, and they needed all 3 members of DFM alive to stop that Baron from going down when Loud turned onto it.
Yeah, buffeted out of the Everfrost that did clip him as well, so very nicely navigated there by Udapon to keep this game still up in favor of Detonation Focus Me. Once again, we're back with Baron. Once again, we're up a very significant amount of gold, but again, the game is dragging on, and I'm starting to feel like the gold doesn't matter as much as I think it does.
It matters in the sense of like, yeah, you have priority, yeah, you have a little bit more stats to hit your enemy with, but it does feel like at any moment Loud can find a team fight here. If they can get onto Yaharong, just broke the Banshee's Veil, we'll have a timing window now. Rock on the flank.
Maybe revisiting top, but that's why they want to go. Yutapon gets out, Yaharong drifts away, and now the counter engage for Detonation Focus. But Robo's found his way deep in enemy territory. They're going to peel and kill him, though. And dive in goes Tinones, but that's just not enough. The Encore is decent. Tinones into stasis, but Detonation Focus me now with the momentum, now moving forward. Should be pushing to an ace, should be pushing for the game. We have ourselves a series. Yutapon gonna find himself a quadra kill and a Nexus.
One little misstep in the mid-game doesn't stop DFM from bouncing back in game 2. They find the ace onto Loud. 31 minutes here for them to find the tie in the series, 1-1.
Only a triple for Yutapon at the end, but he'll take the 10 kills. A very nicely done Tristana game there. The carries this time. Coming up, Trumps for Detonation Focus Me, and a much cleaner look. One misstep, it felt like, really, where Loud find that incredible angle to keep themselves back in the game. And Detonation Focus Me just took it in stride, cleaned out the game just over 31 minutes. Not too much longer than we thought it was going to be.
There was the TP play in the bot side. I would say that was mostly Loud having a really sick play. There was the one in the top jungle. Maybe a little bit more of an oopsie by DFM there, but I like their game plan. Yes, the previous game did not go their way, but they mostly ran back the identity of the draft, front-to-back scaling team fight. Just don't all in on this early game Caitlyn pick. Not really their forte, and so you see the swap to Tristana really worked out for them. I want to see what Loud are going to do now moving into game 3, because I don't feel like you want to keep giving over the Azir, the Gnar, the Sejuani, this insane scaling team fight. I don't know if that's the identity you want to keep fighting against.
I don't think so either, but you know what? Why hear from us? We're going to be handing it back over to the State Farm analyst desk to hear from them.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. DFM, they strike back. Thumbs up versus the bot gap, and it's the thumbs up that gets it done this time around. A very different look in terms of the team compositions, while they're still happy to hand over that Hecarim to the red-sided team at that, alongside an Aatrox. 100% presence at the World Championship, and they say, nah, we don't need it in our camp. We're happy to give it to you. We'll beat you in the face of it.
Yeah, and I don't feel like DFM over-adjusted to Game 1 because they were in a winning position in Game 1 as well. Going into the 4-5 of this draft, when they already had Azir, Sejuani, Gnar, if the Caitlyn doesn't get banned, they could have actually played the same 5 champions they played in the previous game. But the top side of their map stayed exactly the same because they correctly identified that that wasn't the problem. So I think they did a really good job showing their experience, being to so many international events, and not panicking after a Game 1 loss.
Yeah, right. And the change you did make, right, the bot lane. We talked about, hey, something that's more skirmishy, more brawly, can opt into these team fights, because we saw Loud, you know, whatever comp they have are just going to keep running at you. So I like the Tristana coming
even to their own demise, right? They just kind of keep picking fights.
We do like come out of a replay of like a bot side fight, and we're already fighting again on top side. And yeah, we had action start from very early on. It did feel like early game both teams were in a bit of disarray, so we kind of saw both supports really wanting to start things up, even maybe when they necessarily shouldn't have.
Yeah, Yutapon getting that kill early definitely helped the Tristana. If I was to make one change to the Loud draft, I would get rid of Galio and put in something that had more sustained damage, like a Swain, because I feel like what the advantage of a Seraphine comp is supposed to be is long death volley fights. But what actually happened in this game is Loud was playing a pit comp. Because if they didn't immediately burst someone out, like you see here, yes, they get Evie, but they can't finish off anyone else, the sustained damage of Azir Trist was much greater than the healing that the Seraphine could apply to the bruisers, which is why something like a Swain or a sustained damage mid laner I think would have been very good for Loud, because Seraphine is not actually like a burst comp champ.
Yeah.
She wants to be an outlast champ, so I think they got outdrafted.
That's a brilliant point, because, yeah, any one fights from the Loud side here, you will notice one of 2 of the carries of DFM will go down very early on in the fight. And typically that's what gives them the space to allow Seraphine to kind of heal up, extend the fights, and still win. But if both Azir and Trist are up, you got to run.
And right, it felt like once DFM readjusted, and also after Robo couldn't find the hero plays because he was one of the major reasons that Loud was able to stay in there. Once he'd get in their faces, be able to burst someone out immediately, you know, Loud was finding some fights. But other than that, I think DFM adjusted pretty well. Loud, I think they put up a good fight. Some of like the flanks from Seos we saw on the Alistar, like maybe could have gone for that Leona.
This is the Robo hero play right here. I mean, just and again, immediately, one of our 2 targets going down, the fear to follow after all of that. Even while Evie was trying to protect his backliners from Robo, it will be Loud that takes this one.
Yeah, immediate CC onto Yutapon, follow-up CC onto Yaharong, so they're able to take out the damage dealers very early. But then this fight, when that critical CC misses, they don't have any sustained damage afterwards, and they just get shredded by DFM carries.
Yeah, Triss with the jump out, Yaharong with both the Banshees, but also can Sand Soldier swoop his way out of danger as well. Then they turn and burn.
I also like how, since they know exactly where Loud are, like we see all of them in front, both carries jump different ways. So like some CC does land, it's not both carries getting locked down, as in comparison to like, if you don't have vision on someone, maybe a flank comes through, I get it, wanting to like stay clumped together, but it seems like, again, DFM just really adjusted correctly, not only in draft, but also in how they played out throughout the game once Loud was able to punish a few mistakes.
Big quadra kill to close things out for that Tristana. By all accounts, still a very solid gold graph for a winning team, aside from that one little dip we see there in the later stages of the game. But that was largely a result of some intelligent individual play on the side of Loud. Again, I'll recall that TP play by Robo in the bot lane was kind of the hero attempt to bring it all back, and is exactly the kind of plays we expect to see out of Robo, as we were lauding him for his Olaf play in the Game 1 win. These are the kind of difference-making plays that you want to see out of one of your most important players.
Yeah, and I felt like this looked like a good play for DFM at first. They get the initial pick, and this damage here from Robo is so surprising, but he locks him down enough, and it looks like one turret shot did help him out to take Harp down. And then once the cavalry arrives, they're just able to run down the other members of DFM. So, again, Loud knew what kind of windows they needed. But like Jat was saying, without the sustained damage, once we got past moments like this, it felt like there wasn't much left in the tank.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. Plays like this are awesome to see, and we highlight them because they're fun to watch. But at the same time, Jat, it highlights your original point of how high execution they had to be, or how creative they had to be in their picks to find winning moments, because it did require certain things to go their way. In a straight-up 5v5 team fight with the line of scrimmage, it was going to be DFM every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Robo's performed very well for Loud. So far in the series, though, the damage dealers, the mid lane 80 carry for DFM have outperformed.
Yutapon, Yaharong put up big numbers in this game. It was that pivot in the bot lane champion-wise for Yutapon. Yaharong, again, stepping up on that Azir. And important that he does so given the first pick priority, I think, right? When you're going to, as we said, give over the only 100% presence pick in the tournament of Aatrox, you better have real faith that that Azir is going to pay off, and it did.
I also think it's great because, coming in, like for DFM, you have these big, exciting carries and Evie in the top side and Yutapon down in bot that, Yaharong's kind of been overlooked. He's been one of the people putting up huge damage numbers. I'm also happy because, back in the day, he was known as Grace on Jin Air. Jin Air were a fan favorite. They had the glad plane and the sad plane, and now here they are, living on the world stage through him.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. I do wonder now how Loud responds to what they've just been shown. I have to imagine they thought when Aatrox and Hecarim gets handed over, they're like, free as one of our lives. And now all of a sudden you're like, wait a second. I mean, is it as simple as the Galio change, just finding that consistent damage in the mid lane, the Swain, like you said?
I think that would have been a nice change, but you can see they're going to blue side now, so they're going to reset. It's not like the strategy that Saigon Buffalo is using, where they just stay on the same side and make their small tweaks. So, kind of similar to the Game 1 draft. Honestly, I really want to see them disrupt the Azir. Either they take the Azir for themselves and have Tanones play it, or just throw it on the ban phase.
I also feel like, as well, Like, we saw very early on that Loud wanted to play aggressive. Like, the Alistar was in river looking for picks very early on, and that just seems like a much more comfortable style for them. So it's, like, cool. Like, that draft could have worked, especially if they had the DPS, like Jazz said, coming out in the mid lane, but they look like they want to brawl. They look like they want to fight consistently in the early game.
It was a dominant, or rather a very long, extended game 1 that went the way of Loud. Game 2, much more in favor and more solid out of DFM. It's all thumbs up for the team out of the LJL. They're tying the series up, and we're heading to game number 3 in this elimination series coming up next.
He's just sitting there.
They're intimidated. They're getting more intimidating as we go. That's like an angry thumbs up.
See it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Red Bull gives you wings.
say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
And we are back. We have split our first few games 1-1, Mark, which means
we've got a series on our hands. If anyone can tweet at me and tell me what series this is, you'll win absolutely nothing, but I'll respect you a little bit more.
I have no idea. I absolutely failed that subject as aggressively as you possibly could in high school. So
an aggressive failure.
Yeah.
Does that mean you're inting it on tests? You're running it down?
Yeah. I was like, there's no way. It was so bad. It was one of the few subjects you could drop in your final year, and I was like, not doing that one.
FF at 15?
FF at grade 12.
FF at age 15 on mathematics. Yeah, I got you. I was the opposite, man. I was like, get me out of history, get me out of like actually important things. Teach me math and physics, bruh.
There you go. Look at you now.
Not using them.
Well, we can at least count to 3 because that's where we are. Game 3 here between these two teams. As expected, a fairly close affair so far. It does feel like Detonation Focus Me putting on a slightly better show in game number 2, despite some good plays from Loud and perhaps an oopsie from their side as well. But I don't think that means much as far as the overall series goes. Like, we might be playing 5 games.
I feel like 5 games is very much a possibility right now. Who knows? Maybe we just jinxed it. But it does feel like the onus is on Loud to disrupt the DFM game plan.
Yes.
Scaling, stability, late game team fighting.
Azir.
DFM's strategy right now. Loud is on blue side here. So most likely going to have some bans able to get rid of the Azir or just first pick it away. We saw Robo, did have a very good Aatrox game, I think, but still just the comp itself felt very all in on landing your Wombo and instantly annihilating people. This feels like a scrappier game than that. I'd rather see them if they want to go for this team fighting angle. I like their game 1 approach more, which was very much about skirmishing champions. Even though they didn't get those off in the early game, at least you still were able to team fight later, and it didn't rely on just pressing R all at the right time.
Yeah, definitely a team that wants tools that wants to press buttons that let them engage, right?
Yes.
Yes, they dropped a lot of team fight ultimates and a lot of 5v5 stuff, but they, to the analyst test point, they press those buttons whether there's 1 enemy in front of them or 5 enemies in front of them.
Yeah, and I absolutely want to see them break up the game plan for DFM, not only because they play it well, but also the history of this team. For people who don't know, this is the best Japanese team ever by a country mile. They dominate their region every year basically since 2018, since they got the core of Evi, Steel, and Udapon. They've been playing together. Steel and Udapon have been together a little bit longer. Udapon has been on this organization basically the entire time. He has been an absolute stud of the LJL, one of the most consistent carries. Yaharong has stepped in from Arya last year when they were able to make a group stage. They had a very disappointing MSI performance, and that led to at least me and I think some other people starting to doubt them a little bit more this year if it had the same magic of the DFMs of old, and clearly the answer is yes. And so with this team having this much experience in best of 5s, with this core, you don't want to give them the easy playmaking. Love the Sejuani taken away from Steel. Love the Azir taken away from Yaharong.
The tree is back though, and likely the first pick here for Loud. Trundle also joining in as the other ban, and Kalista and Amumu once again being taken off the board. Do like that Amumu ban, but as predicted, it is the other tank jungler taken away.
Yep, I like this angle from Loud. You get rid of 2 of the other tank jungler options in terms of, all right, if you're going to get rid of Sejuani and you have Trundle up, then I think obviously Steel would be very happy to play that into Maokai. You get rid of both those. Quick one for Evi there. Game face. Not having fun right now.
Yeah,
we're about
up.
winning.
Takes Yumi.
Woo!
Statement right there.
All right, slams the Yumi right out the gate. Comboing it with Graves, Nocturne, Hecarim. Makes the most sense. It's the highest priority jungler left up. Wasn't sure if they're going to grab it, though. It does feel like, in terms of games that are going a little bit slower pace, I do like the Maokai side of the matchup. They are pretty different champions. Robo's Stride Breaker not able to make it happen just last game.
Love this takeaway if they do want to pick it up here as well for Loud. Beautiful's Kaiser has actually been a fixture of bans already in this series, and in this tournament he's looked great on it. Brands loves a champion where he can get aggressive and show off those hands. Kaiser definitely fitting the bill there.
Kai'Sa, much better for me and what I want to see out of Brands. Yes, he can play Seraphine.
Yes.
But someone being capable of playing a champion and should they play a champion are two very different questions that I feel like sometimes pro players get caught up on. They don't want to be stuck in a box. They don't want to be the weak side guy. They want to be able to play everything. And like, yeah, you can, but it's really best for our team if Brance is on a playmaker, if he's on someone who can go ahead and actually carry a team fight, not just provide shields and heals and all these things.
Ooh, okay. Did have Aatrox available. Robo, as we said, did look good in the last game as well. But I think also we can kind of nod to Robo's depth as far as champions go. So actually, Rel is going to be the pick. We talked about Seos needs a go button. Rel's got quite a few.
I like it. They're trying to pair up some engage together. There would probably be some support bans if you didn't grab it here, because then you can mismatch, and you can expect Leona bans, some of these other things. Maybe they feel like at that point you would also see the Rel go, or they're just trying to hide their soul laners, to your point. Obviously, Robo is very good with his champion pool. Same with Tinones. They have some good counter picks. So you'll at least get to see some of the soul lanes come out for DFM now, grabbing the Sivir. I expected the Sivir to go with, with the cat. And they're grabbing that one, so again, it can't get banned out. We've seen Sivir Yuumi come back in the middle a little bit. People were disgusted yesterday seeing that champion combo come back together. The cat is not dead. She has lost some of her utility, I'd say, in healing. They changed it to be more ratio-oriented in terms of her kits, as well as being more about the unstoppable artillery nuker. We saw her topping the damage charts for her team as support. It was obviously something that made League fans sick to their stomach worldwide.
Pretty good champion. Has been banned quite a lot this series as well, especially in Phase 2. So smart pickup there early on from Detonation. Focus Me, it is the Olaf alongside the Aatrox taken away from Robo though. Do like the nod there to Robo's game 1 pick.
Gnar ban?
Ooh, Gnar is a good ban.
I feel like what they're setting up here is the blind Gnar and then giving counter pick for Yaharong.
Yep.
You got rid of the Aatrox, which Robo, like we said, played it well enough to respect it, even though it didn't win the game. And then obviously the Olaf counter pick into the Gnar from the first time. Does feel like they're setting that up to blind here. Feels like they're coming down to the wire, deciding what they want to get rid of. It's the Ahri continuing to focus down on Yaharong. So Evie, if he wants it, can snap this Gnar pickup.
Have to see. Obviously, the trade-off is you lose another mid laner, but happy to give the counter pick, which they feel like is probably more important. For Yaharong, no, is the easy one. I think it's the other reason, maybe not to ban it. Robo feels comfortable in the matchup. He's played it twice already with 2 different champions. Gonna do it with a 3rd different one.
Still a lot of counters up if he wants to go hard on it. You know, you have the Camille, you have Aurelia, you have, I don't know, Kennen. You can play almost anything into it. I don't know if people like the Kennen side into it anymore, but go for the Jax angle. Here we go. All right. This is the first time I feel like they have a legitimate, like, we're really going up here. Yes, you probably should have gone top a little bit more with the Olaf in game 1, but obviously with how things were going on the bot side, understandable since they were clapping up the Caitlyn that the Olaf didn't get the attention. This time around, probably going to see the Lissandra roams to the top side, Croc going up there with the Hecarim, making some plays happen. And this means the Swain has gotten through. So DFM making their own oh, okay. I am personally a huge Swain enjoyer. I just love that champion. I'm definitely one of those drain tank players. Any champion that can sit in a team fight, I'm a big fan of. But Talia makes sense to cover the Jax plays, like we're saying, given how much of a focus it is. Talia is also no slouch in mid to late game team fights. Yaharong has had some nasty flicks, getting people as they come out of stasis and whatnot, getting those timing windows down. So here he'll have the individual carry potential as well as being able to shadow what should be LLL, Loud's game plan of snowballing top.
Yeah, especially with the Yuumi, even though Sivir is an obvious pairing, Hecarim's kind of the other direction you can go. We've seen a lot of different combos with Talia's E, which obviously operates a little bit differently now than times of the past. You don't just have to flick them through the rocks to get the stun. You can have someone else do it. So Poppy, pretty common. Ult can do it. But Hecarim, actually pretty sick when you set up a gank, because it's just an extra CC that you can put from like a screen away.
Yeah, so we'll see if Steel can perform this time around, forced off his trusty old Sejuani. I like this game. This is, I feel like, the game that will kind of set the tone for the rest of this series. DFM came in with game plan A. Late game, scaling, very sturdy team comp. They went 1-1 with it, but it did feel like they were coming out a little bit better over the course of the series, and Loud has tried to force them onto their second game plan. It is still team fighting, but it's now Sivir Yuumi. It's now Steel on more of a carry champion, and so we'll see if Loud can get the better of them here. They are also on more of a split push-oriented game plan themselves this time around.
And as we did have a number of Robo moments already throughout this series, Jax certainly can create a lot of those as well.
He's having a good series. You're feeling himself. You're like, give me the ball, coach. I'm ready to make some plays happen.
All right, we're going to have to make it happen here. We'll see who gets to take the lead in this best of 5. The first between these two regions. Detonation, Focus Me, and Loud matched up nicely here. Been fun so far. That'll continue there as a quick little poke into the enemy jungle, gets some damage on the Tinones, and back away slowly.
First best of 5 between these regions, but potentially the first of many. DFM has been a mainstay of the international wildcards, the play-ins. As the names have evolved with time, they have as well, solidifying themselves as potentially the most threatening minor region. CB LoL was that once upon a time, had that trough kind of a couple years ago where they were not able to make it to the bracket portions of play-ins, and here they are again. Haven't won a best of 5 during this time since, I believe it was 2017 was the last one they won against another play-in team. So this could be the start of a rivalry between these two.
Would love to see it as teams are fanning out and just kicking things off nice and steadily. Jungler's going to be on the same side of the Rift as Brant and Seos buddy up in the brush. Probably nothing happening here. Oh, Yaharong actually even going to go ahead, put some extra vision down, check to see if anyone was in the brush, but has a lot of vision on Croc's red side camps.
I think they were reading a bot to top clear. Hold on, we'll hold this as DFM is in trouble potentially.
As the dismount, Udapong with a very nice level 1 spell shield. As they look to turn it back onto Brant, the damage is there. Brant's taking quite a lot of heat in that little exchange.
Yeah, level 1 spell shield forces out the cleanse for the exhaust trait of summoners, but means that there's no way for Sivir to control the wave. That's one of the things that she does very well early on, is with either W or Q start, you're able to trim the wave quite effectively. E start has no such ability, so we'll give that away. Nice little win there for Loud's bot lane. At the same time, I was talking about them setting up for yeah, difficult to engage there when the not level 2 yet, because then you can break off with the crash down and get your stun from the tether for Seosh. So might want to have waited a little bit. Now level 2, having control of that minion wave though, still feeling very good. Where I was going though is obviously DFM were reading a bot to top clear for Croc. I think that they expected him to try and go up to that Jax matchup and try and affect it early on, but instead going down to the bot side and saying we'll get up here later, or going for a tricky gank. You can see actually Maokai not going down to his bot camps to clear. They do have a ward, so they should know something's up, but this is a weird timing window.
Straight onto mid we go. The stun is going to chain in. A beautiful seismic shove, though, for Yaharong. Is going to disengage the gank.
Yaharong gets out without even having to burn his flash. The flick, like I said, so good with it, able to force Maokai away so that the knockback came through and pushed him closer to his turret instead of pushing him into the waiting arms of Lissandra. But with that push on mid, they have so much mid prio now. They can go ahead and try and contest steal on his camps. Fortunately, he's been power farming away. Should be able to get these away and get out.
Yep, is going to get them all. Gets away. Surely we're not diving here.
Oh, we're diving here, buddy.
Here goes Croc. Yaharong got pretty low from the attempt. He flashes in. They're going to follow up with the E, and the gank is successful, but Croc is going to be traded. It is Steel that gets the early goal, but First Blood does go to Loud.
First Blood goes to Loud, the Lissandra Death zombie clone, able to get a slow onto Steel to stop him from chaining down. Harp gonna say hello, goodbye, I don't want to be here, but we're ganking.
The old Yuumi roam onto Tinon's era. Steel pushes them back. Talia is here, teleporting back in, trying to set it up, and Tinon's is low, but he's not dead just yet. Man's got TP. Are we out of here?
This is a risky TP. Steel's trying to get in range. He should be out.
He's out. Just barely.
Tinone's barely surviving that gank. I thought he was doomed for sure. I thought he was dead initially in the 3v1. Then I thought he was going to burn down. Then I thought surely Steel's going to get to him in time. Clueless, he made it out.
Nicely done. Only 1 kill apiece as the fireworks are lit up early here in this series. Let's watch this one. I cannot believe they dive this, but I guess you could.
Come on, they're going for it. You know they're going for it.
I like it.
With the flashes up, you know you're probably dead, especially since they saw Steel there. I think that they just assumed, like, yeah, this is a 1-for-1, but probably worth it because we're shutting down the mid laner on a wave.
Yep.
This roam by Harp, I mean, the Yuumi level 2 roam is not the most threatening thing in the world, but still, the Tinones getting flicked back there by Yaharong. Again, the accuracy on that, they think they have them, but that triple stun buys enough time to stop any autos from coming through that would have killed Tinones and get that jump over the wall, the recall out, saving mid lane there. I feel like if Tinones died, that would be so devastating.
Hey, also seen a few Lissandra bans so far in the first 2 games of this series. Can kind of see why. Tinones obviously very comfy on the champion with that nifty little escape. Bottom side has been, for instance, Sales continuing to be aggressive. A little bit of a lead, but not more than a wave. So I don't think Udapon is struggling too much here. Going to be A-OK just farming away because that's the Sivir Yuumi game.
Yep, able to get through what was a bit of a tricky level 1, level 2 phase here. Still don't have control of the wave, but now in the farming portion of the Sivir lane phase, you just want to chill out, clear the waves. You can still do some decent damage. Some people are like, the 3-item Sivir Power Spike, but realistically, you're always a bit of a threat once you get your first item completed. Obviously not quite as strong as when you are at the 3 items, so they always have that in their back pocket. This is a surprising amount of pressure going mid lane with this Lissandra pick. I thought they'd be more focused on roaming topside, but they are just trying to bully
Might be
Yaharong.
6 off this wave. If he Qs it all, I think he is going to be, but it doesn't look like Croc wants to commit for it. Tino's going to actually slow push the wave instead. Wasn't quite 6 actually, so didn't have, needed 1 extra minion of XP to set it up. I do like the look there from Croc, but ultimately doesn't have the tools to try and force it to happen, even though Yaharong doesn't have flash. Also has now swapped to cleanse, so I think he's also aware of the threat on his life.
Yeah, Yaharong understanding, hey, they're hitting 6 now. I am in one-shot territory, have to be a little bit careful. There were some wards out from Loud, so I think they knew that Steel was on bot Scuttlecrab during that timing window, but like you said, it was more about whether or not they could actually get the kill onto Yaharong, deciding it was going to be too many resources. We'll see if they keep trying to focus mid, because this is kind of what you do into a global that people talk about, is attack the global, make it get stuck in lane. Steel, I'm going to try and contest this ward clear, but neither having 6 yet means it's pretty easy for Croc to just walk away there. And so this attention has stopped them from getting top, potentially. Now that Yaharong is 6, though, this is when it's really the time that the global turns online, so we'll see if he can get up there and help Evie out, who is even farming thus far, but Robo's had the push.
Yeah, starting the Dragon very early here. Seos tries to find the angle. Steel though goes back in, gets ulted by Lissandra. You do not have cleanse, so Tinones takes your life. As Unipod, no!
Buddy!
No! Oh, boy.
Tell me that wasn't an A move. I don't think A move is supposed to target
It doesn't work
cone.
on plants,
yeah, so
I'm pretty
I don't
sure.
know. He just must have accidentally clicked that blast cone as he was trying to backstep away. I could see he was thinking, oh, I'm going to get a lot of ricochets, going to get some boomerang blades in here. Hits the blast cone, throws himself up, turns it into a 2 for 0 and a dragon for Loud, doing much better this time around this game.
It's the second, like, just mistake Uthun Udapon makes so far this series. Game 1, it was like Caitlyn net, which, like, just, I assume is a straight up mechanical bliss play. This one feels worse. Hitting the blast cone and then flashing after this play. Great setup by Loud, by the way. Love the commitment here to the play.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, start the dragon, kind of bait Steel in. Not 6 yet means that they have very easy break control. They can just one-shot and much stronger here.
Oh, no!
Ooh,
It was
Brance! The Giga Brain! Brance! Finding that kill. We have no eyes, Pastry. You
Correct.
and I both think it's a mistake. Hey, look at him. He knows. He's popping off about that.
Even the coaching staff don't believe what just happened, but I take it all back. Udapon, you didn't do nothing wrong.
You know what,
in that
Udapon?
instance.
You get a formal apology from both Pastry and I.
Yes, you
we
do.
Slandered your name.
You're still a great gamer. We love you. You don't have flash now, so life perhaps will be a bit tricky if Tinones or Croc want to revisit your lane. But Brance with the heads-up play to find that kill.
Yeah, using the CC of the blast cone to put Udapon in and get that other kill. Here we'll see now. Flick back.
Great little flick into the stun. Off we go goes Tinones, though. It does have ulti coming back off cooldown, as Brance is going to have to cleanse off that exhaust out of Harp and back away.
Just trading ults there as well. Udapon did commit his ult.
Ooh, this is very, very nice. Tinones trying to bait. It's a bit aggressive, but Croc has found the angle. Maokai, man, he's just going off as Tinones, he wants it, but he knows he can't get too far forward, and Yaharong has kited this out perfectly as Tinones continuing to still bait away. Uses the ulti onto Steel and Croc. He just cannot stay here.
Oh man, they saw the kill in their eyes. Croc wanted to stay in there, but Yaharong didn't really give Tinones an angle back in there. He wanted to initially, I think, get the ult under the turret when Steel got the punch back, or excuse me, Croc got the punch back. Couldn't actually walk forward because the minefield came out. That roam by Seosh does mean that Brance is blown into this turret, but it should be just fine. No 6 for Yuumi quite yet.
The turret as well for turret plate, excuse me, not the whole turret, that'd be quite absurd. They're going to get a bit of extra gold perhaps here, although the wave is now rejoining, so it doesn't look like it right yet as Seos returns to lane. However, Robo, who's been having a pretty fun time in top lane, nice and even, but having priority, it seems like, from the minimap. Gonna go ahead, start off this Herald and make sure Croc and him can get it, but everyone's here in the 3v3. Seos roaming up though.
Steel has ult.
Evie almost mega, but the Rift Herald goes over quietly to Loud. So no drama at the Herald, no panic at the Scuttle.
I was ready for the Panic at the Disco reference. Not the case. Did not have the tools to kind of contest that one. Evie's ult, I believe, was down still, so they would have had steals potentially. Tinones had no ult, but just were not in position on the same side. I think you want to be grouped up for that one. So Loud continued their good early game. The gold lead close. mostly off the back of some good farming. Heavy's got some, also got the turret plate, I believe, like you said, in the bot lane. Gonna give them a little bit of gold. But now with the Rift Herald, Loud should be able to get that one back. We also have a handful of kills. Feeling very good.
Yeah, Tinon's all the kills that Loud have do belong to him, so we'll see how he does with his extra gold in this early game. Yaharong finally being contained a little here in the mid lane, although still looking very nice on Latilia despite the pressure that's been coming his way. Is Steel going to go ahead and massacre the Rift Scottler in the bottom half of the Rift.
All right, we'll see where they want to use this Rift Herald. It does feel like Jax is the obvious target in terms of wanting to snowball him, but they seem fairly content with the counter pick to just actually go top and stay top and ignore him and leave him on an island. This might be going down to the bot side to try and snowball the Kai'Sa. Also might give them prio to get the second dragon when it spawns in a minute and a half. You can see Loud already putting some work in, clearing out some vision control here. So that way DFM will have to face check them when this dragon spawns.
And much faster potential dragon scaling here as well for Loud. We often see the first dragon getting taken around this time, actually. So the fact that we're 50 seconds away from number 2 is kind of different. Back to the old patch before we got hit a world, I suppose.
Yeah, also this individual series has been a little slow on the first dragon take. They've been scrappy games, so I can see why it's been a focus of, it's been hard to actually get enough control to start one. Dragons, as we've talked about many times, got much tankier, a little bit harder to just brute force down on your own. And these games having heavily contested early games means it's hard to get enough control to actually get one.
You can see Croc continually walking through contested areas, throwing down saplings. It's one of the big things that makes Maokai so powerful. But a lot of time spent trying to secure potential vision, potentially cover for some sort of play that you're setting up, maybe even a dive in a certain area. But for now, it looks like teams are going to back away. Should be back in time to contest for this dragon as Evie finds himself a plate. And this time, it's the quick mythic for Tinones.
Tinones grabbing the Liandry's, not going for the... what I would have initially expected of Everfrost, more setup. Given that he's 3-0, he decides that, hey, I need to carry. They are a relatively low damage team comp. Yes, obviously, a Kai'Sa can pump it out. The Jax has plenty of individual damage, but in terms of AoE team fights, it's really kind of just Lissandra and Maokai, and that's obviously more CC and utility oriented, so grabbing that for a little bit more damage makes some sense. We've talked about how team fight oriented these games have been. If you want a little bit better DPS here, I can totally understand that decision. You have plenty of CC. Between Rel, Lissandra, and Maokai, I'm not sure you need the CC of Everfrost, and, you know, makes sense.
Yep, Tinon's here. Trying to bait Udapon, at least going to make that recall delayed by a little bit longer. Mid lane, Brant's in trouble. Yaharong so accurate with the seismic shoves, but Brant will live to tell the tale. However, that disrupts his bottom side of the rift as the Yuumi ultimate is out now. Steel running onto Croc, onslaught of shadows to follow, and that's one. Can it be two? Tinone's the next target, has to self-ult, but still not really has any help. There's the help he's looking for. Stasis finds that Brant goes in, flashes for the killer instinct, a very aggressive move, and Yaharong will punish.
Big overstep by Loud in the bot lane there. They just did not have the tools to contest Steel with a Yuumi on top of him. They start that fight out. Loud try and collapse, but it's too little too late. When Tinones arrives, he did his best to stall out that situation with a self-ult and having the stopwatch broken, but just not enough damage yet when Brant comes flying in. He was already kind of low from that trade before. Gives up multiple kills to DFM, evening out the kill count, but up in gold now, 1,000. As that second dragon spawns, we're not able to get it on the back end of it, and with Steel moving his way up to the top side, this might be the second dragon for them. As you see, here was Croc trying to solo out this dragon. Very risky decision to make with Talia having shove in the mid lane. Here, Yuumi as well, the exhaust not doing nearly enough. The speed up from Udapon as well, they kill him. Here's Tinones, like we said, with this nice stall out self-ult. Tries to get the stopwatch as well for Seos and Brant to come in. It would look nice, but Brant's already so low that Yaharong just shows up and blows him up instantly.
Yeah, Yaharong actually finishing the job he started earlier in mid.
It's the self alley-oop off the backboard, but it was a very delayed alley-oop.
Still nice to see. Loud do get the second dragon for their trouble, so mission accomplished somewhat, but it is rather costly, and could it be more so as Evie in the mega form is lining it up, and Robo is going to have a friend TP to the top side, getting back in now, forced to flash out. Tinones is here, and that will stop the dive from detonation. Focus me.
Still very nice for DFM, trading heavily up in summoners, getting the flash on a Robo, TP out of Tinones, getting some more pressure for Evie, buying space for Udapon to shove down the bot side. Did have to give up a dragon to make that play. Steel sacked that one, giving the second to Loud, giving them the option of the dragon stacking, but I think DFM seem happy with that trade for the CS advantages and the pressure they were able to get.
Yeah, looks like mostly trying to snowball through this mid game, being more proactive. Steel pretty strong, even though he's going, looks like the tank build. Evie back on Trinity Force as always throughout this series, I believe. And then indeed is Chemtech done for Steel. So perhaps not the big carry he needs to be. Has trust in Yaharong and Yudapon here. And of course Yumi's going to add extra damage anyway. So
absolutely the case. Plenty of damage on this team comp. We see Brant's going for the triple longsword to get the Q evolve completed. Sometimes people go for the serrated Dirk. We heard, oh, hold on. Just fine. So we'll have to see where he wants to go, if he does still build the Dirk or if that's building into something else.
Robo getting a bit aggressive. Level 11 has the rel, had the rel attached. You can see how all maybe lines up here. Starting this Rift Herald here. Loud have been pretty active in starting these objectives, but Detonation Focus Me have been quick to respond. Evie with the TP is going to kick it off here.
Meganar will be timing out soon, but that will mean that they have to reset the patience on the Scuttle Crab. So now they're looking for the re-engages. Evie times out. Here's Tinones.
Fight angle, but Tinones not quite there with the flank. The ulti a little too long range out of Croc, so does not ensnare anyone. And Detonation Focus Me just happy to try and find the trade. Great ulti there out of Yaharong. Robo may be diveable. No one else can join over just yet, but the tower perhaps the prize they're looking for. And indeed will get it. Steel postures, but does not commit.
Oh boy, DFM giving them the rope-a-dope a little bit here. Force them off the objective with the Evie teleport, excuse me. Then they get some ultimates out of Loud who are trying to collapse in. Couldn't do it. Just shoved them back in the mid lane where they already have Cryo. Grab that turret. Now they have the inside track again on the Rift Herald. Some good poke by Harp as well, putting Robo to half HP. You can see they're just giving it up.
Yep.
He's actually just teleporting out of there. He's like, all right, Evie blew his TP for the objective. I'm burning it for my lane.
Can get the tower, might be worth it. At least Robo can get some gold and Loud can keep the game even. Detonation Focus Me up 1,500 gold. Seems like that's a number they'll look to increase in the next few minutes, especially now that they have the Rift Herald in their grasp. Robo does at least trade back, so the tower goes down. But again, Detonation Focus Me off to a small but early lead.
Feels pretty good right now, given that there's a lot of standing gold for them to grab. They have both side lane turrets as well, plus Cryo in mid lane. They should be able to grab this one even without the Rift Herald. Steel will hold on to this for some other objective, get the enhanced recall off. They also, with that mid turret down in Sivir, you can often get the shove quite easily, and then exert your map control from there to start contesting the objectives. I assume they're on enough of a power spike to want to fight this. They can, of course, wait for Sivir, 3 items, but like I said, given the gold lead that they have, you don't want to put them on Soul Point where it's a must-win fight on the 4th Dragon. So I think from here, I think DFM should definitely start contesting here, get the shove in mid-wave, get some vision control down the bot side of the map.
Yeah, generally, I think especially with this Taliyah, map plays seems really nice for Detonation Focus Me in a lot of these plays. So I imagine they'll be feeling good about making sure to set up for that Dragon in a minute 10 and deny that one away from Loud. Quick teleport check. I imagine Tinones has his. In fact, I imagine both mid laners do. They're just currently chilling on Ghost. They have Spellbook, so do not despair. Summon is still available to them, but Detonation Focus Me going to do the manual work here and walk down. Oh my goodness, Yumi, why do you do so much damage? Anyway, loot Zeko complete for the cat. It's part of the reason why, but still.
Gameplay.
Gameplay.
The Yumi gameplay button. Press Q, put your mouse on their head. Watch it go.
Nice. Almost an FPS. Not quite there. We haven't evolved fully.
The only other thing you have to do is a question mark ping your pilot if they back up.
Yeah.
When they step away from the target you're trying to queue, you rage at them. Otherwise, you just sit on them. You give them free stats. Again, gameplay. Best players in the world.
Look at this. Attaching to the Hecarim, the fastest of the champions on your team. Oh, now to the closest person who's currently there. Very good gameplay out of Harp. Demonstrating the Yumi mechanics at the absolute peak, as this Herald is going to be used nicely here to try and crack a tier 2 in mid. Loud splitting the difference a little bit here.
I think Loud have decided that they are not going to win this game right now for a team fight. They want to just get this objective, let them grab the mid turret, burn this down, use the Maokai ult to get the disengage. Now they got to get out.
Are the Dragon Soul team, and we will get the 3rd Dragon, but at what cost? It's Steel. Onslaught of Shadows back around, but Loud have actually navigated very nicely to get out safely. Evie, though, with the cat attached, is trying to make it happen. Tinodes looking for a big play. Loud do not back down from a fight, but perhaps they should have. Still fighting. Steel low. It's Branson finds the kill. I take it all back as Loud have somehow find an angle, but Unicorn has slain Croc. Now the back end of the fight's going to be a bit tricky, and Unipon is flashing in with the Yuumi attached, trying to slay the rest of Lava.
Oh, he didn't get him!
Has found the stun, the cleanse is there, and Robo, once again, has found a big moment on the world's biggest stage. And Loud are doing it once more.
Loud somehow win the third dragon fight. At the tail end of it, I thought they were dead for sure when the full HP Unipon was flanking on the backside. The Yuumi still attached to him, but he could not actually finish off anyone's. Tinone's kiting it out at the last possible second, and Robo, this absolute monster team fighter, pops off yet again. So from here, you think that, okay, maybe this is a sack one situation, get out. Who am I kidding? Of course, Loud's actually going to fight it. They had this chase down. The initial engage looked very good for DFM. Evie, I thought he was going to go right then, jump flash onto multiple people, but instead kites it back. Steel almost kills Brance here just with the Yuumi attached. Brance staying alive critically allows him to ult back in, finish him off. This re-engage here from this position looks so good for DFM. You have multiple members low, Unipon flashing in, one auto short. The Root misses the boomerang blade, can't get another auto there, takes a ton of damage during that sequence, and then Robo gets the double stun, claps him down. Seos finally goes in with his ultimate, locks him down. Robo goes in yet again. Brance retargets onto Evie. Tinones finds that kill. It's insanity that they're able to win this fight.
Absolute madness, but Loud come out again. Brance, don't despair too much.
And they won the fight.
Yeah.
That was a relief, I think.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think he was like, oh my God, how did we pull that one off?
Well, 3,700 damage and 3,500 damage for your mid laner and 80 carry respectively is part of it. Leandry's Lysandra. You know, have to think Everfrost utility might be good there, but the damage numbers do not lie, Mark Z.
Nope, I'm still going to stick with my defense of the Leandry's there. Absolutely huge in that team fight. Now, from this position, hold on. Tinone's in trouble.
Freeze! And
Tinone's not in trouble.
Steal, though.
Tinone's in trouble?
Does have Azanya. Oh, it doesn't matter. Maybe it should be a kill. It is indeed. TP coming in. Is there counterplay? Robo keeps saying his aim every time there's a play in any lane. Mans just does not stop as Brance zooms on in to pick off Yaharong. Steel's gonna live, but one back for Loud again.
Absolutely critical for DFM that Steel did not drop. Their Baron is up. They might have enough pressure to force it down anyways. Tinones is up in 24 seconds with teleport 30 on Yaharong. There's a bit of a disjoint. They could start the Baron off and have a TP flank set up. Looks like they're gonna go for this one. I like the aggression here out of Loud, trying to capitalize.
Much there, just gonna send it here onto the Baron. I like the start. Steel's coming back in. He's got cat speed. He's got Ghost, but again, I think it is too far. Doesn't have ulti, by the way. Cannot actually get into the back of the pit. So it's going to be Unipon with the heroics, but nothing comes up. It's Live with the Baron and the advantage.
Tinones is up. He has that ward to try and teleport on in the river. We'll see if they turn or just happy to get the Baron.
Evie almost charged up. A Hex Flash away from Seos there. Croc might have to give up his life. He flashes out instead. It is going to be at least one dead. Surely there is Seos will have to be sacrificed, but Tinones is going to get clipped by Evie. Seos still living, but not for much longer, and everyone else gets away.
All right, Tinones holds the TP, just runs to his team to help peel. The call there was clearly, we've got the Baron, let's get out, let's reset. We now have Baron for the 4th Dragon fight. That means that you should have priority from the buffed up creeps to make sure that you get control there. This whole sequence was absolute madness, I thought for sure. Initially, Tinones is out. They had to commit so many resources to kill him. Not dying here is huge, getting that last second stopwatch off means that they have to stay there, which gives time for Robo's teleport to complete, for Croc's ultimate to come flying in. Steel gets out. Yaharong loses his life, though, and because Steel got so low, they didn't want to go for the Smite Steel. I thought for sure that he would just hang around and then maybe try and contest the pit, but with no ultimate, they have to regen, go back to base. During that time, Loud makes the great call to burn down that Baron. Now we have the Dragon in 20 seconds. DFM gonna have to fight this one.
Yeah, Red Bull Baron power play looking good right now, but gonna have to do a lot of the heavy lifting as far as map state goes, because to your point, that 3rd Dragon that Loud managed to get, even without winning the fight after that, which they did do, would have been a nice spot for them to be in trying to get this Infernal Soul. Now it's very tense as Detonation Focus Me must contest every single soul from this point, and Robo's Jax is already splitting bottom lane.
We'll see what DFM tries to do here. Giving up the soul feels very dangerous, but they're making the initial move onto Robo.
Robo's just trying to get out of there, perhaps, but he's in a 2v1. Yaharong, though, is going to be the target. Flash stun out, trying to buy some time. He ward hops to safety. Blast cone there as well. Louder actually on the Dragon. Yutapon is going to actually just get zoned out by the Maokai ulti and by Robo, but here comes Talia. Dragon goes over. Robo dies. Croc there as well. I think he's going to have to be sacrificed, but Loud just get away with the soul.
Loud grabbed the soul. DFM grabbed 2. I still favor Loud in that trade. I understand it was been a very difficult team fight for them to win. Still have to feel good for Loud. CBLOL looking good in game 3 here. They forced DFM off their typical late game scaling control mage for Yaharong. The Talia has not looked bad, but it's not quite been the same team fight threat. DFM have not been able to run away with this game. I was ramping up the like, oh, DFM are winning game 3, but then that third Dragon fight by Loud was so well fought. They're still down a little bit in gold, but obviously massively up in stats.
Yeah, that's all not reflected in the gold numbers you can see above them, but is very significant. Tinones looking for a 1v1. Yaharong the target. No flight. Does have flash. Just barely missed that one. Does have to use it though. Evie takes the tower in bottom lane. So Detonation Focus Me dealing with a lot of the damage that Baron could have done. But again, what actually happened, what actually was in that power play is just reflected in the 4 icons under Loud's gold.
Definitely not the ideal Baron. Obviously, you want to grab some turrets and then grab the Dragon as well. Robo was caught out trying to go for that bot lane one, but like we said, still very happy with the trade. Now 2.5 minutes before Baron. I expect Loud to take this relatively slow. That's not necessarily their MO, so I could be wrong with my expectations, but they do have a very strong teamfight composition. Robo did lose his flash as well, trying to escape from that situation. So not going to be able to pressure quite as hard as he would have normally. You see the 4-man of Loud grouping up in this river, trying to get some Baron control, knowing that this is going to be the focus for the next couple minutes.
Not quite 3 items for the Kai'Sa, unfortunately, but I think still enough here for Loud. Again, especially with the Infernal Soul. If you need damage, it's certainly a way to make some up. I think Loud are feeling comfy enough here to try and threaten around the next objective. The game is still tense.
Still tense. Steel going for the I move quick build. Not the biggest threat, but does have a Yuumi attached to him.
Ooh, Baron takes the ulti early, does have flash, but he wants to get to the blast cone. That's the safety he needs. Infernal Rift coming up clutch.
Double blast cone, but still costs both summoners. Steel only had to use Ghost. Gives them Cryo in the mid lane as well. Might be able to break an inhibitor turret.
Nice activity here from Detonation Focus Me, keeping the tempo high here in this game. Trying to buy space for the upcoming Baron, but don't get yourself flanked here. Brant is back with a vengeance. No ulti though, but Croc's ulti doesn't quite connect. It's Robo actually, the one in the bottom side, trying to do the damage to the structures.
Here comes Lissandra holding the wave in the mid lane. Has the 5-man of DFM trapped up. Now Robo's coming in.
All right, Loud gonna try and make it happen. Evie there goes in with the Mega Gnar, but it's not quite synced up. Yutapon though is still there, and the split fight's gonna work out in favor of Detonation Focus Me. Yaharong did die, but Yutapon's still alive. And the cat is just healing and healing the rest of the team. Tinon's gonna go golden, but now he's gonna go down. It's Harp that gets the kill, as Loud cannot fight out of this one. Yutapon is unstoppable with the cat attached, and that's the ace for Dead FM.
This might be game. They already have the mid-inner turret, or inhibitor turret broken, excuse me. They have a cannon wave. It's 15 seconds on Brandt's first one up, but then quite a while before any good reinforcements show up. Croc at 20. They have this one already down. DFM might have just won the game with that brute force down mid lane.
Certainly gonna have to try here. Yutapon here, the long-standing member of this team, one of the heroes of Japan, looking to bring Detonation Focus Me up to a series lead in this best of 5. Brad's with some miraculous defense. That is damage. Is that enough? Nexus open. Oh, it's so close. But it's Detonation Focus Me as Evie shakes his head. Cannot believe how that ends.
Yutapon stayed alive, not able to be finished off. Around 100 health left on the tail end of that. He carried that last fight and he finishes off the Nexus. Absolutely insane ending to this game. I thought for sure it was in favor of Loud. After the 4th Dragon, they had Infernal Soul, but they, for some reason, chose to try and split Robo for so long. They lost the sums on Brandt's. The teleport came in late. You have this great team fighting buff. They just didn't use it.
It's funny because we know them for their team fighting. Even Robo on, the Olaf, which we think, oh, that's a split push pick. Found a way to team fight on it.
The team fighting on Jax is still fine.
Exactly.
When they go down mid lane, I'm like, oh, here's the double TP flank. You're going to trap them in. But Robo waited so long to collapse that it gave them this opportunity to just jump back on Brance. I can't believe that Loud let that one get through their fingers. That could be the series mistakes that cost them their run at Worlds.
And to quote you from earlier, this is paraphrasing, but 3 items Sivir Tihi. That's basically what you said.
I don't think I said it quite like that, but yes, that is the spirit of what you said is correct. Yutapon did a really good job this game. There were some mistakes. There was that play in the bot lane where he had this fat flank. You think he's going to control that entire team fight. Had that mistake. So it was really nice to see him in this mid lane fight, kiting out all the threats of Loud, able to stay alive and then finish off the next.
And don't worry, we'll be at the State Farm Analyst Desk in a moment, but I imagine they're rushing back to their seats.
Everyone was there. They're eating food. They're like, oh, let me get
end.
another drink here. We'll just take it easy. And then you're like, wait a minute. That game ended somehow.
Yeah.
No neutral objective. We're like, oh, Baron's in 2 minutes. There's no Elder right now. You're not expecting the game to end. There's like a random split push. Maybe they'll get inhibitor. Oh, the game's over.
Yep. And I mean, perhaps just a map call at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is why we were talking about DFM being scary in the best of 5 for Loud, was the experience as a team saying, all right, well, let's try and charge down mid lane. You get Brance's sums, and it's one of these snowball plays where you keep seeing how much more you can get. When are they really going to stop and contest us? We got his sums. We got the mid inhibitor turret. Now they're finally trying to stop us. Go back onto Brance and kill him, and then the game's over.
Yeah, very spicy. But when that point now upon us, we're going to be breaking down the game at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
I don't want to give Mark the satisfaction of being right, but he was very right. That I was, in fact, in the kitchen when the game ended and had to sprint across the studio to get back. So I actually only heard the end of the game and didn't even get to see it myself, but 2 thumbs up.
Yes,
DFM ahead in this series now at 2-1. But I'll turn to you two since I didn't actually get to see this final moment of the game.
Yeah, so basically, it's looking like Loud is trying to get a pincer move on. They have Infernal Soul, so they think they're going to be able to win any of these fights, except the Kai'Sa just gets evaporated at the start of this fight, which I think is really crucial, since Yuumi plus Hecarim or Yuumi plus Sivir can just supply so much team fight damage towards the end. And really no one, to me, can get on top of Yutapon this whole time, and he just kind of shreds through everybody on the team. But then, like, after that, they're still racing against the respawn timers.
Right.
To see if they can end the game. So, yeah, we're going to go all the way through this one, Dash. You can experience it once again.
I'm grateful to production for allowing me this opportunity. Lyric, what was your impressions of this game overall as we watch the final moments?
Honestly, it's just like every game. I feel like every game in the series so far has been absolute. I mean, again, the fact that
they're all back and forth.
The fact that again, Mark was right.
Yeah.
You're constantly on the edge of your seat with how back and forth these team fights are going, how crazy the rotations have been, and I mean, right, Loud having Soul but still not able to close this one out. DFM almost not able to end. Loud almost able to save it, but almost doesn't matter when there's 2 thumbs up behind us.
So 3 games in, and looking at the 10 champions, I'm glad we're pulling Champ Select itself back up. To me, it's starting to feel like it's all about bot lane, because that's where we're seeing most of the shifts.
Yeah.
We've got Gnar across most of the games. We've had, the Maokai, the Hecarim reached for a majority of the time. But this time around, a Kai'Sa, a Rell, a Sivir, a Yuumi, that's 4 unique picks for this series.
Yeah.
So Game 3, both teams just decided to pivot away from what they had been doing in the bot lane.
And let's remember, like, where we started. In Game 1, we started with, like, Caitlyn Morgana.
Yes.
We're like, hey, we want something more brawly, more skirmishy. And I feel like both teams have gone that direction. I feel like the one difference that DFM have committed to, whether in mid or bot, has been keeping, like, scaling elements in their comp. Typically, it's been in the mid lane with the Azir, but now with that finally banned out, I kind of like the pivot to the Sivir Yuumi. The casters were even hitting on, like, hey, like, Loud have damage, but it's not, like, the most, like, insane high damage 5v5 composition ever, right? Like, Jax, it's about, like, 1 target at a time. Lissandra as well, it's a lot more about the utility, so then you're left with this Kai'Sa needing the assassination potential when you have Yuumi there to pretty much supplement everything that the side of DFM has.
Yeah, and going over the highlights, this was a very back and forth game. One thing that I think has been pretty common throughout all 3 is DFM is the scaling team, and Loud is the team that's trying to make most things happen in the early game. But I would also say DFM has kind of looked like the better team in all three games because they haven't fallen far enough behind in the early game, and then the scaling brings it through. This is a very ill-advised Drake start by Croc.
Yeah, kind of just like hitting on your point of DFM looking like the better team, I actually think this game was probably the most clear example because they had numerous points where, right, this series must have been about team fighting. DFM were out-rotating Loud in a lot of these games. The second Rift Herald especially, where Loud pull out the TP from DFM, and then, like, we have this play where, like, the Talia wall stops them from going to mid lane. DFM are able to take that mid lane turret. And just so many situations like that. Heck, even third Dragon, where they're like, hey, Loud, you can go start third Dragon. We break tier 2 turret down in mid lane. So I think some really smart plays. And actually, it might have been this fight that turned into.
This fight was crazy. I thought this fight is what was going to put Loud up 2-1 in the series, actually, because this wasn't even the soul fight yet, but they got the third Drake, and I'm like, okay, they should literally just run away. Like, they were not in, to me, a favorable position, but they clutch this fight out. Watch Janone's here. He should be dead. Yumi, Sivir both miss. He hops away, but then he actually manages to re-engage in this fight later as the Rel flies in and gets a stun. And this is where Brance is going to kick himself. Watch this. Watch Brance at the bottom right.
Oh, no!
Fed a bunch of gold over to Talia, which made that not as big of a fight win. And then this one, I also think, was generally an outplay. So because Jax could buy so much time, it's literally just burst the soul. And soul gives you so much combat power, you think this is going to be the clincher for the game, but it ultimately was not.
Yeah, especially an Infernal, you would think. But to me, that goes to support the point that DFM has looked like the better team in these late game moments. It's typically Loud that's pushing the pace early, trying to build an advantage and then hold on to it. DFM, while again, it hasn't been clean necessarily across the series for either team, as it's been back and forth, they are typically the one that feels a little bit more synergistic in the late game, a little bit more set up around objectives.
It makes sense too, right? Mark was hitting on it that, I mean, this is the experienced team that has played together. Like, heck, we've even said for Brance, this is his first split. So for Loud, this squad as a 5 have not been together for all too long. DFM as an org, the players coming to the international stage again and again and again. I think it kind of makes sense that DFM are definitely stronger in that area.
Well, we talk about experience. We'll see if that experience can get them to wrap it up in 4 at 3-1. Yesterday, we caught up with Yaharong to talk about this squad's ceiling, the goals for their Worlds run, and what DFM need to do to take the series. Check it out.
안녕하세요. DFM 미드 야하롱 이찬주입니다. 마지막에 져가지고 지금 통곡을 하고 있습니다, 속으로. 저는 지금까지 프로 생활해오면서 상대보다 저의 플레이에 포커스를 맞춰서 뭐 상대가 어떻게 했고 뭐 그런 것보다 그냥 제가 아쉬웠던 게 제일 좀 느껴지고 DFM만의 장점. 저희가 좀 고점은 제일 높은 것 같고 근데 지금 좀 월즈 와서는 좀 기복이 계속 있는 것 같아서 그거만 잡으면 고점은 충분히 저희가 장점이 아닌가.
DFM, come back with a vengeance, come back from the grave, and come back to smack EG.
뭐 이지나 라우드나 똑같이 그냥 제가 지금 뭔가 이 짧은 시간 안에 성장을 하지 않으면 좀 힘들지 않을까 생각하고 그 짧은 시간 안에 좀 제대로 준비해야 할 것 같습니다. 생각보다 잘하던데. 지금 LJL에서 최고로 성적 낸 게 그룹 스테이지까지인데 거기서 좀 더 나아가서 좀 LJL에서 가장 높은 성적을 한번 이뤄서 좀 역사를 써내려 가보고 싶다? 뭐 그런 생각이 강한 것 같아요. 정말 저희 그 LJL에서 팬분들이 뭔가 계속 DFM이 LJL의 그 고점 그 가장 높은 곳을 한번 찍어보는 그걸 기대하고 이렇게 봐주시는 게 정말 몸으로 느껴지는데 그 기대에 정말 보답하고 싶고 기대 많이 해주십시오.
Yaharong with his sights set on history making for the LJL, needing to go further than the group stage here at Worlds. And he's putting a lot of ownership over that onto himself, as we saw, thinking it's up to him to improve and push the team to that level. Wow, they sit in great position in this series. We head to Game 4 with Loud selecting blue side. We're going to head to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll talk about what that means and what you can expect in that 4th game of this series. We'll catch you back here in just a few.
Say it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022, where it is do or die for the Brazilian squad in Loud here against DFM in Game 4 of this series. As we said before the break, they've selected to remain on blue side when it's all or nothing right here. So what's the recipe for success?
Well, if we pull up the bans from the last game, this is what they're immediately responding to. So they already made the pivot of the Azir and the Sejuani ban because that's something DFM was picking every game. They've also banned Trundle in every game so far this series, and I think had a hard time with Yuumi in the last game. I think once your backs are against the wall, sometimes those series-long bans can be dropped because you don't actually know if it's going to be prioritized by the other team, so it's a risk you have to take. If I was Loud right now, I would drop the Trundle ban, add a Yuumi ban, and kind of play the draft out the same way. The only other change I would make is on the 4-5, you see the Vex and the Ahri were banned, and then they just gave up Gnar to Evie, which he's going to pick every single time.
Literally every time.
I would rather make sure to just have Gnar as a 4-5 ban written down in your notebook. Like, if it's not picked, just use a ban on it.
Okay.
And those are the tweaks I'd make if I'm Loud.
I'm on the same page as Jat, that I think the important thing is making sure that Yuumi doesn't go through, since, again, DFM are the scaling team. Whether that's actually banning it and changing the Trundle, or taking the Hecarim first and just being like, hey, DFM haven't really been picking the Maokai this series. Even earlier on, they were obviously prioritizing things like the Sejuani when that was left open. I think that would be a good start. And then get a more aggressive mid lane pick for Tin Owens. I want to see Tin Owens be active on something that can carry, not something that's just a facilitator.
All right, well, over here, we're fans of full 5 games, and so that's why we're trying to come up with the recipe for success for Loud as they dive into Game 4 here against Detonation Focus Me. We got Pastry Time, and we got Mark Z standing by for the call.
It's us, Game 5 enjoyers, as we're here for Game 4.
False.
You're not a Game 5 enjoyer?
I am a speed runner. I used to speed run Dark Souls.
That's true.
I was terrible. I did the Gravelord sword route because I was too inconsistent about wanting to get the Crescent, the Black Knight halberd drop.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, I was going to say, I feel like you do speed running too, so you might know what I'm saying. Evie, what is that face? Is someone fart next to you? Like, what is that?
Is there follow-up?
No. I mean, I love Evie, man. The further this guy can go in Worlds, the better. Why are more players not showmen? I don't know. Do people tell Evie he's on camera, or is he just constantly doing this? I don't know how he knows. Is there a red light to say, like, hey, you're on camera? Or is, like, someone cueing him in his ear? How is he such a showman?
To the coach diff? I don't know. We'll find out. Perhaps never, but hopefully someday. But for now, they must refocus into the game, into the draft. Loud on the blue side, DFM on the red. Last game, potentially, for Detonation Focus Me. Get their date with RNG tomorrow.
Yes. We'll see if DFM can clutch it out, win 2 games on the red side. I like Jat's note about just get rid of the Gnar.
Yep.
I understand Robo's perspective. Sometimes players are like, well, it's not giving me trouble in lane, and I'm playing well. Why ban something I can pick into? And the answer is, well, because it's comfort for him, and he's doing very well, and we're losing the series, so we got to change something. So I very much understand both perspectives, but I would definitely go with Jat here and saying, if it's not picked by the time 4 or 5 bans come out, get rid of it. We have the Aatrox left up this time, the Yuumi taken care of. Sejuani as well left up. We'll see if Robo just snap picks that one away from Steel here. Give over the Maokai maybe, or if they want to go back to it again. I like Croc's Maokai. It has been good, but I don't know if you want to give Steel his pick once more.
Doesn't look like it. Do like the Callisto Man. Kind of have to show that respect there. For Detonation Focus Me. Yuumi, though, definitely a good adaptation. As Evie flashes the Urgot.
Yeah,
probably not going to be the first pick.
He's saying, I dare you to take the Gnar away from me. I will play my signature Urgot into it. Giving a little bit of a flex. Hasn't done it yet this tournament. There's been no Urgot. People have been trying to find answers into Aatrox as well. Urgot's one of those. We've seen a lot of interesting ones. Not sure I've liked every Aatrox counter I've seen. The Teemo, good hustle out there. Good job, good effort. Not going to do it for me. Yeah, there's the Maokai takeaway, like we said, expected. Answer into Sejuani, both disgusting tanks, both with a lot of stickiness and self-peel and even ability to kill.
And there's the Gnar.
Yeah, I feel like they got a read on that kind of idea where eventually they're going to take away the Gnar. Let's snap pick it before they can. We have not seen an answer threatening enough from Robo yet, not because he hasn't played well, but just nothing to really disrupt Evie from scaling into becoming a late game monster.
Those are definitely not enough like AD bans to really pigeonhole Yutapon into a style he doesn't want to play. He looks good on almost all the games. Maybe the Caitlyn game is the exception. But there's Camille, so a bit more of an aggressive counter pick there for Robo.
Yeah, we'll see if they go Camille Galio or something like that. Tin Owens does like playing roamers a fair amount. You saw even in the Lissandra game, it's still more utility often than not, even though he did go for that Leandris build, like we said, just because he got fed early on. You don't take the Galio here, it's probably going to get banned away, but then you're taking Galio in 2-3, and yeah, you don't want to do that. All right, they're doing it. We'll have to see what they pick into it. It is a champion who can have a rough lane phase, can get bullied in lane a little bit. it never really stops you from doing what Galio wants to do. So in that sense, it is a safe counter pick because you're probably not going to get 1v1 murdered. You just will be down pressure, down farm and whatnot. But at the end of the day, you can always still find roams up to the top side too.
Yeah, kind of opening up whatever pick Yaharong wants. It's been Azir for most of the series, but of course that's been banned now. We'll see if more bans get thrown. Love the Kai'Sa here figured upon.
A lot of control mages do okay in the Galio now, which is Yaharong's strong suit, but I don't know if that will be what they want to go to with the Azir banned out. Like you said, there's not a great control mage behind Azir. It kind of drops off very quickly from Azir into whatever the hell else you want to play. Like we've seen some Syndras. I don't think we've seen a Ryze yet.
Nope.
Maybe a 1 Cassio game or 2 Cassio games. I believe I've seen a couple Cassio games.
No, Ari I don't think.
Ari is...
Sorry, Oriana, not Ari. Ari we have seen.
Yeah, Ari we have seen. Ori is another one.
And then Tilia the other one.
Yeah, Tilia is kind of the most common.
I guess. Not really a control mage.
Yeah, he's trying to push the definition of control mage. Tilia is as well, a little bit.
Yeah.
But, she still does function quite a bit like it. Vex is much more of a resetting assassin-y thingy. We saw Niski earlier today.
Oh, he was fogging
extremely well.
Ooh, MF and Aphelios banned as well.
Trying to push Brant back onto that Seraphine, potentially. This is not a very good Seraphine angle in my mind. You probably want some more physical, sustained damage. Probably not going to go for it.
Play maybe Trist. Guess Jinx is still something people play sometimes. Maybe Sivir.
Technically, the Draven is left up as one of the power picks early on. Caitlyn left up. Maybe he'll go back to that.
Already banned again. I mean, couldn't ban the Gnar, so it didn't have to adapt there. They took it too early to be able to take that one off the board. So we'll see what Yudapon wants to select here for pick 4 of the draft. Already has his Kai'Sa locked and loaded. I imagine we'll give Yaharong, I was going to say counter pick, but
Victor, actually, I'm trolling. There is one more control mage. He slipped through the old
Wait a minute.
brain creases that I have. Slipped right through them.
The old brain sieve. Right on through.
It's not a fine sieve. It's a very wide. What is the opposite of fine? When something's fine.
Yeah. I don't know in cooking. I'm not sure.
I feel like there's a lot of people who also don't know what a sieve is because they see the word and think it's sieve. It's one of those words I think that people very much never say out loud for a lot of people who also don't cook to that point.
Yes, also true. Not a Shemeda that you're rocking. You're rocking something a lot wider. Lots of noodles slipping through. Anyway, it's fine. Ezreal the pick there for Brant.
You lost me. All right, let's talk about League of Legends. Ezreal coming in. Safe play bot side. Makes a lot of sense with their draft. Camille Galio, want to go top. You don't want to have to babysit bot lane. Ezreal Leona. Ezreal farm with Q. Leona roam top 2. Snowball Robo. Shut down Evie. Game plan known.
Hooray!
Does Harp want to lock in for his support tier to maybe try and dive in Ezreal? This is the last option. Not many supports banned. Only the Amumu really taken off the table here. And we'll go for the Shen for the second time today. We'll see it locked in. Did not look so great in the first series. Mad were able to make a lot of action happen before Shen really wants to get in there. I feel like Shens, with their taunts, have the roaming ability, and they don't really want to be in lane. They want to be making plays happen, but if you fall behind on Shen, I feel like it feels terrible. You're not that tanky. You don't get your ult very quickly. You might already have snowballed the game by the time you get it, and has long cooldowns if you are ever forced to use it in a bad position. So it is this champion that I feel like is slightly higher risk than people give it credit for.
Yeah, I think so too. But we'll see how it shakes out there for Harp. I think a really smart Leona pickup actually there for Seos. And it also gives them the go buttons that they're always looking for, right? Like, Seos loves the movement because not only do you have this big team fight impacting ultimate, but you have a bunch of stunts with your bandage toss having some charges. So
the Loud comp does not want 4 engage. They have plenty of options between Camille, Sejuani, Galio, and Leona. The backline is relatively immobile for the side of DFM. Victor having no real way to have any movement. Kai'Sa just that kind of E. Maybe your ult, if you have plasma stacks, you can ult out of something, but that almost always means you're also going in at that point. So we'll have to see what they can do. Loud up against it now. Series points on the line. World's dreams on the line. Fighting for a chance to play RNG tomorrow. If you lose this game, Loud, it is all over.
Yeah, unfortunately, loser goes home. Winner stays on and gets to play again tomorrow. Can't think about that opponent just yet, though. Have to contend with what is in front of you. For now, that is a back-and-forth affair between these two teams. It has been as close as I suspected it would be some very high drama games in a lot of situations. And the trend I'm noticing is, at least in the last 2 games, kind of even. Detonation Focus Me gets ahead, kind of floats this like lead, grows it a little bit, and then question mark. And after that question mark is Loud finding a great team fight angle and breaking the game back open. How it ends, don't ask me. As, oh my goodness, he is so aggressive, gonna force the cleanse early on. Brant, do you have Q already? Maybe it doesn't matter.
I think they saw him take Q. I think he might have shot a Mystic Shot at Utapon. And then they go, okay, doesn't have E. Does commit the flash just for cleanse, though. Hard to call that worth it. You might be able to find a aggressive gank down to the bot lane early on if Steel wants to go down there. Getting that cleanse out means, hey, at least we can get on top of him. But he can always flash a Maokai W. Even if you go flash Maokai W, it is pretty easy to react to. And if he gets 2 before you get down there, that's quite a far distance. He's going to be pulling the Maokai. So not that much of an advantage, all things considered.
Not Hex Flash for Hop either, so it doesn't kind of have that little thing when you want to use your flash early and aggressive.
Yeah, no Hex Flash. This is nice that it forced him back to base, though, so they will deny some experience, deny that level 2, have control of the bot lane. Steel is clearing bot to top, so you will not have to really worry about this bot lane for at least the first 3 or 4 levels unless something goes really wrong.
You can also see Tinon's getting bullied a little bit, but is now finding his way onto the wave. Kind of knows it, he's expecting to get harassed a lot in this lane. Does have his boots already alongside 4 potions. Gonna have to chug him as Yaharong's skill shots and harass comes in. But again, don't expect too much in the mid lane except for Yaharong to farm a lot, which makes sense. He has first strike to really capitalize on that early income.
That's what I was about to say, is this is a very comfortable matchup for Victor. You have plenty of ways to poke him out, get that free damage down, get that gold back. As long as you don't get hit by that Q, you're probably going to have your first strike proc. You can see that little blue orb around him. Anytime that's up, that means you have free gold available to get. This is the game plan for the Galio, though. You don't really want to actually win the lane. You want to go roam around, make plays happen, or have gank set up. And so he's coming from the backside here to combo with Croc.
Just getting it done. There's the taunt. Damages through. Croc is here, but the counter gank is in for Steel. That Bramble Smash pushes him into tower range. Gonna have to flash.
Nice timing window by Croc there, showing up in the mid lane, but of course Steel is just walking through mid lane on his own clear. It's actually a very easy gank to cover during that window. So flash down for Croc, got bumped back into the turret. It's probably a 2v2 you'd struggle to win anyways unless you're really on top of them and have the angle to chase down, but with the turret backing them up, Yaharong was able to trade back. Feeling pretty good right now for DFM.
Yeah.
Ending up on Sums in bot lane, ending up on Sums now in the jungle as well.
So we're gonna go ahead, take this Rift Scuttler as well. Nice and easy there. Even has a ward down to help protect Yaharong a little. Croc gonna go ahead, take the crab on the other side of the Rift. And things are gonna be smooth sailing, which I think if you're Detonation Focus Me, that's absolutely what you want. Just nice, stable lanes. If no kills happen in the first 10 to 15 minutes, you're probably pretty happy with the way games have been going.
Yeah, I think that we have seen DFM have the slight advantage in mid to late game team fighting and macro. Not that Loud has been far behind. These games are very much subverting expectations written by Game of Thrones Season 8 writers, just coin flipping what happens to people, trying to deny what you would expect. Soul point, you get the Infernal Soul, you think you're going to win the game. Nope. Turns out you won't. So this game, I would like to see Loud really explode at post 6. That's when the Camille Galio combo turns online. They're also okay if the first 6-7 minutes go killless, but from there, they really want to pick the pace of the game up.
Up the target there for Brant. Eats a pretty significant chunk of damage. Zeus is roaming back in. Stun for Ebby.
Whoa, solo bolo.
Heal up here as well. Robo gets himself out of there, though.
No solo bolo.
Go back. Don't go back. It's dangerous.
Does have Flash W up, but won't get pulled into the turret if he goes for it. So just going to... he tried to go for his signature lane gank. He got spotted there. I'm surprised he's still trying. Just going to escort this wave in, make sure that the Sejuani does not show up while Evie finishes shoving this. Croc realizes that, so it's not even worth running into for him.
Yeah, I don't need to be there. He's fine. I'm sure he's going away, and indeed he has. But we're going to have to play a bit defensive, but losing that trade likely was going to force that anyway, as Tinon's once again showing his face down towards the bottom side of the Rift. Not 6 just yet, but still staying active on the map.
Alrighty, DFM having a decent start to this game. Yet again, 1 game away. They have slowly and steadily climbed up the ranks of the minor region teams to be one of the most threatening, making Worlds group stage last year by beating C9 in a tiebreaker, forcing C9 to play some bracket stage games, getting first in their group. This time around, not able to do quite that well, but still a very good showing thus far at Worlds. Really cool to see this group of players just steadily get better over time. feel like in League of Legends, when you see a player for the first couple years of your career, you kind of assume, oh, that's how good they're going to be. But it's not the case. Players like Khan, for example, getting significantly better. Smeb as well, these kinds of players where you kind of thought you saw the best of them. They end up getting a lot better over time. I feel like that's the case with DFM. Steel, Udupon, Evi, Yaharong, actually, you know, these guys, especially Evi, Steel, and Udupon, staying together for so long and actually taking the learnings from international play and getting better. That's something that's, for a period of time, was a bit of a meme. That, oh, they'll take this experience back to their region and get better. And it's like most teams blew up after they had their international experience, couldn't actually stick together and improve, but this team has really done that with this core.
Yeah, it's been great to watch here. It's one of the reasons they've become a consistent favorite, that and the Every Thumbs Up camp that has become a fixture of international tournaments because of how well they do domestically. However, the other big story of playing so far has been the Brazilians, has been Loud, kind of returning the region back to form in some ways. A new org to this scene, at least. Certainly showing up nicely with a mixture of veterans and rookie talent. Robo!
Oh, buddy.
Overshooting the hook shot. Now going to have to flash. May not have a chance, but Tino's roaming up. Robo committing to the fight. Flashes in. First blood. He'll be calling worth in all chat on that one.
Has to commit the flash, though. Won't have that in the future. Steel use his, but getting the kill on Dinar, getting that influx of gold feels very good, as well as the wave going in right here. Steel is holding it in a safe spot. Tino's might not be able to get this one in. We'll try to.
Doing what he can, but definitely can't get that all done. He's going to stick around, get the front two creeps, and then have to back away. Doesn't want to contend with Evi there. And Steel also being around. So Robo not going to have the most fun lane to come back to, but he's not going back there yet. He's going mid lane.
Not going back there yet. Yaharong was able to stay mid this entire time, so starting to open up another monstrous lead. He has been the power farmer this series, always in mid, always scooping up that farm. Doesn't seem like he misses very many. Here's this 1v1 yet again. Evi goes in as his Mega Gnar's timing out, misses the W. Robo also misses his stun. It would have been maybe a trade of stuns right there. But as he goes mini Gnar form, that's when he's able to re-engage for Robo. Gets this flash Q2 knockup, or true damage, excuse me, to get that kill. But was in turret range, ends up dropping.
All right, well here's Seos, actually level 6, roaming into mid. Maybe poking around. As you can see, by his farming prowess, Yaron is currently on top of the gold leaderboard. As Croc and Robo deciding to translate some of their pressure that was top lane to this potential Rift Herald here, but there are 3 people from Detonation Focus Me in the area, and Udapon's roaming over as well, so it's going to be a little tricky.
No 6 for Harp quite yet.
Steel pops the ulti. Rift Herald is loose. Sejuani ulti goes in. True Shot Barrage is big. Loud looking for the fight. And they find the opening kill. First salvo fired is a good one as Evi takes down Croc. Now we cannot be getting the Herald. So Detonation Focus Me, do they have any kills left in the tank? Flash from Brant. Udupon diving on in. Nice and aggressive. Blast cones there. Pops the cleanse to try and keep the damage down. And Robo now maybe the target. There is the plasma proccing Udupon. Gonna find another kill.
Really nice coordination by DFM there. The initial part of that fight not going their way, but the kill giving Harp 6 on level up gives Udupon the safety to deliver the Shen with his own ultimate. The combo coming together to find the second kill of the fight onto Robo. Rift Herald still up though. We'll see. Cloud wants to give this one up. Not looking like it. Croco is coming back.
Top laying in wait as well. There's only Evi's ult left, but this has got a pretty good position here for this flank.
Yeah, Robos has come back up as well, I believe, but I don't think there's enough of an angle for him to find his way in. Just respawning now. DFM, it was a risky contest. I did not like it upon first look, but they were able to kite that out. See if we get another look at it here.
We will.
Aha, I've read the mind of probably everyone expecting to see a replay from that fight. So this initial Maokai ult by Steel doesn't really set anything up, so I like the turn once his Aftershock wears off. They try and kill him right there. I think the Leona ult might have missed, but they blow him up. Tino's here, focusing down on Harp. I think it was just going too far forward by Croc. Split targets between Evi and Harp on who they wanted to finish off. That kill giving Harp the level 6 here, so you can see this combination. He goes flying and gets his own shield, gets the second shield on top. The Blast Cone as well, helping Harp find this taunt onto Robo, which then gets comboed with Yaharong's Gravity Field. Very nice combination of abilities there by DFM. Making that Shen work. I said it was a little risky, but they've done a good job getting 6 on him. first ultimate a success.
And again, an early lead here. 1,000 gold up for Detonation Focus Me. Perhaps more here. Robo again, no flash, has the ulti, but hook shots away. Barely rooted at the end of the snare. Gonna have to pop the ultimatum and run, but Evi's almost mega. They are going to dive this, and that last hyper proc isn't enough, and the boomerang barely misses.
Robo barely staying alive there. Very risky. Hit by the very edge of the missile from the Maokai ultimate. That was a bug fix. It was too small for a little bit. Now at the right size, clips him, locks him in place, but the healing from the Camille W kept Robo alive. And Evi's fadeaway boomerang did not land.
Gonna take the turret plate here though, so feeling good about the gold situation. Bottom side, it's an aggressive 2v2 turning into a 3v2. Croc just barely short on that ulti. Udapon was forced to flash though.
Yeah, it does get the flash out, so still a nice trade overall. Brant layering the ultimate well with Leona, getting those procs of her passive off very easily. Works quite well, but just a little ahead of the play. Croc had to shoot that ult from max range to try and get the chain CC. They're not done. They want to use this pressure, I think, to get vision control for the dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Keep their dragon stacking going.
Hop threatening, but without flash. Pretty tricky for Shen. Try and lock down Ezreal. As I say that, Taunt does connect, but Brant buffers the shift and gets away. Tino's also roaming down to the bottom half of the rift, so was available if a fight or perhaps dive was to break out, but instead will fall back and look to jostle for vision around this next dragon.
See if DFM choose to sack this one. They're pretty low bot lane.
Bottom side, 2v2 again happening. Tino's now going to join in on the party, but can't get the knock up. Udapon and Hop slither away.
Get the flashes out of bot lane. This is going to force them back. Should give the free dragon over, but during this time, Evi has been working down on top side quite a bit, getting some pressure up there. The dragon stacking continues for Loud. Steel trying to live up to his name here. Well, actually, with Yaharong's ult and quite a few ults lacking from Loud, they're actually scared to continue on to this one. 2 men forcing the 4-man back from Loud. Not too bad.
Given that you don't have TP in your top laner, that's definitely something that Detonation Focus Me will take.
I'm surprised that they did not try to go and stop that play. I don't think Robo really wants to TP down during this window and give Evi this lane to just farm turret plates off of. You start falling behind the 1v1 matchup, the solo kills become very difficult, so there's a prioritization there for Loud to keep the split push win con alive over keeping the dragon stacking win con alive, but I don't know, still feels kind of bad to be shoved off 4v2 just because your ults were down.
And now Yaharong about 500 gold ahead in his lane. Gonna get a bunch of plates donated over as well. Steel also taking a cut as the Herald charges into mid. And Udapon farming plates in his free time down the bottom half of the rift. We've got a minute left to get that all done, and they'll take as much as they can. Don't think they'll get any more, maybe one more, although Brant's is here to defend the wave. But once again, the early game going in the right direction, about 2,500 gold ahead for Dead FM.
See if they can live up to their team fighting mid to late game. Here we go.
Robo looking for the solo bowler, not gonna find it because Hop's joining in the array. Evi there almost mega now. Hop eating a big chunk of damage. Croc though lying in wait. Is the bait good? No, the ulti just shot, but Robo recommits there. Hop is forced to flash away. Ulti already used by Evi, who has to flash as well.
Good attempt by Loud there. Playing with patience. Robo trying to bait them in, but they backstep right as Croc throws that ultimate out of there. Do lose the flash in favor. Actually, it's an even trade of flashes. Support jungle, or top jungle for top support, excuse me. We'll also get potentially a turret plate here. So Robo getting a little influx of gold. Nice play, up about 10 CS now. I think the gold lead is relatively close. 4,600 to 4,500 between the two of them. So still an opportunity for Loud to blow this game open with split push, but DFM feeling pretty good. The Shen ult there, you get to see the power of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, Shen not the most overwhelming support as far as lane goes, but very handy, especially when the ultimate is up and available.
Generally speaking with Shen, I always prefer it in proactive plays because the shield itself is not massive.
No.
And you don't, especially on support Shen, get that many ranks into it. You'll get rank 2, almost never rank 3. And it's not going to save a ton of lives. It can, especially in the comp that Loud has. But if they're actually landing all their wombo, and it's a Galio ultimate coming on top with a Camille and all this stuff, you're realistically going to get burst through that. And so I usually prefer in proactive settings. DFM making it look good right now, though.
Hop was in that brush for so long, by the way. Not sure what he was waiting for, I guess. With Udapon pushing, he was covering for someone coming down bottom lane.
Exactly. Just sitting in the jungle, giving solo XP to Udapon. trying to get their Kai'Sa farmed up. One of the two major carries this series for DFM. Feels like Yaharong and Yutapon have traded off in late game team fights. Who is smurfing? That's one. The front line for DFM has been very consistent. Harp has had his moments. Steel, Evie, all of them doing quite well. But it would not be working if the backline carries were not carrying the weight.
Correct. And Yutapon's Kai'Sa this tournament has especially been good. In fact, this is the first time he's getting it in the series, if I do remember correctly. Robo getting lined up by Steel and Evie straight into the wall we go. Tinon's trying to save the day, but instead he delivers himself to the rest of the team as Harp is fighting alongside Yaharong, and now Seos is going to make him the target, but Tinon's left of your screen in trouble. Other side here is Yutapon joining into the fray, and that is going to eliminate Croc from contention. Seos forced to flash as Brance gets over the wall as well, and Detonation focus me, make it 2.
DFM getting the jump on the play as second Rift Herald becomes the focus of both teams, getting a 2v2 in the top side going their way, as well as the little skirmish from the people trying to back that up. Might get them this mid turret, definitely will get them the second Rift Herald spawn, as Steel will take that one down himself. Nicely done by Evie and team.
And now this lead is very significant, right? I mean, yeah, the Dragons have been split. That typically means a more protracted game, but gold-wise,
there you see the two most important members for DFM heavily farmed up. Here, Robo just kind of face-checking Steel, wants to get over the wall, but his second E part gets interrupted, now having to run away. But Maokai is so disgustingly sticky. Evie also gets the transform, so they're able to blow him up despite Tinones coming in. And then Harp wants to delay the reinforcements from getting to Tinones and changing that 2v1 into a 3v3. It does get him very low and Yaharong, but they've done a good enough job of kiting that one out so they can actually win that 3v3 themselves.
Good buffer by Brance, gets himself out from under the incoming taunt, but you can start to see perhaps some of the frustration mounting.
Yeah, Croc knowing how the top side was kind of their big win con. They invested a lot of resources into getting Robo ahead. Maybe the best player this series, it felt like, for them, having a number of big plays, but not able to convert on the Camille Galio combination thus far.
Yeah, up about 4,500 gold for Detonation Focus Me. Objective bound is actually on.
Ooh. The game has decided that you're in trouble, Loud. I think most of us could feel that, but when you see the objective bounties turn on, that is an indication. Sometimes, I've watched a number of games where, you know, teams are not able to identify. Oh, hold on here.
Brant's in trouble, Harp biding his time, but really it's just coverage for the tower that they do take.
Yeah, I didn't commit the taunt there, just zoning away. Though Loud are going for it.
Big dive for Evie again. They might get more if they can get this kill, but Yaharong's here now in a 1v2.
Oh my God.
Explodes Robo in the Chaos Storm and is gonna make it a second as Croc dies as well.
Yeah, Yaharong absolutely destroying them there. 2 quick kills for him, able to get so much gold back in his pocket. Evie is very happy to die for that one. And during that time, DFM is also working down the bot side of the map, have the bot wave shoved in, mid wave shoved in, grabbing their second dragon of the game. DFM are quickly running away from this one, asserting their dominance.
And they've built up, you know, decent leads like this in the games we've just had. Haven't been that clean throughout their mid games, I will say. Generally relatively cleanly, but there have been some back and forth. Loud are very good at finding angles in general. That is also true from their deficit. So don't count them out. Loud will not go out without a fight, that's for sure. But this play, what you hear in the top lane, ooh.
Ah, timed out right when Croc moved into the river. Thank you, observers. Not knowing this dive was coming, but because they have so much pressure on the rest of the map, it's a pretty easy teleport for Yaharong to make from the bot wave there. This assassination was a pretty massive spike in damage, but you can see Yaharong is bringing his own damage there, able to get that kill there. Hex score very much upgraded already.
Oh yeah,
with all these kills and assists for him, as well as the insane farm that we have just come to expect from Yaharong. 210 CS pre-20 minutes.
Yeah, he's zooming. Robo, again, trying to find some objective bounty gold, but perhaps he'll be punished for his hubris. The gold is there. He can see it. He claims the bounty, but the cost is his life. Yutapon low. Hextech ultimatum is actually dodged, but Shen ulti comes in clutch.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh. Oh, Yutapon.
Good dodge.
Able to dodge that one out. The play is just not working for Loud. The game is slipping away from them. You can feel them trying anything they can to get it back in their favor, but too many good reactive plays by DFM. The teleports to cover, the Shen ult, there's just no way for them to get this angle.
Harp is dipping around once again, looking to see if he can't threaten Yutapon. Also going to return back to the field of play. Doesn't have ulti up and available, but does have 2 items now done, as Yaharong's going to go ahead and take the money away from this turret. Plus 300 gold lead. 6,000 now for Detonation Focus Me. As that Herald also going to get plucked in tops. Croc forced to flash away, caught in his own jungle.
So much control for Loud, or for DFM, excuse me, in Loud side of the map, forcing Croc out. Baron just spawns there, drops Shelly right as it times out. Might be able to deny this one. She got distracted by the minions.
Always in the way. Instead, they actually pull for the engage steal. That's enough damage. The Maokai's out. Yaharong really doing the work, but the CC is good. Beautiful on here. Thank goodness he doesn't have ulti, because he would have flown right in there onto Seos.
Still might have been a good play if he had it. The bait by Shelly, looking like she's in an awkward position, gets Croc to go in. And now with the enemy jungler dead and chunking out the entire rest of Loud, it's very easy for DFM to just go onto this Baron. I don't even know if they're going to try and contest it. Tinone's just making his way in. Robo's going to have to recall and heal back in base. TPing in now.
They're definitely trying to fight. Yaharong is actually playing frontline right now on the Victor. Forced into stasis. Detonation Focus Me will turn around, but they're still on the Baron. They want to bait them in a little bit more, but the Mega Gnar is going to be the threat. Instead, they have to pull off. The damage Baron does a little too much this early into the game. The DFM will reset.
Loud stay alive at Worlds. If that went over, it might have been the end of the game, but too many members got low. They still got a number of resources out for DFM. You feel good about getting the TP out of Robo.
Looking for the dive. Yeah, good play. Really fast one for Loud, but they're going to try and make it happen. Yaharong, though, still safe there. He had his team to back him up, and Hop is now dancing around as everything is falling to pieces. 1 kill down already. Robo forced a flash. Beautipon's looking for the angle. Goes in onto Bratz. Looking for the big wraparound play. Killer Instinct, aptly named. Beautipon going off. Finds himself a double kill. And Croc's going to fall down as well. Make it 3 clean ones for Detonation Focus Me.
Only Robo left alive. We were worried if they could get the Baron before. They are absolutely going to get it now. Quick reaction by DFM. They were 100% on the same page there. That Channel was almost instant. As soon as Yaharong showed up underneath that turret, as soon as Loud started making that dive, they were on top of that collapse. I thought that he was absolutely going to his death there when he completed that TP, but so many tools available to keep him up alive. Yaharong baits the entirety of Loud into going for that play. They get the kills, they get the Baron.
Yeah, basically 10,000 gold ahead before the Baron happens, so watch this one again.
Look at this. He comes in. Channel was already being channeled. He knew this was coming. They had this play on lock. The fact that Loud was going to see this lone TP, think he was going to be dead. They're already there. The multiple members coming flying out of the jungle as well for DFM to get this collapse. This snipe to give them the extended chase down to redirect onto Brant, finish him off. The nice cleanse there by Utapon playing this fight out so well. It's just ignoring Croc. Not enough of a threat by himself. They finish him off. That's the smite down. That's the Baron. That might be game 4 going DFM's way. And that might be them getting the date with RNG tomorrow.
Big smiles, and you can see why now this Baron power play is going to be massive. Like I said, they were more than 10k ahead before the Baron went down. Now, going to do even more damage as far as the economy goes. Loud are in such a big deficit. We've seen them crawl back in so many games this tournament and this series. This is the hardest mountain they've had to climb so far.
We'll have to see if Loud can do it, but for DFM, you have to feel really good. They came into this tournament, got slammed by Loud in game 1, made people doubt whether they had the chops anymore. The fact that they had a 1-5 record at MSI playing stage, only getting 1 win over A's back then, made people start to question the LJL. Were they really that good? But DFM dominated. Only 2 losses in the regular season, only a single game loss in their playoff run to get back to Worlds, the constant representative of the LJL, showing they still got it despite that slow start to the group stage. Here they are proving themselves against Loud.
Yep, and Robo is in full-on foot push mode. Can't really blame him. Evi's, though, going to go ahead and match him. Neither top laner has TP, although they'll come back off at somewhat similar times. Evi's a little sooner, as Robo is down through mid here for the flank. They are aware of it. You can see the assist ping, and Evi's actually going to do one better. He's going to track him all the way down.
No Galio, though, so this is a straight-up a 1v1, and Yaharong is about to change that to a 2v1. Boomerang misses, though. Robo should be able to get out from that, but does still have pressure in the mid lane, and there's no one quite there to defend yet. Tinone's trying to make his way up there, but this turret should be gone.
Yeah, need to siege. Again, 40 seconds with the Baron. Still do get the one in mid. Utapon working on the wave here in bottom lane. Robo's going to come back. He will have TP, but he might just go through the front door. Loud need a fight ASAP. It's not going to be pretty, but they're going to have to pick one.
Robo still pushing the top lane yet, maybe trying to get some objective bounties first. They are on 2-item power spikes pretty much across the board, except for Croc. And now you have double super creeps, or excuse me, 2 lanes of super creeps coming into your base. See if they can defend their base, because otherwise, DFM are going to take this reset any second now, or they might just sit in the base. This feels a little greedy. They're using the Maokai ult.
Yeah, they're actually going for it here, but Hop is going to start it off. They just explode Croc. And now, one push away. The Baron's still ticking for as long as they can. Unipon goes legendary here at Worlds, and that may be the finishing touch on this game. Robo goes golden. Unipon shuts that down. It is but Brands and Tidon still left alive, and Detonation Focus Me with one fell swoop, one Baron buff will keep playing here at Worlds 2022 as Brands will be felled and DFM will take a bow.
I called it greedy. DFM called it correct. They go and pull the trigger on that Maokai engage, and DFM take control of this series with their superior mid to late game team fighting. Their very sturdy drafts. Their macro play looks so good. Continuing their World's journey here. Don't have long to feel good about, though. Prep starts immediately after you finish shaking their hands and get off stage, because you have RNG, the MSI champions, waiting for you to play for your spot in the group stage.
Like you said, it may be seemed a little shaky at the start of things, but don't call them back because they never left, Mark. Still looking good here from the LJL, the core of this team and the newer faces all coming together when it matters here in the BO5.
You can see the look on Loud's face, disappointment. They had such a good group stage. Both these teams were able to take down representatives from NA and EU. You had CB LoL beating Fnatic. You had DFM beating EG. These teams are obviously very talented. I think they believed that both of them were going to take the win today, which is why it was so devastating for Loud. But they should hang their heads high.
Absolutely.
Keep them up. You had a really good showing. I was very impressed by them. It's still a young org as well. I'm excited to see what they can do in the future.
Oh yeah, it feels like the CB LoL's back, which feels so good for League of Legends at International. Loud will at least walk away with a bevy of new fans after this. I'm one of them.
Bot Gap, the Flexin.
Oh, that's true.
Fun, the Trash Talk. They were one of the most fun teams to cover here. It's always hard when your year ends, but they created a lot of new fans, had a very good showing on the world stage. Good to hear the crowd giving it up for them. It can be hard to get up after that, but very nice support to see.
Take a bow as well. A well-earned one there for Loud. Winning many hearts here at Worlds. Unfortunately, their journey ends here. Always sucks that someone's got to go home, but that's sports.
That's sports. That's why you love to see the games go out, the human element to it, pain of defeat, sweetness of victory, and all that. For DFM, Unipon 10-0-1 in the final game. Felt like he was scaling over the course of the series. He was an absolute monster in team fights. Yaharong every single game, farming up like a beast. I'm excited to see him versus Xiaohu, a total clash of styles where Xiaohu wants to get all over the map, make tons of things happen. Yaharong wanted to farm it up, get fed, then carry late game team fights. He's incredible at it every single time.
Interesting to see, like, just thinking about Unipon's Caitlyn play and then the rest of that series. I can't even remember it at this point because it felt like such a far cry from what happened. With all that, we will be chatting with a member of Detonation Focus Me a little later on. But now we're going to be wrapping up in our day cooldown.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. It's another 3-1 series, and if I had 3 thumbs, I'd put them all up. There we go.
There
Boom.
you go.
3-1 is the series score, and it's Detonation Focus Me that pushed themselves ahead to face RNG in a best-of-5 for their shot at the group stage. But as we've got the draft up here for game number 4, Lyric, I want to turn to you because it was while we were watching this draft come through that you said pretty confidently you felt like DFM was going to wrap it up in 4 with this in their hands.
Yeah, I feel like the one takeaway I can have from the series for the day for Loud is it looked like any time they had to play against champions that they have to run into against DFM that they really struggled. So having things like the Victor, having things like the Maokai coming out, it's like, okay, it's going to be really rough. I see how it works, what Loud want to do, right? Obviously, Camille Gallio onto the back line, just try and insta-give it in one shot. But I think DFM have shown that they are pretty good at playing into the aggression. They were only struggling in team fights throughout the day, if you think back, when they were the ones chasing down Loud.
Right.
Mid AD, Unipon Yaharon all day. They would they just pumped in every team fight. Like for how aggressive every Loud team composition was, they picked the carries very little times.
Yeah, and
couldn't seem to get it done.
How serendipitous that we had run that interview with Yaharong right before this game, where he says, in looking to make history for the LJL and push them further than they've ever been at the Worlds Tournament before, that he really feels a lot of it is up to him and needing to step up his level of play. I would say across this series that he more than impressed me in his ability to show up, and in this fourth and final game definitely was a big catalyst for their victory. Not to ignore the work that Udapon in the bot lane did in this fourth and final game.
And it's kind of great to see their dynamic as well, where we have Udapon, the one playing the Kai'Sa, the one jumping in, to where it feels like Yaharong throughout the tournament has been, again, like the silent, huge damage numbers for the side of DFM, and why, you know, the spotlight hasn't been on him as much. So I feel like DFM have a very comfortable style that they can lean back on, and a lot of the compositions and just the way they play the game, I think, is very consistent. It's like very hard to break down. You know, I don't know if I'll be saying the same thing tomorrow when they're going up against, you know, a team like RNG.
A whole nother beast.
But against teams that come in at a similar caliber, you can see it works incredibly well.
Yeah, and to me, they just felt really locked in at being responsive. They knew the type of team composition that they were playing against, and the previous clip, you saw the Victor TP coming in instantly. Here, another dive attempted by Loud, but DFM so quick to fly out of the fog of war and retaliate for just yet another favorable fight.
Yeah, and here comes Udapon. Woo! He's got the Shen alongside as well. I know we've been somewhat questioning of that pick, but actually saw it used pretty intelligently here to give that kind of protection to a Kai'Sa who every once in a while wants to be aggressive, take the ultimate in with the Shen behind her, can do just that. I'll remind everybody that while we talked a lot about, you know, Loud and the relative youngness of the team, with an average age of player being quite young, Bransay himself being 19 years old. Udapon is 26.
Yep.
He's been on this team for 9 years. Since 2013, he's been to every single domestic final with this Detonation Focus Me squad and has been to a majority of their international appearances. And yet, I think in large part, historically, he has sat behind, let's say, Evie and players like Saros in the past, in terms of like the first names you will jump to when talking about what makes the team successful. But I think he's starting to carve out a little bit more of a name for himself here at this World Championship.
And that's why I'm excited to see them going forward into tomorrow, because this actually isn't DFM's first time going to play a play-ins best-of-5 against an LPL team to have to qualify for the main event. They did it back in 2018 against EDG. Evie was still there, Steel was still there, and of course, Udapon has been there the whole time. So, you know, it's going to be great to see him getting a chance to go up against a player like Gala and see if they can show up, and for Yaharong wanting to make history.
That is the truest of tests right there, going up against RNG tomorrow. And
they've only lost.
It's like it's an unfair test.
Yeah.
I was just trying to think of something that wasn't too offensive. Like, in the second grade, I got this, like, fourth grade math test just to, like, kill my ego so I could, like, fail it. It was successful, by the way. I struggled very hard at it. But it's like, to have to beat either EDG or RNG to make group stage, the fact that this has happened now to Detonation Focus Me twice just sucks.
It actually is, you're right, and the unfairness of it, you know, like, but I like the point, because actually when you think about it, when you say, okay, DFM against maybe a few of the teams that are already seeded into the group stage in a best-of-5 would have probably a better shot than against the LPL 4 seed. Yeah, that is just the virtue of the World Championship and having to fight through major regions. And in the end, if you want to prove yourself the best, you got to be able to beat everybody. So while it will be a tough task tomorrow, it's definitely, you know, not an insurmountable task, but it will take something special, I think.
You know, I still just think back, though, to what Jap made me realize. Even though I come from the LPL, that, like, RNG have only lost best-of-5s this year to the reigning world champions. So if DFM can do it, that is, even as an LPL catcher, I'm hyped for that. I'm ready for that.
If they lose the best-of-5 tomorrow to DFM, that signals that DFM will be the future world champions, because RNG will only drop best-of-5s to world champions.
I wonder where the World Championship belt is, like the best-of-1 thing that gets tracked around. Like, is that trapped in some random...
You just brought it up, so I guarantee you by the time we go to bed tonight, there will be a Reddit thread probably about it. But I am actually super curious. The unofficial world title, the unofficial world championship
Did it even
belt.
come to Worlds? I don't even know.
That's actually a good question, too. I have not looked at that probably in a couple of years, so I have no idea where it is in the world. We'll have to see.
There's a lot of stuff I actually want to get to. I need producer. Do you want us to do the trash talk stuff?
Let's go here. Let's go here. We talk about how DFM moves on to face RNG tomorrow, but that is not the only best of 5 that we have in front of us tomorrow. We also have Mad versus Evil Geniuses, NA versus EU for a shot at the group stage, and the players themselves have had no shortage of trash talk to throw out into the Twitter sphere.
They're active, man. Niski, clapping, Jojo Pune. Unforgiven just tweeting lies as well, but I'm down for that. what
Here's the EG side of things. Yeah. Inspired, when did the last EU versus NA Best of 5 happen? At Rift Rivals? Well, the last time an NA or EU Best of 5 happened was 2019 MSI, and unfortunately for NA, that one didn't go super well for us. Before that, on the world stage, it was all the way back in 2018. It's been a while since these two regions have had an opportunity to best each other in 2018.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm ready for that. That's the first one up.
Yeah?
Yeah. But, like, the whole reason we're doing this, as I make sure I don't lose all my mic packs.
Always. It's always.
Yeah.
It's a pretty standard for Jadis to lose his mic pack as he goes.
It's an incredible mic pack. Anyway, this is what the play-in stage is for. It is eventually to place teams into the group stage. So there are some rules to keep in mind here. Because DRX already qualified and because there were already LCK teams in every group, they automatically go to Group C. Let's say if RNG is to win their best of 5 against DFM, they also have to go into a group where there is currently not an LPL team. So they would go right there. Here's where it gets interesting, actually.
Actually, Jet, that group does have.
Oh, I put them in G2G.
Thank God for Lyric.
It's been a long day.
Group D, baby.
I would have just kept going. I would have just kept going. No, they go in D.
Okay, there we go. Into Group D.
Woo! Close call.
Okay.
Never did that. If you see it online, it was Photoshop. So, here's where it gets interesting. The 4th European team doesn't have the same group draw restrictions as the 3rd seed. So
that would be Mad Lions.
Yeah, the 3rd seed can't go into a group with another European team. So let's just play the scenario where Mad wins and Fnatic has already won, so they're going to get seeded through. Let's just say that, like, Fnatic gets drawn right away. They'd be like, oh, okay, we're going to go in here. That would actually mean that Mad could go in this group with G2. That is theoretically a possibility.
Well, actually, it's the only possibility with the results that you've selected.
Yeah, obviously everyone else would be there.
But Fnatic has to avoid G2.
Yeah, which would be very weird. So this is just kind of what's happening. For the most part, I think most people would say they go here.
Yeah.
So Fnatic will most likely, if that happens, they can only go into Group A, which means that the winner of this series is likely playing for their spot in Group B, assuming that RNG also wins the series later.
I was going to say, really the only way that things get super interesting is if Detonation Focus Me upsets RNG, because it opens up more possibilities, because RNG doesn't get forced into a group, and Detonation Focus Me has more options at that point. That's when the group makeups can really get weird, and you could end up with, let's say, a Mad winning as well in the same group as another LEC team. But the crux of it that you need to know is that the 4th seed in Mad is not protected from being in the same group as another team from their own region. As we have broken down some of the possibilities that'll come true later in this weekend, we're going to head over to our Verizon post-game interview for a quick word with one of our winners.
Welcome back here in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. Joining me right now is victorious Evie from Detonation Focus Me. Thank you so much for joining me, and congrats on taking down Loud today. They were a surprising team in play-in. Can you talk me through your understanding of the team and the approach today in the series?
選手、大きな勝利おめでとうございます。ラウドに勝ったということですが、ラウド非常に予想できない、非常にサプライジングなチームでしたが、彼らをどういうふうに見ていましたか？
本当に今まで戦ったブラジルのチームの中でもトップクラスに強いチームだなと、感じました。まずは。
We felt that any other Brazilian teams that we faced before Loud, they were undoubtedly the best that we've ever faced.
All right, well, you knew what to do then here, and I know that in an interview after the first day, you talked about the depression of the team because you were not finding success yet. How did you overcome these issues to bounce back and be strong today?
最初の試合の後に、ラウド戦だったんですけども、チームの状況としてもあまり良くなくて、環境の変化、なかなかその調子を見つけられないというふうにお答えしてましたが、どのように今の状況に回復することができたんですか？
どのように、難しいな。でもやっぱり本番からしか得れない経験っていうものがあるので、本番の経験を得て、それをなんだろうな、力に変えてどんどん適応していったのかなと思います。
It's quite hard to say how we adjusted, but there's experience that we can only gain from the real matches at the venue and the tournament. So reflecting on each game and adjusting to how we should play, that was how we found success.
And it feels like you find yourself at the right time. And you also said in an interview that no team scares you and that you can beat any team. The next one is going to be RNG. Tell me about the matchup and also facing Breathe on the top lane.
非常に良い調子でチームも回復してきたと、伺います。さらにエビ選手はインタビューで勝てないチームはないというふうにお答えしてましたが、次は RNG です。トップレーンのビン選手含め、次はどうされますか？
そうですね、RNG も間違いなくとんでもなく強いチームなんですけど、強いチームが必ず勝つわけではないっていうのは今までも散々皆さん見てきてると思うので、もう本当に、全力を持って戦いたいと思います。
RNG, of course, they are one of the best teams, but as we all know from League of Legends, the best team does not always win. So we're not scared and we're going to do our best to go against the next match.
Amazing approach, and I love the confidence. Ebi, arigato gozaimasu for the interview. Shinpei, thank you so much for the translation. Should we do? All right, back to you guys in LA.
That'll never get old for me. I love Evie so much, and congrats to him. What a series win it was. It flew in the face of our expectation. We'll cop to that right here. We had said the 3-1s in favor of Loud and DFM. They continue to impress, continue to surprise here. But I tell you who they didn't surprise. The fans at home.
No.
They keep doing it, man.
Dude.
This was actually like the one... I contest that a lot of the earlier predictions that we've given to the fans have been easy. This one I don't think was easy. And once again, they continue their 100%.
The fans got DFM EG right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
DFM
saying.
Loud right. Well, they're willing DFM to victory. So if the fans want to pick DFM against RNG, they can make this world wild.
No. That would be history right there. Right there, if the fans can will DFM to a victory against an LPL team. Also, you would promptly kill any of Jat's chances at the crystal ball because not only did he say that RNG was going to win worlds or whatever, I think every single opportunity you had to pick a player for highest something.
It was an RNG player.
You chose an RNG player because you assume they're going to go
By the
deep.
way, that wasn't that novel of a strategy. I got a lot of people tweeting me like, hey, I did that too.
Did this. I think it's a wise strategy until DFM crushes them 3-0.
So what's more predictive of victory? An MSI championship or a MasterCard fan prediction?
Right now, it's a MasterCard fan prediction.
It's 100%.
We've once had an MSI champion not make it to Worlds. I think once in history, right?
Ooh, I don't think so.
No,
I'm almost positive RNG was almost
we've had MSI qualifiers not make it to Worlds, but not an MSI champion. Okay,
I remember
then maybe MSI champion is more of a
2014
prediction.
All-Star champion SKT didn't make it to
tougher one.
Also, just so fans know, home, the unofficial World Championship is here.
Good call.
have it, so...
JDG have it.
Yeah.
All right, so we got to wait for the group stage. Group B will be the first group to fight over that belt then. But for now, here's a look at the bracket in play-ins. Only 2 more best-of-5s to go, and they're on the right hand side of your screen. It's Evil Geniuses against Mad Lions, NA versus EU, and then it's Royal Never Give Up against Detonation Focus Me. For each of these squads, it's only 3 wins that they need to book their ticket to New York and the group stage at the main stage of Worlds 2022.
I'm so excited, especially getting to be here around people from LEC and LCS and seeing how stressed everybody gets when the matchup happens.
Yeah, this is fun.
Tomorrow's going to be tough.
For me, it's great. I love
Are you on tomorrow or you get the day off?
I'm here. RNG's here. I'm here.
Just making sure. I'm just checking. I get the day off.
I'm stressing at home.
I get to stress out on my couch. Exactly. At least the viewers at home won't get to watch me stress out. Are they going to do it, Jat? What do you think the chances are?
50-50.
50-50?
Yeah.
All right.
It's a flip.
Flip a coin. Yeah. Or ask the fans at home. That's, I guess, always the other option.
Yeah, true.
Either way, 8 games today. We scraped by without scraping any silver. We'll see if we get some tomorrow. But for now, that's going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Worlds action. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
You know what? EG's the underdog.
Okay, fair. I like underdog stories.
Yeah.
No expectations.
I think they're going to win tomorrow.
You suck.